Fate is capricious and unpredictable. She sometimes likes to play tricks on us. Our protagonist was looking for a chiromancer, Master Wang, when he was young. The meeting with the fortune teller took place. The chiromancer told an absurd thing. The master said our protagonist will always be alone. That's unfortunate. But after the divination, some very interesting things happened, and it made me doubt the chiromancer's words. Loneliness could only be a dream. Not a day was a calm, serene life. Old Wang had died, so there was no way to tell him how cruelly wrong he had been. And here are the painted beauties, our heroines. We'll meet them later. It's an explosive spectacle, not for the faint of heart. And this is Li Yifei. He used to be an integral part of the Flying Eagle Team Special Unit. Naturally, it had its own identifying serial number. His activities were completely classified. The enigmatic Li Yifei has been involved in highly dangerous international peacekeeping operations, worked in extreme situations, flawlessly, brilliantly, successfully completed every mission. Guy's got the look of a bird of prey. I guess that's why they call him the Golden Eagle. During the last mission, a guy was charmed by a tempting serpent. Li Yifei gave in to temptation. A scandal was brewing. Forbidden fruit is sweet, but once it's eaten, it's a sin. I had to make amends somehow. Conflict was inevitable. Therefore, Li Yifei resigned. After a month, the fallen angel arrived in a remote town. In this town, he knew no one, and no one knew him. The crowded Shoujing station. Passengers are warned to be careful when exiting. Li Yifei has a new life. Instead of army clothes, he wore a strict formal suit. The guy became a regular office employee. But will you always be able to play the role of the extraordinary employee? A cigarette can be put out. But how do you drown out the memories of the past? A robbery in broad daylight on a crowded street. Some lout with a giant physique stole a tiny, fragile girl's purse. A voice came from the car. Someone asked me to stop the robber. A gorgeous beauty rolled down the window in the car. She was talking on the phone and watched the robbery closely. The thief was rushing down the street at full speed. Li Yifei happened to get in his way. The guy was unfazed. He didn't seem to notice the pickpocket. The bandit was running away at a breakneck pace. In his hand was all the little girl's emergency savings. Why didn't the fearless Li Yifei stop the insolent thug? He could have easily taught this bully a lesson and broken his bones in no time. The unflappable Li Yifei didn't want to be a hero anymore. He longed to be an ordinary man. He also carefully hid his past life from others. A beautiful woman in a luxury car is talking on the phone. She complains that there are tons of rich guys around her, potential suitors. However, none of them meet her parents' requirements. It seems like the conversation in the car will go on forever. How can the poor driver stand it? The huge Huayang commercial building. This is where our humble protagonist comes almost every day now. The guy's job is very ordinary, quietly, peacefully working from bell to bell. A former intrepid Special Forces officer has become an ordinary security guard. A long time near the computer can enjoy a delicious breakfast. The feisty colleague asked the thoughtful Yifei to swallow his breakfast as quickly as possible. After all, they had to leave for their patrol. He was in no hurry to leave, though, and devoured his partner's breakfast with a greedy gaze. The cheerful security guard tirelessly praised Li Yifei's culinary skills. He said that there were many beautiful girls in the building who would appreciate the bachelor's dishes. In particular, a girl from a wealthy family. Principal Shu is considered particularly beautiful. Yifei stated that he doesn't want to grab stars from the sky. He's an ordinary security guard. He should date ordinary girls. A pretty girl was discussing something heatedly on the phone. During this conversation, she learned that her mother had called her once again. There are as many grooms as there are monkeys in the jungle, but we have to choose the one and only one and the sanest one. At that moment, the guard saw her. She was moving straight in their direction. The attractive girl with the wasp waist is the director of Huayang Trading Corporation. Her name is Shu Yingying. She's only 26 years old, but she's already overseeing multi-billion-dollar projects. The guard was as numb as a bandit in front of Ka, the boa constrictor. He was once again struck by Shu Yingying's stunning beauty. The trim Li Yifei greeted Director Shu in an army-like manner. He couldn't get rid of old habits from his civilian life. The principal stared at the guy intently. She seemed to realize that she had met him somewhere before. Li Yifei energetically gave his name. He explained that he was the company's new security guard. The director ordered Yifei to report to her office immediately. What an unexpected turn of events. It seemed that it wasn't only Li Yifei who was excited now, but also his partner. Why did the guy immediately fall under the top leader's scrutiny? The colleague thought that his partner and the director had known each other for a long time, and he mentally imagined what the two of them would do in the office. But Li Yifei claimed that he was meeting Director Shu for the first time in his life. The guards were discouraged. They were puzzled as to why the principal suddenly called Li Yifei to her room. Fate likes to give unexpected surprises. A few minutes later, someone's shadow appeared on the principal's door. The mysterious shadow was immovable. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and so did the shadow. There were heartbreaking screams from behind the door. The principal was arguing with her mother. The chief was outraged that her mother was constantly calling all the employees of the company for nothing. The director felt that the parent had embarrassed her in front of all her subordinates. The scandal did not subside. The frightened boy decided to hold off and not disturb his boss for the time being. The loud-voiced supervisor stopped shouting. There was silence. Apparently, the scandal of the relatives had subsided. The boy hesitantly knocked on the door and, after the principal's permission, went into the office. There was a smoking phone half stuck in the wall. From what he saw, Li Yifei's brain began to boil. The angry principal scolded the boy for not showing up at the right time, even though she had called him to come at the wrong time. Then she asked him to sign some paper, leave, and never come back. The perplexed guy saw his resignation agreement. He asked why the boss wanted to fire him so suddenly. The director sat immovable and did not explain the reason for the dismissal of the new employee. An indignant Li Yifei demanded a clear explanation of why he was being kicked out of the company. He had just gotten a job recently. He was performing his duties without flaws. It turns out that Director Shu saw that Li Yifei witnessed the robbery and didn't even try to stop the pickpocket. The chief declared that she didn't need such cowardly, heartless people. The boy asked me not to give him a high morale. After all, there were many witnesses in the crowded street. And everyone was indifferent, not trying to catch the bandit. About high morals, Director Shu really didn't want to talk about it, but she was outraged that her guard couldn't catch an ordinary thief. The serious boss said that she doubted her subordinate's professional abilities very much. She even suspected that Yifei might have been hired on someone else's recommendation. At that moment, the guy was like an angry tiger. For the first time, someone questioned his physical mental abilities. The former Special Forces officer was brought down to the bottom of the pile. The arrogant director once again asked the guard to hurry up and sign the paper and leave immediately. She didn't even want to look at her subordinate, but the boy was in no hurry to leave. Director Shu continued to humiliate him and called him a coward. She resented the fact that the security service hired such worthless people. But what is it? Where did this thing come from? Why was it in the guard's hands? Director Shu's eyes are perplexed. How could this have happened? The quiet guy put the wallet the thug stole on the table. He wanted to be a humble, unnoticed man, but he was forced to be a hero again. The dazed Principal Shu clearly realized that this was the exact wallet that the thief had taken away. But how did it end up in Yifei? The guy had to explain that he had quietly dealt with the robber and slightly punished the bandit. The jubilant criminal calmly counted the stolen money. The wallet contained a decent amount of money. Suddenly, karma caught up with the thief. Someone had dared to throw a stone at his head. It was our mysterious superhero, Li Yifei. He seemed to come out of nowhere. The brave guy easily and quickly defeated and punished the thief. He took the wallet and all the money the robber had with him. Will the superhero receive a monetary reward for his labors? Li Yifei said that after work, he was going to return the money to the girl who was robbed by the bandit. But Director Shu couldn't understand why the guy didn't rush to help right away. The guy calmly explained that he doesn't like to perform feats in public. He does not want to be a hero in the eyes of people. He is satisfied with the life of an ordinary person. Yifei may not sincerely aspire to be a hero. However, life may someday force him to put on a superhero costume. It is often hard to argue with fate. The dumbfounded director was shocked by the heroic deed and modesty of her employee. She was a shrewd girl, but she could not adequately appreciate the guard's abilities. The serene Yifei said that his boss is quite unsighted, seeing only what is on the surface and not seeing into the root. Winner wanted to leave the office, but the boss stopped him. The concerned director called back the Human Resources Department. She ordered a copy of Li Yifei's profile from the security department immediately. Xu Yingying scrutinized the data she received from the Human Resources Department. She thought about something for a long time. The excited boy's face was covered with sweat. Did the principal really know who he was? The profile indicated that Yifei had served in the army, and that seemed to interest the director. The anxious boy realized that the government had long ago destroyed his traces of his service in the special forces. Only the records of his days in the training camp remained. He had to pull himself together and answer calmly, so as not to arouse suspicion. The director thought intensely. Gone into the astral. Apparently, she didn't even notice the presence of the new employee. The landline phone was ringing off the hook. Who was disturbing the important director again? Someone showed up at the company. It really upset the director. The intruder was already approaching the office. The guards were powerless. It looked like the meeting between the intruder and Director Shu was inevitable. The boss rose decisively from her chair. Apparently, she had something very important to say to the new employee. The distraught director hurriedly asked the new employee to forget what she had recently said to him. She said that she had a very important task for Li Yifei. The heavens have fallen to earth. The principal seemed to have lost her sanity. She suddenly offered the new guard to be her boyfriend. Yifei had seen and experienced a lot of things during his service in the Special Forces. It was hard to frighten or surprise him. However, at this moment, he resembled a scared, defenseless little child. The director's mom was banging insistently on the door. A girl was hastily dragging a young guard somewhere. The enraged Amazon finally kicked down the door. She was furious at her daughter for not returning her phone calls, and she was ready to crash like a tsunami. But suddenly the fierce panther turned into a cute rabbit. Mom was humbled and touched to the core. Her eyes radiated unbridled joy. Crossed arms, crossed legs, crossed fate, crossed fate. Ife's brain has taken a vacation. Unearthly pleasure, unbridled emotion gushed forth ceaselessly. Next day, Pyongyang Airport. After landing, an exciting, unforgettable adventure awaits us. Shu's mom is thrilled. She saw her darling daughter with a handsome guy, a potential son-in-law. The embarrassed Li Yifei had to say that he was Shu Yingying's boyfriend. After all, that seemed to be what the principal wanted. Shu's happy mom invited her future son-in-law to visit her home during Chinese New Year. No refusal was accepted. Do no good, you will receive no evil. The executive boy acted as instructed. But why did Director Shu decide to spoil his handsome face a little? Li Yifei accidentally named his bride-to-be Director Shu. He forgot that he was no longer a security guard, but his boss's boyfriend. This made the girl very angry. I had to once again apologize to the willful girl. Otherwise my face might get hurt again. Ingen reminded him that her dad was very astute, and they must be careful not to have their plan declassified. The bulging bastards appeared in the street. They unceremoniously offered the beautiful Ingen a drink and fun with them. The willful girl was not frightened of the insolent scoundrels and told them to disappear. She was sure of her safety. She had a guard with her and could fight. And the nasty hooligans continued to behave quite disgustingly. Someone grabbed the girl's shoulder. The insolent bastard began to look at the woman's charms with obvious interest, and admired Ingen's beauty. Suddenly, the hound scoundrel was eager to check what riches nature had bestowed on the seductive girl. He was like a lustful, beady-eyed frog. The slutty bastard couldn't move and froze in terrible pain. Yifei was clutching his arm with a deadly grip. The bad guys were clearly scared, and the girl was once again surprised by Yifei's abilities. The angry guy finally showed the dark side of his inner self, and ordered the bullies to get the hell out of here immediately. The bandits will probably remember this unfortunate day for a long time. Looks like this is the first time they've encountered such a tough guy. The hoodlum couldn't move, and was shivering with fear. The day was hot, but the bandit felt cold goosebumps on his body. The bad guy realized he wasn't seeing a human being. He was looking at the devil from the underworld. The cowardly criminals tried to protect their boss. However, they did not dare to start a fight. Ingen finally woke up and decided to call the police back, although it could have been done much earlier. Probably she was too admiring of her boyfriend's bravery and lost her sense of time and space. The gang boss frightenedly yelled for Yifei not to get very close to him. However, it was too late to repent. Is it really a lemur with its eyes goggling? Who scared this defenseless animal? Calm down. It's not a tornado. It's just Li Yifei having a little fun. And these are future trauma and dental patients. These patients are going to be in the hospital for a long time. The astonished girl realized that now Yifei was completely different from the person she knew before. He was really a devil in the flesh. The guy didn't have time to entertain himself for long, so he asked the criminals to attack him in a friendly and quick manner. Did not hesitate to attack him. But the bullies stopped. Why? Because Li Yifei had just warmed up and was getting into a frenzy. The villains hurriedly retreated. Yifei didn't even have time to enjoy the fight. The proud girl decided to praise the guy a little. She said that she liked his exciting entertainment with bandits. Ying Ying reminded the boy once again that he should be extremely careful with her strict and principled father, Se Zhengguo. The girl's dad was an army commander. He easily exposed his daughter's former fake boyfriends. Yifei asked the girl not to worry. He was ready to celebrate the Chinese New Year with her family. The savvy, diligent student easily memorized a lot of information about Ingen and her relatives, but there were still many questions. For example, were the girl's breasts real and of what size? Embarrassed, Ingen boiled over and asked me not to delve too deeply into her intimate life. There was no need to know the details. Yifei promised that he wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. In particular, he would no longer ask who Ying Ying liked, girls or guys. Ingen resented the shameless man's inquisitive nature. The impudent man even dared to cross her intimate area. Self-confident Yifei swore to Shu Yingying that he would be her perfect boyfriend during Chinese New Year, and would undoubtedly please the girl's parents. She would be his only and most favorite woman during this period. You can say and promise anything, but life makes adjustments. Sometimes it puts us through unexpected challenges. A sharp knock on the door, Ingen disturbed the silence of the night. She wanted to go into Yifei's room. A surprised Miss Shu heard an unfamiliar voice in her fake boyfriend's room. She inquired what Yifei was doing. Why did the young rascal get so flushed and frightened? What crime had he committed? And why didn't he open the door? What happened in Yifei's room? Could he be sick? Or should he be rescued immediately, given artificial respiration, indirect heart massage, and direct massage of some other organs? Half a day ago, on my way home. The car stereo says it's the 4th missing woman case in the city. Ingen warns the boy to be wary of her sister first and foremost. After all, she is quite intelligent and can quickly realize where the fake and where the real relationship is. The girl announced that she would be sleeping with Yifei in the same room tonight. No objections. It's part of a secret plan. But why was the young man silent and breathing heavily? The girl wondered if anyone was listening to her at all. The poor guy's violent fantasies are off the leash. There was no holding them back. Yifei drooled and imagined being invited to bed. It's the real Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, passionately asks to share her bed with him. But fantasy and brutal reality are quite different things. In reality, the sufferer will have to sleep on the floor himself, not in bed. Club Yulan is a den of bandits, a scary and dangerous place. The disfigured criminal frighteningly tells how his whole gang was beaten up quickly and easily by some unknown guy. One blow knocked out even the strongest fighter. The head thug had been looking for this guy for a long time, but when the search stopped, the brave one showed up. A criminal mastermind is a real Julius Caesar. He does several things at the same time. He gives himself to love affairs and solves important mafia cases. The gang leader was beginning to realize that his men had confronted Berkut. It seems that Yifei's identity may be declassified. The mysterious nymph immediately suggested that such important news to inform the terrorist syndicates. After all, these syndicates have long been hunting for Berkut and offer colossal sums of money for his head. But the boss was in no hurry to go to the syndicates. He had a better idea. The finicky boss ordered fresh young virgins to be brought to him immediately. He also asked the third brother, a mysterious nymph, to kill Berkut. If the task is completed successfully, the name of the Nan Chen gang will become famous all over the world. In the evening, the long-awaited guests showed up at Shu's residence. Now the whole family would be gathered. Where's Mom? Why doesn't she meet her daughter and future son-in-law? Mom rushes out to greet her dear guests. A mystical Cerberus barked in the room. Another full-fledged member of the family is rushing over. He's the first to greet the guests. Such a sweet, loyal creature loves his owners more than they love themselves. His love is boundless. I recognized the mistress immediately. I hugged my immense soulmate. This cute creature's name is Shu Fei Fei. He missed his dear mommy very much. The four-legged family member had found a secluded, cozy, warm place to rest, and was carefully studying his future son-in-law. Yifei thought the dog was looking at him rather haughtily. A smiling, polite plumber finished cleaning the toilet. The landlady promised to give him 5 stars for the work he had done. Suddenly, Fei Fei clutched the frightened plumber's arm with a dead grip. The dog growled viciously. Who is this suspicious guy? Why is he hiding his face so carefully? Yifei continued to watch the mysterious plumber carefully. Anxious thoughts swarmed in his mind. The joyful mother was welcoming her own daughter and her future son-in-law. Yifei was still thinking about the strange plumber. The tireless dog could not stay still. He had many more important matters to attend to. There were no owners, so there was no control. So the four-legged criminal decided to sneakily steal the tasty fish. The sly dog heard a familiar sound. For a moment he forgot even about the treat. The little criminal was caught in the act. A menacing host entered the room. Everyone met the head of the family with grim, serious faces. Few dared to utter a word. The former army commander walked slowly but confidently. There was some irritation in the sound of his footsteps. The old man carelessly, sourly wished everyone a happy Chinese New Year. His face was displeased. The head of the family sat silently in his chair. The relatives stood at attention in front of him, standing at attention. The embarrassed dog behaved cautiously. He knew that the head of the family was not to be trifled with. The stern father focused his attention on his daughter's new boyfriend. There was a coldness in his demeanor, in his voice. The daughter told her dad that Li Yifei was her real boyfriend and was the manager of the company. However, the father did not want to believe the daughter. The head of the household said irritably that Yifei had broken one of the family rules. The boy smelled of cigarettes. His father hated it. The daughter indignantly declared that she had chosen the kind of boyfriend she wanted for herself. She asked her father not to interfere. The mother fiercely supported her daughter. The willful head of the family asked not to talk about his daughter's private life for the time being. Now, for some reason, he was interested in the plumber who was repairing their toilet. Yifei tensed up even more. He also thought that the repairman was very strange and suspicious. The fussy mom began to explain that the toilet was clogged, so she called a man who was able to fix it. The jealous husband angrily shouted that his wife deliberately chooses young boys to renovate the toilet, and then probably has affairs with these repairmen. The husband said he could always clean the restroom himself. The heated family argument stunned and frightened the future son-in-law. He was confused and did not know where to hide. This nightmare resembled an Olympian revolt. His relatives rebelled against the almighty Zeus, the head of the family. Yifei didn't stand idly by. He finally dared to talk to his father-in-law. The head of the family was ready to listen to the young man carefully, although he still looked down on him. Witty Yifei reminded him that his uncle was in the army, so all matters should be handled in a manly manner. The angry head of the household agreed with the boy quite readily. That's right, a man should always be a man. But why were the women in the house so disturbed? Why were they so frightened by men's way of solving problems? On Olympus, a feast of the gods, the all-powerful Zeus and the charming Apollo quickly found common ground. Ingen's father hugged the boy and said that Yifei would be his wonderful son-in-law. Caring Ying first wanted to put her tipsy father to bed. Then she promised to scold Yifei, but the boy promptly ran to the brooding study. Even after the raging feast, the former Special Forces officer remained sober-minded. He managed to successfully pass the first stage of the test. Our hero gathers his strength. The second stage of the test is ahead. Why was the guy so interested in the toilet? Maybe he wanted to hug it after a good feast. First, Yifei checked the drain pan thoroughly. Once again, his intuition did not fail him. Turns out the repairman remodeled the cistern and put a bomb in it, and it needs to be defused now. Now there was no doubt that the plumber was no ordinary worker, and he didn't come to the house to fix the toilet. Ordinary gangsters can't build a bomb like this. Perhaps this deadly creation belongs to a terrorist syndicate. Apparently the timer on the bomb was set for half an hour. We need to act now. The shrewd Yifei had already spent a lot of time getting his uncle drunk and diverting the attention of the other occupants of the house. Now the main thing is not to make a mistake and do the right thing. In this case, to make a mistake is to fall into the arms of death. There were more than 2 minutes left to defuse the bomb. Yifei believed that in that time he would be able to eliminate the deadly threat to the surrounding people. There was a strange sound. Someone's going to the restroom? We can't let Yifei see this object from this angle. Then he'll obviously forget about the bomb and won't be able to disarm it. A woman can always show up at the most opportune moment. This mysterious beauty wasn't even called, but she showed up. A delightful meeting of two lonely hearts in such a romantic place. The girl was extremely surprised. It's not every day you see a strange man in your toilet. There was something slippery under her foot. The stranger screamed shrilly. The astonished girl flew at the speed of light to the dumbfounded guy. It seemed that time stopped then, and the brain shut down. It was like the explosion of a supermassive star. It all happened in a matter of seconds. The girl felt pain in some part of her body, and at the same time she couldn't stop admiring the man's unearthly beauty. A real man will always come to a woman's aid. He will support her in a difficult moment. Guys have a very developed tactile sense. Men's hands cannot get bored and idle. There was a knocking at the door. The stranger moaned, screamed, and made many unintelligible noises. A surprised Ying tried to figure out why her sister Shan was screaming wildly in the bathroom. They were heartbreaking screams. Yifei tried to explain that he was his own man, and Ying is his girlfriend. Shan didn't seem to be in a hurry to get up. She felt quite cozy and comfortable in his arms. Time is running inexorably. We're seconds away from the explosion. There was a slight click, but there was no big bang. What happened? The frightened Shan gasped. The room was filled with smoke. A bewildered Ingen knocked desperately on the door, and her exhausted sister felt quite safe in the strong arms of the handsome man. Why are Yifei and Shan so hot? Why is there a blush on their faces? And why is Ying wildly agitated? Finally, the door opened. Ingen burst into the bathroom. You can't see a thing. The acrid smoke completely filled the room. The sisters were screaming, trying to find each other in the thick smoke. The confused Ingen still couldn't clearly understand what had happened. And where is the future son-in-law? Time's up. The bomb should have exploded, but it didn't. They were on the verge of death. However, Yifei had always won in death games. Looks like he didn't lose this time. It's morning at the Exu residence. What does the new day hold? The lady in the revealing blue outfit is Ying's younger sister. Her name is Shan. She politely wished Yifei a good morning. The guy also wished everyone a good morning, and tried to hurriedly sit down between the two beauties. The seductive Shan stared intently at her sister's new boyfriend. She seemed to have something very important to say. The sister-in-law tried to calm the embarrassed future son-in-law. She whispered quietly in his ear that she would not tell anyone about the events of the previous night. Yifei thought his sister-in-law was very sweet and caring. She seemed like an angel in the flesh. However, the angel was also very prescient. Little sister suddenly inquired about how much money Yifei received for playing the fake boyfriend. The embarrassed boy, like a child, began to make excuses. He claimed that Ingen was his real girlfriend, and they were in a serious relationship. But even a strong man can find weaknesses. Our valiant ex-army man was no exception. Those around us could only see the tip of the iceberg. But what did the bottomless deep waters hide? Sweet Angel was too stubborn and wanted to know the real truth. The heavy artillery came in. Angel didn't even try to surrender. His opponent was practically disarmed. But even under heavy torture, he remained stubbornly silent. Ingen's mind is a pile of questions. She didn't understand why the guy was so distracted and shamed. Mom brought a delicious dish. Earlier, the eldest daughter had lied to her that Yifei had been out with friends last night and didn't return on time. Caring mom asked her future son-in-law to stay the night at their house. The boy didn't even know what to say. He was attacked from the right and left flanks. That's what girls need heeled shoes for. It's one of their powerful tools. Annoyed, Ingen asked the guy to think with his brain and not some other place. Her eyes were full of anger. The poor man's electrified body trembled. His brain shut down. His animal instincts kicked in. Yifei's thoughts wandered in otherworldly realms. He was captivated by a sweet, kind angel and a passionate, seductive devil. Beloved Shanshan was going to practice at the dance studio. She asked her big sister to pick her up in the afternoon. The stern Ingen indignantly advised her younger sister not to wear revealing, provocative clothes, and asked her to finish the dance early. There was still some shopping to be done. This is the Shudai Fitness Club. You can see many graceful and seductive girls here. We got here on time. We still need to find Shanshan. A warrior maiden never leaves her weapons behind. I carry all of mine. The young gentleman was quite obliging, asked Ingen to take care of herself. The restless girl headed impetuously to the fitness club. The guy asked her to slow down. Pleasantly surprised, Ying noted that Yifei was playing the role of her boyfriend more and more believably. It seemed that deep down it pleased her. The girl praised the boy, but she also asked him not to be too important, not to get too cocky. This young terpsichore is very graceful and talented. She's also incredibly perceptive. She can easily recognize where the truth is and where lies are. The adorable dance goddess is Ingen's twin sister. She is quite intelligent, just like her older sister. However, she is not interested in business. Shanshan could easily and quickly expose her older sister's bogus boyfriends. Therefore, one should be extremely careful in the presence of this graceful goddess. A disgruntled Ingen stopped suddenly. Apparently another question was keeping her calm. The girl wanted to know where her supposed boyfriend had disappeared last night. She seemed to be waiting for a detailed report. The girl's unceremonious behavior angered the guy. She had overstepped the bounds of what was permissible. Angry Yifei reminded him that he was not a loyal guard dog. His freedom should not be restricted. However, the persistent girl wanted to know absolutely everything about her fake boyfriend, although she did not want to tell some details about herself. Ying asked that Yifei do his best to make their joint plan a success. She promised him a high position in her company. The stubborn girl wouldn't let it go. She wanted to know where the boy had spent last night. A disgruntled Yifei said that excessive curiosity does not lead to good. He should have his own life and secrets. The guy vowed to help the girl, but he doesn't want a high position. He wants to be a regular guy. Reaction to Li Yifei's defiant response. So why does this guy want to be in the shadows? The astonished girl felt as if she had been hit by a cold shower. The boy's answer surprised her. The unpredictable Yifei refused to accept any high positions, but he said he was ready to successfully complete the proposed deal. Surrounding people began to actively gossip and talk about the beautiful couple. Someone suggested that the lovers were breaking up. Another person called Ingen an arrogant, cunning vixen. A stunned Ingen demanded an explanation. How could anyone refuse the queen's favors? The graceful terpsichore was out of dance class. She was ready to go to the mall now. People couldn't stop bantering and gossiping. They assumed that Shanshan was the handsome guy's legal wife. The older sister, on the other hand, was his bitchy mistress. Sweet Shanshan took her companion under her arm and literally dragged him behind her. Elder sister was indignant. Was she really starting to be eaten up by jealousy? The mall is crowded. There's nowhere to fall. The smug guy was in between two charming beauties, and Shanshan was silently admiring the different clothes. Her older sister was deep in thought and was indifferent to everything. Shopping didn't appeal to the guy. He was like an elephant in a china shop among a pile of women's things. Fate has prepared another serious and sometimes pleasant ordeal for the guy. He was dragged into a lingerie store. The curious saleswoman thought that Shanshan and her companion were husband and wife. The older sister felt superfluous. The guy was being carefully fitted for new underwear, but he didn't even know what size his underwear was. The smiling saleswoman asked the girl to take her boyfriend's measurements. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. The puzzled girl froze with the man's underpants. She thought she was about to be led to the scaffold. The assignment is simple. All you have to do is put your underwear on a guy. Why be so scared? A jubilant Yifei was over the moon. He encouraged the girl in every possible way. He asked her to do what a real girl should do without any embarrassment. It seems the perceptive younger sister suspected something wrong. Can't Ingen even touch her boyfriend? The older sister hesitantly approached her fictitious boyfriend. She must get her measurements down and not fail the secret plan. The young prankster said that he had done this to his girlfriend many times before. He asked Ingen not to worry. He terribly wanted her at his feet. The dazed poor woman with men's underwear in her hands resembled a defeated opponent with a white flag. She felt ashamed and humiliated. It's good to be in the clouds, but sometimes you have to watch your step. Is this some kind of new martial art? Kudo or judo or Thai boxing? What was that? The thoughts blended into one big lump. What is she looking for so thoroughly? Is it lost virginity? Banana is a very caloric, healthy berry. Bananas lift your mood and help prevent stress. Banana fruits are 6 to 30 centimeters long. Their diameter is from 2 to 5 centimeters. Each banana bush has a different fruit. The store is great. Lots of different underwear in the assortment. And you can see a free rocking show. Why is the main character so flushed? Does he have a fever? Do you need to call an ambulance right away? The customers were shocked. One would have to be too hungry to do such a thing in broad daylight in a public place. Shanshan was extremely worried about the condition of her brother-in-law and her sister. The young gentleman helped the girl up. The exhausted Ingen was like a rag doll without thoughts or feelings. I did what I thought was best, but it's always the same. Good thing I didn't get a slap on the wrist. The angry girl was burning with shame. She asked the boy to get away from her. She couldn't look at the shameless, beautiful face. Nothing can be hidden from Shanshan's eyes. She noticed that her sister and brother-in-law were always feuding. The shrewd Shanshan thought again that Yifei was her sister's fake boyfriend. She kept her eyes on the handsome man. Obviously, the younger sister had deliberately tripped up her older sister to put her in a very awkward position. But the savvy Ingen pulled herself together and calmly picked out her bras. She pretended that nothing had happened. Ingen has been hard at work preparing for bra day. On this day, all employees of their company can come wearing only one piece of underwear. Only women worked in Ingen's office. The voluptuous guy presented them all in the same underwear. The young Don Juan thought he was very handsome. Any woman in the office would not be able to resist his masculine charm, but he himself could easily be tempted. The only man among many beauties. Paradise. This is the picture painted by the unbridled fantasies of a shameless man. Bargain shopper. Now you can wear a new bra every day. This must be a dream, right? Yifei is asking for the top job, and is willing to protect his favorite boss at all times. The girl heard a sharp sound. What was that? It sounded like an explosion. A dejected Ingen walked through the mall. She didn't notice anyone. A distraught Ying called all the men shameless scum. Shanshan couldn't understand why her sister was sad. It looked like Ingen was ready to explode like that firework. Emotions overwhelmed her common sense. Above the mall are a multitude of colorful fireworks. Their glow dazzles Ingen's eyes, but does not warm her soul. Who's that strange girl? And what's that sparkling thing in her hand? There was a massive explosion. Ingen was rapidly flying somewhere. The flames blazed not only in Ingen's soul, but also around her. However, there were cold goosebumps on her skin. What happened? And where did all the bras go? It seemed as if the gates of hell had opened over the mall. There was darkness and a lot of smoke. Are they alive? Or are their souls already wandering the mall? It's not the creepy devil reaching out from hell. Our superhero is coming to the rescue. The superhero's shoulders are quite broad. Behind them, the beauties are safely hidden from danger. A fiery three-way tango on the flames of the flames. This is a dance you'll remember for a long time. The rousing dance ended. The excited superhero asked how Ingen was feeling. And no one even paid attention to Shanshan. How does she feel? The boy and the girl cooed like lovebirds. Yifei was like a caring husband. The boy helped Ingen up. He was very glad that the girl was alive and well. Shanshan was very surprised by the guy's behavior. Young Terpsichore would not forget this fiery dance for the rest of her life. Yifei was simply brilliant during that dance. He is every woman's dream. Quietly dusk descended on the Sui residence. How is the restless family doing? Why is the head of the household roaring like a lion? What's wrong again? The young men stood motionless, silent in front of their father. It seemed that they were even afraid to breathe. The head of the family had already learned that there had been an explosion at the mall. He was proud of his son-in-law, and sincerely thanked the young hero for saving his daughters. The joyful Shanshan didn't take her eyes off her brother-in-law and sister. She smiled mysteriously. Shanshan finally believed that her sister had found her soulmate. She thought it was true love. A confused Ying didn't dare look into the guy's eyes, and Shanshan couldn't get enough of the superhero that was in their house. Real men can always find common ground, and when they find common ground, women rest. The whole family is here, all in anticipation of the holiday. Here come the long-awaited fireworks. Are they safe? Won't they ruin the festivities this time? Midnight is just a few minutes away. May all the deepest dreams of our heroes come true. The anxious mom wished her son-in-law a good rest together with her daughter. After all, they had a hard and stressful day. A heated Ingen dragged her boyfriend by the ear to rest. The lovemaking began. This is the torture room. Pray for disarmed Yifei. No tenderness. It looks like Yifei will be beaten painfully but gently. The prisoner was patiently silent. It was hard to get even one word out of him. The ruthless Valkyrie wanted to know what Yifei's true intentions were. Why he suddenly wanted a high position in her company. Meet the girls. They're cute Siamese twins. They're always and everywhere together. A man's ego has been hurt. A man's dignity has been violated. All thoughts went below the belt. The beaver tried to jump out of the booth. He was extremely anxious. The teary-eyed boy drifted off into a world of voluptuous fantasy. Common sense had fallen asleep. The senses mixed into a mind-blowing cocktail. An eerie war began in my head. The explosions rumbled continuously. Feelings erupted like Vesuvius. The fires of passion could not be extinguished. You can't run away from the battlefield. One must stay until the victorious end. It's urgent to seize the strategic site. Then Yifei's army can defeat and capture the enemy. The restless Bobik was barking and trying to get off the chain. Tension was rising. The soldier reports that the method of covering from the sky was used very successfully. It allowed us to suppress the enemy. The strategic site will be taken soon.
Never give up! Believe in victory!
What is it? What has so suddenly taken the valiant warriors by surprise? The enemy has received significant reinforcements. A superpowered tank. What do we do? A giant muzzle was pointed at the ferocious enemy, and at any moment a shot could be fired. A violent fantasy attacked Yifei incessantly. In his fantasies, he frantically attacked the super tank and his opponent. Looks like the enemy has another powerful weapon. It can really hurt a man's dignity. The warrior was alone on the battlefield. The enemy wanted to destroy him and take over the world. The angry girl tried to bring Yifei to his senses. The dazed boy couldn't break free from his fantasy world. He was stuck with his head in his dreams like a swamp. The ashamed boy mentally said goodbye to life. He thought that the grim reaper of death was about to appear before him and drag him to the afterlife. The merciless enemy relentlessly attacked the valiant warrior, and he was unshakably sure of his victory. Something huge and resilient was ready to pierce the confused enemy. Was it some kind of new super-powered weapon? Guy's super-powered weapon is hard for a girl to resist, and it's useless to resist. What is it? Is it a woman's joy? It's a perfectly normal mushroom with a big head and a nice stalk. Why does Mom think it's stale? Mom's in shock. Did she eat a poisonous mushroom? The keeper of the household admired her son-in-law's endurance. The boy had had a hard day. However, he still has enough strength to have fun with her daughter. The enemy is safely hidden behind two huge hills, a good position for an attack. The valiant warrior blushed like a boiled crawfish. He must have been too tired during the fierce battle. The enraged girl was like a furious panther. She called the valiant warrior a shameless man. The bewildered guy said his weapon went off spontaneously. It was a natural male reaction. However, Ingen was determined to tie the shameless man's hands. The enraged panther went on the attack. The prey was just around the corner. It reminded me of a fight between two strong predators. Who would win? The youngest daughter told her father that Yifei and Ying Ying love each other to the point of madness, and they are a real couple in love. An eerie rumbling sound came from Ingen's bedroom. That's suspicious. What happened? The father and his youngest daughter looked into the bedroom. They were obviously surprised and shaken to the core. Naughty kids having fun. Fate bound them together forever. The dumbfounded father and his youngest daughter froze near the door. It seemed as if they had seen a ghost. The relatives couldn't even think that Ingen and her boyfriend liked to play such daring games. It is frightening and at the same time a burning interest. A confused Ingen fell into her own trap. It was difficult to free herself. The rope must have been enchanted. The more you untie it, the more tangled it becomes. The shocked father thought he was dreaming. He did not want to believe that his daughter adored such an unusual fetish. The poor man tried to escape from his passionate thoughts, but it was in vain. He was more and more captivated by voluptuous, unrestrained fantasies. Naughty children grow up fast. They have new games, new hobbies. Is it Dad? Or maybe it's a rebel zombie. The rope is finally untied. Now we must go and bring the stunned father to his senses. Have they been declassified? They were being modest and quiet. The astonished father ran away at the speed of light. Gone and gone. No one could stop him. Shanxing Night Park. Could this be where the distraught father is hiding? Concerned Ingen and her imaginary boyfriend set out to find Dad. Why did the old man run away so suddenly? An irritated Ingen said that Yifei should have closed the door. Then Dad and her younger sister wouldn't have overheard their conversation. The daughter was sure that her father was too angry with them and had run away from home because of it. The observant Yifei saw a mysterious light in the pitch blackness. What is it? The young detective suddenly noticed someone. Ingen hurriedly made her way through the impenetrable thicket. The petrified old man stood motionless near some mystical tree. Could he be praying to some ancient, mysterious gods? A puzzled Ingen huddled in the bushes. She didn't understand what Daddy was doing here in the middle of the night. The thoughtful father plunged headlong into the memory of the events that had taken place in the summer of 1985. He still could not forget that beautiful summer. They were fond memories from his past life, and the old man decided to say goodbye to them forever. But there's no hiding the truth. All secrets come out someday. In his daughter's hand was a hidden secret that her father had kept for years. It was a secret that drove him crazy. The young men did not understand what it was, and why did it agitate the father so much? Why would an old man want pictures like this? Who's in the picture? The surprised Yifei didn't even realize that the old man was into such passionate games. This is awesome. Once upon a time, an old man liked to play funny games with the beauty Christina. During this game, they used different ropes, whips, and now the old man lamented that his fetish had been inherited by his eldest daughter. The father sobbed and grieved that his daughter had followed in his footsteps, and the surprised Yifei could not even guess that Ying Ying had such a secret fetish. Apparently, even the girl herself didn't know about it. The old man decided that all his romantic flings of his past life should immediately fall into oblivion. No trace could be left behind. Out of sight, out of mind. Curious Yifei inquired if Ingen really liked tying up, but the girl reacted rather annoyed at such curiosity. Ingen said she didn't like being tied up or tying someone up. She didn't give a damn about that fetish. She was worried that their secret was out. However, her father's secret affair upset Ingen the most. She had always thought her father was the perfect family man. In the morning, the Shu family gathered around the table. Everyone hesitated to say a word for a long time. The agitated old man was having thoughts. Words stuck in his throat. The older daughter and her fictitious boyfriend are tense. They also don't dare to strike up a conversation. The sly little sister hides her mixed feelings. There's a lot she wants to know, but she's afraid to ask. The puzzled father thought that his daughter might not have inherited the strange fetish from him. Maybe it was the son-in-law who had led her astray. My father finally admitted that he had heard what Ingen had been talking about with the boy in her bedroom yesterday. Apparently, it wasn't easy for the old man to admit it. So the father had the young men's plan declassified. They're clearly out of luck. However, the old man did not want to reveal the young people's secret. He asked them not to do it again. The restless father wished to know who was the source of the evil. Had Li Yifei pushed his daughter down the wrong path? The angry girl began to zealously defend the guy. She said that she had invented everything herself. The daughter also admitted that she knew everything about her father's love affairs in his youth. The shocked old man had not expected to hear such truth. Was his daughter prone to masochism? And how did she know about his secret amorous affairs? The frightened father decided that he urgently needed to get rid of some things. Why was he so concerned about these mysterious things? The silent old man quickly left the room. He was probably in a hurry. As always, it was the long-suffering son-in-law who was the worst offender. All the dogs were pinned on him. The astonished child could not understand what he had done again. Why did Ingen treat him so rudely? The concerned girl assumed that her father had gone to call the police. He had done so before when he discovered his daughter's fictitious boyfriends. Ying Ying asked the guy not to panic and to hurry up and pack. She planned to put Yifei on a plane. Big sister went to the underground parking lot. Yifei hurriedly packed his things. You can't hide anything from her younger sister's inquisitive eyes. Where are Ingen and her brother-in-law going? The underground parking lot was deserted. The girl was hurriedly preparing to leave for the airport. The young lady was visibly nervous. She looked at her watch impatiently. However, Yifei was not there yet. Or was that behind the girl the shadow of the long-awaited Yifei? The bird was caught in someone's strong clutches. Such an unexpected fright can make you faint. Where is the soulless, vile monster trying to take the girl? Why would he want her? There was an ominous silence in the parking lot. Who could save Ingen? Yifei suddenly appeared. He was looking for Ying Ying. The only people in the parking lot were a surprised Yifei and some strange janitor. Where was Ying Ying? Why was it dark in the parking lot? No one even thought to turn on the lights. That's very strange and suspicious. And the janitor was very clever. He's a good fighter. The undaunted Yifei didn't hesitate. He prepared for another attack by the enemy. However, the opponent was in no hurry to attack. Perhaps he wanted to play with his prey like a cat with a mouse. Unperturbed, Yifei clearly realized that the plumber in front of him was the same plumber who had recently fixed the toilet in Shu residence. The mysterious rascal didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. The brazen criminal praised the guy's excellent instincts. He called Yifei the Burkut. Turns out the truth is slowly coming out. Suddenly, a brash janitorial plumber has turned into a sassy girl. She's a member of the Nanchung gang. Her nickname is Red Dress. The daring lady proudly declared that she was a representative of the Nanchen gang. But Yifei didn't seem to know of such a gang before. The self-confident criminal thought that Burkut was shocked by the prestigious name of the said syndicate. and thought Yifei was a very naive, defenseless guy. A surprised Burkett said he had never heard anything about this syndicate before. He was sure that the little-known gang was rather worthless and not worthy of his attention. The annoyed criminal didn't like the guy's bad reviews of her gang, so she went on the attack. Burkett couldn't figure out what he should do with this restless fiend. The furious lady was clearly begging for a beating. But a fight was inevitable. It was too late to run away. The fierce young woman circled around Burkett like a whirlwind. She swiftly struck blow after blow. Yifei realized that the infuriated lady was not a bad fighter. However, he was in no hurry to attack his opponent. Burkett had never fought a woman before. That's why this time, too, he was in no hurry to land at least one blow. The angry lady was glad that she had found the Achilles' heel of the undaunted superhero. The unfamiliar young lady suddenly said that Ying Ying had called out strongly for Yifei's help before she lost consciousness. And that apparently really touched the guy. When's that strange beast going to stop? She stuck to the guy like a bath sheet. The unperturbed Burkett was firmly on his feet. He was only defending himself the whole time, but not attacking. It looked like the evil beast had used all its strength. However, the brave guy didn't even move. Burkett clearly didn't want to fight, but he really wanted to know where Ingen was. The shapely beauty promised to tell where Ying Ying could be found. However, Yifei has to defeat her first. The heated mystery lady could not calm down. How and with what to extinguish her unbridled anger? The reserved guy admitted that he doesn't like to fight with girls. However, he has no choice. Burkett realized that if he won, he could find Ingen, and he stopped hesitating. The confident lady was convinced that victory was in her hands. Probably a new battle plan was born in her mind. A fire extinguisher saves people from a fire, but sometimes it can also be used as a weapon. On the battlefield, all means are good. The astonished Yifei had clearly underestimated his opponent. He didn't expect that his opponent had hidden such an unusual weapon. The vicious beast attacked Burkett relentlessly. He defended himself again. It seems Yifei has found himself in the deadly embrace of a mysterious lady. Will he be able to escape? Sector A of the underground parking garage. It seems quiet in here. Who is this man? What's he doing in a parking lot all alone? The sentimental old man thought he had to get rid of some things, but apparently he was in no hurry to part with these mysterious things. The ex-army man thought that mysterious things should not be left at home. He wanted to bring them to some mountain and get rid of them. Grief clouded the mind of the grieving old man. He was too absorbed in his thoughts and ran away from reality. The old man didn't seem to notice anyone or anything. He was anxious. The huge laggard suddenly attacked the old man. The stranger's blow was very strong and unexpected. The ex-army man collapsed to the floor. I guess he didn't even realize what had happened. This is Brother Hu, a representative of the Nancheng gang. Big Brother asked him to deal with a retired general. Brother Hu defeated the former soldier with one punch. Sector B of the underground parking lot is very hot and noisy. The fun continues. There was a goddess hovering in the clouds. She must have been watching the life of the earth from heaven. Suddenly, someone said that the enemy should first be thoroughly investigated and tempted, then attack lightning fast when the enemy is paralyzed. These words shocked the mysterious lady. The dazed young lady realized that she was dealing with a very dangerous opponent. Her rival is well acquainted with the working methods of Southeast Asian spies. The phoenix seemed to have risen from the ashes and smoke. The enemy was disarmed. Burkett realized that the mysterious lady from Ruin gone. He now clearly knew who his enemy was. With a powerful leg kick, Burkett helped the mysterious lady fly quite high. Finally, the guy stopped defending himself and started attacking. It seems the enemy didn't expect to face such a powerful, crushing force. And tricks will no longer do the trick. The frightened lady pleaded for the guy to spare her. She reminded that Burkett had never killed a woman. Yifei had indeed once sworn that he would never hurt or kill women. Will he be good-hearted this time? This lady called herself a woman, but she had the sexual limitations of a man, and Burkett suddenly revealed this secret. The mysterious lady hid her manhood so well. How did Burkett know the truth? The inquisitive Burkett made a very thorough investigation. As a result, he found out that the lady's bolt was a pretty big one, as big as half of his dick. It's not for nothing that the lady's gait was very strange. The cunning lady couldn't be satisfied. She decided to use one last resort. What's the wily young lady up to this time? Does she have some other deadly weapon hidden somewhere? The lady knew that guys love ruin-gone brides and trannies, so she suddenly offered to be Burkett's bride. The young lady's charms must have turned him on too much, and he couldn't stop. The love game had begun. It was a passionate, unforgettable spectacle. The lady with the mail rod felt that she was about to turn into a breathless corpse, but she wanted to live. At the moment of the fierce fight, the mad lady felt a surge of strength. She called upon all the higher powers of heaven to help her. The enemy did not give up and fervently resisted. Although the enemy's forces were running out, the manhood was broken. It was beyond repair. Berkut found the most painful and vulnerable spot of his enemy. A terrible pain pierced the enemy from heel to toe. Now he was a real woman. It was an unforgettable experience. Turns out Berkut is also an excellent neurosurgeon. He can remove a manhood without a scalpel. Suddenly, someone said that Yifei was great during the fight. Whose shadow is that? An unfamiliar fellow appeared. He was delighted at Berkut's skillful escape from the dangerous trap. He seems like a nice guy. Why the sudden appearance? This courageous guy's name is Hong. His family was very poor and he went to earn money in the army. The guy was a scout for Ruin Gong. After retiring, Hong joined the syndicate. However, he lost a shipment of forbidden goods and was up to his ears in debt. The boss forced the guy to have a sex change operation in a Southeast Asian country. Couldn't say no to the boss. The guy wanted to live. After his gender change, Hong was nicknamed Red Dress. His face was completely different. Red Dress worked in a nightclub. He had to endure harassment from men to pay off his debt. One day, a very strong, smiling guy appeared, who in an instant beat-up mutilated all of Hong's abusers. He was a real superhero. The manly guy thought that Red Dress was a precious find for Nan Chen's gang. He invited Hong to join their gang. Then the charming smile of the courageous guy disarmed Red Dress, and he resolved to always faithfully serve the Nan Chen gang. The stranger seemed to come out of nowhere. He was smiling and very confident. The cheerful Skalazab simply showered Berkut with compliments. He was extremely surprised that Yifei had figured out the secret of the red dress so easily. The strange stranger finally realized why the syndicates were offering huge sums of money for Berkut's head. Yifei is truly uncontrollable and dangerous. The stranger said that his name was Chung Yuan. He was sure that Berkut looked too much like him. Suddenly the guy claimed that Berkut had changed a lot after the army, and now Yifei had become like an ordinary person. Chung Yuan wondered who had changed Berkut's lifestyle so drastically. Did Ying Ying really do it? Angry Berkut ordered the guy to release Ingin immediately. He threatened to kill anyone who harmed the girl. But the funny man wasn't afraid. He wanted to play on Berkut's nerves. The careless joker was behind Yifei in no time. How did he teleport so quickly? Was it not a human, but a ghost? Dodgy Berkut didn't wait to be stabbed in the back. He started defending himself. Chung Yuan said that he had already studied all of Berkut's fighting techniques. He thought he was quite slow and clumsy. The enemy turned out to be very cunning, like a fox. His actions are unpredictable. Is it a fight? Or perhaps it's a love affair? What a touching, romantic scene. Where's the lover running off to so quickly? There's no hiding from the merry man's naughty hands. It seems the persistent bandit is trying to let Berkut's guard down. It was hard to anticipate the actions of an insidious adversary. The golden eagle was at the center of the tornado. Was he scared? Or was he waiting for the enemy to run out of steam? However, the jolly man seemed to enjoy this kind of survival game. He was addicted to the game to the point of self-indulgence. Suddenly, the mischievous joker saddled a stroppy horse. Chung Yuan used the Shenlong castle during the battle. Why doesn't Berkut even try to defend himself? Did he really lose? Shenlong lock is a very effective martial arts technique. Only the most talented and diligent fighters can master this technique. With this technique, you can easily defeat tougher and stronger opponents. Even a giant is far from being able to escape from this castle. The strongest opponents weep and beg for forgiveness when they enter Shenlong Castle. They become completely helpless and defenseless. Such a horrible castle is what Berkut has fallen into. Chung Yuan said that Yifei should surrender immediately. It was useless to resist. Can Berkut escape the new trap? He seems to be on the verge of death. Yifei felt a terrible pain and discomfort. However, he was unwilling to give up. Chung Yuan said that only an American captain he knew could break the Shenlong lock. This captain must have been a tremendously strong giant. However, Berkut, as an experienced, talented burglar, easily found the key to the complicated lock. He's free. Now Berkut wanted to teach the swaggering bastard a lesson. The sword of justice is upon the enemy. The master had once warned Chung Yuan and his other disciples that there were some very powerful people who could escape from Shenlong Castle. But apparently, the overconfident boy didn't even believe his master. And those who can tear apart Shenlong Castle are best not to fight. You should run away without a second thought. However, the avenues for retreat had been destroyed. We had to humble ourselves and accept the punishment for the sins we had committed. Master was right. Why didn't Chung Yuan listen to him? Now he must be bitterly regretting being overconfident. The spaceship is launched. What planet or star will it end up on? The bandit's pretty face was damaged in the battle. How can you smile now if you don't even have teeth? Here, one must always use one's knowledge and skills carefully and listen to the older, wiser masters. Chung Yuan disobeyed the master and went his own way, for which he was now punished. Don't tease the beast. An angry predator is hard to tame. It's the owner's fault, but it's the pretty face that's hurt. The cocky thug won't be able to smile for long. The undaunted enemy had become a punching bag. The golden eagle was relentlessly striking blow after blow. That's not an owl. It's the enemy's bulging eyes, full of fear and despair. The enraged Burkut demanded that the bandit tell him where Ingen was now. His fist was ready to strike again. But the stubborn man was silent. He received many blows to different parts of his body. The formidable Burkut said that before that he had only tickled his enemy. But if the criminal continues to remain silent, he will experience hellish torment. The weary villain tried to smile and tease Burkut. However, it seemed to be laughter through tears. The mutilated thug called Yifei a proud and arrogant eagle. However, the bandit believed that in real life, Burkut suppressed his true instincts and resembled a sheep. The criminal couldn't understand why Yifei suppresses his inner desire to kill. Why doesn't Burkut want to be a predator? The bandit refused to say where Ingen was hidden. Will a real predator awaken in Burkut and kill his enemy? Director Shu reports that their company has high ratings this year. Thanks all colleagues for doing a great job. The employees bowed their heads to the chief. They are ready to continue working hard and productively for the benefit of the company. The tempter serpent follows Ingen everywhere and all the time, even comes into her dreams. The Don Juan seems to have grown out of the ground. He makes my heart beat faster. How tender his touch is. How caring and attentive this guy is. He is an artist's dream and many women's dream. Why is Li Yifei constantly in Ying Ying's head? Who gave him permission to go in there? Why is he disturbing Aphrodite's soul? The confused girl decided to punish Yifei. She spared no effort and struck a powerful blow. What is it? Where's the shameless man? How quickly the impudent one got away. The girl woke up. It turned out that she had seen her tempter snake in her dream. Tied up Ingen is in the trunk of the car. It's incredibly noisy outside. An angry Ingen broke free. She was determined to find the shameless man and punish him. The tempter serpent was very busy. He was too engrossed in the fight and didn't even notice the surprised Ingen. The ruthless local stopped. Was it really the voice of the one he had been searching for so long? The cruel punisher turned into a surprised, joyful boy. Had he seen his favorite toy? The distraught boy began to hastily untie Ingen. He apologized for getting too involved in the fight and not being able to release the girl quickly. Caring Yifei tried his best to please his princess. He even forgot about his insidious enemies. And why is the mutilated bandit laughing wildly? Does he have a mental disorder, a nervous insanity? The mad criminal looked contemptuously at the couple. He couldn't understand why the all-powerful Burkut had decided to become an ordinary man because of some woman. At last, Ingen could see the face of her captor. The villain's makeup was excellent. The makeup artist had done an excellent job. Suddenly, the criminal confidently declared that Ahu had already sent the entire Ingen family to the other world. The bandit believed that Ahu was the strongest in their syndicate and could not be defeated even by Burkut. An unexpected turn of events. Is the Ingen family gone? The crazy maniac did not stop talking. He believed that the girl and the guy would hate themselves for the rest of their lives and regret that they could not help their close, dear people. Where's that big guy coming from and where's he going? Why is he yelling so scared? It's the invincible Ahu. Is he still alive? Suddenly the giant's huge shadow appeared. One bandit was lying unconscious. The other was screaming fearfully. Yifei and Ying Ying tried to understand what had happened. The old general wondered why a half-dead thug was called invincible. It was just a mountain of meat. And Hu could hardly breathe. He was afraid to even move. Once upon a time, a martial arts master insinuated to Ahu that the guy had tremendous strength. This master also believed that the gangster's body was perfect and invulnerable. The master must have been right, and Hu was incredibly strong. But could he control his strength? The menacing voice of the head of the Shu family rang out. He said that Ahu didn't even know what gunpowder smelled like. He also said that the huge lout had never been to a real battlefield. Old Shu believed that a body could be called perfect if it was covered with scars. That was exactly the kind of body the retired general had. Ingen was glad to see her dad alive and well. Her father probably didn't expect to meet his daughter in such a dangerous place. The front of the retired general's torso was completely scarred from gunshot wounds and burns, but his back was clean and unharmed. He used to be sent to the front lines often. Burkut said a polite hello to the retired general. The observant Yifei realized that the old man had been to more than one battlefield and had vast experience in combat operations. The old man saw the mutilated bandit. He must have realized that it was the same bastard who had kidnapped his daughter. The retired general clearly admired his future son-in-law. He was madly glad that the boy was able to protect his daughter. Shining Yifei declared that it was his duty to protect Ying Ying. At this time, the outlaw was still wondering why second brother had been defeated. A formidable retired general said that power must be used rationally. Huge power without intelligence is a bubble. The perpetrators were warned not to move. The police have already been called. But the bandits didn't want to fall into the hands of the police, so they thought about how to escape. Why is it so noisy again? Not a moment's peace. The criminals revolted. They gathered the remnants of their forces and began to desperately attack their opponents. Chung Yuan decided to see if the retired general could break out of Shenlong Castle. Perhaps the bandit thought that the old man had already lost his strength over the years. The overconfident Ahu thought that Berkut was quite weak. Therefore, he will definitely win this time. Can the old man escape from the deadly castle? Does he have any strength left? How will the fight between Berkut and Ahu end? In terms of weight and physique, the opponents are completely different. The old eagle has fallen into a trap. The enemy triumphs. And Hu started to show off the power of his huge fists again. He resembles a clumsy bear. Is this really a knockout? Will Berkut survive another fight? However, the thug's blow was a mosquito bite for Yifei. The unshakable Berkut was able to stay on his feet and keep his composure. The scrawny scumbag was frozen with fear. He struck with all his might, but Berkut didn't even move. So that's what the clumsy little bugger's for. It's a great battering ram for breaking down walls. Yifei must have been bored. He wanted to fight someone else. He couldn't find a worthy opponent. The old man broke out of the trap quite easily and quickly. The arrogant bandit was completely disarmed and immovable. Once upon a time, the one-armed Dragon Master had created a very effective attack technique, and Chung Yuan decided to use this technique during the battle. However, the wise old man had no problem blocking the cunning attack. The retired general had been through a lot and knew a lot of things and people. He suddenly said that the master-defeated criminal had 2 scars on his face and 1 hand. The young thug was extremely surprised that the old man knew his superior master Li Yinglong so well. That was why the general could easily guess what martial techniques his opponent could use. Suddenly, the old man confessed that he had put the one-handed dragon into the grave with his own hand. It happened during the war in Rouen. The death of the master finally threw the unlucky man out of his mental equilibrium. After all, the boy idolized his teacher and considered him his life ideal and role model. The bloody criminal was screaming in pain. His arm was broken. This was the old man's way of punishing the bandit for daring to touch his family. Berkut was moping. His fists itched and he wanted to fight. But there were no more punching bags. All good things come to an unfortunate end. Berkut's still got a lot of energy left in him. He didn't even have time to blow off steam properly. The huge punching bag had run off somewhere. Bored Berkut wanted to perfect his side and straight punches. But there was no punching boy. The police showed up on time. By the time they arrived, the criminals had already been neutralized. The work of the police was successfully done by Berkut and the head of the Shu family. The suspects were immediately arrested. Chung Yuan yelled wildly that he was a citizen of the country of Rouen. The bandit wanted to see his ambassador. The policeman unceremoniously put the bandits into a car. No one paid any attention to the threats of the villains. The pensive old man sat immovably beside his son-in-law. Suddenly an old acquaintance of the general appeared. That guy with the menacing look is Police Captain Gu. He said he hasn't seen the retired general for a long time. The old man got the captain into trouble again. The police captain reprimanded the old man like a school teacher. He asked the general to stop getting him into trouble. The stern captain said they had very little time. Life flies by quickly. The old man sat immovable, like a diligent student. Often a multitude of memories prevented him from seeing the present. The police captain wanted the general not to be so careless and to take care of himself. You can't live for an encore. The friends cheerfully greeted each other with friendly fist bumps. The old man said that he missed the captain's late father very much and wished to visit him in the afterlife. The observant Berkut realized that Father Ingen and the police captain were old friends, and they seemed incredibly happy to see each other. A man approached a retired general and said he wanted to marry his beautiful daughter. But the old man replied that there was already a beautiful guy in Yining, Li Yifei. The man was greatly annoyed when he saw Ingen's boyfriend. Now the general's daughter would never be his wife. The endless chatter of the people around him bored Yifei. He began to have anxious thoughts. The old man looked at Li Yifei sadly. Was he really so worried that a bad habit would ruin his son-in-law's health? The general cried like a child. The frightened son-in-law began to comfort him, and he wanted to throw away the villain with the filter. Yifei thought that the old man just hated the smell of cigarette smoke. However, that was not the case. The main reason for hating cigarettes is because of Police Captain Gu. Strange but true. The sad old man searched his memory. He painfully recalled what had happened on the eve of their victory. This brave fellow is young Shu Zhengguo. His reconnaissance team has just successfully completed an important mission. The guy was satisfied with the team's performance and relaxed. It was then that Shu Zhengguo made a terrible mistake. Gu's father, the squad captain, was worried that the young scout's pacifier might give away their location. You can't play with such a toy at night when there are tons of enemies around. The captain ordered him to put out the cigarette immediately. But Shu Zhengguo felt that he had been a real hero during the last reconnaissance mission. Therefore, he decided that he was entitled to a small portion of nicotine. But the kid wasn't allowed to relax. The tasty candy was taken to the kid. The captain suddenly saw a suspicious flashing light. He snatched the smoking toy from the young warrior's hands in a flash. Something terrible and irreparable had happened. It was a terrible, heartbreaking memory. Their location has been revealed. The enemy launched a surprise attack on the squad. Here comes the first deadly surprise from the enemy. No one expected such a terrible gift. The young man was born with his shirt on. He just flew away. After all, the lucky guy was far away from the epicenter of the explosion. When Xu Zhengguo woke up, the enemy had already been destroyed by his comrades. However, 3 fighters from the squad had died. Among them was the captain. It was the captain who saved Xu Zhengguo with the value of his own life. Gu was young then. He was 36 years old. The light of the cigarette gave away the location of the squad. The captain snatched the cigarette from Xu Zhengguo's hands. That's why the fortunate man is still alive. The furious Xu Zhengguo was burning with a thirst for revenge. He ruthlessly led his team into the enemy camp and ruthlessly, lightning-fast defeated the Ruin army. But the cunning Li Yinglong pretended to be dead. Then the one-armed dragon fled the battlefield. A grief-stricken Xu Zhengguo personally buried his battle comrades. But he couldn't bury the bitter, painful memories of that tragic day. Remorse followed him continuously on his heels. Now standing in front of the old man was the son of the dead captain. Apparently, Xu Zhengguo often remembered that tragic day when he saw this man. Xu Zhengguo believed that he was the one responsible for the death of his comrades. The man always regretted disobeying the captain. It was sad that his son grew up without a father. The police captain became a kindred spirit to old man Xu. They never left each other in trouble. Xu Zhengguo regularly provided financial assistance to the family of the deceased battle comrade, until Captain Gu's son grew up and began to earn money on his own. But money can't make amends. Tears came in hail down the old man's face. Captain Gu said that Xu Zhengguo should not constantly torture himself and repent. There is no right or wrong in war. The story of the sentimental retired general moved Yifei deeply. His body still couldn't get its usual dose of nicotine. The men saluted the general. To them, he was a true hero. There are people who protect us and are willing to sacrifice themselves for the good, to save others. They should be respected and not forgotten. Captain Gu assumed that the suspects were a gang of gangsters from South Asia. One of these suspects managed to escape. Someone cheerfully called out to the son-in-law and the head of the Xu family. Who is preventing the police from investigating? Whose slender legs are those? Why are the policemen so flushed and embarrassed? Ingen has brought her mother and younger sister with her. She's worried about her husband's condition. And for Shanshan, the most important thing is that their son-in-law is alive and well. Captain Gu was quite happy to see Ying Ying. He seemed to like the girl a lot. The embarrassed police captain showered the girl with compliments. Inijin introduced her new boyfriend to him. She said that Brother Gu was a very nice man and thanked him for his timely help. Apparently, Captain Gu wanted to be more than just a good person to the girl. When the policeman left, Ying Ying said that her father didn't hear her conversation with Yifei in the bedroom. It was told to her by her younger sister. Ying Ying ordered that Yifei should not tell anyone about her father's racy photos. She wanted her family to always have peace and tranquility. The girl asked me to keep my mouth shut. Her request seemed to come from the heart. The glowing boy vowed that he would not reveal Ingen's father's secret to anyone. Even if he was tortured, he would still keep silent. Here comes the queen of intrigue. She always shows up at the right moment and is ready to do a good deed. The guy finally reached his dream, which seemed to be so out of reach. Fate had thrown him an unexpected surprise. It was a bonus for saving Ingen's life. The dazed boy apologized wildly for what had happened. But he was in no hurry to remove his hands. His palms were glued to the ripe, juicy melons. This was a scene Shanshan hadn't seen in any romantic TV series. She was over the moon. The angry girl asked when the guy could clean up his dirty, lustful hands. Embarrassment and anger prevented her from breathing normally. Inigen quickly brought the boy to his senses with a sharp and strong blow. His hands were free, torn from the woman's charms. The peregrine falcon is considered the fastest bird, but it turns out that Yifei can fly faster than this bird. The boy clutched at the sleeve of the old man's jacket. The Earth's gravity seemed to be gone. Photographs flew from his jacket in different directions. Like carefree butterflies, they fluttered lightly in the air. Who is this mysterious beauty? And what is Xu Zhengguo doing near her? Why such surprised, frightened eyes? What did the sisters see in the pictures? Everyone was extremely surprised and shocked. No one could move from their seats. Suddenly, the general's wife's surprised eyes were covered by a photograph with a seductive beauty. It was a hurricane of miracles. Xu Zhengguo frantically gathered the photos that he had previously hidden so carefully in his jacket. He clearly didn't want anyone to see these mysterious photos. The wife tried to find out what had happened. The husband was numb with fear. The wife wanted to know the truth. Why did her husband keep these pictures? Ingen realized that the truth always comes out. Sometimes it comes out when you don't want it to. The daughter told him not to panic. She assured me that her father would be able to explain everything. The son-in-law didn't know how this family show would end. Was war coming, or would peace prevail among the relatives? It seems that soon the old man's secret will be revealed and the masks will be removed. How will this affect family relationships? Unexpectedly, Shu's mom picked up a picture. There were more pictures of them scattered around her. No matter how much Shu's father tried to hide them, it was useless. Shu's mom stomped over some of these photos, barely able to stand on her feet. She wondered why Shu's father had kept these pictures. Shu's father opened his eyes wide with a desperate expression. With sweat on his face, he asked Mama Shu to listen to him, while Shu's mom was standing there with the photo in her hand and a puzzled expression on her face. Shu Shanshan tried to approach her. She yelled for her mom to calm down. Just then, Shu's mother, with an angry expression with fury in her eyes, raised her hand at Shu's father. Shu Yingying shouted for her to calm down. With a frightened expression on her face, she tried to stop her. Li Yifei didn't stand aside either. He begged his aunt to wait. However, it turns out the expression of fury on Shu Mama's face was only an illusion. Lightly whipping Shu's father with a blush on her face, she asked why he still kept the photos with their beautiful memories from their youth. Shu's father said that they were too mesmerizing, while the rest of the family fell over in surprise. Li Yifei and Shu Yingying were surprised at this outcome of the situation. They were all very much perplexed. They were also joined by Shu Shanshan, who, although she didn't understand the situation initially, was extremely surprised. With a look of skepticism on their faces, all three of them questioned whether these photos had been taken when they were young. Puzzled, Shu Yingying asked if that was really the case, and if her father was having an affair. With an embarrassed expression on her face, Shu's mom said that his father Shu wouldn't dare to have an affair, because she was very beautiful, and in her youth, Shu's father Shu was literally charmed by her. But she also said that Shu's father was extremely courteous, and all these photos were the fault of his request. Shu's mom said she didn't expect her husband still had them, although he said that he didn't dare to throw away the photos, because they were evidence of their love. He also said that Mama Shu is still as beautiful as ever. All three of them stood in a stupor while Shu's mom said that maybe she shouldn't say that in front of the kids, and asked them to postpone the conversation until tonight. Everyone was about to leave when a policeman called out to the protagonist and asked him to go to the police station. Li Yifei started to say that he was also a victim, but the policeman was adamant. He said that as long as the investigation was not over, he was still under suspicion. But suddenly, Shu's father called out to the policeman. The policeman turned his head in the direction of the source of the sound with a nervous expression. With a grim expression, Shu's father told him to listen to him. Squinting his eyes, Father Shu said that Li Yifei was his son-in-law. The policeman and Li Yifei directly dumbfounded, turning their entire bodies towards Father Shu. At the same time, Mama Shu and Shu Shanshan were also extremely surprised and looked at the source of the sound. Shu Yingying was no exception. She even opened her mouth in astonishment. At the same hour, with a grim expression on his face, Father Shu asked the policeman if he understood everything. The man started to back up. He told the old man not to worry, because he only had to take his statement, and asked him not to look at him so murderously. Shu's mother took a swing at her husband and hit him on the head, lamenting that he had frightened the policeman. Xiaogu was dumbfounded at this scene, thinking that he had become a different person. Shu Yingying walked over to the raucous company and called out to her father. With a serious expression on her face, she asked why Shu's father called the protagonist son-in-law, since he disliked him so much. Father Shu clapped the protagonist on the shoulder. He was surprised at the unexpected movement on his part. Looking at the protagonist with a mesmerized expression on his face, Father Shu said that a man who likes tying up can't be bad. Shu Yingying was extremely surprised by this. She raised one eyebrow and only wondered in her mind if Shu's father didn't understand. At the same time, the rest of the company was extremely surprised by this remark. Li Yifei himself marveled at him, only imagining the way he had been taught to tie up the turtle. Clenching his fist, he realized he had lost the thread of his father's thoughts, but he didn't care anymore. With a serious expression on his face, he confidently said not to worry and just trust Yingying, thinking that he had already accomplished his mission. Just then a fire extinguisher suddenly flew into his face. It turns out that it was Shu Yingying who hit the guy so hard, he immediately fell unconscious. At the same moment, Shu Yingying threw back the fire extinguisher and grabbed the man's leg. She decided to move on, pulling the man's leg. He hit the lantern very unluckily, but because he was unconscious, he couldn't even say anything. Shu Yingying had already disappeared behind the alley, still dragging the poor guy like a sack. All this time, Shu's father stood in a stupor, still trying to reach out to the guy. At the same time, Shu Yingying started beating up the protagonist. She said that nothing could clear our name now, and asked why he agreed. She clearly didn't care about the guy's attempts to justify herself. The rest of the company looked puzzled at the situation while Shu's parents whispered about the reasons why Shu Yingying was beating him like that. The next day, the group was already at the airport. Li Yifei was covered in bruises and had black spots under his eyes. Shivering at the amount of luggage, he realized in his mind that he looked like a panda since he was walking around with those black eyes. He even wondered why he found it so familiar. It seems like Shu Yingying likes to take revenge. Shu Yingying and Shu Shanshan were talking amongst themselves about why Shu's father hadn't come yet. Shu Shanshan said that he was going to visit an old friend, so he couldn't come here. At the same time, the policeman called out to Shu Yingying. He said not to forget about him and to come visit more often. Shu Yingying thanked him for coming to see them off, and she also called him a good man. The policeman recoiled with tears in his eyes. After all, he had only been called a good person. At the same time, Shu Shanshan asked if Li Yifei really knows teacher Chao Ya. Shu Yingying turned around at the source of the sound. It turned out that Shu Shanshan had hugged the guy so tightly that his head was in her chest. The guy didn't know where to put himself out of embarrassment. The girl thanked the one for even being willing to provide it to her, with the same expression on her face and a smile on her face. She told him not to lie to him, because there was no way he could know the most famous dancer in the country. Getting out of Li Yifei's embrace, Yifei said that they were really friends and he could introduce her to her. At the same time, Shu Yingying took the protagonist by the collar. With a serious expression on her face, she headed for the plane, dragging the protagonist behind her at the same time. The rest of the company began to say goodbye to them. At the same time watching the airplane take off, Shu's father said to treat his daughter well. Toth sank into reminiscence, looking closely at the photograph. As if addressing the man depicted in it, he said that he realized his mistake. Looked in the distance, Shu's father said that he had successfully quit smoking, and all his acquaintances had already grown up. Also said that it would be good if he could see it. It wasn't long before they arrived in the city of Yi. Li Yifei finally got out of the car after all. Opening the door, Li Yifei saw people beside him greeting him. Well, here was the beautiful weather. The sun was shining all over. However, it was not the sun that was blinding my eyes. Leaning on the arch of the door, Li Yifei wished everyone a good morning. 4 beautiful girls greeted him. One of them held out breakfast. Another said that the principal had invited him to the office. The other 2 praised his looks and success in life. With a wink, Li Yifei said that if that was the case, why don't they have a drink after work today? As he walked on, he heard the screams of the beautiful girls behind him. Li Yifei found himself in front of the principal's door. When Li Yifei opened the door, he asked her why she wanted to see him. Jumping up and down, the principal with a blush on her face was overjoyed to see him. She immediately walked over to the main character, snuggling up to him and thanking Li Yifei while the guy told her not to. At the same time, the girl said that she would give it to him, gradually taking off her clothes. Li Yifei jumped up and down from what was happening. Throwing his shirt over the protagonist, Li Yifei was already presenting an indescribable sight. Li Yifei pulled the shirt off his face and asked with a blush what happened to her. However, it turned out to be not Shu Yingying, but a demon very similar to her. She said to stop acting stupid since his identity had been revealed. She assumed that he had gotten close to her in order to attack her. Pointing her finger at the guy, she said she was about to do something to him. A red ray was released from her finger. As a consequence of this, Li Yifei was surprised, for all of his clothes were missing. At the same time, the demon punched the protagonist in the groin, laughing and calling him a corpse. However, it turned out to be just a dream. The protagonist finally woke up with an unbelievable scream and fright on his face. The same Li Yifei realized that it was a dream and asked himself why he bought such a stupid pillow in the form of a ram's head. Barely recovered from his nap, he began to prepare his breakfast. Then he made himself a big hearty breakfast, consisting of chicken leg and rice with extras. Right after that, Li Yifei went to work. He stopped as he was waiting for the shuttle bus. Finally inside, Li Yifei, like many other men around him, took out his phone and started watching the news. At some point, some girl fell on the main character. He finally got off his phone and looked at the victim. The girl, still leaning on the man, immediately apologized, averting her eyes. Li Yifei said it was fine. He finally got a good look at the girl, and realized that she was the schoolgirl who had gotten into trouble for stealing the bag. Looking closely, there was a grown man standing behind her and sticking his hand under the girl's skirt. That man, or should I say pervert, was breathing heavily into the girl's back. However, Li Yifei could not tolerate such bullying of a girl. He immediately grabbed the rascal's arm. However, he grabbed so hard that that person's hand even began to tremble. Li Yifei shouted at the fat pig to stop. The pervert, covered in sweat from the pain, yelled out what this had to do with the protagonist. However, Li Yifei did not like this response. He squeezed the rogue's hand with even more force. The man's eyes bulged with pain as a consequence of this action. At the same time, Li Yifei was already furious, wryly asking if perverts could argue, and then he shouted for the man to get lost. As the man ran out of the protagonist's sight, he thought to himself and tried to calm down. At the same time, Chu Xiaoyao cried and thanked the protagonist for saving her. Li Yifei had clearly gotten used to it by now, and said that it was fine. However, at the same time, the bus decided to stop unexpectedly. Due to Chu Xiaoyao not holding onto the support at that time, she abruptly ended up on the main character's chest. Li Yifei, not expecting such a sudden move, blushed heavily. At the same time, Chu Xiaoyao, who was feeling dizzy, said that she didn't feel good about something. Her eyes blurred abruptly and she fell unconscious. A little later, Li Yifei Chu Xiaoyao was sitting in the park. Li Yifei, thinking that the girl would benefit from the breakfast more than him, gave it to her. Chu Xiaoyao asked if she could really eat it, to which Li Yifei said yes. After tasting a bite, Chu Xiaoyao said that the food was really delicious and praised the main character's cooking skills. Li Yifei said that since she was dizzy, she shouldn't skip breakfast, especially when she was at such an early age. At the same time, he looked at his watch and realized that he was late for work. Li Yifei thought that every time he sees a girl and she's either being robbed or harassed, and it seems like she's really out of luck. He already thought that she was so hungry now that she was about to faint and wondered if she might be a fraud. After eating all of the protagonist's breakfast, Chu Xiaoyao apologized to him that she had eaten all of his bento and that she would repay him next time. Saying that there was no need for that, Li Yifei was once again convinced that someone like her could not be a cheater. Getting up from the bench, Li Yifei said he had to go to work and asked her to be careful. Chu Xiaoyao thanked the man once again. Unexpectedly, Li Yifei bumped into another passerby with his shoulder. Turning around, Li Yifei looked at the perpetrators of the event. That man was wearing an extremely odd-looking uniform with a dragon image on it. He wore glasses and looked sternly at his surroundings. That man also turned around and looked at the protagonist. The man's servant pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted how dare he hit his brother. He also said to apologize at the same hour. Turning back, the man told his servant to stop and move on. The man tried to defend his point of view, but was interrupted halfway through the sentence. Here, the man turned around with a smile and asked if he could understand Du Feitan's words. He also said to bring him to him as soon as possible. The servant finally disengaged himself from the protagonist and, nodding his head nervously, followed the man. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and seriously looked at the passers-by. Upon reaching his place of work, Li Yifei saw the Huayang commercial building. Once through the front doors, the man thought he was finally here. After presenting a piece of paper to the girl at the reception desk, Li Yifei said hello and said that he was starting work today and asked to be escorted to the office. The girl said to follow her. After correcting his uniform, Li Yifei thought that now his life was about to change. After following the girl, Li Yifei finally made it to the office door. Fixing his hair and closing his eyes, the protagonist said hello and said that if they needed his help, let them feel free to seek him out. Someone was surprised by his arrival and said that he was as good a time as any. Li Yifei opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. There stood the same man who had sprung the girl from the bus. He was the deputy minister of the logistics department. Tut was clearly not happy to see the man, and said that he hadn't seen a young guy with such determination in a long time and would bring him up. At the same moment, the newcomer was looked at by all the people in the office. Li Yifei was not even frightened by the fact that his boss was the very pervert whose hand he was clutching, but by the fact that his expectations were too far from reality. One man spoke first and said hello. Li Yifei said, "Where are his promised beautiful ladies, just like that?" Said that very man's hair was flying away. The first female representative greeted them. So she was nowhere near as beautiful as Li Yifei had expected. A middle-aged man also said hello to him and acted cool, showing his music preference with gestures. Li Yifei thought it was a shame to like rock and roll when he was already in his late teens. The supervisor said that if he liked helping so much, next time all the documents would be sent by the protagonist. He said to send the current documents to a neighboring department. The last person to say hello was a girl in a white dress. A certain Michelle said that all the beautiful ladies they were talking about were in the administrative department, and this was the logistics department. Li Yifei was surprised that there was at least one normal girl here, and for once she was pretty. Li Yifei said he was pleased to meet her and looked forward to working with her. Michelle held out the very paperwork to be sent to another department. The boss asked why he was still here while Li Yifei turned back toward the exit with embarrassment. Well, as he walked down the corridor, various thoughts crossed his mind. He thought that this was some kind of misunderstanding, that Xu Yingying would not have gotten the protagonist into such a department. All the same time, the bell suddenly rang. Li Yifei reached into his pocket to answer it. Picking up his phone, Li Yifei saw that Xu Yingying had told him to come to the roof. While pondering what they would do on the rooftop, the protagonist thought that, as expected, Xu Yingying had not abandoned him. He also thought that she was here to comfort him. Running right past the one-time donation poster, Li Yifei headed straight for the roof. After reaching his destination, Li Yifei approached the woman. He, with a serious look on his face, said he was here. The girl was looking at the vastness around her at the time. When she heard that a man had arrived, she said that she really needed his help. Li Yifei flinched as he realized that this was very serious. Turning around and holding the phone in her hands, Xu Yingying said that Xu Shanshan wanted to check on them again. She said that he was busy, but that didn't help. She asked to pick up the phone and be ready to answer when the girl called later. Looking at the woman's phone, the protagonist said of course she would, wondering if she really called him for such a trifle. Holding out the phone of the protagonist, Xu Yingying said that she is obviously trying to test us if they are not together to expose them one simple call. Li Yifei said he understood and picked up the phone. The man said hello and asked why Xu Shanshan was looking for him. So out of breath from her dance class, she asked if he was really with her sister. She's doing what's obvious they're together. He's just been shopping for breakfast. Xu Yingying wanted something light, so he went to the supermarket to buy bamboo shoots and cook porridge. On the other side of the phone, Xu Shanshan's desire to eat was heard. Li Yifei also said that he would also cook for her when she arrived. She said that she would not stop the man from cooking for her sister, and said goodbye. Li Yifei exhaled, saying that it was finally over. However, Xu Yingying interrupted, saying that it wasn't over yet. With a serious expression on her face, she said that Xu Shanshan was going to stay at their house soon, so he should move in with her. Li Yifei walked back to his office in contemplation of what he had just heard. Then Xu Yingying told him to come home in a few days. The protagonist asked why he should do that, since he didn't want to interfere with the problem between her and her sister. Right after that, Xu Yingying said that she would transfer him to the pretty girls department if he did. Li Yifei thought that he would have to deal with her again. Just then, from behind the door, he heard the name-calling of someone in the office. The full-figured woman said that Michelle's boss asked to come to his office again. Li Yifei couldn't believe his ears and asked if this had ever happened before. The same Xu Yingying said that she saw him touch Michelle for the last time.
Li Yifei was clearly angry, and with rage in his face was about to walk into the boss's office, while the other employees were scared because of the guy.
What was happening was what Li Yifei feared was happening. Michelle was too close to the supervisor at that time and said, "Don't do that." At the same time, the boss was saying with a nasty smile that she had just entered the working world and didn't understand a lot of things. Hearing Li Yifei slamming the door, the supervisor asked who it was who walked in without even knocking on the door. Immediately afterward, Li Yifei threw the documents to the supervisor right in his face. Putting on a pompous pose, Li Yifei asked the boss to excuse him because his hand had only slipped. Michelle looked joyfully at her savior. Holding the girl's hand, Li Yifei said as they walked, wiping the papers off his face. His boss was visibly angry, and said to himself in his mind that he would remember him. At the same time, a group of people gathered near the collapsed houses. Unexpectedly, standing in a puddle of muddy water, the man shouted. The man said that he had heard from his servant that the sage knew the whereabouts of the members of his syndicate. That very person turned out to be the passerby who passed by the protagonist. With his hands behind his back, he said that he was the best fighter of the Nan Chen gang, but also said that although the syndicate of people standing opposite was stronger than him, however, no one in Asia who insulted that man's syndicate would have a good ending. The man squinted his eyes and asked who that wise man was and said to quickly tell everything. But they weren't interested in talking. One of them was quietly smoking a cigarette. The other man, however, said that they were not wise men. This revelation came as a shock to the man. The man grabbed his servant by the throat and asked how dare he deceive him. The man did not expect such a sudden move and asked his boss to listen to his explanation. Then the man clearly didn't want to hear the words. He said that if he dared to humiliate the best fighter of their gang, he must be looking for death. Suddenly a voice came from behind. At the same moment another hand pierced the man's chest, and the owner of that hand said that he was called the Sage. As soon as the man dropped dead, the very men across the street bowed and politely said that they had figured out the whereabouts of one of the gang members. Turning around, the sage said that the dead man was a profile sent by the syndicate to investigate a case. The man had been following him for a long time, but he didn't suspect him at all. He also said that it was not surprising that this syndicate was considered third-rate since it was made up of only losers. Throwing off his upper clothes, the man said that he had investigated everything, and had learned through Dufetian that the gang was also looking for these people. He said that it seemed like everyone in the syndicate had turned against each other after the two were put away. Looking at the corpse, the sage said to show the one who dared to steal goods from the best terrorist syndicate in the world. At the same time, one of the gang members, the one who had undergone plastic surgery, was in prison. He was surrounded by other prisoners. It was already evening. Li Yifei was on his way home from work. He stood on the subway and held onto the handrail, completely immersed in his thoughts. Well remembered how Michelle apologized for giving the main character a hard time. She also said that the boss was an evil man and told him to be careful. Suddenly a ringtone sounded. Li Yifei put his hand into his pocket to take out his phone. It turned out that it was Xu Yingying who had written to him and told him to come to her house because they had something to discuss. After sorting out his affairs, Li Yifei had already come to Xu Yingying's residence at night. After standing in front of the eye and confirming my identity, the door was opened. I went into the main character's room and saw an extremely cozy interior. The guy looked around and said what a stylish villa it was. Walking up to the main character, Xu Yingying said that he had come to ask him to sit at the table and provided him with 2 cups of tea. She began to say that Xu Shanshan would arrive in a week, and taking the mug in her hands, Xu Yingying inhaled the flavor. She also said that her mother had told her about this news, so it was definitely true. After swallowing a gulp, Xu Yingying said that Li Yifei should stay here. The protagonist was surprised by such news and questioned whether it was really true. He started to argue that it was too much since their cooperation was already over. Xu Yingying said that the guy should live with her for a week to get used to it. At the same time, the bell rang, and it was the person responsible for the events who called. Li Yifei looked at the woman and asked if he should answer. Xu Yingying said not to panic and just pick up the phone. Picking up the phone, Li Yifei said hello and asked if anything was wrong. Xu Shanshan said that she was checking on him again. She asked how he was doing and whether he was with his sister or not. Li Yifei confirmed everything and asked why she was awake at such a time. The girl said why she had to go to bed so early. Intercepting Xu Yingying's phone, Xu Yingying said that it was obvious that they were asleep and what Ta wanted. Xu Shanshan said not to shout, since how could she know that they were sleeping? She also asked to be allowed to say something. In a naive voice, she said that she would fly to E-City tomorrow morning. It was like a snowball to both listeners. Li Yifei had already started to say that shouldn't she have come only a week later as the girl hung up. Looking out the window, Xu Shanshan giggled and said that she had tricked them. Pressing his hand to Li Yifei's head, he wondered why she was flying here. Standing up, Xu Yingying said that she had been like this since she was a child. She began to explain that they had been fighting since they were kids, since they always wanted the same thing. However, this time she wouldn't give up so easily. She also told the main character not to worry because she has a lot of empty rooms, and today he will stay with her and wait for her attack. The very next day something was about to change in the tranquil villa. Hearing someone wanting to go inside, Xu Yingying said she was on her way. Standing on the threshold was Xu Shanshan with a suitcase. She apologized to Xu Yingying for disturbing her. Xu Yingying said with a soft smile that she was finally here after all and said welcome. Xu Yingying also said that she was very happy that Li Yifei was able to come. Xu Shanshan smiled and said that she was very happy to see her and asked how Li Yifei was doing. However, these smiles were only pretenses. They looked at each other with tense gazes. Just then, Li Yifei asked Xu Yingying to help him. Both women looked in the direction of the source of the sound. There stood Li Yifei wearing an apron preparing food. He was surprised by Xu Shanshan's arrival and said that he had just finished cooking. He also told the girls to sit down to eat. Xu Shanshan, on the other hand, was clearly pleased with the face of the protagonist and said that she was on her way. At the same time, Xu Yingying was immersed in her own thoughts. While Li Yifei was serving the food, she reflected on the fact that Xu Shanshan had always wanted what she didn't have and had always wrestled with her. However, she was determined that she would not give in this time. There was another conversation you had last night. While in Xu Yingying's bedroom, she tried to talk to the protagonist. She tried to say that they should watch out for her sister, but no sooner had she finished her sentence than she was interrupted. Xu Shanshan changed for worrying and asked the woman for an electric kettle. When Xu Shanshan left, Xu Yingying tried to continue the conversation. She had already started talking about what they should do. However, she was quickly interrupted by Xu Shanshan, who instantly entered the room. She said that she had prepared a nice tea for the two of them. Xu Yingying and Li Yifei were extremely embarrassed. Xu Yingying thought that she was really an extremely open spy, and also realized that she might be eavesdropping even now. It was indeed so. Xu Shanshan leaned against the door trying to hear something. Closing her eyes with irritation on her face, Xu Yingying said that they would then use Plan B. However, Li Yifei himself didn't understand what she was talking about, so he asked her again. Xu Yingying took the protagonist by the tie and leaned over. By inertia, the protagonist knelt down and asked why he didn't know about the existence of Plan B. The girl was sitting in her office uniform in front of her computer. Xu Shanshan leaned against the door, listened behind the imaginary lovers, and wondered why there were no sounds, and if they were really so innocent. Suddenly she hears a loud moan. that it was so loud that Shu Shanshan immediately moved away from the wall. The table was not the only one, and several more were heard right after that. Shu Shanshan was embarrassed and began to imagine what was going on there. At the same time, the main characters with a blush on their faces asked if Shu Yingying was that good. Closing her eyes from the reddening in her face, Shu Yingying awkwardly replied that she felt very good. But Li Yifei started to say that Shu Yingying was working, and he had learned some massage techniques that would help her relax. At the same time, Shu Yingying admired the main character's skills and said that she would never have known that he had such a unique skill. As a result, Shu Shanshan couldn't sleep all night because of the moans in the other room. The next morning, the weather was beautiful. The sun shone with its soft light. She says a beautiful day Shu Shanshan never got a good night's sleep and got up with circles under her eyes. While she went downstairs, Li Yifei wished her a good morning and told her to go have breakfast, and also asked if she slept well last night. Shu Shanshan embarrassedly replied that she had slept well. Clearly remembering the events of last night, she blushed heavily. Immediately after that, she ran out of the room saying that she wasn't feeling well and asked to eat without them. Li Yifei looked at Shu Yingying with a puzzled look. Once winked showed the protagonist a thumb in approval. Looking at the beautiful couple, Shu Shanshan thought that they really loved each other, and she didn't stand a chance. Seeing Li Yifei giving tea to Shu Yingying, she realized that they really looked like the perfect couple. Patting the edge, Li Yifei realized that the crane was not working. At the same time, Shu Shanshan was heading to her room thinking that it was a wasted trip. She thought that she should give up. At the same time, Li Yifei asked Shu Yingying where the flashlight was because he wanted to fix it. That same evening, Shu Shanshan decided to take a walk around the villa. It was then that she looked for her sister as she walked past the rooms. Suddenly she noticed something unusual. Li Yifei stood in a room dedicated to light and shook something. Shu Shanshan was so greatly surprised by such a finding that she almost turned white. She was extremely embarrassed and wondered what it was like. At the satellite surveillance center, people who are on their way to launch the rocket and will launch it in exactly 1 minute. General Michael watched with a pipe in his teeth as his aide asked for the signal to launch the missile. At the same moment, the general pressed the red start button. With a tremendous noise, the rocket rushed upward while the general shouted that everything was for the pride of the White Eagle. Immediately after, the aide said that so far so good they had succeeded. The general took his assistant by the chin and said that it was the way it should be, and offered to have a drink after work. Turning her head, Shu Shanshan caught herself thinking that she didn't need to think about it because he was married to her sister. However, as she thought a little more, she realized that theoretically he shouldn't be so horny after that night. She realized that she had most likely fallen into their trap, and also began to recall that the sounds from last night weren't as natural anymore. As soon as possible left the room feeling cheated, Shu Shanshan said that she would remember this to them. At the same time, Li Yifei merely shook the flashlight. Walking from room to room, Li Yifei stumbled into the right one. Shining a flashlight into the pitch darkness, Li Yifei realized that that's where the faucet was leaking. With a mechanical key, he was trying to subdue the pipe from the sink when suddenly he heard some voice. Shu Yingying asked her sister if she would have something to drink. Li Yifei turned around at the source of the sound. Shu Shanshan said that she wanted a glass of German mulled wine and thanked her sister in advance. Squinting their eyes, the protagonists saw an opening through which they could see the kitchen. There, the main character saw Shu Yingying and Shu Shanshan talking. Shu Shanshan was saying that she really loved the German mulled wine her sister made when Shu Yingying knew she would like it. Seeing Li Yifei's unexpected surprises, he blushed all red, precisely leaned over, and said that she remembered exactly that the sugar was in the bottom drawer. Blushing even more, the protagonist praised Shu Yingying's forms. Shu Shanshan said that they were very noisy that night, and similar sounds she had only passed yet in high school. Shu Yingying apologized for it. Li Yifei was still peeking at the two ladies and remarked in his mind that he would never have thought that Shu Yingying would do something like this. Shu Yingying asked if she wanted more sugar when Shu Shanshan said yes. Although Li Yifei realized that if Shu Yingying noticed him, she would kill him immediately, but that didn't stop him from peeking. When Shu Shanshan tasted the mulled wine, she shouted that it was too hot and immediately yanked her hand, spilling some of the contents. Immediately, Shu Yingying poured all the mulled wine into the sink and said that she would redo everything. However, because Li Yifei was trying to fix the pipe and it wasn't very tightly secured, some of the contents began to spill out. Unfortunately, it hit right on the bottom of the man's apron. Felt in the boiling water of a vulnerable part of her body, Li Yifei barely restrained himself from screaming. The women walked out of the kitchen while Li Yifei, with all his might, he wished they would leave as soon as possible. Immediately after they did so, Li Yifei ran out with a red stain on his apron. As soon as they came out of the kitchen, the girls were surprised to find the person they were looking for so quickly. However, upon seeing the guy, Shu Shanshan was very surprised. The protagonist was waving, trying to cool down the part of his body where the boiling water hit. saying that it was burning badly. Shu Shanshan was extremely embarrassed by the situation, already started to imagine the impossible. In the same satellite safety control center, there was an emergency situation. The rocket's fuel tank had a defect. It was announced that if they did nothing, the missiles would explode in 20 seconds. The general kept trying to reassure his aides, telling them not to worry when the girl asked what they should do. Here, the man realized that they still had a chance to disconnect the second booster and allow the rocket to launch normally. Slamming the table, he announced his plan. When the aide had already started to realize the negotiations with the support service, the aide had bad news for the general. Turns out the missile exploded. Blushing and interrupted by her fantasies, Shu Shanshan suspected something amiss. At the same time, Shu Yingying handed the protagonist a rag and told him to wipe the stain with it. In her thoughts, she went into Sherlock mode. She wondered if they hadn't been doing this last night, why the hair would shoot from behind his rocket, leaving such a big stain on his pants. Coming to the conclusion that they had a fake relationship, she pointed her finger at Shu Yingying. Glowing from her thoughts, Shu Shanshan thought that she would soon take the toy away from Shu Yingying. The two revealed lovers asked each other what it was about Shu Shanshan, however. Neither of them had a clue about what was going on in her head. Toge Shu Shanshan walked out of the room with a confident step and said that she would be back soon. Li Yifei told her to be careful. With her intuition, the woman realized that Shu Shanshan was up to something. Li Yifei took the hint and said that he would be careful. At the same time, the door opened. This Shu Shanshan waved, and from the other room and called out to the protagonist. She said that the air conditioner was probably broken and asked the guy to look at it. After checking the air conditioner, Li Yifei said that there was probably nothing wrong with it. Shu Shanshan asked him to check it again. Didn't turn her head, Li Yifei asked confidently that it was the remote not discharged. At the same time as he wrapped his head around a pillow flew into his face. She flew straight to her destination. Into the pillow from his face and sitting down on the bed, Li Yifei asked what Shu Shanshan was up to. When Shu Shanshan returned, she said that since Shu Yingying didn't want to wash his pants, she could do so and told him to take them off as soon as possible. Li Yifei was surprised by this since he thought it was not tactful. Blushing, Shu Shanshan asked what he was waiting for. Li Yifei embarrassedly told her to wait. Recoiling, Li Yifei asked if she was afraid that her sister would find out about it. A reference on her face, she pulled down the guy's pants and asked what his relationship with Shu Yingying was. Li Yifei tried to cover his intimate place with his shirt and asked Shu Shanshan to stop. This is where Li Yifei imagines a nurse. He says it's been a long time since the last time one can still do it. She also tells me not to worry because the injection will be painless. He is interrupted from his fantasies, however, realizing that only if the nurses on the battlefield possessed such agility. Covering herself with a pillow, Li Yifei says let it be, as she wants only for her to quickly wash her pants. At the same time, Shu Shanshan abruptly grabbed her hands onto the pillow that Li Yifei was holding. The girl, blushing seductively, asked if he was really her sister's boyfriend. While Li Yifei was asking what Shu Shanshan was doing, the woman kept saying that she saw what Li Yifei was doing recently. She said that she had the proof right under her hands and told him to put them away. Also abruptly, Li Yifei thought of continuing in his imagination and caught himself in the unworthiness of such thoughts. At that moment, the door opened abruptly. Shu Yingying took off her heels and asked if Li Yifei had seen her car keys because she had forgotten to take them. And not hearing the protagonist, she also asked where he was. At the same time, Li Yifei and Shu Shanshan glanced at each other. Shu Yingying was already beginning to wonder what Li Yifei and Shu Shanshan were doing. She approached the room they were in. At the same time, Shu Shanshan thinks this is the chance she has been waiting for. Shu Yingying finally opened the door to the room. Looking around, she asked if they were here. However, the room was empty. Shu Yingying decided to walk a little further. She was just passing by the bed. Right behind her lay the main Shu Shanshan. The lower part of their legs were covered by a successfully lowered blanket. Li Yifei was also covering Shu Shanshan's mouth. She tried to free herself, but due to the main character's strength, she couldn't. Then Li Yifei noticed some blue piece of cloth hanging from the bed. Looking over, Li Yifei noticed that it was Shu Shanshan's shorts. He covered himself in sweat and bewilderment. Li Yifei was extremely frightened and made a sullen face. He was now wondering how did this happen. His imaginary hair immediately fell out of his face, and he started smoking a cigarette from somewhere. He was beginning to realize that it seemed that when he dragged Shu Shanshan down, he had accidentally taken them off. Looking again at Shu Shanshan's body, he suddenly realized that she was now naked under the blanket. However, he still didn't understand why she was smiling like that. He shouted to himself in his thoughts that her sister was here, and if she saw them, they wouldn't be able to prove their innocence. Here he noticed that she was trying to say something and prayed in his mind that she would not say anything in this situation. Meanwhile, in Shu Shanshan's thoughts, there was only a wish that he didn't press down so hard. Li Yifei realized it himself, because the space was really small, and they were now very tightly pressed against each other. However, Shu Yingying also thought of the rat under the bed. While Li Yifei was trying to hold back, Shu Shanshan is only thinking about that particular rat. Li Yifei realizes that if she doesn't stop this rat in time, she will fall under the control of this nine-tailed fox. Earth is our home, the mother of all things. Whenever we see it, we cannot help but marvel at the power that created it. 46 million years ago, life did not exist. Earth was nothing more than a free family, much like purgatory. And who knows on what day? But one day it rained heavily. A later generation proclaimed that it was God's command. The heavy rain wet the earth, made life possible. The sky, wind, and sun came in contact with the earth. Gradually the mountains took their shape, the ice melted. Little streams merged into rivers from the hilltops, as if it were a sonata of life. The rivers turned into waterfalls, very much like the Milky Way, like the silk of the heavens, carrying the roar of Pangu, falling from the sky until it poured onto the earth. The land has both rivers and greenery. Where does this winding river take you? They actually connect to each other. Even the late Beethoven's Fifth Symphony doesn't sound fresh because I'm running water, a form of life and a song of praise for life. It's the river finally reaching the sea, creating life. However, some person is trying to obstruct this stream. Barely staying on his feet, it was Li Yifei who kept shouting for that jet to stop. However, Li Yifei was unable to hold back this flow. With a furious expression on his face, he was still trying to do it. He was saying they couldn't create life. Slamming the door, Shu Yingying finally left. Li Yifei, barely enduring what was happening, finally opened his eyes. Shu Yingying, already outside the door, said that she had found the keys after all. The guy apologized to Shu Shanshan and said that he would slowly get up. However, Shu Yingying grabbed onto the main character's shirt. Li Yifei clearly did not expect this development. However, Shu Shanshan looked at him with wizened eyes, still also not letting go. The guy was saying that this was wrong while Shu Shanshan was still trying to grasp onto him. The next day, Li Yifei came to the office. Nevertheless, he had gotten absolutely no sleep and was walking around with circles under his eyes. Both women in the office saw what looked like clouds gathering over the guy and asked each other what he was so lethargic about today. The second woman said he'd probably been playing all night. Finally ending up in the shuttle bus, Li Yifei realized that work was over and he should go back to those sisters. However, he was suddenly called out by Chu Xiaoyao. Li Yifei turned around to the source of the sound. It turned out that she was sitting right next to him. She began to ask the protagonist if he had just finished working, to which Li Yifei replied in agreement. Li Yifei asked if she was coming from her studies. She said she was, but now she had to go to work because she was participating in the work-study program. Suddenly a wasp flies in from behind the window and lands on the girl's skirt. Li Yifei tells Chu Xiaoyao not to move because there's a wasp on her. The girl screams for him to chase the wasp away. Suddenly, however, the protagonist's hand is grabbed and he is told to stop. A statuesque girl, apparently a policeman, walks up to him and she says she's gotten the report since then. She's been waiting for it. With an abrupt motion, she cuffed the man. After presenting the documents, she told him that if he had anything to say, he should wait until they got to the police station. Li Yifei slammed himself on his face at such an injustice. You can in your police station, someone starts apologizing to the protagonist. The deputy chief at the police department, they say she's just a rookie and doing things recklessly and ask her to forgive her. Li Yifei with a calm face says that it's fine. Even the girl said that she was really sorry and she introduced herself that she was an intern. She also promised to help him if he has any problems in the future. Staring at the girl, Li Yifei blushed in his mind and only thought about how beautiful she was. However, he quickly got rid of those thoughts because she was protecting the people, and he should respect her. She didn't stop him from periodically glancing at the woman's form. He said I was already a pleasure to meet him, but it was time to go. She girl caught that shameless look and blushed. Despite her boss, Lin Qiang asked him if he had seen his eyes since a normal person couldn't do that. At the same time, the policeman wondered what she was talking about. However, the woman became even more angry at her boss's bewilderment. At the same time, Chu Xiaoyao asked the protagonist why the girl was so angry. When Li Yifei with a confused face said that he had no idea, Chu Xiaoyao suddenly asked directly. Not because he was staring dignity. Li Yifei from such a direct question spilled whatever he was drinking right at that moment. At the same time, the trainees said that if they were careless to let go of the perverts who prey on underage girls, they would undermine the citizens' trust in them. And the protagonists finally realized the thought process of such cops. Immediately after Lin Qiang said this, the policeman slapped her on the head again, ordering her to stop talking nonsense. With a manly expression on his face, he said our two heroes could go. A policeman even volunteered to open the door. However, we were not the only ones who entered the office. Li Yifei was surprised by the unexpected guests. Many of them looked oddball. However, they all looked like some kind of special agents. The policeman recognized the people who had come in and asked Lin Qiang to take care of them, to which she replied in agreement. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and tried to pore over his memories of where he had seen this man. Meanwhile, the guy walked past the protagonist with a smile on his face. However, he caught himself thinking that the main character had some kind of intense, murderous look. At the same time, Lin Qiang only looked at the man with curiosity and thought about how handsome he was. Suddenly, the guy smiled and laughed softly. He said that Li Yifei was his ideal type. Chu Xiaoyao even blushed and said that she really wanted to know what would happen next. At the same time, Li Yifei shuddered in disgust and shouted that he didn't need to continue. She asked if the man could show her his ID. The guy politely said yes. Opening the card, he showed his ID. But it was unusual because they were Interpol. Meanwhile, the Huarong Hotel was as full of life as ever. A mysterious voice called to some man. While he was being provided with certain services, he asked if he had found Burkett. The man asked what he was afraid of. That voice, he was trading already with them. The guards in the Hua building are just ordinary trash, but also said, "Let's do it tomorrow, and he's a little busy right now." Hanging up, the man stepped away from the phone call. He wondered why Burkett might be in this town. He asked the wise man who was standing next to him how he saw it. The big boss, as he called him, said their goal was to get the goods, but if he could capture Burkett, then that would be even better. He also said he'd take him for backup. At the same time at the police station, the same group of people were talking about their information. They said that from the recordings that they had gotten from the surveillance system, they had found out that 3 dangerous transnational terrorists are now in our country. He introduced them as people from a terrorist group called Plastic Warrior. He showed the pictures. Showing a picture of a sage, he said their leader, Sang-jae. He is the strongest and fastest in the group, yet no one knows his age identity or what he looks like. After that, he would show a picture of the assistants. One of them, Wang Da, the original security guard of the drug trafficking organization, Golden Triangle, was fired, fled, and eventually joined the Plastic Warrior, and became responsible for their drug trafficking. He then showed a picture of Captain Victor, originally vice-captain of the famous Alpha Group. After he left, joined the Plastic Warrior and became their weapons specialist. The man said the 3 were the most notorious members of the group and had an important motive for entering this country. Who said their current goal is to capture them before they do anything. Contact a group of police officers. They said to expect help. With a serious face, he said that before he started talking about shady things, they made sure to keep up with their investigation. The policeman raised his hand and said he had a question. The man patiently said he was free to speak his mind. With a serious face, the policeman asked since this case was so serious how they would be coordinated. The man said he would have to take command. He introduced himself. He said his name was Beyonce Medici, that he was from Interpol in charge of fieldwork. He also introduced his assistants. The man with 2 transverse scars he introduced as the one in charge of the infiltration, Kui Chengdao. A man with a strange haircut and glasses he called Buddy, in charge of special operations. In their thoughts, the police officers realized that they were literally blinded from the strong professional aura and told each other to hold on because they couldn't lose face anymore. Coughing, the policeman wanted to ask another question. He asked about what the mission of the police officers in those neighborhoods would be. With a thumbs up, Medici said it was a good question. He said that he needed Shuaxia Chenet's help. Attaching a picture of another person, he said he needed to find him. At the same time, the Dream Bar is always packed with people after work. The atmosphere there is quite good because the people who come there are usually simple office workers, so it's not noisy. If you are lucky, you can find someone or one night. But the protagonist was satisfied with this place, where he can hide from everyone. He received a call from a certain Yin. Li Yifei wondered if he really had time to call him. The one said he just missed him. The main character started to say that doesn't he look for girls every time he is free, and asked what happened. The man laid out that he had received information that a Russian captain named Victor was in that city where Li Yifei is right now. Sipping alcohol, Li Yifei asked what this polar bear was doing in the city. The man started to say that he had heard that he had been imprisoned for the murder of an Alpha captain. He didn't know why he was here. However, abruptly his call was interrupted by another incoming caller. Li Yifei said he was busy right now and said they would talk later. Turns out he got a call from Xu Shanshan. Looking at the incoming call, Li Yifei wondered what had happened last night. Then the protagonist heard shouting near him. He turned around in the direction of the source of the sound. There some guy grabbed a girl I was talking about them playing together. The man didn't notice anyone around him as he even crashed into the main character. Li Yifei had already tried to call out to him, but he was interrupted half-heartedly. Even the man asked why Li Yifei was looking at him like that and if he had never seen a drunken person before. The woman was being dragged by 2 men, and she kept begging to be let go. Repeating her request, she even bit the rogue's hand. However, the man punched the woman in the face in a sharp motion and told her to stop biting. The second man said she would be obedient now. Wiping his fist, the other said she forced him. With a sharp movement, a drop of water of pain poured out. Li Yifei, with a sullen expression on his face, grabbed that man's arm. I said that if he tried to hit her again. The men's homes were extremely frightened of the evil protagonist. They quickly decided to retreat, leaving the woman to him. Xu Yingying leaned on the protagonist and started talking about her problems. Mistaking the protagonist for another person, she began to say that I was heartless because he had treated her as his property before the wedding. Li Yifei wondered what was wrong with her. The woman had a marriage license ring on her ring finger. She kept saying that after so many years of marriage, the man had really betrayed her and slept with another woman. Li Yifei thought it was worth contacting her family. Leaning on the protagonist even more, she said that she wouldn't come home again. Li Yifei didn't know what to think anymore. The woman said she was still thirsty but wouldn't budge from the protagonist. At the same time, Li Yifei decided to take her to the hotel. Leaving the one on the bed, she still kept crying about why her husband had betrayed her. Leaving the woman on the bed, Li Yifei thought it was time for him to leave. Still rambling, the woman rolled over from her side to her back. Li Yifei was very embarrassed by this. Embarrassed as that woman's shirt was slipping down. Li Yifei tried to stop the unfortunate tripe. At the same time in his mind he felt as if a volcano was exploding. On the sacred mountain, a company of soldiers were getting ready to march. A man, apparently the leader, was telling them to take their weapons and shine their shields. He began to say that the devil was opening the seal on the holy mountain, and once they ended it, the world would be doomed. The leader said that they were the last hope of this world. Raising his hand, he said that he would command the army, and they should only follow him. For that way I would be able to protect the world. He reiterated that their goal was a sacred mountain surrounded by monsters. After cutting off the head of the first enemy, he told the soldiers to go forward. At the same time, Li Yifei took a blanket and tried to cover the practically naked woman. However, the woman stopped the protagonist's hand. The guy was extremely embarrassed by this action. At the same time on the battlefield, a powerful spell flew into the army, scattering dozens of bodies. Some woman was laughing at the warrior. Sitting on her throne, she was telling the hero to humble himself, for he could not prevent them. With a serious face, the warrior said that there was no way he would let that happen. He made a casual jerk who said it was time to die. However, the woman deftly dodged the all-too-obvious attack. She hadn't expected this, barely having time to turn around. The woman made her big smirk, clearly up to no good. With black ribbons, she wrapped around the warrior and shouted to the rest of his army that they would all die. And he realized that the seal was about to be opened. He thought it looked like it was time for his tactics. He shouted a spell of sacred light. Immediately, the woman's eyes were blinded from the incredible light. She noticed something wrong, but it was too late to fix it. The warrior you made out of air punches in the fall, saying push to seal. At the same time, the protagonists pressed a towel to cover the woman's breasts. Embarrassed by his actions, Li Yifei realized that he really had better leave as soon as possible. He was about to take it when he noticed something wrong. That very lady's foot was heading toward him. Embarrassed even more, Li Yifei repeated in his mind that he couldn't lay his hands on this woman. However, she was adamant. Realizing that Li Yifei had grabbed her leg, she smiled. With a sharp movement of her remaining foot, she nailed him to the bed. Li Yifei decided to turn around upstairs to see what was going on after all. Grabbing the protagonist with her legs, Xu Yingying said that her husband was sleeping with another woman and asked the handsome man to keep him company. At the same time, the Hilton Hotel was being ambushed. 2 police officers were in the car waiting for orders. Xu Yingying thought back to what had happened just a short while ago. The group watched the security cameras that found the same man. Medici said to show the result on the big screen. He marveled at the speed of the Skynet. Displaying the picture on the main screen, Medici said it was indeed him. On the screen was Leong, who has 4 records of shooting people before handling edged weapons. He was discovered at the Hilton Hotel. Medici said that if they could catch him, they could practically reveal the location of all the other terrorist syndicates. He ordered the arrest to begin. The trainee was still reeling from what Lei Ang had done. She noticed a man walking toward his car. She told the policeman to look in the direction afterward. Lei Ang was standing there just then. Lin Chung said that their target had appeared. At the same time, Li Yifei stared at the woman's underwear in bewilderment. The woman suggested he play. Li Yifei thought that she had seen something he shouldn't have seen. Turns out the girl was conscious in the bar. She said she was watching him. She also wrote the main character as a gentleman with a sense of justice. As she watched the protagonist, she called him the perfect man. Looking around her surroundings, she realized they were already at the motel. Right after that, she said they should start and sat on the protagonist's face. Li Yifei thought, what was this fragrance? What was this source hidden amongst the flowers and mountains? He realized that he couldn't just give up. The man tried to find a way out of the situation while the woman told him to keep going. At the same time, a ringtone was heard from the main character's jacket. The woman turned around at the outgoing sounds. The second Li Yifei realized that this might be his chance. Breaking free from the woman's grasp, Li Yifei picked up the phone. Xu Yingying asked him why he wasn't home at this time and where he was right now. Li Yifei said that he went to see a friend and that she shouldn't wait for him. Xu Yingying started to say that she had never heard about friends from his mouth. While Xu Yingying was trying to assume something, the woman in the hotel took off her underwear. At the same time at the Hilton Hotel, in the car, Lin Qiang was saying that their target was fleeing. She also asked where their reinforcements were to surround the area. The man said that they would be here soon, so they just had to wait a little longer. Unable to resist, Lin Qiang opened the car door and told Lei Ang to stand. The cop, who was her partner, radioed in to say the operation was starting right away. Seeing Lin Qiang's sudden movement, Lei Ang ran away. The girl led the chase, but no sooner had she looked into the alley than she lost him. She began to look around as she realized he couldn't have gotten that far. Turns out he'd been on top of her the whole time. Saying she was caught, he came down from above with a knife, trying to make an accurate stab. With a death wish, the man smiled. However, Lin Qiang wasn't short-sighted and blocked the attack. Taking advantage of her outstretched hand, she grabbed the man's shoulder. Turning the man over, she told him not to move because it was the police. Realizing things were bad, the man tensed up. However, it turns out that wasn't the only knife the man had. Right out of his other pocket dug another one just like it. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pointed the knife behind his back where Lin Qiang was. With a hand to stop the unexpected attack, the girl cried out in pain. Lei Ang made a sharp movement with the same knife and freed himself from the woman's grip. He threw her back enough that she covered herself with both hands. However, such a movement cut the woman's clothing right in the chest area. Lin Qiang cried out in pain. Lei Ang smiled evilly and began to swing. He punched the woman right in the stomach and toppled her over even further. Tipped it over with such force that it clipped into the other wall. With a stomp of his foot, Lei Ang approached Lin Qiang. Twirling the knife in her hands, the man said that she had indeed tried to single-handedly defeat him. Licking it off, he said she was flirting with death. Realizing that things were not good, Xu Yingying reprimanded. However, that's when her partner sped up. He said he found her and started calling for the others. Trying to become Xu Yingying said that she would not be able to escape today. It turned out that the police had already surrounded this alley. The policemen with guns started running up to Lin Qiang. One of them asked if she was all right. Raising the gun at the perpetrator, the man said to put his hands in the air. Lei Ang realized that the policeman was already here. He had nowhere to run. Suddenly, however, he noticed the barbershop statement. He threw the knife in his direction. Turns out his goal was to break the statement so it would block the cop's path. With this trick, a huge sign prevented the cops from catching up with him. The man began to run away rapidly. He climbed up this sign and already climbed higher on the building with the help of the pipes. The police officers ran up to Lin Qiang and asked if she was all right. Realizing that they let the criminal go and informed their companions. They realized that the man had fled to the hotel. At the same time, the main character had his own atmosphere. While the woman snuggled against the protagonist's back, the protagonist tried to convince Xu Yingying that multiple voices were the norm since he was in a bar. However, Xu Yingying changed the subject. She said that Xu Shanshan hadn't been home since yesterday. Li Yifei was scared out of his wits. At the same time, the woman put her foot on the protagonist's leg. Li Yifei cried out in surprise. Xu Yingying asked him why he was shouting. The woman said that since it felt so good, he should turn his head and look, while Xu Yingying asked why she was hearing a woman's voice. Li Yifei realized that he couldn't control his eyes. Li Yifei started making excuses that it was the bartender serving them drinks. Xu Yingying decided to end the conversation and talk about the rest tomorrow. At the same time, the woman started to say in a seductive voice that Li Yifei was really naughty, because he was having an affair while a girl was calling him. She so inquired more honestly, or another part of his body. Li Yifei groaned at this. The woman on the other end of the phone was wondering what was going on. Li Yifei hurriedly ended the conversation, saying that he had something to do right now and was hanging up. It was as if the woman had been waiting for this because she was standing behind him. The protagonist's eyes closed because he realized he couldn't hit a woman. Sitting down on the main character, the woman offered to start since he was done talking. Li Yifei tried to back away. He asked to hear him out. He began to say that he saw that she was drunk, so he took her to this hotel to make sure she was safe. He said he didn't want to do that. The woman looked unpleasantly surprised. She trembled with the emotions that overwhelmed her. Finally unable to bear it, she covered her face with her hands and began to sob. The protagonist realized that he had upset the girl. With a serious expression on his face, he made a decision for himself. As he pulled himself up, he realized what he had to do. He said it was okay and asked her not to cry anymore. At the same time, he lifted his hand to her tears and tried to wipe it away. Immediately afterward, he offered his lips to hers and began kissing. The woman was already crying from such a drastic action by the man. She realized that this was her chance, and she took the guy down. After that, Feng Qing did this to the main character. After a few rounds, Li Yifei didn't support and come inside her. After a while, they were completely exhausted. The girl was at the peak of excitement and waved hello. At the same time, the police surrounded the Hilton Hotel. He told everyone to search all the rooms. Lin Cheong's partner told her to go. Another police officer offered her a change of uniform, for which she thanked him. The police came to the hotel management and told them that there were criminals in their hotel, and they hoped for cooperation. The police officers split into two groups. The group with Lin Cheong went to the third floor. With a serious expression on her face, she had already said that they would definitely capture him. The main characters sighed, whether it was a sigh of relief or sadness. Putting a hand to his head, he realized they had done it after all. At the same time, a woman's foot came down on his shoulder again. The woman asked what he was thinking about. At the same time, a team of police officers arrived at the third floor. Already there, they had split up. Lin Cheong was asked to take care of this sector. At the same time, in the main character's room, a woman asked how he was feeling and if he wanted another round. Blushing, Li Yifei asked if she really wanted to do it again. Turned off his brain, Li Yifei decided to go with the flow. They did it again, and once again they were both exhausted. The girl started for this room. She pulled out a bunch of keys and opened the door. A woman broke into the room and said that it was the police and the room was being searched. Li Yifei turned around at the source of the sound. At the same time, the woman who saw the picture was greatly surprised. There were two men lying in an embrace. Li Yifei thought he heard something outside as the woman asked where he was looking. After flirting with him, she asked if he wanted to do it again. The two men who broke into the room screamed. They threw her out of the room, and she tried to apologize for disturbing them. Thinking how scary this couple was, she realized it was time for the next room. The woman once again shouted her shriek about searching the room. At that time, Li Yifei leaned against the wall and realized that the sound was quite close. While the girl was asking him what he was doing, Li Yifei became and felt that something was wrong. Opening the curtains, the protagonist looked out into the parking lot. As he expected, it was filled with police. Li Yifei hesitated and thought that perhaps he had been exposed. At the same time, he felt a woman's hands on his chest. Grabbing the guy, she asked him if he liked doing it by the window. Looking at the protagonist in the eyes, she said that young people these days love it so much, and asked him did he really think he wouldn't understand it because she was old. Finished with checking the other rooms, the woman started on the next one. She had already pulled out the key. Li Yifei turned around at the source of the voice. He realized that someone had entered the next room. Tu told me that she had finished shoeing room 302, and nothing unusual had been detected. But she continued searching for the suspect, until Li Yifei guessed that this voice belonged to Lin Cheong, and wondered why she was here. Such a woman tried to please him in every way. Li Yifei pondered that the woman was searching every room. The next room was number 303. Li Yifei feverishly gave in to throwing himself off that woman's hands, realizing that he didn't want to let her see himself with Feng Qing. Taking out another key, Lin Cheong tried to go through the door. Li Yifei whined and realized that it was her. Already branded slamming the door, Lin Cheong said that it was the police and asked for cooperation. That's when the woman saw the main character. He walked around as if nothing had happened and asked why she had come into his room. The woman recognized the protagonist and said that the suspect had fled to this hotel and asked if he had seen anyone suspicious. Li Yifei said that he had not seen any such person. Sama asked the guy if he would mind if she searched. Li Yifei pulled his hand and said sure. And looking into the room, Lin Cheong said that if she saw anyone suspicious, he should report to the police, to which Li Yifei agreed. He realized that the police were not looking for him and calmed down. Still wandering around the room with a flashlight, Lin Cheong asked why he was sweating and if he was sick. Sweating profusely, Li Yifei said that he was fine. He also told her not to worry about it. The girl apologized to the protagonist for bothering him and said there was no problem. She also told the guy that if he noticed anything suspicious, he should report it. And at the same moment, the door to the dressing room opened and a woman, all tied up and wearing only a blanket, fell out. And as soon as the girl tumbled out of the dressing room, Li Yifei were in a stupor. Li Yifei realized that he had been exposed. Suddenly, Lin Cheong walked behind his back and said that he was indeed a lecher. Pulling out the handcuffs, she asked if he had really kidnapped an innocent woman. Waving his head, Li Yifei tried to justify himself, but nothing came to his mind. Turning to look at the woman, he was convinced that she had indeed fallen asleep. But suddenly, Lin Cheong took a swing at the protagonist, putting out his hand to block the blow, and Li Yifei asked to hear him out. However, the block that the guy put up was not particularly successful, because the girl grabbed him by the collar. Before he could blink an eye, Li Yifei suddenly stood up to see the world from top to bottom. Turns out the officer grabbed him by the shoulder in a way that knocked him to the floor. However, Li Yifei nudged his knee and prevented himself from falling down completely. Lin Cheong was extremely surprised at the fact that he didn't fall down. After all, such a thing could only be done with outstanding physical characteristics. However, she quickly regained her senses and tried to immobilize the protagonist. She told him no to move her hands down his throat. Li Yifei realized that they had done it so many times that he had no strength left to resist. However, even in such a tense situation, he only thinks about being in the woman's chest. He shook his head trying to get rid of these thoughts and realized he had to run. The girl noticed it too and told him to stop moving. Li Yifei tried to justify that he was innocent. However, through the ventilation grate, something was seen that no one expected. While the woman was yelling at him not to move the very culprit down the vent, he kept coming closer and closer to the grate in the main character's room. The perp thought those stupid cops would never think to look for him here. Call in the light, the vent grate of a man decided to see what exactly was going on in the room. Squinting his eyes and leaning against the bars, he saw an indescribable picture. Immediately after, so he realized that the grate was big enough for him to see everything. Without even squinting, he opened his eyes wide. He thought it was a game of S&M with the policewoman. Suddenly, a certain device was pulled out of Lin Chong's belt with the words that he had forced her to do so. It turned out that this device was a portable wand. With loud screams and with orders to not move, she started whipping the guy's legs. Turning to the officer, the protagonist asked if she was crazy when she started whipping him. Swinging in for another blow, she said what a lecher like him should be severely punished. Right after that, she started whipping the main character even harder and faster. The guy started screaming that he was being beaten by the police when the woman told him to shut up and take his punishment. Leong was watching the whole thing. In his thoughts, he was thinking how depraved a couple must be to engage in self-masso in a hotel. Suddenly, Li Yifei heard some sound from the ventilation shaft. He wasn't the only one who heard the sound. The girl also turned to the source of the sound. Li Yifei thought that that was where the criminal the police were looking for was. Lei Ang tried to restrain himself as he realized that he had almost been exposed. He realized that the sound was because he had accidentally bumped his riser against the shaft. Covering his mouth, he realized the cops were going to get him. Peering into the vent, he realized that he should leave the place anyway. However, he heard another shouting. Li Yifei was telling the officer that he had something to report, but Lin Chong didn't want to hear it. Still told him not to move and asked him what he heard. Leong looked through the bars again and saw the indescribable. The woman was again hitting the boy with the same stick. This time, however, she got on top of the guy and pinned his head to the floor with her foot. After watching this scene, the perpetrator became excited again and only begged in his mind for them to stop whipping. As he listened to the sounds, he thought about how he felt like he was receiving these blows himself. Already biting his hand, he realized he had to endure. Startled by his willpower, he realized he was able to stop him. Exhaling, he looked up at the grate again. The woman grabbed the guy in an even more uncomfortable position, saying he still wasn't being honest with her, continuing to harass the guy. And then the iron ventilation shaft couldn't take the pressure. Li Yifei looked up at the thing sticking out and thought it was a gun. He wondered if it could be the same suspect. Covering in his mouth, the criminal realized he had lost control for a moment, and he rose again. He realized that the mine wouldn't last very long if this continued, and he actually fell. He wondered what he should do. However, it was as if the woman didn't hear all the noises and told the guy to be honest, swinging at him again. The man was already yelling for her to stop whipping him. However, she did not stop. Li Yifei covered his face with both hands to protect it. Still biting his hand, the criminal realized that it was all over. The gun was finally loaded. There was a volley. Immediately afterward, the ventilation shaft had already begun to break irrevocably. Li Yifei pointed at Lin Qiong's mine, and the latter only had time to turn around. Immediately afterward, Lei Ang fell out of the ventilation shaft. He was falling right on top of our company, and the woman was very surprised to see him there. Falling right on top of Lin Qiong, the culprit made quite a bit of noise. Barely landing, the perpetrator tried to get up. Immediately afterward, he realized the woman was knocked out and became very frightened. As soon as he bounced off the girl, he let out a curse and realized that he had hit the officer. Looking back again, he looked at Lin Qiong. He noticed that she had indeed fainted. With a relieved sigh, he thought that this was indeed an incredible happiness, and he should run away from there as soon as possible. However, he decided to stop. Blushing, the man said she liked S&M. Taking the knife in his hand and lifting the girl's shirt, he was up to no good. With a quick movement of the blade, he made a jerk. He cut through the officer's clothing. She shuddered violently at the movement. Licking his lips, the criminal only laughed. He began licking the victim's neck. He was already trying to reach out his hands to the girl's breasts when he was stopped. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and told him to get his dirty hands off her. Turning around, the man asked, "Who are you so bold as to dare interrupt him?" Li Yifei apologized and said he had never heard of such a thing before. However, the hero was greatly feared by the criminal, for he knew his real identity. Immediately afterward, a fist flew across his face. He threw the man to the floor. As he approached the poor man, Li Yifei realized that this was exactly who the police were looking for. He said he'd had enough of that for today. Crunching his knuckles, Li Yifei said that the one very timely in the evening will be his punching bags. Lei Ang was very scared of the protagonist. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a knife and said that he dared not belittle him. Taking a swing at the protagonist, he said he was an A-ranking member of the cruise organization, one of the strongest groups in the world. Thinking that the guy was no longer alive, he told him to say goodbye to his life. However, Li Yifei stopped such a primitive attack with 2 fingers. Hearing an unfamiliar word, Li Yifei asked about what kind of organization. However, he did not want to hear an answer, and simply swung his foot at the criminal. The blow came right on the head. Since the one's insides were damaged, blood could be seen coming out of his mouth. He realized that Li Yifei was very strong. As the protagonist took another swing at the criminal, the latter thought the attack was like a thunderstorm. Immediately after that, Li Yifei grabbed him right by his face. With a sharp movement, he nailed him to the wall while the culprit himself thought the attack was like a very strong thunderstorm. After running his head all over the wall, Li Yifei threw him to the floor. As he made the finishing blow, the criminal realized that Li Yifei deserved the title of Berkut. Afterward, the protagonist exhaled and said he felt much better. Taking a rope from somewhere, Li Yifei tied up the criminal. Looking at the officer, he said that he would let her go this time. Li Yifei went to his jacket and repeated the name of the organization. As he left the room, he hoped this organization wouldn't bother him again. The next morning, an important guest arrived at the airport in the city. A man with a suitcase walked past the crowds of people inside the airport. A man was walking with a disgruntled look through the airport. He was looking around as if he was looking for someone. Suddenly, someone called the man Captain Gu, and immediately summoned him to his side. A policewoman stood at the side. She was holding a poster with a portrait of Captain Gu. Captain Gu said hello to the policewoman. He asked her, "Did they really find the perpetrator?" The woman confirmed that they had. The policewoman pointed her hand in the direction and told Captain Gu to go with her to the hospital. After which the captain and the policewoman arrived at South Hospital to identify the perpetrator. Captain Gu, looking at the criminal lying on the bed, called him by his name, Lei Long. The captain asked, "Did the police beat the perpetrator so badly that he was in a vegetative state?" The patient had a skull fracture and a concussion. The policewoman explained that this was the current situation anyway. The captain asked with interest to the policewoman how the perpetrator was found. The girl frightenedly said that when she tried to catch the perpetrator, she was knocked out. When she came to her senses, the perpetrator was already tied up and lying in front of her. The woman did not know who disarmed the suspect without disarming him. The policewoman explained that the perpetrator belonged to a terrorist group, which is why Captain Gu was called here. The woman added that Lei Lang was a Ranka operative. He belongs to the cruise organization. In terrorist organizations, fighters are sent different ranks, according to their level of brutality and ability. A police officer explained that the classification in terrorists shows that the higher the rank of the militant, the greater the brutality and damage. Many countries have qualified their elite forces into 4 main categories. These are captain, officer, soldier, and policeman. The woman told Captain Gu that the main force on their side consisted of him and soldiers of various ranks. Police indicated that the captured Lei Lang is the weakest among the A-rang. At the same time, Wan Da is the 3rd strongest. The law enforcers do not know the terrorist leader and his rank yet. At the same time, the organization has another dangerous character S-rank nicknamed Victor. Captain Gu became very agitated. He interrogated the woman, "Is there really a terrorist S-rank?" Captain Gu said that if there is a terrorist of S-rank, one should ask for help from higher authority. The policewoman replied to the captain not to worry. A woman came up and said in a confident voice that they would deal with the terrorist S-rank on their own. They called the captain only because of the detention of the Liang. The captain of the Gu very much disliked such words from the woman. The woman said to the captain of the guards that she would be in charge of this operation. The captain did not like the fact that a foreigner would be in charge of the operation. The captain turned to the policewoman and asked her unhappily, was that really an order from his superiors? After a brief pause, Captain Gu told the calm woman that he would listen to her orders. At the same time, he demanded that a man be found who could defeat Lei Lang. The woman interrogated the man. "Why find someone?" Captain Gu said judiciously, "The one who can easily defeat the terrorist orang is very strong." The main character was walking down the street at the time. Captain Gu said that the one who defeated the Lei Lang terrorist has the rank of captain himself. The main character was walking down the street. Suddenly a flock of pigeons flew past him. The guy got distracted. Yifei remembered that Shanshan had suddenly left Ingen Villa and left her hometown without leaving a note. Shanshan didn't call for the next few days, so Yifei stopped living together with Ying Ying. The guy thought that Ingen might be suspecting something. At the hotel, when he hung up the phone, Ingen could hear a woman's voice. Yifei remembered that girlfriend was looking at him strangely. The main character, Yifei, was at work in the department head's office at the time. The guy interjected to the director if he needed to take care of the warehouse now. Director Zhao, sitting in the chair, told the protagonist that he would take care of the deport warehouse this week instead of the girl Michelle. The girl standing next to him wanted to object to Director Zhao. The principal asked girl Michelle if there was anything wrong with the contract. Michelle replied that she can take care of the warehouse, and there is no need for a new employee to take on her role. The principal said that young people should have more opportunities to learn. The girl said excitedly, "This was all against protocol." The director shouted to his subordinate. Afterward, Principal Zhao told the girl that he didn't ask for her opinion. The girl was outraged by this decision of the principal. Yifei interrupted the girl and wanted to talk to the principal himself. Yifei told the director that he, as a new employee, was still unfamiliar with the company's system. It would be difficult for him to suddenly transfer responsibilities. Director Zhao asked with a chuckle at the guy, what was the guy even thinking? Principal Zhao looked thoughtfully out the window. He told the protagonist that he was a newcomer and so he was giving him an opportunity. Zhao turned around abruptly and said for Li Yifei to take this opportunity. The boy told the principal that he knew why he had made that decision. Li Yifei reminded the Grozno director that he had interfered with his sexual advances. The main character threatened the director that he would report the rules violation to the management. Zhao wanted to clarify whether Yifei wanted to clarify the rules in the logistics department. Director Zhao looked sternly at his subordinates and reminded them that he made the rules. The main character, along with his girlfriend Michelle, were surprised and amazed by this response from the principal. Director Zhao told the disgruntled protagonist that he had friends in high places. He also added that he could fire whoever he wanted. Zhao then decided to justify the harassment out loud. He turned to the girl. The principal angrily asked Michelle if he had sexually harassed her. The frightened girl was silent. Michelle felt very frightened. She was extremely embarrassed. Zhao sternly warned the girl that if she said more than she should, that she should prepare to be fired. Michelle's girlfriend was really scared of getting fired. A satisfied Principal Zhao asked the protagonist, "Did he have any more questions?" Yifei told the girl calmly that they had to go. He added that he would follow Chief Zhao's order. In farewell, the boy looked at the principal and said that he hoped he had really strong friends. The main character slammed the door. Zhao was scared and worried. Then the director reached for the phone. He dialed a number and reached Boss Han. Director Zhao told Platoon that he wanted him to help him deal with someone. The protagonist arrived at the port. There he was told that the warehouse he needed was 500 meters from the left turn. Yifei realized that the desired place was very far away. He was walking down the street among people. He thought to himself that his current trip should be counted as a business trip. In parting, Michelle told the guy that he would be away, and he would be there for a week. Yifei thanked his co-worker. The protagonist lit a cigarette. He remembered that Michelle had warned him that the environment in the warehouse was not good. The girl warned her colleague that Chief Zhao might take revenge. The protagonist thought to himself that he shouldn't be afraid of the usual department head. He looked around and realized that this place was terrible. Yifeng, looking at the poor neighborhood, said to himself that it was as if he had been banished from civilization. Only now the guy remembered that he'd picked up the smoking habit again. At that time, a girl approached Yifeng from behind. The guy thought to himself that he wanted to remain a non-smoking, non-drinking gentleman. After that, the protagonist reassured himself that no one would recognize him here. The girl with long pigtails called the main character by name very loudly. Yifei was very much surprised by surprise. The guy asked the girl Xiao with surprise, "What is she doing here?" The girl replied that she was working nearby. Xiao said she was very surprised that the main character was smoking. Yifeng briefly threw the cigarette on the ground. He began to stomp the cigarette butt with all his might and explained to Xiao that he smoked occasionally. The protagonist explained to his surprised girlfriend that this was quite normal for men. Xiao made an obscene gesture and said that she had already seen guys smoking and playing with their thing in their pants. Yifei thought to himself with surprise that girls these days are so mature. Xiao walked with the boy, holding his hand. She asked, "Why did Yifei come here?" The protagonist replied that he had recently been transferred to a local warehouse. The excited girl told Yifei that she would help the guy and take him to the warehouse. The protagonist thanked her. At that time, someone rode up on a motorcycle. Guy asked the girl where she works. He said Xiao's outfit was suspicious. The girl wanted to explain something to the protagonist. At that time, the guys on the motorcycle stopped. One of the guys shouted menacingly at the protagonist to turn around. The motorcyclists turned around and chased the protagonist and the girl. They demanded that they stop. The guy with the bat angrily asked the protagonist, "How dare he insult Chief Zhao?" Next, the motorcycle turned around and headed toward Yifeng and the girl. Xiao was very scared. She hid behind the main character. The guys were riding the motorcycle at full speed. A guy riding a motorcycle prepared to hit the protagonist with a bat. The protagonist dealt with the attackers very quickly. They lay battered on earth. Yifeng asked the motorcyclist if the Zhao sent them to him. The battered motorcycle driver said that Zhao wanted to cripple the protagonist. Yifeng held the assailant by his clothes. The motorcyclist said that Master Hu had sent them. The protagonist thought about it. He remembered that Master Hu's name sounded quite familiar to him. Ethan swung around to hit the motorcyclist who was lying down. He knocked him out completely. Shosho was very scared and excited. She wanted to say something to the main character. The girl decided she had to act faster. She turned to Yifei. The girl asked the protagonist if he was okay. Yifeng replied that he was fine. Xiao asked the protagonist to lend her 2,000 bucks in a modest voice. Yifeng was surprised at such a request. The guy thought that he didn't know Xiao well enough to give her that kind of credit. Yifeng replied to the girl that he didn't have that amount of money right now. Xiao suddenly threw her panties on the protagonist's head. Xiao was hugging the protagonist from behind. She told the surprised Yifeng that she was giving him her panties as collateral. Xiao hugged the protagonist and asked insistently for him to help her. The girl told the guy romantically that she gave him her panties as collateral. Xiao really wanted to get money from Yifeng. She reminded him that her panties had her scent on them. After gathering his thoughts, the protagonist asked in a calm voice, "Why does the girl need so much money?" Xiao began to tell the protagonist that she had her own difficulties. Yifeng suddenly interrupted the girl. After that, the protagonist handed the girl the money and said in a confident voice that he trusted her. Xiao happily kissed the hero and ran. She thanked him as she walked. The protagonist thought to himself that he couldn't stand it when girls cry. After that, the protagonist arrived at his destination at the warehouse depot. The guy was greeted at the warehouse by Dong Chenghuai, the interim supervisor. Yifeng asked Chenghuai how many employees he had in the warehouse. The interim manager replied that there were 11 people in total. Chenghuai shouted to the workers that the manager had arrived and told them to say hello to him. Yifeng said grudgingly that he was hot in here. The workers said hello to the protagonist. Yifeng asked that Chenghuai introduce him to the work processes. The next morning, the protagonist was sitting by himself in his office cubicle. He thought to himself that in principle, he was not so badly off here. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chenghuai walked into the office and suggested that the protagonist go to a place and have a good time. Chenghuai brought his new acquaintance to the King Tiger Karaoke Club. Yifeng liked the place very much. The main character said he wanted to go back to the warehouse. Chenghuai shouted after the main character to wait. Yifeng told his new acquaintance not to call him to such establishments. Chenghuai explained to the protagonist that there was a welcome party going on inside the club. The protagonist did not immediately believe what Chenghuai said. Afterward, Chenghuai once again confirmed that he was inviting his new friend to a good place. He agreed to come in. He performed a few karaoke songs inside the club. Chenghuai was very much surprised by Yifeng's abilities. The main character got almost the maximum number of points for his karaoke contest. The surprised Chenghuai told the protagonist that he had a lot of hidden talents. At this time, Chenghuai waved his hand to someone to the side and told them to come in. The protagonist was wary. The hero was wary. At that time, the door creaked and girls started to enter the hall. All the girls were thin, slim, and tall. The protagonist turned to his friend Don and asked him in surprise, "What is it?" A group of girls stood silently on the stage. Chenghuai replied to the protagonist that he could choose a girl and have a drink. The main character began to dress. He told his friend Don that he thanked him for his good intentions. At this time, Yifeng looked closely at the group of girls. The guy noticed that standing among the girls were his acquaintances Chu Yui and the girl Chu Xiao he had seen recently. Xiao's girlfriend was also very much astonished when she saw the main character. Yifeng was flustered. He couldn't understand what Xiao was doing here. At this time, Xu Yui asked with surprise, "Why is Xiao's face so red?" The guy Don said cheerfully to the protagonist that Xiao and Xu Yui is the most expensive combination set. The protagonist got even more excited. He told Don that he was wrong. Don pointed his finger at the two girls, Xiao and Xu Yu, and told them to keep manager Li company. He told the others to leave. The guy Don shouted out to the main character that the girls next to him is the most popular set of this karaoke club. The main character felt uncomfortable because the girl Xiao was sitting next to him. CCTV cameras were watching everything going on in the club. The surveillance guy spotted the main character sitting with the girls. The guy was amazed. The main character seemed familiar to him. He remembered that the karaoke guest Chief Zhao wanted to punish. The guy jumped up and ran with all his might. He realized that he had to report the protagonist to Brother Hu. The guy opened the door and shouted to Brother Hu that the man Chief Zhao wanted to mutilate had come to their club. The guy noticed that a stranger in a black hoodie and a mask had come in. He was holding the boss with his hand. The stranger demanded that the Tiger brother tell them where they had hidden their goods. The girl told excitedly all the subordinate policemen that they had found the terrorists in a karaoke club in Port-a-Day. She ordered everyone to get into the car. The guy Don approached the protagonist and his girls. He asked with interest, "What are they whispering about?" Suddenly, Shu Yui grabbed and kissed her girlfriend Xiao Xiao. After a very long kiss, Xiao Xiao pulled her head back. Oha was surprised to ask something to Yui. After that, Shu Yui grabbed her girlfriend Xiao Xiao once more and started kissing her. After saying that, the Xiao Xiao girl took her head to the side and touched Shu Yui's shoulder. The protagonist angrily asked the Xiao Xiao girl, "Is she really busy with such a job?" Xiao Xiao said excitedly that her friend Yui's father was in debt. For this reason, she borrowed money from the protagonist. Shui Yui hugged the surprised protagonist and told him that he was really a good person. After that, Shui Yui tearfully asked the protagonist to lend 20,000 to save her father. Afterward, Shui Yui told the main character sadly that she would belong to him if he helped save her father. The main character touched the face of the girl Shu Yui and told her that he couldn't watch women cry. After a short pause, Ifeng asked the girl, "Is her father really here on the 4th floor?" Shu Yui confirmed the protagonist's question. Ifeng stood and told the people around him to wait for him. Don frightenedly asked the protagonist where he was going. Ifeng, in a formidable voice, he told the girl Shu Yui that he would help her repay her father's debt. At this time, on the 8th floor in the manager's office, a stranger was interrogating the tiger's boss. The stranger put his foot on the tiger's head and told him to tell him where the goods were, and he would let him live. The tiger replied in a frightened voice that he would tell him. Brother Hugh's underlings came running up. They shouted to their boss that they could fight the strangers. The tiger showed his hand to his subordinates not to move. The lying boss told the frightened subordinates not to shoot or they would die. The subordinates were very much surprised by the boss's words. At this time, someone on a video link said that there was bad news and they were surrounded by police. The karaoke club was full of cops. Captain Gu ordered Team 2 to move towards the entrance. Someone asked the Kun guy, "Where are the cops now?" He confirmed that they were surrounding the building. The stranger in black told the Hugh boss to have his men guard the merchandise. At that time, the Kun guy heard a very suspicious sound coming from outside. He turned around to the side. At that time, a powerful shot rang out, hitting the Kun guy in the head. An image of a woman appeared on the screen. She said with a smile to the bandits that it was time for fun. The woman told the gunmen to clear their throats while they waited for her. The stranger in black asked Victor's boss if he knew who had just come to them. The boss revealed that the girl in the red beret is named Beyoncé Medici. This Beyoncé girl is in the French National Gendarmerie. Beyoncé is the strongest among the officers. They call her the red-headed sly fox. Police officers broke into the premises and opened school fire on the bandits. A red-haired masked gunman said the police were going to break through the 6th floor. The red-headed thug was shot by a Korean Special Forces professional, Choi Seondo. Choi Sando kept shooting. He was good at sneak attacks and had the nickname Ghost. One bandit radioed his associates on the lower floors and asked for help, at which time a gun barrel was pointed at him. The Special Police Unit also has someone in charge of digital warfare. The digital wrestling expert is French officer Barty, nicknamed Electric Mouse. One of the thugs told the Who boss that their security cameras were down. The police still made it through the 6th floor. The stranger in black said he didn't need to stay very long. He said he had to go get the goods. The stranger added that his subordinate Victor was staying in charge. The boss in black instructed his subordinates that when it was over, they were to meet at the assembly point. Victor turned to the Hugh boss and demanded that he find him 2 of the best girls. Hugh boss told Victor excitedly that he was bringing him a girl named Lily Love. Victor hesitated and dreamed. He said softly that the name Lily Love sounded not bad at all. On the 4th floor in the entertainment room was playing music from a gramophone. A gangster named San Lee said that the music sounded unpleasant to him. San Lee Zakuran told the old man Su grudgingly that he was taking a very long time to pay him back. Then San Lee told the old man that he had taken 20,000. The sum with interest came to 140,000. San Lee suggested to the old man that he sell his daughter for a karaoke club to pay back his debt. Old man Su said excitedly to the San Lee bandit that he had only one daughter. San Lee took a drag on his cigarette smoke and said he was offering the old man 150,000. Shi Yui's father replied to the bandit that he would sell his beautiful daughter for no less than 200,000. Sun Li liked the old man's answer. Sun Li said that they had finally found the right solution. At this time, the guards stood near the entrance to the office. The main character burst into the office. He started beating and disarming the bandits. San Hu wanted to tell the old man, "What is the difference between them and ordinary bandits?" San Li told slowly that they have guns, and Boss Hu is the chief in Southeast Asia. Yifeng at this time disarmed another bandit with his foot. Old man Su wanted to warn San Li of the danger he was in. San Li threateningly demanded that the old man not interrupt him. Old man Su held out his hand. He wanted to say something. At that time, the protagonist grabbed the head of the bandit San Li with his hand. The protagonist sternly asked the San Li what floor his boss was on. The bandit started shouting, calling for his guards. Yifeng threw Sanli off the chair with a strong blow. Afterward, the protagonist asked Su Yui's father if he really wanted to sell his daughter. The old man asked the boy in surprise, "What does this have to do with him?" Yifeng put the money on the table. The protagonist told the old man in a confident voice that he would repay his debt for his daughter. A group of bandits opened the door on the 7th floor. The leader shouted that the cops were going to break through the 6th floor. The bandits heard the sound of an elevator coming. The leader told his underlings to wait. The ringleader told his subordinates to get ready. The elevator arrived on the 7th floor. The bandits put their sights on the elevator doors. The doors opened. The bandits noticed that the elevator was empty and there was a flashbang grenade on the floor. There was a huge explosion. When Beyoncé's girlfriend jumped from the top of the elevator into the car. Without wasting a moment, Beyoncé opened fire on the thugs. The bullets from the girl's gun hit all the standing bandits. The ringleader wanted his accomplices to kill the girl as soon as possible. An armed SWAT officer named Barty ran into the room with a rifle. Barty began firing confidently at the bandits in the hallway, killing them on the spot. Barty yelled to Beyoncé's girlfriend that it was clear. At that time, Beyoncé heard gunshots from behind. The girl noticed the bandit standing in front of her, who was protected by an armored shield. Beyoncé yelled that the bandit had a shield. At this time, a bright white glow flashed from the shield. The bandit stuck his shield out in front and started shooting at the girl Beyoncé and her partner Barty with a gun. Barty's boyfriend was wounded by enemy fire. His partner Beyoncé continued shooting. The bullets couldn't hurt Bandit because they hit the armored shield. Beyoncé called her colleague's name in fright. Barty replied that he was fine and asked the girl to cover him. Barty watched fearfully as a bandit with an armored shield rushed against him at full speed. The whole building of the karaoke club was occupied by different people. The most violent massacre took place on the 7th floor. The main character was on the 4th floor. Beyoncé's girlfriend fired mercilessly at the bandit, reloading her magazine. Her bullets hit the armored shield. The bandit got very close to the girl, and with all his might knocked her rifle so that it shattered into pieces. Beyoncé's girlfriend was left lying on the floor. The bandit's name was Van Da. He had a rank. Van Da told the girl that he defeated her because he used an exoskeleton. Beyoncé looked to the side and saw that Barty's boyfriend was lying against the wall. The girl said to Van Da, which is no wonder he moved so easily with his shield. After which the girl took out a rope and offered her opponent to fight for nothing. Wang Da was very much astonished. He asked the girl in surprise, "Does she really want to defeat him in close combat?" After that, Van Da accelerated and shouted to the girl that he was about to teach her a lesson. Beyoncé's girlfriend quickly and deftly dodged the thug's punch. He couldn't get her. The Beyoncé girl deftly used her metal string to grab the Van Da bandit by his arm. The bandit was startled to realize that the girl had found a loophole. Van Da decided to himself that he should not allow himself to be wounded. After that, the girl threw down her metal thread with which she held the bandit's arm. The girl with a professional and quick dodging motion and was able to hit Van Da. The bandit looked at his hand and noticed a serious cut on it. At the same time, the smoke screen was activated. Van Da, standing in the puffs of smoke, thought fearfully, his vision now blocked. Beyoncé's girl is on a high-speed run. She decided to take a flying leap at the bandit. Very quickly, the girl was able to get up and wrap her wire around the bandit from behind. Van Da remembered a henchman warning him about the murderous red leaf wire. The bandit realized that the girl was attacking him from above. He grabbed the wire with his hands. Beyoncé's girlfriend looked at the thug with consternation. Van Da shouted groggily to her rival that he had finally caught her. Then the thug turned around and managed to grab the girl with his hand. He knocked her to the ground. Boyance was knocked unconscious by the powerful blow. The bandit swung around to finish her off. The exhausted Boyance girl stared unseeingly in front of her. On the 4th floor, police officer Lin Qiang walked by herself through the corridors. She recalled how Captain Gu had promised to bring his team. Captain Gu told police Lin Qiang that the 6th floor needed support. He told her to go in the back with the team. Lin Qiang looked carefully in front of her and noticed that the entrance was blocked. A policewoman heard loud cries for help. She was frightened and surprised. Lin Kun noticed as something began to cling to her shirt and it began to tear. The cop realized she would have to move forward slowly. She heard a woman's voice ahead. The policewoman ran. She shouted loudly ahead that she was on her way. Suddenly, Lin Qiang stopped. She felt that she couldn't advance any further. The policewoman felt that if she moved now, her clothes would be torn to shreds. Lin Qiang continued to hear long cries for help very close by. Police Lin Qiang stood in indecision. She unhooked her clothes and decided to move on. An agitated policewoman decided she had to slow down or all her clothes would rip. At this time, Lin Qiang heard a suspicious buzzing sound nearby. Something was flying near her. Looking closely, Lin Qiang noticed that a huge and dangerous wasp was flying beside her. The policewoman thought to herself fearfully, what could a wasp be doing in a place like this? The woman was frightened. She could not understand why the wasp had landed on her chest. The insect looked at the policewoman carefully and slyly. Lin Qiang thought that if she didn't move, the wasp wouldn't sting her. At this time, the wasp rose from the body of the Ling and prepared to fly away quietly. The police line still continued to hear cries for help. At this time, the police Ling Qiang heard the wasp fly towards her from behind again. The woman realized the scream was coming from the room next door. Police Ling Qiang tensed up with all her might. She told herself that she didn't have much left. As the cops struggled to make her way forward, Lin Qiang thought sure to herself that she is not so easy to stop. She must save the girl calling for help. The policewoman shouted to herself that she could do it. She sprinted forward, losing some of her clothes. Lin Qiang shouted loudly forward. She was on her way. She ran to the door and opened it. A policewoman ran into the room. She yelled for no one to move. She noticed the main character inside, surrounded by several girls. The policewoman was very surprised to see a Li-Fi in such a place. While on the 8th floor, the Vanda bandit prepared to finish off Beyoncé Medici lying on the ground. Vanda prepared to hit the girl lying in front of him with all his might. In the end, his fist hit the floor. The bandit was unable to finish off Beyoncé as he was prevented by the drone's powerful shield. Barty came to his senses. He was sending small drones to the aid of his colleague Beyoncé. Vanda bandit was really pissed off. He couldn't handle the drones in front of him. The bandit menacingly asked the Beyoncé did the woman think she had led him into a trap. Beyoncé's girlfriend shouted to her coworker Suya to launch an attack. The SWAT officer with the automatic rifle began to move slowly toward the Vanda bandit, firing as he went. The policeman kept firing in the direction of the bandit. He was slowly approaching. Vanda turned around unhappily. He realized that he hadn't noticed the man with the gun behind him. Vanda realized that the policeman could damage his exoskeleton with his shots. Vanda Grozno shouted to his opponents and asked, did they really think he was so easy to deal with? He was able to fend off the drones around him. Then the bandit turned around and managed to reach the Barty boy. He grabbed him with his hand. After that, Thug Vanda threw Barty in the direction of the cop with the gun. Beyoncé Medici girl came to her senses and prepared to attack further with her wire. The girl wrapped her wire around the bandit from behind. Vanda shouted to her rival that it was useless. The thug menacingly reminded the Beyoncé girl that it didn't work last time. At that time, there was shooting from the side and bullets hit the bandit's arm. Vanda was angry. He did not understand who could have shot at him. During this time, Captain Gu came to the aid of his colleagues. He continued firing. The bandit Wanda turned to Captain Gu and said angrily that they had killed many yellow monkeys. Captain Gu continued shooting and shouted to the bandit that they had killed many like him during the invasion of Korea. The Vanda bandit continued to defend himself from the bullets flying at him with his shield. Beyoncé's girlfriend was still sitting on top of him. Captain Gu fired 2 pistols at the bandit. He hit the rear shield. Vanda thought excitedly to himself that this was not good. The bandit then threw his shield at full speed towards his opponent. Beyoncé warned the Jiu captain to be careful. Captain Gu ducked very deftly in time to protect himself from the shield flying at him. At which time the Vanda bandit sensed that he was starting to have trouble with his exoskeleton. Captain Gu flew up to the bandit very quickly. He dodged all the blows that Vanda wanted to throw at him. The thug called his rival a bloody yellow monkey and said he was going to die. Suddenly, the bandit noticed that Captain Gu had disappeared somewhere. At that time, the man was behind him. Captain Gu swung his foot to finish off the bandit. He yelled that he was a descendant of the Chinese army, and then the man swung and kicked the thug's leg with all his might. The Vanda bandit flew into the wall at full speed. The impact was so powerful that the Vanda took out a wall. The thug was lying unconscious. Beyoncé commanded that the medical brigade be called. Captain Gu said cheerfully that they were finally done with the bandit. Captain Gu asked Red Fox why she came up with such a risky plan. Beyoncé explained that as soon as she saw Vanda's exoskeleton, she knew it was the only plan that would work. Captain Gu asked that if they had such a hard time with Vanda, how would they now cope with Victor? Red Fox asked his colleague, is he really afraid? Captain Gu said that if he had been afraid, he would have been ridiculed by Old Shu long ago. The captain, together with his colleagues, went on further searches. At this time, Victor was watching the progress of the enforcers through the videotape. He was unhappy because Vanda had failed. In the end, Victor crushed the phone with anger and decided that he would have to deal with everything himself. That's when Boss Hu came running up. He called out to Mr. Victor and wanted to tell him something. Boss Hu told Victor he had transferred the girls. It was Xiao Xiao, and together with her Shu Yui. On the 4th floor, a policewoman was asking a frightened leafy guy with great interest how he had gotten here. The policewoman angrily asked the protagonist, did he come here to have fun with prostitutes? The protagonist tried to justify himself. The protagonist realized that he got into this situation completely by accident. Yifeng beat up the girl Shu's father, and after that they came to an agreement, but the old man locked him in a room. The main character tried to find a way out, but found a secret room with girls. Then they jumped him. The policeman yelled angrily to the guy that he couldn't answer her question. Yifeng realized that the girl wouldn't believe his story. The guy pointed a sudden finger at the policewoman and asked if she needed to change her clothes. The policewoman was shy. She wanted to hit the guy with her baton and asked him where he was looking. The police line didn't have time to hit the head hero. She started to lose consciousness. The guy ran up to the girl and picked her up. He got really excited. Yifeng excitedly examined the Lin woman. He noticed that there was a wasp sitting on her throat. The protagonist realizes that the Lin could have been sent. Now the life of a policewoman is in danger and he needs to take action. Yifeng crushed the wasp with a violent movement. He realized that he would now have to suck out the poison. Police Lin in a scared voice first asked the guy what he wanted to suck. After that, the girl shoved the guy away from her and yelled that he was a pervert. The protagonist said in a confident and frightened voice that he would not let the woman die in front of him. The woman was surprised at such words. She looked at the protagonist in surprise. The policeman's Lin yelled to Yifeng that she was all right. The guy said fearfully that the poison in the girl's body must be at the level of her leg. Yifeng said to avoid embarrassment. He closes his eyes and sucks out the poison, although it will be difficult. The guy touched the girl's stomach with his lips. She screamed that it was her stomach. Lin yelled for the guy to go lower. Yifeng replied that he knew where it was. The protagonist looked at the big chest of the surprised policeman. He decided that the right place was here. After that, Yifeng grabbed the girl's shoulder with his lips. He thought to himself what it was like. In a romantic impulse, Yifeng thought it was like licking ice cream for him. Yifeng, still licking his shoulder, asked Lin, "Is this the right place?" The policewoman said it was the shoulder and that the guy needed to go lower. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, lowered himself to the foot of the Lin. He decided that the site of the infection was here. The girl started fighting back and waving the guy off with her baton. She yelled for him to get away from her. After calming down a bit, the policewoman said she got worried when she saw Yifeng's face nearby. The protagonist said that he had to save the girl's life. Then the protagonist walked up to the girl. Lin grabbed and kissed her with his eyes closed. The protagonist felt a strange feeling and an unusual sensation for him. Yifeng detachedly felt as if he were in a field with flowers that were full of life. The Lin was very confused. The protagonist couldn't understand why he couldn't suck out the poison. The policewoman grabbed the guy's head with her hand and yelled that he was an idiot. Lin forcefully pulled the guy's head down and said shyly, "Her foot here." Yifeng told the shy girl that since the place was here, he would start sucking out the poison. After the suction procedure, the protagonist spit out the contaminated blood from his mouth. He told the girl that her life would not be in danger now. Yifeng explained to the policewoman that she had been stung by a very poisonous wasp. He added that the Lin was very lucky to have him around. The protagonist looked around in surprise and noticed that the policewoman had escaped. At that time on the 8th floor, Boss Victor was sitting on the sofa surrounded by two girls. Victor asked the girl Xiao Xiao to show him her performance. Afterwards, he told Shu Yu that he had a proposal for her. At this time, Beyonce's girlfriend and her co-workers were sitting near the entrance to the room. At this time, Victor told the girl Shu Yu that her father owed money and was being held on the 4th floor. Beyonce told her co-workers that Victor was inside and to get ready. Captain Gu S asked the woman, "What is Victor doing?" The girl replied to the captain, "The lip that the report reported the great lasciviousness of Victor's boss." Beyonce added to the outraged Captain Gu that Victor would pursue the woman using different methods. At this time, Victor slyly told the Shu Yui girl that he would let her father go if she had a couple drinks with him. Shu Yui was incredulous at Victor's words. At that time, Victor discreetly threw a pill into the glass. Victor handed the girl a glass with a drink. He thought to himself that once she drank, he could do anything he wanted to her. Shu Yui held out her trembling hand for the drink glass. At this time, Beyonce ran into the room and yelled for Victor to stop. The girl grabbed her wire to use against Victor. She yelled to the boss that he was going to die today. Victor jumped to his feet. He asked the Beyonce girl in surprise, had the girl finally arrived? Victor then kicked the table with all his might. He shoved the Shu Yui girl aside, as Captain Gu flew overhead to attack Victor. Captain Gu grabbed Victor's arm with his hands during the landing. Captain Gu pounded Victor with all his might. Beyonce's girlfriend threw a wire over the boss's head at the same time. Afeng went up to the 4th floor in the karaoke club and saw a girl running away there. The guy was surprised. He didn't understand what had happened and why everyone around him was panicking. Suddenly, the protagonist was startled. He heard the loud sound of a gunshot. Yifeng immediately plopped down on the floor. He decided to protect himself from the flying bullets after the shots. The chief couldn't understand why he hadn't heard gunshots before. He thought that this place had good soundproofing. Yifeng realized that the shots were coming from around the corner. He pulled himself up and scrutinized what was happening around the corner. There was gunfire in the center of the great hall. There were dead bodies everywhere. The bandit put a gun to the girl's head and shouted to the police that if they came near, he would kill her. Yifeng thought there was a terrorist attack. A policeman shouted at the bandits to surrender. The criminals responded by opening fire and shouting that they would kill the police officers. The bandits shot at the policeman. They hid behind a table to escape the bullets. The ringleader had the girl in his sights. He shouted to the policemen that if they fired, they would kill the hostages at once. Ethan thought to himself excitedly that the matter was bad. A little earlier, police officers were communicating with Beyoncé's girlfriend Medici to help her storm the 8th floor. Beyoncé told a flustered Captain Gu that Victor has hostages that he will use as human shields, so they can only count on themselves. Beyoncé commanded her subordinate Sue to find a normal position. We needed to distract Victor from the hostages and strike one last blow. The girl prepared to grab Victor with her wire and shouted that his misdeeds had come to an end. Beyoncé put a wire around Victor's neck. It had no effect on the thug. The girl wondered. Victor asked angrily, did Beyoncé really think her tactics would work on him? Victor put his hand on Captain Gu's head and said in an important voice that he was the Russian superior captain. There was some kind of impact. Victor's body began to transform. He tossed aside Captain Beyoncé Medici's girlfriend. Victor's bandit body became covered in advanced nanobronze. He asked angrily to the police officers, did they really want to defeat him with such tactics? A refreshed Victor told the cops that they would use their own blood. The bandit appeared to be clad in the latest and most impenetrable nano-armor. Beyoncé Medici girl thought fearfully to herself that the nano-armor was supposed to be still in development. Overjoyed, Victor decided to try 20% of the power of his nano-armor first. Then Victor accelerated out of his seat and sprinted toward Captain Gu and the Beyoncé girl. Victor then grabbed Captain Gu with a swing and knocked him to the floor with all his might. Beyoncé, looking at Victor in the nanosuit, thought fearfully that he was very fast. As the police sniper approached the scene with his rifle, the sniper decided to hit Victor with his rifle. He took him in his sights. Looking closely through the scope, the policeman noticed that Victor had suddenly disappeared. Victor came up behind Sniper and said he looked like a rat. The policeman turned around and opened maximum fire with his rifle on the bandit. The sniper ran out of bullets. Victor asked the policeman with interest if he was tired of wasting bullets. The sniper couldn't figure out what kind of armor Victor was wearing. He thought his nanosuit was the latest. Victor then increased the power of his nanoskeleton to 30%. He prepared to hit the policeman. The bandit hit the sniper and shouted that this was the killer difference in ability. The cop was knocked aside by a powerful blow from Victor. Beyoncé Medici's girlfriend ran up to her coworker Tsui with fright. She shouted his name. Tsui lay on the ground unmoving. He couldn't fight any longer. At that time, the bandit Victor ran up to Tsui and started beating his body against the floor with all his might. Medici's girlfriend was scared. She couldn't help her coworker. Victor looked at Beyoncé and shouted to her that he'd already gotten rid of the rats. Victor looked angrily at the girl nicknamed Red Fox and said that she was the only one left. Beyoncé wasn't about to give up. She angrily called Victor by name. The girl prepared to use her wire. She shouted to the bandit that she would fight even if she was alone. The protagonist looked closely at the bandits who had taken hostages. The shootout with the police continued. Ethan couldn't decide whether he should have rescued the hostages or not. He remembered that he couldn't save everyone, and he needed to assess the situation soberly. The guy listened to the hostages' cries for help. Ethan realized there were security cameras. If he did anything, his identity would be revealed. Yifeng heard a huge anger inside him. An inner voice advised him to leave the police behind. If he left now, he could live a normal life. The protagonist was struggling with several thoughts. He couldn't decide what to do. The girls were screaming for help. The police didn't know how they could save the hostages. The protagonist angrily thought to himself that he would leave this place and continue his peaceful life. Ethan decided to himself that he needed to warn the girls. He picked up his phone to make a call. The guy called Xiao Xiao's girlfriend's phone and told her that the karaoke club had become dangerous. They should leave the place immediately. At that time, the bandit Victor answered the phone. He asked, "Is Burkett calling him?" Victor added that if he wanted to save his favorite girl, he should come to the 8th floor. Victor held the girl Beyoncé Medici's hand. He asked the protagonist, has he forgotten his old friend? At the end, Victor told the protagonist that if he walked too long, his friends might die. The protagonist remembered the instruction of his military commander. All of them, as soldiers, must defend their country. After that, Yifeng turned off the phone. Now he had to go help the Xiao Xiao girl. It was hard for the protagonist to just leave now. He realized that he had to rescue the hostages and the girl Xiao Xiao. Victor held the girl Beyoncé's hand and told her that he now understood why those dared to attack him. The bandit said joyfully that the secret weapon of the police turned out to be a special forces Burkut. The girl was surprised that Burkut was here too. Oh shouted to the bandit that he would not run away. Victor told Beyoncé that she really had grand plans. Victor asked the Beyoncé police officer why she's been following him for 2 years. Beyoncé Medici asked Victor if he remembered that terrorist attack in Flower City a couple years ago. Beyoncé told the thug that her girlfriend had died in the attack. When she found out Victor was behind the attack, she vowed to make him answer for what he had done. Victor impatiently shouted to Beyonce that she was about to meet her girlfriend. He was getting ready to hit her.
At that time, a sudden shot rang out and a bullet hit Victor in the head. It was Captain Gu who fired.
Victor was surprised that the captain was still alive. Beyonce's girlfriend yelled at her coworker to get out of here. Captain Gu replied that escape was not his style. He took aim and began to shoot the bandit further. Victor then threw the Beyonce girl with a big swing in the captain's direction. The bandit yelled to the captain to pick up the gift. Beyonce Medici's girlfriend flew at him at high speed. The girl knocked Captain Gu off his feet at high speed. Bandit Victor was smiling contentedly. Captain Gu told the fallen Beyonce girl that she simply lacked practice. He touched and noticed that she had soft muscles on her chest. Taking a closer look, Captain Gu was surprised to notice that Beyonce Medici girl has breasts. A shocked Captain Gu reminded her colleague that she had said she had a girlfriend. Medici asked Captain Gu calmly, "Hasn't he seen lesbians?" The girl shouted to the captain that they could defeat Victor if they worked together with the Golden Eagle. Captain Gu asked Beyonce with surprise, was the Golden Eagle really part of her plan from the beginning? Victor angrily asked the police officers, do they really want to beat him with the bear cut? At this time in the harbor, against the background of the setting sun, the loading of goods on the ship was taking place. The leader ordered his subordinates to load all of Master Xianzhe's goods onto the ship. A subordinate asked Master Xianzhe in a black hoodie, why are there no people at the back entrance of the karaoke club? At this time, a deadly wasp suddenly flew towards Master Xianzhe and prepared to land on his finger. The master looked at the wasp and said judiciously that this warrior was as deadly as the Reaper of Souls. A subordinate informed the Master of Information from Intelligence that the Golden Eagle is already in the city. It is assumed that the Golden Eagle may take part in the operation. The master replied grudgingly that there was a hierarchy even among warlords. At this time, Victor told a surprised Beyonce girl that Berkut is ranked 43rd among the warlords. He is ranked 9th. He is also ranked 9th. Captain Gu and the Beyonce girl looked at their opponent with great consternation. Victor asked angrily to his opponents, did they really want to beat him with the help of some Berkut? The girl shouted disappointedly to herself that she had miscalculated. Captain Gu wanted to say something in support of her. Xiao and her friend Shu Yui looked on apprehensively. Captain Gu ordered Beyonce to stop whimpering. Captain Gu jumped up and said menacingly that the concept of surrender did not exist in the vocabulary of the descendants of warriors. Victor asked the captain, was his father a soldier? He added that his father must have been a deserter if he had raised such a son. Captain Gu said that his father sacrificed his life on the battlefield. He also added that Victor will pay with his life for the insult. The bandit cheered up. He asked the captain angrily what he could do to him. Captain Gu accelerated. He decided to kick the bandit's leg at full speed. The captain struck Victor in the face with maximum force from the acceleration. The policeman then beat Victor with all his might, hitting him on the body. Captain Victor was carried far away from the wall by the powerful blows. Xiao and Shu Yu watched the fight fearfully. Captain Gu angrily demanded of Victor that he apologize, after which he knocked the bandit's hand with a swing. Victor wasn't too impressed by the blow. Captain Gu was very surprised, after which the bandit Victor kicked the captain with all his strength so that he flew far away. Victor watched as the departing captain crashed far into the wall. The bandit said he had used up about half of his armor's potential. He asked the Jew captain, what's the name of that move he just used? Captain Gu replied to the bandit that he used a move called the Polar Bear Hammer. The captain thought to himself that he'd used all his strength and Victor hadn't gotten a scratch on him, while gunfire continued on the 4th floor. The leader told his subordinates to use their full firepower. Police officers sitting in cover radioed that the perpetrators had hostages and needed help. A policeman came out of hiding and started shooting. A colleague shouted that the bandits had hostages. The policeman managed to wound one of the criminals. The ringleader, holding the girl back, shouted to a subordinate to cover them with a smoke grenade as soon as possible. After the grenade, the whole place was filled with smoke. The leader told his subordinates that it was time to leave. He ordered the rest of the bandits to grab the hostages. The bandit shouted to the sitting hostages to get up as soon as possible. At this time, the protagonist appeared in front of the criminal. The bandit pointed his gun at Yifeng and asked the man angrily who he was. After that, the guy hit the intruder with all his might. The ringleader told the girl that he would kill her if she didn't serve him well. At that time, the main character's footsteps sounded. Yifeng walked and counted something out loud to himself. He walked over and told the surprised bandits that he had collected 10 pieces of trash. The protagonist, looking at the bandits, remembered that he had spent his whole life defending the country as Berkut. The bandits were holding hostages at gunpoint. Yifeng remembered that he didn't want to see innocent people die in Huas. The protagonist didn't want to watch families fall apart. The leader was holding the girl at gunpoint. He remembered very clearly his army oath to protect the country from external threats. And among those the protagonist defended were those who turned into scum. The ringleader commanded his subordinate bandits to open fire. Ethan thought he was just picking up a weapon and using it to bully people. The criminals opened a barrage of fire in the direction of the protagonist. He covered himself with the body of one of the bandits. The protagonist covered himself from gunshots with the body of the perpetrator. He thought that sometimes a shadow of doubt appeared in his heart. The ringleader at this time was furiously firing his weapon towards the protagonist. For a moment, the protagonist wondered if everything he'd done was worth it. Ethan covered himself with the bandit's body and ran at the criminals. The leader shouted to his subordinates not to let the boy get to them. The protagonist threw the body of one of his accomplices at the rest of the bandits. One of the bandits commanded the protagonist to drop his weapon. Yifeng hit the criminal with a precise shot, after which the protagonist began professionally shooting at the bandits, hitting them. The bandits couldn't hit the protagonist with return fire. One of the shots from the Ethan hit the hand of one of the perpetrators. He dropped the gun, after which the protagonist kicked one of the criminals with all his might. Yifeng continued to hit the bandits around him with pistol shots in cold blood. Another hit criminal dropped his machine gun. The protagonist fired his pistols, covering himself from front and back. The criminals couldn't stand up to the protagonist. He was hitting them. The protagonist used 2 guns to hit the criminals around him. Yifeng managed to turn around in time to shoot the bandits dead on the sides. Gradually, the bandits around the protagonist became fewer and fewer. Eventually, a white cloud of smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. You couldn't see anything. The police officers stood up fearfully from behind cover. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. The leader was very frightened. He realized he couldn't escape now. Then the main character's footsteps sounded. Yifeng asked the terrified hostage, how could he get to the 8th floor as soon as possible? The police heard some cries for help in the smokescreen. They didn't understand what was going on there. When the smoke cleared, the police saw the ringleader tied up. There were various inscriptions all over his body. The bandit Victor was heading in the direction of Captain Gu. He motioned for him to continue. Captain Gu gathered his strength and jumped to his feet. He shouted angrily to Victor that he agreed, after which Captain Gu accelerated to strike his opponent. The captain decided to hit Victor with all his might to knock him off his feet. The bandit prepared to defend himself. Victor began the process of activating and strengthening his nanoskeleton for defense. Captain Gu wanted to hit the criminal, but Victor blocked his blow with his hand in time. The captain continued to strike Victor indiscriminately. He defended himself. Victor couldn't understand what was happening. It was getting harder and harder for him to defend himself. The bandit felt the captain's right-handed blows getting harder and harder for him. Victor felt the policeman's blows already pushing him back. The girls excitedly watched the battle. Beyoncé yelled for Captain Gu to cheer him on. Beyoncé's girlfriend shouted to the captain that he could defeat the enemy. Victor could no longer defend himself properly. Victor decided to increase the power of his nanoskeleton by 60% to give himself more strength. Captain Gu felt that he no longer had enough strength in his punch to stand up to the bandits. Captain Gu no longer had the strength to fight like before. He couldn't understand what had happened. Victor angrily told the captain that the man's right arm was cybernetic. A couple years ago, Captain Gu was in the hospital. The doctor showed him an X-ray of his chest with shrapnel in it. The captain sat and looked closely at the photograph. The doctor congratulated the policeman as he was able to survive. After a short pause, the medic wanted to tell Captain Gu some very unpleasant news. The captain looked and saw that he had an artificial arm. The doctor told the police officer that he had amputated his arm and replaced it with a prosthetic. He added that a disabled person could not serve on the police force, and so the captain could retire. After calming down a bit, Captain Gu asked the doctor if he could use his prosthetic to pick things up. The doctor assured him that he could cover the prosthesis with artificial skin, and the hand would look like a real one. Captain Gu seriously asked the doctor if he could conceal his condition. The doctor was worried. He turned around and asked the captain excitedly what he was up to. The policeman said menacingly that he wanted to continue his career even with a prosthesis. The doctor told the captain that he would make his life difficult for him if he did so. The medic then placed a chair in the center of the room. The medic seriously asked the patient why he wanted to remain a police officer. Captain Gu replied confidently to the doctor that he wanted to protect the weak. Now the policeman was fighting one-on-one with Victor. Captain Gu with all his might struck the bandit Victor's fist with his hand. He remembered to himself that he was defending justice. The policeman continued to fight mercilessly. He thought he had inherited his father's personality. The fire of justice burned in his chest. Captain Gu kept trying to finish Victor off. The policeman thought angrily to himself that he couldn't stand the villain snooping around freely. The captain thought to himself excitedly that his justice would continue to burn. He swung around for another blow. The captain prepared to dodge another blow from the bandit. He thought his fury had made him lose his temper at an important moment. Captain Gu, looking at Victor, realized that at that moment death itself was smiling at him. Unexpectedly, at the most important moment, luckily for Captain Gu, Beyonce's girlfriend, Medici, intervened. Beyonce's girlfriend swung her leg at Victor in flight. The sound of the impact brought Captain Goo back to reality. The rescued Captain Goo thanked the Red Fox. The girl asked if the policeman was all right. Beyonce yelled to the captain to start using their proper tactics. The girl decided that she had found a chance to attack. Victor shouted to the policeman that they had indeed found their own death. Beyonce stood determined to block another blow from Victor. Victor, a bandit, kicked Captain Goo with all his might. He flew right off. The captain swept the Beyonce Medici girl off her feet in flight. He marveled at the force of Victor's blow. Beyonce and her colleague flew off into the wall from a strong blow. When the girl came to her senses, she said it was painful. The girl had a very bad headache. Captain Goo, lying on the ground, began to regain consciousness. Beyonce said grudgingly to the captain that they had already agreed on how to attack. The girl looked at her colleague and was surprised. The captain yelled to the girl that she couldn't block Victor's punch. His arm was damaged. At which time a police line decided to go through the ceiling to the 8th floor. Suddenly the ceiling collapsed and the police line fell from a great height to the floor. She looked around and couldn't quite figure out where she was. The policewoman stood up and looked around. She thought happily that she had finally made it to the 8th floor. The policewoman contacted her subordinates. A colleague told her not to rush into battle but to wait for their unit. The policeman shouted to his colleague that the fight would be very dangerous for her. Lin Qiang replied that she was immediately going to attack. The woman then turned off her radio and pulled out a gun. She was preparing to attack. Lin Qiang ran confidently forward with her weapon. She thought to herself that she would soon come to the rescue. At which time the bandit Victor hit Captain Goo in the face with all his might. Victor angrily told his opponent that his movements were already slowing down. Victor told the policeman that he had waited a long time for this. He asked the captain, "Is this really all there is to it?" The angry captain prepared for another attack. He decided to use an 8-degree fist. The captain swung around to strike Victor with all his might with a crushing hammer. Gangster Victor defended himself from the blow. He increased the strength of his nanoskeleton to 70%. Afterward, Victor grabbed the captain's head and asked, "Is this really all his power?" And then Victor slammed the captain to the floor so hard it cracked. The captain was slammed to the floor by a tremendous blow. He couldn't resist any longer. The bandit grabbed Captain Goo with his hand and threw him aside with all his might. Victor continued to beat up the policeman. He asked angrily to the Jew captain, "Does the latter still call himself a soldier?" Beyonce Medici's girlfriend called out to her co-worker with consternation. The captain would be unconscious by now. Victor once again accelerated to throw Captain Goo. He yelled that he could no longer call himself a police officer. After a powerful throw, Captain Goo flew at high speed past Beyonce and hit the wall. Beyonce's girlfriend looked at the recumbent captain with a slumped look. She said there was a very big difference between the ranks. Beyonce dropped to her knees. She said there was no chance of winning. Victor shouted that all men in this country are trash. Victor told the girl angrily that it was her turn now. At this time, the captain woke up. He demanded that Victor take back all the insults. Captain Goo was barely on his feet. He threatened Victor that he would kill him. Beyonce was surprised that her colleague was alive. Victor staggered. He turned around and headed in the direction of the captain's Goo. The thug standing next to the captain interjected. "What did he say?" Beyonce yelled to Victor to stop. Captain Goo gathered his last strength and wanted to remind Victor to take back his words. After which Victor swung around and hit Captain Goo with all his might. The bandit demanded that the policeman speak louder. Captain Goo shouted at the bandit to take back what he said. Victor then slapped the captain's hand with all his might and shouted that he couldn't hear a thing. A surprised and stunned Beyonce Medici watched as the captain was beaten. Victor shouted to the policeman that he was babbling but couldn't fight back. Captain Goo was on his knees. At which time Victor swung around to hit him again. The thug hit the policeman with all his might and shouted that Captain Goo's father was also trash. The policeman briefly lost consciousness from the strong blow. He remembered that he had said in the hospital that his father had been a righteous man all his life. Looking at his hand, Captain Goo said he inherited his father's character from him. He can't watch the weak being bullied. Captain Goo clenched his hand in a fist and told the doctor that with this he could continue to protect people. The hand would be justice for him. The medic asked with interest to the policeman, "Is justice the reason for his obstinacy?" Eventually, the doctor conciliatory told the captain that he would cover up his condition. The medic warned the cop that the process would involve the nervous system directly. At this time, Victor tapped Captain Goo's arm with a swing and asked, "Is the prosthesis his secret weapon?" From the powerful blow on Captain Goo's arm was pierced by a very intense pain. Victor kept tapping his foot on the policeman's arm. He shouted excitedly that he had already broken it. Captain Goo shouted with pain in his voice that his arm hurt very badly. The bandit told the policeman that he would keep him alive if Captain Goo barked. The policeman wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Victor shouted that he couldn't hear anything. Captain Gu shouted menacingly that a policeman should be ready to sacrifice his life at any moment. Victor and Beyoncé were very much surprised. The bandit was still holding the captain. The policeman could say nothing more. Victor told the captain angrily that he had already made his choice. He swung around to finish the cop off. Victor didn't have time to land the decisive blow. Someone behind him yelled for the bandit to stop and raise his hands. A Lin girl ran into the room. She shouted menacingly that she was a police officer. The policewoman told Victor to turn around very slowly. She had him in her sights. The policewoman commanded the thug Victor to let go of Captain Gu and slowly turned around. The girls were very happy to see a police officer show up. Beyoncé was surprised that Officer Lin arrived on time. She had the bandit in her sights. She asked the captain if the man was all right. Captain Gu shouted excitedly for Ling Qiang to stay back. Victor still had his hand on the captain's head. He swung around with all his might, knocking the girl's Lin with his hand. Then the bandit swung around and kicked the policewoman so that she flew aside. Lin was lying on the ground and an excited Beyoncé rushed over to her from the side. Lying down, she said she was in a lot of pain. Beyoncé and other girls were next to her. The protagonist was on the 8th floor. He thought to himself menacingly, who could defeat a monster like Victor? Beyoncé yelled for the cop to stop right there. Lin prepared to attack further. Victor was easily able to defend himself with his arm against the blow from the police linchpin. The bandit shouted very angrily to the police lineman that he was sick of playing with her. After which Victor swung around and launched the policewoman sideways with all his might. After a long flight, a cop almost crashed into a pole. Beyoncé rushed to her aid. Beyoncé made it in time. She shielded her body from hitting the pole. The policewoman asked Red Fox if she was okay. Beyoncé said not to be so reckless. Beyoncé then commanded her co-worker to back off. Captain Gu shouted with his last strength to his subordinate Ling to retreat as quickly as possible. The captain kept yelling at the policewoman. She yelled that if the Lin isn't back off, they're all going to die here. Victor angrily told Captain Gu that no one was escaping anywhere from this place. At which time someone from the side shouted to the bandit, "Victor, to stop!" The police lynch grabbed Victor's arm and demanded that he let Captain Gu go. Captain Gu was very much frightened. He called out to Lin Qiang in an agitated voice. The hostages were very frightened. Chu Yui shouted that they would all die soon. Xiao Xiao consoled her. The police lynx menacingly told Victor that she knew who she was. The bandit knocked the policewoman to the ground and asked cheerfully what she was mumbling about. The policewoman remembered her father. She remembered the day she became an honorary police officer. The father told his daughter to absolutely never cry when she was having difficulties. Lin lifted herself up on one arm. She shouted that a police officer should never give up. Barely alive, Captain Gu looked at his subordinate with great fear and surprise. Victor tapped the policewoman's arm with a swing. He asked her with interest, what was next? The bandit stood and counted the number of victims in front of him, 4 girls lying on the floor. The bandit looked at the girls carefully. He couldn't decide which one to start with. Victor made a choice. He extended his hand towards the Xiao Xiao girl. The bandit wanted to grab the girl Xiao Xiao. She pleaded fearfully to the protagonist. The bandit shoved Xiao Xiao and she fell to the floor. The girl whispered to be rescued. Victor held out his hand to the girl. Suddenly from behind, someone shouted for the bandit to stop. Captain Gu showed up. He shouted to Victor not to touch the girls, as he was his adversary. The bandit was surprised. He turned to the policeman and asked if he really wanted to die first. Victor raised his hand. He prepared to crush Captain Gu once again. Captain Gu was still on his feet. The bandit marveled what amazing willpower the policeman had. Victor swung around to finish off the cop. He yelled that Captain Gu was about to die. At this time, the protagonist appeared next to Captain Gu. Yifeng told the policeman that he sensed his strength from afar. Victor turned to the protagonist and asked the man in a calm voice, "Does he see the difference between the two?" The bandit told the protagonist that he would not spare him. Yifeng told Captain Gu that he respected his willpower. The protagonist extended his hand toward the captain. Victor was a little surprised by Burkutt's actions. Yifeng, holding the policeman's hand, thanked Captain Gu for fighting courageously. The main character leaned the captain against the wall and told him to rest, and he would take care of the rest. Victor said the others had passed out. The bandit asked Burkutt why the latter was ignoring him. Yifeng angrily asked his rival, did the latter mock his friend? Victor looked angrily at his rival and said that he was very guessing. After that, the bandit hit Yifeng with a U-turn and said he would beat him to a pulp. Victor was surprised when the protagonist addressed him in a calm voice and called him bro. Yifeng withstood another blow and asked Victor if they happened to know each other. Li Yifei wasted no time in punching Victor in the stomach with all his might, knocking him aside. The impact was so powerful that Victor was blown far into the wall at the other end of the room. After the blow, the protagonist caught his breath. He looked at the unconscious policeman lying there. Victor came to his senses very quickly. He decided to attack the protagonist while he was smoking. Victor quickly and confidently jumped to his feet. The protagonist prepared to defend himself. The bandit told his rival Golden Eagle that he would not have 70% enough to defeat him. He asked Ife if he remembered him. Ife looked excitedly at the bandit. Victor asked Burkut if it had finally come to that. The protagonist called the bandit by the name of Lee Chung-shin and remembered immediately that he had already shot this Korean captain. After that, Ife called his rival to Sanbad. After that, the boy remembered that Sanbad was black and tall. The protagonist revealed excitedly that he recognizes Victor's height and skin tone. Ife confidently called his opponent a Nixia captain who uses the finger-killing technique. The bandit cheerfully told the Golden Eagle that he had a bad memory. He added that he would make Ife remember. Victor activated Cyclops mode in his nanosuit. The protagonist was still standing motionless. After modifying the nanosuit, the bandit gained 100% power output. Ife stood in front of Victor, ready to defend himself at any moment. The bandit then decided to change tactics. Victor decided to attack his opponent from afar. To do so, he picked up a huge stone from the floor. The bandit, with all his might, kicked the stone into flight. The protagonist repelled the stones flying at him with his bare hands. Ife couldn't defend himself in time. Victor shouted to the Golden Eagle that he was acting too slowly. A satisfied Victor called Burkut by name. The protagonist looked excitedly at his opponent. Ife continued to attack the bandit's arms to no avail. Victor shouted that Burkut's blows were very weak. The bandit prepared to hit the guy with his arm from the side. He yelled to the Golden Eagle that he had to hit harder. The protagonist felt his strength waning. The bandit at this time laughed menacingly. Victor accelerated for another punch and yelled that he was sick of playing with the main character. The bandit then attacked the Golden Eagle with a merciless blast. Bandit continued to throw punches at his opponent and yelled that he couldn't even respond. Victor swung around for another blow and reminded the protagonist that all soldiers are weak. The bandit looked menacingly at the Golden Eagle and reminded him once again that absolutely all soldiers are weaklings. Suddenly, Victor was afraid. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a powerful gaze. He continued to fend off all the blows. Victor bounced away. He felt he had no more strength. The bandit didn't understand what was going on. Ife asked, wondering why Victor had backed off. The bandit knew his opponent was weaker than him. He didn't understand why his instincts were fluttering. At the same time, black smoke appeared around the protagonist. Looking closer, Victor saw the face of a merciless monster in front of him. Ife asked his rival in surprise, "What's the matter with him?" Victor couldn't understand. Was he afraid of the Golden Eagle? The bandit realized decisively that he couldn't lose. He raised the level of strength to 200%. At that time, Xu Ying was in the Huayang Company building. Suddenly, a cup on her desk cracked by itself. The woman stood up and was surprised to notice that the cup had cracked on its own. After that, the woman developed cracks on her clothes. Ingen got excited and thought it was a bad sign. Afterward, the woman's phone rang on her desk. Ingen asked the caller, "Chief Zhao, what can she do to help him?" The woman was surprised to hear the main character's name from Zhao on the phone, while the protagonist continued to fight. Victor was preparing for the attack after upgrading his nanosuit. The excited Ife saw that the bandit's body had become more demonic-like. Victor shouted that he was able to increase the power of his armor by 200%. It was hard for the bandit to bear such a drastic improvement. Because of this, he had to pay the price. Victor shouted loudly that once improved, the core would be permanently damaged. The bandit accelerated and prepared to attack. He shouted to the Golden Eagle to be afraid of him. Without wasting a moment, Victor rushed in the direction of the protagonist. Ife prepared to defend himself against the bandit with professional fighting moves. The protagonist used a skill called Dragon's Hand of 8 trigrams. Victor was almost on par with the protagonist. Ife fought back with his palm. The protagonist was able to stop the bandit's onslaught with the strength of his arm. Victor could not understand what had happened to his nanobronze. The bandit shouted angrily that his armor could regenerate. For this reason, a blow from the protagonist would have no effect. The protagonist questioned in a menacing voice, "Will there really be no effect?" Ife struck the bandit with a powerful palm strike. He yelled for more strikes. The protagonist shouted that he had already thrown 7 punches. Victor could no longer resist. The protagonist sped up and he had already managed to land 49 blows on the bandit. Victor's clothes began to tear. He shouted fearfully as the regeneration of his armor slowed. The protagonist pulled himself together and focused. He needed to finish the bandit. Ife swung his arms around and shouted menacingly that he was delivering the final blow. The main character struck Victor with a double dragon blast with both hands. The police lineman barely heard the thug keep saying that such a thing was impossible. A stunned Victor didn't understand why he couldn't defeat the main character with his armor, and his regeneration no longer worked. Lin thought about the protagonist here. He's very strong if he saves her. I've shouted to Victor that he was beating him using his inner strength. The Lin girl collapsed exhausted. The protagonist told Victor that there was another unique thing about using inner strength. Ife hit the bandit with all his might with a delaying blast. A powerful blow finally killed Victor. He flew sideways. He couldn't understand how he could have lost. Already calmly, Yifei, holding his hands in front of him, said that he had beaten the man who had come to him once with a list of captains and instructed him not to assign him any ranks. The protagonist turned around and started walking away. He said that his position on the list had not changed since then. From the earliest times, men have been the epitome of determination. The man recalled being beaten by a lawyer after he showed up in town. He realized something important. The man realized he couldn't stop. For this reason, he put his heart and soul into training. The man's powerful workouts turned him into a pumped-up athlete. Hugh brother became the best man in Asia and gained confidence in his muscles. Hu's brother was ranked number 9. He was the muscle man. Brother Hu was fully confident that he could now knock the Golden Eagle down with a single blow. Then Hugh's brother kicked the door with all his might. He didn't like that Victor had put him here as a guard. After which the man suddenly heard someone calling him from outside and calling him a big guy. The protagonist asked his brother Hu in a completely calm manner, "Does this path lead to the exit?" The man was very much frightened. He thought to himself that he was now in grave danger. After that, Brother Hu plopped down frightened in a corner and shouted at the protagonist to forgive him. Ife calmly thanked the big man. The man was surprised that the guy didn't recognize him. Hu's brother jumped to his feet. He asked the Golden Eagle, did he not recognize him? The main character seriously told the man that his name was Li Chang and he sold salted fish at the entrance. The man was angry at such words. Yifei asked the big man seriously if his name was Zhen. The man realized that the protagonist had forgotten him. Brother Hu shouted menacingly for the protagonist to taste the strength of his new muscles that he had built them up. After the defeat, the big guy sped up and shouted angrily to the guy that he was taking his revenge. Yifei was completely calm. The protagonist dodged the blows that Brother Hu wanted to hit him with just in time. Yifei calmly and smoothly threw the big guy over himself and drove him into the floor. The man said in a calm voice that his name was Zhao Hu. He asked, "Did he lose again?" After that, Yifei remembered the big man. Half an hour later, the second police team entered the building where the battles were taking place. The protagonist stood in the middle of the crowd. He could hear people talking about the fact that they had heard gunshots. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone calling his name. He turned around. A woman named Xu Ying came over. She asked the protagonist if he was all right. There were still people walking around. Yifei asked Xu why she had come here. Ingyan explained to the protagonist that someone had snitched on him. At that time, Zhao appeared. He shouted that he wanted to explain something. Zhao shouted that the main character had gone to a karaoke club on the first day, after which a lot of goods were stolen from the warehouse. Yifei asked excitedly, "Did someone break into the warehouse?" Zhao shouted. They received a report from Dong Chengwei about the missing items. The chief accused the protagonist of stealing, Michelle said excitedly. Yifei would never do such a thing. Xu Ying asked strictly to the protagonist, "Is what Chief Zhao said true?" Zhao pointed at the protagonist and shouted that he had called the police and Yifei would be going to jail soon. A policewoman came over. She asked the chief if his name was Zhao Tingshe. Chief Zhao pointed his hand at Yifei and said unequivocally that the guy was guilty. The policeman told a subordinate to handcuff Chief Zhao as soon as possible. After that, the policeman handcuffed the chief. Zhao was very surprised because he was arrested. Chief Zhao cried out loudly and shrilly in surprise and fear. Zhao shouted at the policewoman that they had arrested the wrong guy. Lin replied calmly that they had arrested the right person. Lin explained that they had detained Zhao Hu and found a recording on his phone. On the recording, the bandit was telling the director of Zhao Hu that he had sent people to steal goods from the warehouse. Lin ordered her subordinates to take the shocked Chief Zhao away as soon as possible. The police took the chief aside. Zhao kept shouting that this is all a big misunderstanding. Lin watched the protagonist. She thought, could this all be part of Li Yifei's plan? Suddenly, the policewoman became agitated. She looked closely at Yifei's silhouette. The policewoman remembered the mysterious figure of the unexpected stranger who had defeated Victor. Lin even trembled with surprise and admiration. She thought she saw a mysterious hero in front of her. After that, the policewoman decided to ward off such a conjecture. She couldn't believe that Yifeng could be the mysterious hero. Mrs. Xu Ying told the protagonist that thanks to his help, there was one less parasite in the company. Ingyan said the protagonist came to the karaoke club to collect evidence. She offered him a position in the administrative department. I've thought about it and decided that the administrative department with the hotties was waiting for him. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a girl run up and call out to him. The girls Su Xiaoxiao and Shu Yue ran up to Yifei. The excited Xiaoxiao asked the boy if he was all right. Xiaoxiao ran up to the protagonist and hugged him. She said that she was very frightened. Shu Yue thanked the protagonist for his help. Her father asked her to thank Yifei. Shu Yue told the main character that she has no money. Yifei replied to the girlfriends that it's okay now. Shui Yui, standing next to the protagonist, told him that she could only repay him with her body. Shui Yui, standing next to the protagonist, said that she could give him her heart. Shui Yui girl's words made Shui Ying very agitated and wary. The protagonist turned around and said excitedly to Ingen that he wanted to explain things to her. Shu Ying said to herself tragically, "Where could there be a misunderstanding here?" Ifei said to Ingen that he will explain everything tomorrow when he gets to the office. Shu Ying's woman told the protagonist in an iron voice that he belonged in the logistics department. The protagonist shouted excitedly to President Shu that she had misunderstood. At the same time, Xiao Xiao threw her panties over the protagonist's head again. Yifei was very much confused. Xiao Xiao told the guy that her panties were a gift for him. The protagonist turned around and noticed fearfully the police lineman looking at him angrily. For a brief moment, the protagonist felt surrounded by danger, in a movie about a female version of the Avengers. Xiao Xiao asked excitedly to the protagonist, "Isn't that not enough?" At this time, the girl picked up her bag. The protagonist covered himself with his hand out of embarrassment. Xiao Xiao opened the bag and told Yifeng that she had a bunch of panties. The policeman saw everything. She sternly called the protagonist a pervert. Yifei yelled that he would explain everything. Xiao Xiao said cheerfully that all the boys in her class were fighting over her panties. The main character was silent. Police Lin said with a waiting tone that she would listen to Yifei's explanation. Shu Ying also looked at her subordinate with interest. The protagonist thought about it. He decided to tell and explain everything to the people around him. The main character began to tell us that since the beginning of existence, humans have had carnal desires. Then there was a king in triangular straw underpants. Then the triangular underpants united everyone. Ifen asked rhetorically, "Why do underpants have to be triangular?" The main character said that all heroes wear triangular underpants in defense of justice in the world. Yifeng explained that the triangle is the most stable in the universe. One theory says that humans got the triangles from aliens. People who got the triangle built the pyramids and created Egyptian civilization. Yifeng said excitedly, "Since the birth of mankind, everyone had been honoring triangles." The main character yelled that there's nothing wrong with guys liking triangle panties. Police Line and Shu Yinging girl said angrily that there is no misunderstanding here, and the protagonist is a pervert. Yifeng started to run away with all his might. He shouted that Lin was also wearing underpants. The policewoman chased after the protagonist and shouted that he was really a pervert. Yifeng was able to hide from pursuit around a corner. He thought tragically to himself that there was no hope that those around him would get it right. The guy heard some noise from behind. He lit up and told the stranger to come out. The woman called the main character by his nickname Burkut. Beyonce Medici showed up. She introduced herself to the main character as Red Fox. Ethan asked the girl what her name was. Beyonce thought Burkut was really forgetful. The main character asked the girl how her wounds were. Beyonce said she was fine. She thanked Burkut for his help. Beyonce warned Burkut that a European gang was looking for him and advised him to be careful. Beyonce reported that bandits were trying to infiltrate the Huaxia drug market. The protagonist replied that they were flirting with death. The subordinate told Master Xianzi that all the drugs had already been transferred to the ship. After that, the guy told the master to go into the ship. Xianhe praised the subordinate for faithfully performing the duties. The master said you can't sell drugs in Huaxia City because they are forbidden there. A thug came running up. He shouted that the police from the drug squad had already surrounded the warehouse. The master saw some guy on the ship and asked him what he was doing here. The foreman asked the guy, did he really come to kill Burkut? He added that Victor had already finished him off. The guy said judiciously that according to the new data, Victor lost in the end. The master was amazed at such information. The sword boy said judiciously that he had once been his brother. On a clear morning, a young woman arrived at the Huangyang shopping mall. Woman drove an expensive blue race car up to the mall. The woman's name was He Fangqing. She got out of the car and walked towards the building. He Fangqing walked confidently and held the folder in her hands. She decided to herself that she was starting a new life. He Fangqing was executive director. Her subordinates bowed to her. The woman stepped into the elevator and pressed the desired floor. There was only one person in the Fang King company she obeyed. Only the queen of the company named Shu Ying was in charge of Fang King. Fang King greeted Shu and said that she didn't expect to see her in the elevator. Shu replied to her subordinate that she looked good. Fang Qing thought that she would have unfortunate events and an unfortunate one-night stand behind her. At that time, Yifeng waved to her. Fang Qing was still dreaming that she had put the trouble behind her. The protagonist greeted performer He as if nothing had happened. Fang Qing felt bad. She barely responded to the main character's greeting. The elevator rose and drove at full speed to the desired floor with the passengers. The elevator was full of people. There were 2 executives and various company employees. Yifei thought excitedly to himself that the woman from that night turned out to be the new executive director of He. Fang Qing didn't know what to do. The protagonist recalled how he lay in the arms of the Fansin. That night he fought against all odds. The protagonist thoughtfully recalled to himself the legs of a female fanking in black stockings. Fangqing commanded sternly to herself to keep her cool. Suddenly the woman became agitated. She felt the protagonist coming up behind her. Fangqing felt the main character touching her. Yifeng stood behind her. Fangqing said something excitedly to the guy. Yifeng immediately replied that he would fix it immediately. The horny protagonist tried to focus. He wanted to force himself to take his mind off the black stockings. Yifeng remembered that in ancient times, stockings were fishing nets. It was a divine gift. When a sailor threw his net deep into the sea, he counted on a big catch. Yifeng thought to himself that with the net the fisherman might have caught something. The main character envisioned the fisherman's huge catch in the form of a fish. Yifeng couldn't give up the gift of innate ability that is hidden in his genes. Fangqing woman excitedly felt the protagonist behind her move again. The terrified protagonist berated himself inwardly for his dirty thoughts. The fancying woman turned around and formidably whispered to the head hero to be careful. The people in the elevator looked intently at the indicator, waiting for the right floor. The doors opened and the passengers began to get out. Yifeng thought to himself that such a misunderstanding would be difficult to explain. Chief Shu Yingying watched the whole situation with great interest. Late at night, the protagonist returned to his apartment in the big house. To get the latest information, the protagonist took the remote control and turned on the TV. News reports said the perpetrators of the karaoke club shooting, named Zhao Hu and Victor, escaped during transportation. The news added that Captain Gu and police Lin Jing acted very quickly during the operation. Yifeng thought unhappily to himself that he had offended the executive director on his first day in his new job. The main character was distracted from his reverie by a knock on the door. A package had been delivered to him. Yifeng walked to the door. He couldn't figure out who could be delivering packages at this late hour. Then the protagonist looked closer and noticed a large box. The box was standing near the entrance. It had a beautiful bow on it and a sign that said it was for Li Yifei. The main character started to untie the bow himself. Suddenly the lid opened and someone jumped out. A Yu Yui girl in a revealing costume jumped out of the box and lunged at Yifei. The protagonist was amazed. He didn't expect to meet a girl at this time and place. Yifeng repeated the girl's name Shu Yui with consternation. The guest excitedly shouted to the guy to catch her. Shu Yui tearfully told the guy to forgive her and threw herself at him. Lying on top of the protagonist on the floor, the girl Shu Yui asked if he was okay. At that time in Capital City, a woman asked her subordinate if they had found Burkett. The subordinate replied that Burkett was retired and living in the City E. The woman headed for the airplane ramp. She gave instructions to depart for City E. After an unexpected encounter in the night, the protagonist woke up the next day in his apartment. Li Yifeng stretched out on the bed and remembered that it was Saturday. He didn't need to go anywhere. The protagonist opened the door, expecting it to be a happy day for him, as always. The guy saw in front of him a completely outlandish dish on the table that looked like a monster. Yifeng asked the girl, "What is that on the table?" Shu Yui replied that there is a specially prepared love breakfast on the table. The guy asked the girl, did she really put monosodium glutamate in the dish? The main character decided to taste the cooked dish with chopsticks. After the tasting, the main character collapsed on the floor unconscious. Shu Yui rushed to him excitedly. The main character, after coming to his senses, told the girl that he almost died. Shu Yui got ready to pour water for the guy, and said that she had added the wrong flavoring. Yifeng remembered that the girl last night had said she would do housework for 2 months to pay him back. Shu Yui got up very early and cleaned the apartment to a shine. Yifei thought the girl was a very hard worker. The main character sipped water and decided that the girl was not cooking very well. Shu Yui turned to Yifei. The girl clutched the teapot to her and told the guy with tears in her eyes not to send her away as she had no other option. The main character got a real kick out of seeing the tears in his girlfriend's eyes. Shu Yui fell to her knees and told her that all the stores she worked in had gone bankrupt. She once again asked the guy not to send her away. Yifei replied to the girl that she could stay. The main character told the girlfriend in a calm voice that everything was fine. Shu Yui thanked the guy with tears in her eyes. Yifei sat down on a chair and decided to drink some water. He grudgingly thought to himself that this could be a curse. The protagonist, after drinking the water, immediately spit it out. Afterwards, the shocked protagonist noticed his TV lying broken on the floor. Shu Yui was wiping it up. Shu Yui tearfully apologized. The protagonist said soothingly that he wanted to change the TV anyway. At that time in the harbor, a police line was chasing a criminal. She shouted for him to stop. The girl ran at full speed in pursuit of the thief who had escaped from her. Lin ran at full speed, yelling at the thief to stop running. The perpetrator in the green sweater shouted for the policewoman to surrender, as she had already run 2 kilometers behind him. The thief thought he had decided to steal a wallet today, but he was suddenly seen by a police officer. She pulled out her baton and shouted at the perpetrator to stop. The perpetrator turned around and looked at the policewoman with a frightened expression. The thief lay unconscious on earth. Lin told the criminal to try to escape now. The girl grabbed the handcuffs and wanted to put them on the thief. Suddenly, she heard something interesting outside the window. Lin saw some mysterious encounter in the street. She couldn't figure out what the smugglers were. The subordinate told the ringleader that Burkett must be hiding in the city. The ringleader said menacingly for Bloodwolf and Bloody Woods to find the protagonist. He must avenge his brother. The leader told his subordinates to follow him. Their master had prepared a feast. The thief decided to get out of the room as soon as possible. The police line was very excited to see the criminals on the street. Suddenly, the policewoman's hand touched the shards of glass in the window. The ringleader became alert. He warned his accomplices that someone was here. The girl yelled out what she had found and launched her combat knife with all her might. The Lin was frightened. She thought that the criminals had discovered her. At that time, a knife flew in her direction. The policewoman was very frightened by the flying knife. She decided to dodge. Lin hid behind the wall. The knife flew at full speed into the perp's face. Lin thought fearfully to herself that luckily she had not been seen. The girl looked through the window and said that she had hit a beggar who couldn't survive after her hit. Lin carefully looked out the window to notice the license plates on the car. The girl on the street said they needed to meet the owner. The criminal lying on the ground with a knife in his nose thought to himself that he was lucky to have such a big nose. On Monday, the main character was told by a girl named Shu Yui that she was going grocery shopping. He was going to work. On his way out the door, he remembered that he forgot his phone. Ethan wanted to go back to the apartment. When he looked in his pocket, he noticed that he had forgotten his keys. Ifeng thought angrily to himself that he had been very unlucky since morning. The main character remembered that the girl Shu Yui took a bunch of keys with her to make a duplicate. After that, the protagonist looked around carefully. There was no one there. The protagonist decided to try to pick the lock on his front door. Ethan, standing in front of the door, decided that it would take him 20 seconds to open it. There was the sound of the elevator doors opening. I heard someone's footsteps. Yifeng heard the sound of a woman's heels. He thought that the girl Shu Yui had already returned. The protagonist didn't notice the police line coming at him from behind. The police line kicked the wall next to the guy with all her might. Lin angrily asked the protagonist, how dare he break into other people's apartments? Yifei, looking up at the policewoman from below, addressed her by name and wanted to say something. Yifei asked the policewoman, did she want to show him her underwear? Lin got really angry. The protagonist accelerated and started running away. The policewoman yelled for the Yifei to stop. The protagonist reflected to himself that Lin Qiang had beaten him more than once. But there was a limit to his patience. The policewoman grabbed the guy from behind with her hand. Yifei decided that he should give the Lin a lesson. The policewoman pinned the protagonist against the wall with her foot and shouted for him to stand. Yifei kept repeating to himself that he was innocent. Lin yelled at the guy to shut up. Suddenly the girl stumbled. The police lynx realized fearfully to herself that she couldn't hold still any longer. The police line fell to the floor. The protagonist was under it at the time. The protagonist felt a strange feeling sweep over him on the floor. At which time the policewoman decided to put her arm around the protagonist's neck. Lin yelled at the guy to stop prying. Fei yelled to the cop that he wasn't an intruder and he wanted to go into his apartment. The protagonist closed his eyes. He felt as if he were lying on a cloud. Then the cop pulled out her baton to hit the protagonist with it. Lin yelled at the guy for being a lecher. Fei thought the girl wanted to spank him, after which the cop wrapped her legs around the guy and threw him on his side. Ling held the protagonist's hand. Yifei decided angrily to himself that this was going over the top. The policewoman held the guy with her hand and yelled for him to surrender at last. There was the sound of an elevator arriving. Shu Yui came out of the elevator and said that she had bought a lot of things that Fei liked. The Shu Yui girl was very much surprised by what she saw on the floor. The policewoman grabbed the protagonist's groin with all her might. Shu Yui even dropped the bag in surprise. The police lineman fearfully apologized to the protagonist and said she grabbed the wrong spot. The protagonist is cut off from reality. He's struck by a feeling. Yifei thought that he felt such pressure as if he was in the legend of the Monkey King who was imprisoned under the mountain of the 5 elements. The main character noticed that the girl Shu Yui had gone back to the elevator car. Yifei shouted to his girlfriend that she had misunderstood everything. The policewoman asked angrily to the guy, why did the guy hit back at her? Yifei replied that Lin started first. The protagonist was on his way to work. He recalled that police officer Lin Qiang admitted that this time was her mistake. Police officer Lin Qiang explained that she was chasing a group of poachers. She gave the protagonist the license plate numbers and asked if he had seen such a car. Lin told the protagonist that she would return to the headquarters and continue the investigation. Yifei thought to herself, what kind of poaching organization could this be? The guy shouted angrily after the protagonist so that he should watch where he was going. The servant told the guy named Mr. Sun not to be angry. because Mr. Xiao was coming. Sun approached the car. He said angrily that Xu Yingying does not see at all what she's losing. The servant told the boy he'd have time at tonight's banquet. At this time, the protagonist received a message from his boss, Ingen. Ingen ordered the main character to pick her up and take her to the banquet. She reminded her about the dress code. In the evening, the protagonist arrived at Ingen's mansion. He called his boss and told her that he was waiting for her downstairs. Shui came out to the protagonist. Yifei asked what event was the banquet in honor of. Xu Yingying replied dreamily that the banquet would be in honor of the city's first beauty. The protagonist arrived at the hotel at night with his companion. He opened the car door. As she got out of the car, Xu Yingying told the protagonist that he would now be her bodyguard and friend. All the guests marveled at how beautiful the woman was. Xu asked the protagonist how her outfit looked. Yifeng replied to the boss that she looked great. The protagonist asked his boss why he should be her friend tonight. Ingen explained that she would be drinking tonight. The main character would have to stop anyone who wanted to drive her home. Yifei asked her boss, "Is there anyone who might wish her harm?" Xu warned that there would be a troublesome person at the banquet. Yifei asked the girl why she had come here in the first place. Ingen replied that a very important person was coming to town. She couldn't miss him. Xu Yingying dreamily turned to the guy and said that she would show him the real world. The main character opened the door to the banquet hall in front of his boss and told her to come in. The guests around were marveling at how much of a gorgeous hottie had walked into their lounge. The guests were talking among themselves. They couldn't figure out what kind of beauty was in front of them. Someone said that Master Sun had already set his eyes on Xue Yingying. The main character overheard someone saying that Master Sun had recently beaten up his manager. Ingen was drinking champagne. She handed the glass to the boy and said that he would soon get used to these people. Zhue asked the boy if he had worked as a bodyguard, and he replied that he had no experience in that kind of work. The protagonist remembered that he had protected a leader. The protagonist noticed in front of him dangerous fighters with high-ranking nicknames, Poison Fist and Sinner. Yifei pointed his finger at the fighters and asked the girl why they were here. Xu Yingying explained that they are mercenaries who are bodyguards. The Sinner told the Poison Fist to work hard, and one day he would be able to surpass him. The Poisonous Fist replied to his colleague that he would never be able to match him. The Poison Fist said that the Sinner would be able to defeat the Ling Qiang officer. The Sinner replied that the police Ling Qiang must surely be struck by the Poisonous Dragon Fist. Yifei listened with interest as the two gunmen reasoned how they would smite the policewoman. At this time, Poison Fist noticed the main character chatting with the XU girl. Poison Fist asked, surprised, "Doesn't he see President Xu in front of him?" The Sinner turned to the girl and said that Master Sun had invited her to have fun together. The Sinner asked Xu, does she no longer want to do business in her own city? Ingen replied that she herself did not think she would come here until the last moment. The Sinner fighter thought for a moment. He looked intently at the girl Xu Yingying. The Sinner was examining the Xu girl's outfit and breasts very carefully. Fighter Sinner noted to himself that the girl Xu Yingying had a very good figure. The Sinner offered the girl that if she would spend a couple of nights with him, he would put in a good word for her. The protagonist approached the Sinner and told him to take back his offensive words. The Sinner scrutinized his opponent and asked what rank he had. Yifei replied calmly that he has no rank, he left the army. He is now bodyguard Xu. The fighters Poison Fist and Sinner looked at the protagonist intently. The Poison Fist thought it was funny that a former military man was standing in front of him. Xu shouted for Yifei to calm down. The Sinner came right up to the protagonist and grabbed him by his clothes. He asked him if he knew who he was.
The Sinner asked angrily, "How dare the former military trash provoke him?"
At which time someone came up behind the Sinner and called out to him very sternly. A group of professional bodyguards approached. One of them asked the Sinner gruesomely what he had against them. The fighters were frightened. Poison Fist timidly replied that he had nothing against it. From the fright of the fighter, Sinner even fell to the floor. Guards were standing next to him. The frightened Sinner realized that the Zhongnun High bodyguards were now standing in front of him. These bodyguards are considered the elite. They are of the middle rank of a class. One of the bodyguards turned around angrily and looked at the protagonist. After that, the Zhongnun High bodyguards walked calmly down the hall towards the stairs. Poison Fist shouted excitedly, which was a very eerie atmosphere. The frightened Sinner said that the guard in front of him was Ranka. Yifei thought that if the Zhongnun High bodyguards had come here, then it meant that a very important person had come here. At which time someone in the audience shouted that the sister had arrived. Everyone looked up. At this time, a beautiful girl started to descend the stairs from above very slowly. The girl had long red hair. Her name was Su Mengxin. She was the first beauty of China. The main character remembered this girl. He'd seen her once in the service. Yifei was very excited. He thought to himself, what could be the purpose of the most beautiful woman? The girl was walking down the hall. All the guests were very much enraptured by her beauty. Yifei realized he was looking at the right girl. Everyone around him rushed over to Miss Su. Xu said she'll be gone for a while. The protagonist can get something to eat in the meantime. Ifei decided to take a sip of champagne. He decided it was a good time for him to eat something. At this time, Miss Sue was surrounded by a large number of fans. They all wanted to talk to her. Sue Girl was completely silent. She held her glass in her hands and looked at the people around her. The sinner looked at the girl and said she was very beautiful. He added thoughtfully that he would die peacefully if he spent the night with Miss Sue. The sinner said the bodyguard had messed up their plans. He added that he'd beat him to death if he saw him. The poisonous fist indicated that the protagonist was walking towards Junanhai's bodyguards. The sinner shouted that Yifei was now a dead man. The protagonist calmly turned to the standing bodyguards. They looked at him in surprise. Yifei said quietly to one of the guards that he too was in the capital troops. The guard asked, what unit was the main character in? The protagonist said that he was already in the same unit as the guards. He then gave the guard his phone number and said that he suggested they meet for a drink. The guard looked at the protagonist very incredulously. He interjected, did they serve in the same unit? Sinner looked at the protagonist in surprise. He figured the guards were about to beat the If. The guard extended his hand to Ifei and said that they were now brothers. He added that they would drink together when they had free time. The fighter's poison fist, and Sinner looked at the guards and the protagonist in surprise. Ifei stood and listened as someone from outside called out to the ex-Shu girl and said that she was very beautiful. Shu Yingying asked Master Sun affably how things were going. Sun Dongjian was the son of the owner of the Tianli group. He asked the girl why she had declined his invitation. Ingen told Master Sunu modestly that she was busy until the last moment. The protagonist noticed that Master Sun had taken the champagne glass behind his back. Aloud, Sun told the girl that her apology sounded implausible. The protagonist noticed Sun Guy throwing some kind of pill into the girl's glass. After that, Master Sun decided to offer the Shu Yingying girl a drink. Sun held out a glass to the girl and told her to drink it as an apology. Shu looked at the glass with uncertainty. She reached out her hand for it. At that time, someone called out to her. The main character ran up to the girl with his phone and said someone was looking for her. Shu Yingying turned around and started to leave with the main character. She apologized to Master Suna. Master Sun was very disappointed. He looked unhappily at the departing girl, while security guards outside the hotel kept a close eye on what was going on. Suddenly, the killer girl appeared. She was covertly sitting behind the unsuspecting guard. The assassin threw herself into a rapid sprint. She thought to herself that infiltration was child's play. The assassin recalled what her head had said about Su Mengshin's arrival in the city. He was alarmed by the time of arrival. The headman then warned of the possible danger to them of the union of Su Mengshin and Berkut. The leader emphasized the importance of killing Berkut. He reminded the girl that she was only an assassin. The killer thought to herself that this banquet has a terrible security system. The assassin thought to herself that her leader was just imagining things. Suddenly, the killer spotted a police lineman standing there with a flashlight. The killer was very surprised to find someone unexpectedly on the road. The police officer remembered that the license plate she had found could only belong to an elite businessman. The policewoman remembered that the license plate she had discovered could only belong to an elite businessman. The assassin prepared to attack. She didn't realize how she was discovered. The killer prepared to attack the cop. She drew her combat knife. The policewoman asked the stranger who she was. The killer prepared to throw a knife. And then the stranger swung the knife at the policewoman. The cop got really scared when she saw the knife coming at her. At the last moment, the policewoman was able to dodge to the side and the knife hit a tree. The killer was very surprised that the policewoman was able to dodge. Police line. Seeing the knife, she immediately remembered that she had seen the stranger before. Lin pointed to the stranger and said that she had crossed the border illegally last night to hunt golden eagles. The killer realized their plan had been discovered and she was trapped. She pulled out more knives. The killer said her name was Sophia. She asked the police line what her name was. Yifei shouted to the girl Yingying that Master Sun had added something to her drink. Shui thanked him. The protagonist asked the supervisor, "Can't she talk to the VIP?" Shu looked at the beautiful Su and said that she was going to work with Sun Nenhui. Injin said, "Judging by the expression of the guy's eyes near the beauty Su, the woman will be just a toy for him." Yingying told sadly she knew a female manager who jumped off a building. After that, Shu called the protagonist by name. Injin said it's sad that she sometimes wonders why she couldn't have been born a man. Ifei handed the girl a handkerchief and told her that it would protect her from anything today. Shu took the handkerchief and asked incredulously to the guy, "Would that guy be able to stop them?" After a short pause, the girl said in a confident voice that she was feeling better. The protagonist turned to his companion and said they had to go. Shu took the guy under her arm. The protagonist asked his companion, "Does she really want to use him as a shield?" Master Sun was still inside the banquet hall. He looked angrily at the returning Injin. The girl told Mr. Sun that her boyfriend named Li Yifei was beside her. Mr. Sun said angrily to Ingen that she had taken a stranger under her arm to pose as her boyfriend. Shui thought for a while. And then the girl came close to the surprised protagonist. Shu's face was right next to his. Yifeng's face had a trace of Ying's kiss on it. The protagonist realized that the girl had taken the initiative. Mr. Sun was very unpleasantly astonished to see such a scene before him. The Indian girl quietly told the surprised protagonist to play along. Shu said excitedly that Yifei lasted a couple rounds last night. The protagonist replied in a tone that he was known as a paragon of male beauty. Ingen said in a worried voice to the main character that they could do it tonight. Yifei agreed loudly and clearly out loud with this suggestion of the girl's. Mr. Sun was very disappointed and displeased with the words he heard from the girl. Ingen snuggled up to the main character and told Master Sunu that her boyfriend was standing next to her. Master Sun shouted to the girl that Ta could not be with the guard since they had different statuses. He also threatened that Shu Ying would regret a lot. The guy was walking disgruntled through the hall. Someone asked indignantly to Mr. Sun who dared to offend him. Master Sun ran up to the fighters Sinner and Poison Fist. She demanded them to break their legs to the protagonist. Sinner asked Yifeng menacingly, how dare he provoke Master Sun? The main character told his girlfriend to be careful. Shu told Master Sun that love cannot be measured by money and status. Someone among the guests said fearfully that young Master Sun was now quarreling with someone. The beauty of the Su distracted herself from her fans and looked at the conflict in the room. After that, Mr. Sun told the XU girl that his father could fire her. Master Sun said that his father was talking to a VIP for now. He threatened that his family would be the main one in commercial circles. Ingen listened to her interlocutor fearfully. Sun then told the girl that she still had a chance. He added that she should drink champagne to apologize. Mr. Sun held out a glass to the girl. He asked Ingen, how would she like that? Sun was still holding the glass in his hands. He said excitedly to the girl that he would help her get closer to the guest from the capital. Shu Ying looked at the glass anxiously. She was hesitant to drink it. At this time, the main character turned around and addressed the Indian girl to reassure her. Yifei waved a welcoming hand to the Indian girl and said he was here. Shu Ying looked at the main character with great hope in her gaze. Ingen couldn't understand why she was hesitating. She boldly reached out for the glass. Shu questioned the guy. Would it forget everything here if she drank a glass? Mr. Sun hurried the girl. Then Ingen banged her shoes with all her might on the guy's foot. Sun screamed. The surrounding people were very surprised. Ingen took her glass and poured the contents into Mr. Sun's mouth. Mr. Sun was very frightened. He knew the drink was an aphrodisiac. Ingen asked Sun menacingly, how dare he poison her drink? While on the forest edge, assassin Sophia fought against a police lynch mob. Sophia swung her blades and launched them in her opponent's direction. The police line was very quick and nimble in dodging the flying knives. Lin thought to herself in surprise that she had been able to dodge. Sophia braced herself for further attack. The killer launched several more blades. They wounded the police line. She realized that she could no longer dodge the next attack. The policewoman realized that she could no longer dodge the next attack. She needed to get closer to Sophia. The police line accelerated with all its might to deliver the final blow. Then the policewoman in flight grabbed the killer with her hands and threw her to the ground. Then the cop and the hitman rolled on the ground. Sophia ended up lying on earth. There was a police Lin Chong on top. Mr. Sun approached the fighters. Poison Fist asked if Mr. Sun was all right. Mr. Sun was very angry. He told the soldiers to stand aside. After calming down a little, Sun said formidably to the girl Shu Ying that he likes unbridled like her. Ingen looked at the boy intently. She decided that the drug was beginning to take effect. Sun told the girl menacingly that he could fuck her, and her security guard wouldn't stop him. The guy shouted that in this city all women are his toys. Someone came up from behind and said the name of the beautiful Su Mengxin aloud. Mr. Sun Gambling shouted that if Su was drugged, she would be just like the others. After saying that, Sun-san turned around and saw an unexpectedly red-haired beauty behind him. Sun was amazed and frightened. Everyone around him began to greet the beautiful Su Mengxin. One of the guards angrily asked Mr. Suna, how dare he insult the beautiful Su? Mayor Chin asked the beauty what brought her here and if the service was good. Miss Su replied that she was just walking around and heard something interesting. Mr. Sun said very excitedly that he didn't say anything. Ifei standing next to him said that Sun forgot what he just said. The protagonist Grozno asked Sunya if he needed to repeat his words in front of everyone. The gray-haired man pointed at the protagonist and sternly asked who he was and how dare he speak like that. The main character pointed at the girl and said he was her bodyguard. Ingen replied to make Ifei calm down. Ifei told his girlfriend calmly that he could handle it. The man shouted that the bodyguard here had no right to speak. Beauty Su said conciliatingly that the protagonist could talk. The man wondered in surprise. Could it be that the main character and Miss Su could know each other? The protagonist told the audience that Master Sun had insulted him and the other two bodyguards. Sun shouted that none of this was true. One guard told Grozny that he immediately heard Sun's words. Mr. Sun and the fighters were very frightened. The protagonist raised his glass and said that Mr. Sun had added a drug to the drink. The people around them became very indignant. One girl shouted that they were drinking from the glass. Mr. Sun began to shout fearfully to those around him that he could explain everything. The man led the girl away and shouted that he would deal with Sun later. The protagonist told the audience that Mr. Sun behaved very rudely to the girl Sue. Pretty Sue said she was scared because Mr. Dream was trying to drug her. All the guests were very startled by such words from Miss Sue. They were shocked. Mayor Kin said excitedly to the beautiful woman, "What has nothing to do with it?" Miss Sue replied to the mayor that it was all right. The gray-haired man timidly reminded Mistress Sue of the topic they had been discussing. Beauty Sue replied to the man that they would have to wait. She was suspicious of the company's reputation because of the words and actions of the man's son. The man was very much affected by such words. He realized that he had suffered because of his son's actions. After that, Beauty Sue looked at the engine girl and extended her hand to her. Beautiful Sue said she wanted to make an investment here. She asked that Ingen show her around the neighborhood. Mayor Chin told Ying Ying that she would take the beautiful Miss Sue around town. Mr. Sun was completely smitten. He fell to his knees and shouted that he was finished. The protagonist walked up to Mr. Sunu and grabbed him angrily by his clothes. Thereupon Ifen struck Mr. Sun with all his might and with a swing. The protagonist told an angry lying Sunu that he had touched his woman, Yifeng. Looking at the lying Suna, said strictly that he had entered into a game with death. Su Girl and Shu Yingying were very much amazed and admired by the main character. After the banquet was over, the protagonist rode home in the red car. Ife remembered that a lot had happened tonight. Ingen was lying in the back seat. The protagonist thought to himself that the guests at the banquet were planning to visit the temple of Tianlun, and he had absolutely no idea why Meng Xin was doing all this. Suddenly some obstacle appeared on the road. There were two fighters standing there. Ife stopped the car. Sinner said angrily, getting in the way of their young master. The protagonist asking for trouble. The protagonist leisurely got out of the car and addressed the fighters. Ife asked the fighters, "Who are they?" Sinner asked menacingly, "How dare a guy ignore him?" Sinner accelerated and prepared to use a devastating straight punch. The protagonist calmly grabbed the hand of the Sinner fighter and squeezed it with a handshake. Ife held the fighter's hand in his and said that those are farmers with fruit who have trouble selling. Afterward, the protagonist twisted the fighter's arm to the side and told the Sinner that it was very nice of the fighter to shake his hand. Fighter Sinner felt frightened that he couldn't pull his arm out. Plucking out his arm, the shocked Sinner noticed that it was completely fractured. Ife asked the Sinner for forgiveness. He said he shook his hand too hard. The poisonous fist launched a fan at the protagonist. The fan flew around the protagonist and he launched it back in the direction of the fighter. The flying fan clipped the head of the fighter nicknamed Poison Fist. Very hard. Ife asked calmly to the Poison Fist fighter, what happened to his head? On the other side of the woods, a police lineman grabbed Sophia's killer with a professional tackle. Sophia not confused. She reached out her hand and grabbed the policewoman's head. Sophia held the policewoman by the hair and threw her over herself in a strong motion. The police line ended up lying on the earth after a powerful throw. Sophia jumped up. She pulled out a knife and ran with it against the policewoman. Suddenly something very fast flew past Sophia's killer. Lynn looked up and noticed a fan sticking out of the wood. It was an impressive weapon, she thought. The killer got excited thinking her backup was heading toward the cop. Sophia decided to run away. She decided that Burkett was indeed very powerful. Sitting on the earth, the surprised Ling realized that she had indeed been saved. Half an hour later, the Sun guy was standing beside his yellow car somewhere on the road. Sun was very angry. He was embarrassed in front of the guests at the banquet and decided to take revenge. Sun remembered that the fighters had promised him to deal with the protagonist. He didn't understand why they were delaying. Sun excitedly thought to himself that he should wait and the girl engine will belong to him. Suddenly, Sun felt the drug's effects in his body begin to abruptly take effect. The boy noticed a dog walking beside him on the road. Sun thought to himself excitedly that he would explode with patience. Sun looked at the dog and he thought it was adorable and similar to Shu Yingying. Mr. Sun felt his heart beating very fast in his body. Sun Guy plopped down on his knees and shouted to the surprised dog so that Injin didn't run away from him, after which a very excited fellow Sun rushed forward at the dog. At this time in the car, Mayor Qin sternly asked the man Sun Ninghui what his son was doing. The mayor asked how did Sun's boyfriend dare to touch his daughter. The man excused himself by saying that his son was normal and that it was a misunderstanding. The driver shouted that there was someone in the road. The mayor asked fearfully what was the matter. The car stopped. A man named Sun Ninghui got out, along with the mayor. Sun's boyfriend yelled very excitedly to the dog, calling her Injin that she was adorable. The men were shocked. The father sternly asked the boy Sunya what on earth was he doing. At the same time, the protagonist was driving his car through the city center. At this time, the girl Shu Ying Ying came to her senses. She opened her eyes abruptly. Ingen didn't realize where she was. The protagonist noticed that his companion was already awake. Yifei told the Shu girl that they were already in the city and would be home very soon. The Shu Ying girl thought happily to herself that she would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. Yifei asked Ingen's companion with interest, was she very tired? Ingen replied that she hadn't slept well many nights already. She was having trouble finding passbooks. Shu complained to the guy that she had a hard time memorizing speech and studying her opponents. Ingen suddenly commanded sharply to the protagonist to stop the car. The car stopped. The girl opened the door and stepped outside into the street. The surprised Yifei asked with great interest to Ingen, where is she going? The girl approached the large street fountain with a slow step. Jets of water were spurting from the ground. The main character looked at the girl with surprise and admiration. Ingen took off her clothes. The girl was walking barefoot on the street fountain. She was looking at the protagonist carefully. Yifei watched mesmerized and dreamily as his companion was enveloped in a spray of water. After a brief pause, the protagonist decided to distract himself. He lit up a cigarette. Shui was still walking on the fountain. Ing said with pleasure that she felt much better now. She thanked the protagonist for spending the evening with her. The protagonist stood and smoked quietly. He told his companion that everything was fine. Yifei, finishing his cigarette, told the girl that she had a lot of stress built up lately. The main character said in a judicious voice to the girl that she should learn to relax. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed someone very suspicious in the crowd. Yifei concentrated and put away his cigarette. The main character saw a guy he didn't know standing in front of him. He really stood out from the crowd. The protagonist stared intently at the stranger. He couldn't look away. Yifei saw that suddenly the stranger disappeared as quickly as he had appeared. The main character was excited. He thought it was impossible for him to see this stranger. Yifei didn't turn around and told the girl Ingen that it was already time for them to head back. Shu was putting on her shoes. She told the protagonist that they should discuss the travel route. Yifei asked if it would be just the two of them. Su Yingying told the shocked protagonist that she had invited director He Fangqin. Yifei was very much taken aback. Half an hour later, Fangqing woman arrived at the luxurious house belonging to Shu Yingying. The woman announced her arrival to her boss. Ingen replied for the guest to come in and said that Yifei had already arrived. Fangqing was surprised that the main character was also in the house. The woman wondered what an Yifei could be doing here. She was at a loss to guess. After thinking for a bit, Fangqing decided to herself that the protagonist might start threatening her. The woman realized it could be dangerous for her if the guy revealed everything that happened that night, in which case Fangqing will be fired and word of that night will spread. After that, Fangqing will exist surrounded by gossip and she won't be able to get over it. The woman decided to herself that she had to be the first to act. She knocked on the door. Fangqing entered the room, bowed, and said hello to the supervisor. Shu Yingying, sitting on the chair, told her subordinate to sit down. Shu told his subordinate that they should show the city to Miss Su in a couple of days and talk business during the trip. Fangqing told her boss that they needed to discuss the route. Chu was pouring whiskey into a glass at the time and her phone rang. Ingen told the audience that she had to take a call. Fangqing and Yifei can socialize for now. Fangqing tasted the whiskey from the glass and she choked on her drink. The protagonist walked up to the woman and asked if she was okay. He held out a napkin. Fangqing looked at the guy incredulously. The protagonist told a perfectly calm woman to get a napkin. The woman very slowly and carefully took the napkin from the protagonist's hands. After that, Fangqing grabbed Yifei's boyfriend's arm and threw him to the floor. The woman sitting on top of the If asked the guy sternly what he wanted for keeping the information about that night a secret. The protagonist stared at the woman with a startled look. Suddenly, Fangqing realized the situation she was in. The woman looked around and couldn't figure out how she ended up on top of the guy. The flustered Yifei offered to talk sitting down. The frightened woman asked the protagonist what he wanted. Yifei replied that Fangqing had jumped on him himself. At this time, the girl Shu Yingying told the interlocutor that she would now hand the phone to the protagonist. Fangqing was still sitting on the guy. Ingen looked around carefully and noticed that the main character was nowhere to be found. Shu asked her subordinate, "Where is Yifei?" The woman replied that the guy had gone to buy a drink. Ingen continued talking on the phone. Fangqing trembled with excitement and fear sitting on the guy. The protagonist crawled halfway under the table. He was holding a female Fangqing sitting on it. Yifei pressed his hand to the floor with all his might. He thought to himself that he was clever. Ingen came back. She told her subordinate that they needed to plan a tour of the city. Shu sat down at the table. Yifei looking at his boss's legs, he decided that he wouldn't last that long. The protagonist could hardly contain himself. He was doing his best not to give himself away. Ingen was sitting at the map at the time. She was telling her subordinate how she planned to show the beautiful Su Old Town first. Fangqing woman felt very uncomfortable sitting on the main character. The woman could barely hear what her boss was saying to her. Suddenly, Fang King felt that the protagonist was becoming aroused. With excitement, the woman even grabbed the table with her hand to keep from falling over. The flustered Fang King couldn't understand why the guy got excited at such a moment. Yifei was getting more and more difficult. The protagonist felt aroused as his boss's legs were next to him. The excited Yifei struggled to keep his hand resting on the floor. Looking at Ingen from below, Yifei for some reason immediately thought of a bottomless hole. There was a pickpocket hiding in a restroom in Star Park this evening. The perpetrator looked into his reflection and asked why he wasn't doing anything. The thief told himself that his nose had been mutilated by 2 women. He assured himself that he was not afraid of anything. The reflection asked the thief, if the thief is not afraid, why is he running away? The criminal stopped and asked, surprised at himself, is he really running away? After which the thief unzipped his green jacket and shouted that he was not running away, but preparing revenge. Looking manic, the thief said that he couldn't go back to normal until he avenged his nose. The perpetrator then ran out of the restroom and began walking briskly through the park. The thief saw a female figure in front of him. He thought to himself that the women would be sorry for breaking his nose. The thief ran down the street without seeing anything around him. He came upon a policewoman, Lin Qiang, who was talking on the phone. The protagonist recalled to himself philosopher Nietzsche's statement about the vast abyss. Yifei thought that when the dark abyss appears, the world starts to collapse. The protagonist, barely containing himself, realized that he was now looking into that abyss. Yifei couldn't move or turn away. He was having trouble controlling himself. Yifei stared without taking his eyes off his superior's feet. Shu. Ask his interlocutor. Where should they go next? The protagonist realized that when Ingen ponders, he changes the position of his legs when doing so. It occurred to Yifei that if the boss stopped thinking, the abyss would close and no longer have an effect on his body. Fang King strictly asked the guy how can he get excited at a time like this. Yifei replied that this is not the time for it. The protagonist explained to the woman that the boss moves her legs when she thinks. Fang King should help Shu in her decision-making. The flustered woman realized that she had misunderstood the protagonist. Ingen, sitting beside the map, asked her subordinate Fang King where they should go. A woman suggested a water park to her supervisor. Ingen praised her subordinate for a good idea. The protagonist, lying under the table, noticed happily that the abyss was closing. Fanson was suggesting new places for her boss to visit. Ingen said she'd write it all down. Fang Qing woman immediately felt that the main character's arousal was dropping. Ingen asked her subordinate what is the best way to end the walk with a temple or a water park. Yifei, being under the table, thought excitedly to himself that the abyss is opening again. Fanson woman unequivocally and emotionally shouted that it was better to visit the temple at the end of the walk. The supervisor liked the temple suggestion. Suddenly, Ingen dropped her pen on the floor. The fallen pen rolled under the tablecloth under the table. Yifei could hardly contain his silence. The leading edge got really scared. He realized he could be exposed now. The main character abruptly grabbed the nearby Fangqing woman by the arm. Yifei gave the woman a pleading look to do something or he would be discovered. Shu Yingying crouched down, picked up the tablecloth, and began to look for a pen. Yifei was getting more and more worried. The protagonist looked at his boss's hand. He knew she was about to see him. Fangqing woman was also very frightened. She didn't know what to do. Ingen fumbled under the table for her pen. She wasn't happy. The main character was very scared. He imagined what would happen if the boss saw him. Yifei imagined holding out his hand to his boss. Ingen would yell that everything was disgusting. The woman looked under the table with a piercing gaze, searching for her pen. Yifei watched the top with an unblinking stare. Suddenly, the supervisor heard some shouting from the side, and she was immediately distracted. Fangqing ran after her wedding ring, which rolled across the room. Shu was still near the table. Ingen told her subordinate that her ring had rolled under the cupboard. She asked why Fangqing was so careless. The woman apologized. At this time, a loud thud was heard at the door. Ingen asked what could it have been. Fangqing replied that there might have been a mouse. The protagonist stood listening to the two girls chatting. Fangqing asked the boss to ignore the mouse and look for her ring. Yifei thought wistfully to himself that the woman had used her ring to distract the Ingen boss. At that time in Star Park, a police line was chasing an offender. The policewoman was able to catch up with the intruder and grabbed him from behind by the pants. She eventually ripped the pants off the thief. The police lineman swung her baton with all her might to throw it at the perpetrator. Launched a baton at full speed into the ass of a fleeing felon. The thief ran around the corner at the same time. The perpetrator ran in the direction of the women's locker room. Lin asked menacingly where he was going. The thief grabbed the doorknob and told the policewoman that she would regret breaking his nose. The perpetrator shouted at the Ling that he was breaking into the ladies' room in the girls' school to take revenge on the policewoman. Suddenly, the door to the locker room opened, and the thief was hit hard in the face. The woman came out and asked grudgingly, looking at the thief, "Where did this scum come from?" The other girls said their base had been discovered. A subordinate asked her superior, "Do they need to change the shelter?" A leader named Captain Hunter said that tomorrow they would capture Burkut at the Hualan Temple. The criminal brother Hu managed to successfully escape from prison. The police never caught him. The protagonist, accompanied by the girls in a car, arrived at the Hualong Temple. Beautiful Sue got out of the car. She asked in surprise, "Is this really the Hualong Temple?" Miss Sue said in a cheery voice that it was a very nice place. Sue asked with interest to Shu, how did she find such a place? Ying Ying thought to herself that she had organized everything well. Ife remembered his dangerous adventures yesterday with Feng Qing. Ife thought sadly to himself, under what conditions the trip route had been worked out yesterday. The protagonist, accompanied by the girls, was climbing the steps towards the temple. Beauty Sue told her companion that she could not believe there could be such a lovely place in the city. Ife decided that he shouldn't look at girls, but rather look around. Sue asked Ingen who had been with her yesterday. Sue asked in a sly voice to Ingen if the main character was her boyfriend. The protagonist detected a strange and mysterious aura around him. Shu pointed at the main character and said he was her bodyguard. Sue replied that she was clear. Sue was thinking about something of her own. She smiled. Ife confirmed, pleased that he was some sort of guard. Ife thought to himself that the trip would not be easy. He continued to climb the stairs with his companions. At that time, someone from the forest thicket was following the protagonist with a rifle with the girls. A sniper named Cutie has requested permission to fire. She reported that a Burkut target has emerged. The commander informed the Cutie that you can't shoot because Burkut won't just show up. The Cutie said there was a man coming to see her commander. She asked if it was Burkut. The commander said the target was found, but it's not a Burkut. The woman with the sword said she saw a patrol officer and plans changed, at which time a completely lone police lineman was walking through the forest thicket. The woman with the sword said confidently, the assassination squad acting first. At this time, the protagonist was near the temple. They approached an auction to throw objects at a target. The perpetrator changed into a yellow suit. He shouted to those around him on the megaphone that the ride costs 1 yuan per throw. Ife launched a stone at the target so that it collapsed. His companions received a toy as a reward. The girl was walking through the fair. Everyone looked at her with wonder and admiration. After that, the girls approached the bead merchant near the temple. Ife followed them. Both girls entered the temple and held a prayer near a huge statue of Buddha. A girl Sue came out of the temple. She carried a large and white hat in her hands. Suddenly, the beautiful Sue stumbled on the sidewalk and twisted her ankle. Shu told the protagonist to guard Miss Sue. She went to get bandages. The main character was sitting on a bench. He looked at the Sue girl's leg and noticed that her ankle looked normal. Beauty Sue looked amazingly at the protagonist and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. At this time, a policeling wandered lonely in the forest near the Hualong Temple. The policewoman was walking and thinking about something. She didn't pay attention to the sounds around her. Lin remembered what she had heard yesterday about the Hualong Temple. She came to check it out, at which time a woman with a sword suddenly attacked the policewoman from the side. The woman wanted to hit the policewoman with one punch, but Lin ducked. Lin ducked down and looked closely at the woman who was attacking her, at which time another woman with blades rushed at the policewoman from above. At once, even the Lin didn't see or hear the danger behind her. Lin was mesmerized, still staring at her rival's face with burning red eyes. The woman with the blades struck the policewoman with all her might, but missed. The police lynx deftly dodged the attack and landed on her feet. The masked woman's attacker told the policewoman that she was able to dodge her blades. The woman then commanded her subordinates to proceed with caution and take their time. At this time, the escaped criminal brother Hu was hiding from the rain in a chimney and thinking about his future. The police line was attacked by a ninja in black clothes and a mask with a sword. The ninja swung around to strike the policewoman. Lin managed to duck in time. The policewoman glanced to the side and noticed more warriors running at her. A shuriken-wielding warrior was approaching towards the police line. Deadly steel stars flew in a flock towards the Lin. The policewoman at the last moment noticed the shurikens flying at her. Lin ducked professionally and dodged all the incoming stars. Lin thought to herself that she may have gotten stronger as she dodged the sprockets. Then a woman with swords in her hands appeared in front of the police line. The woman sternly told the policewoman Lin to get Burkut right away. The police Lin asked with great interest to the warriors, "Who are they all?" The woman said that Burkut had sent a small drying party to test their capabilities. She decided to tell the policewoman who they were. The woman reported that there was a team of deadly mercenaries in the dark part of the world. These mercenaries are very professional and use a variety of weapons. Many elite soldiers were defeated by the mercenaries. Because of this, the mercenaries started calling themselves soldier hunters. The mercenaries eliminated the former captain of the Alpha Squad, who was called Ivanov. The woman said menacingly that they were a mercenary unit called the Blood Fox. She promised that Burkut would die soon. Lin listened in amazement to the story from the woman. Lin couldn't remember if there was a breed of bird called golden eagles in their country. At this time, Miss Sue told the protagonist cryptically that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The protagonist was agitated. He tried not to give away his emotions. Sue addressed him as Golden Eagle and then by name. After calming down, Ife thanked the beauty for not revealing his identity. Sue said she understood. She asked the guy, why is he working as a small-time employee? Ife said that he had served in the Soaring Thief Squad for 5 years, but he was very tired of everything. The main character wanted a cigarette. He asked the beautiful woman why she had come to this town. Miss Sue snatched the cigarette from the boy's hand with a sharp movement. Beauty told the protagonist that she was just as tired as he was. The protagonist looked silently and questioningly at his interlocutor. Sue reported that her identity has been revealed, for which reason she is only dealing with personal matters. The main character remembered that the family of the beautiful Su Mengxin is one of the strongest in all of China. Beauty Sue said in an excited voice. The protagonist now didn't look like the cold-blooded Burkett she knew. The protagonist liked this unusual compliment from the beautiful Sue. Ife said calmly that he is like other men in town, drinking, smoking, and dating women. Sue said playfully that Mr. Burkett is very angry. He asked in a serious voice, was Sue disappointed after seeing the true Burkett? At this time, suddenly the beautiful Sue approached the protagonist and grabbed him from behind. Sue told the protagonist that her leg still hurts. Let Ife carry her and she'll look at the beautiful views. 10 minutes later, the boy was walking and carrying the girl through the hills of the Dragon Temple. Ife didn't understand what Miss Sue wanted to accomplish. The protagonist wanted to ask the beautiful woman something, but she cut him off at half a word. Sue pointed to Ife not to turn around. The main character carried the girl further. Sue said in a worried voice that she felt that moment. The beauty reminded Ife that it was just like the time he carried her when he was still a soldier. Sue plunged into the memories of her service, and what had happened to her a month ago was that the enemy had located the Sue in the middle of a secret deal with the other side. The Sue girl was chased by soldiers from the terrorist group Stika. A very powerful team was hired to protect the daughter of an important Chinese executive. It turned out that Sue was in danger, and her pursuers were getting bigger and bigger. To protect the Sue girl, her country sent a very important reserve in the form of the Burkut. Sue told the protagonist that after an incident of real danger, he helped her realize one thing, that she is an ordinary woman. Miss Sue reminded the protagonist that he had carried her through explosions before, similar to how he does now. The beauty hugged the Ife even tighter and reminded him of how he had once thrown himself with her. The protagonist and the girl threw themselves into the blue water under the scorching sun. The protagonist began to dive to greater depths with the girl. Ife kissed a girl underwater. Beauty Sue remembered her saved by oxygen from the protagonist. Miss Sue vividly remembered that the main character used the torn clothes from her body. Thanks to the Golden Eagle, Sue was able to safely cross the river and survive. They were not found by their pursuers. Ife replied dryly to the girl that no thanks were needed as it was his job. Sue told the guy that it takes a lot of courage to do such a thing to her. The girl said that her father was angry, even though she was saved. Sue asked Burkut if he resigned because of her. The protagonist sharply replied to the beauty that he didn't leave the army because of her. The beautiful Miss Sue told the protagonist that she was very happy to hear him say that. After a short pause, the handsome Sue asked sternly of the lad, "So why did he resign?" The protagonist got tired of being questioned. He decided to tell the Sue the real reason for leaving the army. Suddenly, the protagonist heard something. He looked around worriedly. The protagonist shouted to his companion to be careful. He dodged sharply to the side. A shot rang out. To protect himself from further gunfire, the protagonist fell to the ground with Sue. A happy sniper cutie was walking through the woods. She shouted happily that she had hit. The cutie held the rifle in her hands and told her subordinates to bring her Su Menshin. Warriors with guns and uniforms told the cutie that they would. The cutie thought happily to herself, cheered up by the murder. The commander sternly shouted to the cutie that she might reveal her location. The sniper replied that there was nothing to be afraid of. Burkett would not just come out to them. The commander angrily shouted that the cutie had ruined Master Bloodfox's plan. After that, the commander asked the capture team if they had caught Sumanen. Suddenly, the cutie saw something very exciting. She shouted to the captainess to help her. The sniper apprehensively grabbed her rifle to see what was going on in front. The cutie saw 2 soldiers lying on the ground. Sue was standing next to them. The sniper couldn't figure out where the guy had gone. Cutie couldn't understand how the main character was able to disappear so quickly. The sniper heard a noise behind her. She kept thinking about Belle Sue's bodyguard. She turned around and saw the main character. Ife looked at the sniper completely calmly. He prepared to finish her off. The cutie couldn't believe that an ordinary security guard turned out to be the mysterious Burkett. The protagonist was able to quickly and completely neutralize the woman in the nun costume. Ife then used his skills to neutralize the woman in the blue robe. The main character at the end was able to completely neutralize the masked and sword-wielding captainess. The cutie thought fearfully to herself that she had done something stupid since she had revealed her location. She didn't know what to do. The sniper was angry. She thought angrily to herself that she would not sit idly by. Cutie grabbed her rifle and started firing it in the direction of the protagonist. Ife had no problem dodging the bullets quickly. The cute girl pulled the bolt and got ready to shoot again. Then the sniper Cutie jumped high up from her seat. Cutie bent over with her rifle and yelled at the main character that he was about to die. Suddenly, Burkett appeared out of nowhere in front of the Cutie's crosshairs. Sniper Cutie was hitting the target very accurately with her huge rifle. It was easy for the Cutie to kill with her rifle, and she shouted that it was not even a challenge for her. Boss Bloodfox told the surprised sniper that she had never met a strong opponent before. The woman said that a strong elite could dodge a sniper's bullet, adding that she would realize this when she met someone who could dodge her bullet. During the battle with the protagonist, Honey realized she had met a strong man. She pulled out a knife. The sniper shouted in flight very menacingly that she would not give up. The protagonist calmly broke the sniper's knife with a strong blow. The surprised little Cutie wished in a weak voice that the protagonist would go to hell. Ife in the clearing menacingly beat the Cutie on the ass and asked who taught her sniper shooting. The sniper was uncomfortable and ashamed. She yelled at the Golden Eagle to stop. The sniper shouted at the angry assailant to stop immediately. He added that she wasn't even spanked by her parents. The protagonist replied sternly to the girl that he would do it on their behalf. Cutie thought very angrily to herself that Burkett humiliated her very badly. Suddenly the sniper felt during the spankings a tide of paternal love. The Cutie, with a faded look, said that she was wrong and asked Ife to punish her. The guy slapped the snapper on the head and asked sternly who taught her to be indecent. The sniper girl sitting near the tree asked the guy to tie her harder. The protagonist told the Sioux girl that he sees some movement and he will go and check it out. He added that his girlfriend is safe. Ife slipped Beauty Sue his jacket and said that he will leave her for a while. The protagonist heard the girl replied that the girl told him not to worry and to just walk. Beauty Sue thought to herself confidently that she wasn't worried at all. A month ago, during a special mission, the girl along with Burkett encountered difficulties. The girl was sitting on the shore. She coughed after they got out of the water. In a weak voice, she asked the boy for a dagger. Burkett replied to his companion that a dagger would not help her against a strong enemy. The girl said fearfully that she could not be captured and needed the dagger to kill herself. The protagonist said confidently that he would get the girl home alive. The guy handed the girl his tunic and said he had to leave for a while. At the same moment, the beautiful Sue felt completely reassured. The girl looked at the back of the protagonist and it gave her confidence. Burkett's silhouette gave a sense of security for the girl even when surrounded by enemies. On the other side of the forest, assassins attacked the police line. Then the sword warrior sped up to strike his opponent with a swing. The girl ducked just in time to avoid a dangerous sword strike. Another enemy ran behind. The policeman jumped up from her seat to avoid being caught by the sword. She then jumped up and neutralized the attackers with powerful leg kicks. From behind the policewoman, a woman called Pearblades suddenly appeared. Lynn shouted angrily that her opponents had gotten what they deserved. The policewoman felt someone coming up behind her. The woman threw the policewoman far to the side with a powerful blow. Her opponent prepared to attack. The paired blades shouted angrily to the policewoman that this was not the end. The assassin activated a special skill called Wind Blades. Pair Blades waved her weapon in all directions. Lynn was forced to step back. The woman angrily asked her rival, "How could she like that?" Lynn responded by screaming from the blows. The protagonist approached the clearing. He watched the confrontation between the policewoman and the assassin with great interest. The woman accelerated and attacked the policewoman with a move called the Tornado Splash. The twin blades with weapons in their hands prepared for another attack. The woman told her opponent that she must have a rank B. In doing so, the Lynn was able to avoid many attacks. The girl told strictly that she had a rank C. She gave the assassin her name. The woman sternly asked her rival why she didn't give up. Lynn threatened the assassin that she would arrest her. The twin blades accelerated and shouted at the rival to get ready to die. Ling thought to herself fearfully that she wouldn't be able to dodge. At that moment, someone commanded the policewoman from behind to step back. The pair of blades lunged at their opponent. The policewoman bounced aside. The girl thought surprised and happy to herself as to how she dodged. In the end, the policewoman decided to bravely go forwards against her rival. Lynn dodged with a quick and professional movement and managed to stab the assassin in the back. The paired blades couldn't figure out who was talking in the bushes next to them. Lynn turned around and looked carefully into the thicket. She couldn't figure out who was standing there. The main character was speaking in a hoarse voice from behind the trees to the policewoman. Lynn realized excitedly that she could see the mysterious mastermind in front of her. Ife decided to help the girl with the identity of the mysterious mastermind. At this time, someone's footsteps sounded. Another woman approached the battle scene. The police Lynn turned around to the side. She spotted another assassin. The woman said she would deal with the policewoman. She added to her subordinates that they should find Burkett. The policewoman Lynn asked with interest to her rival, who was she? Paired blades ran off to the side. She yelled to her colleague that she was leaving a ling on her. The black-clothed assassin turned toward the policewoman. There were tears in her eyes. Lynn asked excitedly to her rival why she was crying and are they in cahoots? The woman threw off her black clothes and said she wasn't crying at all. A hired killer called the Red Widow pulled out a chainsaw and yelled that she was glad she could kill someone. A policewoman naively asked her rival why she was undressed and very revealingly dressed. The chainsaw killer said she wasn't a nun, but it was easier to pretend that way. The line yelled at the woman to stay away from her. The Red Widow told the policewoman it was time to die. The chainsaw-wielding assassin angrily lunged at the policewoman. Paired blades ran through the woods. She thought to herself that Burkett was able to take out the sniper cutie. The assassin thought excitedly to herself that Burkett was able to take out their formation. The woman trotted through the woods. She realized that Burkett must be somewhere nearby. Looking closely, the assassin found the boy in the woods. The assassin grabbed the weapon and thought angrily to herself that her target was about to die. The assassin at full speed decided to kill the protagonist right on the spot. Ife heard the noise and swung his fist. The woman thought that Burkett had weaknesses. The assassin looked closely at her opponent. The guy stopped suddenly. The paired blades knew that Burkett never hit women. She swung her weapon at him. Paired blades swung her weapon to hit the guy. The assassin was surprised at how very quickly Burkett crouched down to dodge the blow. Ife was squatting. He decided fearfully to himself that danger was very close for him. The protagonist raised himself up and bumped his head right at the assassin between his legs. The paired blades was very surprised and embarrassed by the whole incident. After 15 minutes, the protagonist told the interviewer modestly that his name was Lee Yifei, and he worked as a bodyguard. The assassin said that she knew that the guy was Burkett. She added that he belonged to the Blood Fox squad. The guy asked with surprise, "What kind of assassin puts herself on display?" Paired blades angrily reminded that Burkett does not attack women. Ife said modestly, he doesn't want to see women's tears. That's why he doesn't like to kill women. The woman menacingly told the protagonist that she didn't believe him. She reminded him that Burkett didn't hurt her. Very shyly, the protagonist told the woman to look at herself. Ife shyly shouted to his shocked rival that Tay had wet herself. The paired blades looked at herself in surprise and realized that the guy was right. At this time, the Red Widow was using a chainsaw to try to hit the policewoman. The woman knocked the saw into the ground. At that time, the line bounced far back. The Red Widow shouted to her terrified rival that she was going to die. At that moment, something very distracted the assassin's attention. She looked away. The Red Widow noticed her fellow paired blades run out of the forest crying. The woman sternly asked the assassin what had happened to her, and if she was all right. Lynn decided to herself that it was the mysterious master who had defeated Pairblades. The Red Widow couldn't understand what Burkett had done that had caused the assassin to be in such a sorry state. The woman decided that they should retreat. Ona shouted to Golden Eagle that they weren't done yet. With that, both assassins turned around and ran off into the thicket of the forest. Ife looked all around. He decided to see if the Lin girl was okay. The protagonist saw the policeman heading towards him frightened. Ife couldn't understand how the injured girl could run so fast towards him. The policewoman was screaming for the mysterious master to take her as an apprentice. Ling rushed after the protagonist. She still mistook him for the master. Ife ran with all his might. He realized he couldn't let the girl see him. The policewoman yelled after the guy to stop. After that, she ran out to the edge of the forest. The policewoman was very surprised and amazed at what she saw. Sue said excitedly to the guy to not continue so much. Ife replied to the beauty that he was almost done. Lin noticed the guy sitting next to the girl near the tree. Ife told Sue that he was going to do it. Police Lin was very much amazed at what she saw and screamed. Sue said she was in a little pain. Ife replied tensely to the girlfriend that he was going in. The policewoman ran up and tapped the protagonist on the head from behind. She said he was a pervert. A puzzled Ife explained to the policewoman that he was only helping his girlfriend put on her shoes. The guy helped Sue put on her shoes. He said she twisted her foot after he left. The pretty girl thanked her friend. Police officer Lin apologized in a confused and frightened voice. Lin thought to herself that it was the mysterious master who could disappear so quickly. After that, the policewoman looked closely at the protagonist. Lin was very wary when she saw the white shirt on Yifei. In a stern voice, the policewoman commanded the protagonist to wait. Lin approached the guy and wanted to ask him something very important. The policewoman pointed her finger at the guy and asked him strictly about his white shirt. Ife thought to himself that the girl has gotten smart. Lin said the shirt looked familiar. The policewoman asked the protagonist if he works at the same place as the mystery master. Beauty Sue got very funny. Lin asked the protagonist how handsome is the mysterious master. Ife decided sadly to himself that he overestimated the policewoman's intelligence. The girl Sue told the policewoman that she saw the master when he was passing by, and the master's very handsome. Sue said the master looked like a classic Chinese with a sense of confidence. Lin shouted happily that the master looked like her idol Leonardo. Yifei pointed his hand in the direction and said that the master was heading to the Dragon Temple. Lin thanked him. Lin ran through the forest and joyfully called out to the mysterious master. Lin thought to herself that the master couldn't have gone far away. She saw a suspicious guy in the temple. The policewoman approached the stranger from behind. and asked him to take her as an apprentice. The guy turned around and the policewoman saw the crook with the big nose she already knew. Lynch was petrified and frozen with surprise. She realized she wouldn't find the master. The crook ran away and shook the policewoman that he would never pretend to be a priest again. The lion hit the crook from behind. Pretty Sue asked the boyfriend, did he leave her to save the policewoman? Ife explained to the girlfriend that it was an emergency. Sue told the guy she wasn't angry. He'd saved her life before. The protagonist asked the girlfriend to repeat the last sentence. Shu Yingying appeared. She said she had brought medicine for Sue. The pretty girl was sitting on the bench. Yifei was massaging her leg. Sue's girlfriend thanked the guy. She put on her shoes and said she was no longer in pain. Ingen asked the main character if he took good care of Miss Sue. Yifei replied that he took care of Miss Sue as if she were the empress. Miss Sue turned to the main character and said that he did take care of her. After that, the beauty said that the protagonist just call her by her name Mengshin. After that, Sue suggested to Shu Yingying to talk about business. At the top of the hill stood the bloody fox. She asked her subordinates, does she see Burkut now? The Red Widow confirmed the guy's identity. Nearby sat a woman wielding a pair of blades. The leader asked sternly, how could her subordinates lose? The blood fox told the sniper cutie that they had spent a lot of effort to save her. The cutie remembered being spanked by the protagonist and said he had great strength. The leader demanded that the paired blades tell her why they failed. The assassin with tears in her eyes said that her opponent was very fast. She promised that she would kill Burkut next time. The blood fox said that Burkut was able to easily get into the minds of the two cold assassins. The leader said that they needed to retreat. Pairblades replied, that retreating would be a failure of the mission. Blood Fox sternly said that they had accomplished the mission since they had lured Burkut out. She said that he would live for a couple more days. The Bloody Fox communicated with upper management. She said the information about Burkut not attacking women was complicated. The top boss asked a subordinate if she was back. The Blood Fox replied that she was back. The woman sat down and said that the squad had completed its mission. The big boss was not happy. The Blood Fox was very surprised after this reaction from the head boss. Bloodwolf pointed his sword at the woman. He said that those didn't kill Burkut. The woman sternly asked Bloodwolf, did the man want to discuss personal matters? The guy said menacingly that Burkut didn't have any weaknesses. The head boss said that so far the Blood Fox had lured Burkut out and they had accomplished their mission. After that, the head boss asked the Bloodwolf, can he defeat the main character? The Bloodwolf stood and listened intently to what the leader was telling him. The guy angrily said that he was a former member of the protagonist's team. Bloodwolf added with confidence in his voice that he would kill Burkut. Yifei was riding in the car at this time. The protagonist was sitting behind the wheel. He was distracted and looking at his companion Fanking. The disgruntled woman grabbed Yifei's ear with her hand and told him to look at the road. Fanking thought to herself. She didn't understand why she had a love affair. The woman asked the guy why he was taking her to the main office. Yifei replied that he was simply replacing an employee. The guy thanked the companion for using the ring as a distraction that night. The woman asked the guy if he thought she was promiscuous. Protagonist asked with surprise, why would he think his fanzine acquaintance was promiscuous? The woman said she was divorced after 3 years. After marriage, her husband betrayed her. The main character told the girl that it was absolutely not her fault. Fang Qing replied to the guy that he had a very nice speech. The woman looked closely and noticed the protagonist watching her from the sidelines. Yifei told the woman not to worry, and he would keep their night a secret. The protagonist watched with one eye the Fang Qing in a neighboring chair. The woman menacingly asked the guy where he was looking. Yifei explained to his companion that he was looking in the rearview mirror. Yifei told the woman that he would wait outside. The woman got out of the car and said that she was feeling better. The main character said cheerfully that good people should look forward to the future. After that, the woman smiled and thanked the protagonist. Yifei smoked and told the woman Fang Qing joyfully to go ahead. The protagonist looked at Fang Qing with an admiring gaze. The protagonist picked up the phone and called his friend Su Mengxin. Su was at the spa at the time. She told the guy on the phone that she had heard the bad news about Ying Ying. She added that Yifei should come to see her tomorrow night. Sula informed on the phone that she would talk to the guy in more detail when she met him. The protagonist got worried. He didn't realize what bad news could be about Injin. At that time, a girl came out of the building. She asked on the phone to be picked up by Min Sheng. A servant followed the girl carrying boxes. The girl's name was Su Huan. She was the eldest daughter of the vice president of the main office. She shouted at the servant that he couldn't even bring a couple of bags. Suddenly, Huan saw the protagonist in front of her near the car. The girl thought she saw the driver who works in her company. Jiwan demanded the guy to help her carry her bags. Yifei replied that he was just a driver for the company. The girl sternly told the guy that she would fire him if he refused. The protagonist sternly told Huan to watch what she said. When the girl got angry, she shouted that she was the daughter of the vice president of the company. The employee then called the protagonist by name. The employee named Van told the girl that the protagonist was new and didn't know all the rules. Ife asked the employee why he was here. Van said they would talk after they moved the girl's things. Then he told his boss that they would move her things right away. The girl demanded that the subordinates move. Ife asked Van why he had moved to the main office as a security guard. The guy replied that he was transferred. He also added that one cannot complain about Su Huan. Wang said worryingly that Su Huan takes other people's men away and then leaves them. He also added that the girl has a grievance against Boss Shu. The main character thought to himself about the daughter of the vice president of the company. Wang was carrying things along with the protagonist. He said it's sad that a rich woman somehow doesn't take care of him. Ife heard Ji-Wan girl address someone angrily beside him. Huan asked the Fang King woman very menacingly, how dare she show herself in front of her? Su Huan angrily asked the woman He Fang King angrily, how dare this one appear in front of her? Fang Qing was very amazed and frightened when she saw Su Huan in front of her. The protagonist and his acquaintance Wang looked on with great excitement. Suddenly a man came up behind Su Huan and called out to her. The man's name was Chen Mingsheng. He was He Fang Qing's ex-husband. He apologized to Huan for being late. Woman Fang Qing was very much startled to see her ex-husband Minsheng. The man asked his ex-wife with very great surprise, "Why is she here?" Huan said angrily that Fang Qing had come to cause trouble. She told Chung that she got the invitation card for tomorrow's party. He Fang Qing said with a smile on her face that she came to report back and was on her way out. Zhu Yuan smiled a fake smile and said that she wanted to share the wonderful news. The girl said with a smile that they will get married next month with Minsheng. Fang Qing squeezed out a smile and said that she congratulated her interlocutor. Juan said quietly that Mingsheng licks her fingers when they go to bed. After that, Huan angrily told the woman not to let her see her again. She also said that Minsheng had told her all about Fang Qing. Huan then told her that other men might be interested. Fang Qing said in a crying voice that she had already been transferred to the branch. She asked the girl, what does she want from her? Ziwan said that when she removes Shu Yingying, she will be the head of the company. Ziwan stepped back and said that she wanted to get married. Ziwan said that she would first slap Fang Qing and then kneel before her. The woman was amazed at the request. The protagonist was worried. He looked around anxiously. Ife looked at his familiar woman. Fang Qing said fearfully that she would just leave. Huan grabbed her subordinate by the hair and yelled that she didn't need permission to hit her. At this time, the protagonist decided to act. He hit the girl with a burst of speed. The man was very surprised. The people around him were very surprised when Ife hit Huan with a flying kick. The woman flew far to the side. She stood up and said, "Who dared to hit her?" Ife put a bag over his head. He shouted that his name was Burkut's friend and demanded that everyone stop hooliganizing. The main character asked Fang Qing to play along. Huan asked excitedly, and Ife, "Is he really a superhero?" At this time, there was a commotion. A huge number of guards ran to help Huan. The guards rushed over and surrounded the protagonist from all sides. One of the guards shouted that the protagonist must die. At this time, the chief of guards appeared. The protagonist looked at the chief and thought he'd seen him somewhere before. The security captain named Hu asked sternly who dared to harm the President Su. The chief sternly ordered his subordinates to kill the protagonist. Ife apologized to the guards for being rude. The protagonist beat up and disarmed most of the guards at high speed. The head guard was left alone. He shouted to his opponent that he would show him his special skill. The head guard said he would show his muscle strength. His clothes cracked on him. The Hu guard angrily replied to the protagonist that it's time to start. After Yifei beat up the security chief, the guard tearfully apologized. Huan saw her firm's security guard kneeling and apologizing to the protagonist. The Minsheng man yelled at the guy to stay away. Then the guy put a green hat on the Minsheng's head and punched him in the face with all his might. The main character said that he hit Minsheng on behalf of He Fang Qing. Su Huan sat on the ground and looked at the beaten man with great pressure. After that, the protagonist approached the frightened girl and said that her turn had come. Su Huan was very much frightened. Ife beat the woman with slaps on her ass and said how dare she seduce another man's husband. After the beating, Huan felt that the protagonist had a special technique. Ife grabbed Fang Qing's girlfriend by the arm and fled with her. The woman told the protagonist that he was funny and asked how he came up with such a thing. Ife explained that he took a bag from the things he helped carry for Huan. The guy was standing with his girlfriend near the seashore. Fang Qing picked up the mask and said it was funny. Ife smoked and asked the woman if she felt better. The woman remembered something funny and smiled and said it was funny. Then the girlfriend standing next to the guy kept laughing at something of her own. After that, Fansin cried because of the weight of the whole experience. The woman tearfully thanked the protagonist and said she was free to go. Ife told the girlfriend that it was very good that she thought about it. Suddenly, Fang Qing shoved the guy to the ground. The protagonist asked the woman fearfully what she was doing. He reminded her that she was being conservative to him. Then the woman put his paper bag over the protagonist's head. Fansin popped on top and yelled to Ife that she wanted to thank him for saving her. Fang Qing kissed the protagonist with all her passion. The surrounding passers-by looked in amazement at the shaking car on the embankment. On the evening of the second day, the protagonist arrived by automobile at the Loon's residence. The protagonist was surprised to notice that there were many expensive cars parked near the building. The protagonist remembered and wondered what it all meant. Yifei remembered Su's girlfriend telling him about the bad news about Boss Shu. The protagonist went to the front door. He introduced himself and said Miss Su had invited him. The guard told the guy that he already knew everything and invited him in. The protagonist entered a luxurious mansion. There were many guests around. They didn't like that he came to the banquet in formal clothes. The guy thought to himself that he wasn't invited from the beginning. Su Mengxian had called him here. The boy looked over and saw a pile of delicious and very appetizing food on the table. Yifei decided that he would look for a girlfriend after he'd had enough. Suddenly, the protagonist heard two girls from the side approaching him. Yifei was consuming food. One girl offered him a drink with her. The girl asked the protagonist why his clothes looked funny. Yifei replied that he was simply waiting for someone. The girls in evening clothes were called Li Xinyue and Sun Lianyao. Xinyue told the guy that they were also waiting for someone and offered to have a drink with him. Milo, the main character, chatted with the girls and drank with them. The guests at the party couldn't understand who the guy in the shirt was standing next to the beautiful celebrities. At that time, another guest came up. She turned to the main character. Suwan, in evening attire, asked the main character strictly how did he get here. Yifei replied cheerfully to the woman that there was no one at the back entrance, and he had snuck in for food. The girl laughed and said cheerfully that the main character is very funny. After that, the girl cheerfully asked, "Who in their right mind would sneak in here to get food?" Su Huan looked at the guy angrily. Su Huan could not understand how the protagonist ended up here and which branch he worked in. An expensive car arrived outside the residence. The guard greeted Mr. Sun. The guy asked the guard, "Are there really girls Li Xinyue and Sun Lian Yao inside?" The guard confirmed to the guest that the girls were inside. Su replied that he was coming. Then the guy went inside the building. He thought he would have success today. Sun Ziqiao decided arrogantly to himself that he would tame two girls today. Next to him was Sun Junjuan. The girl Ziwan turned to the side and looked at the arriving guests with great attention. Juan greeted the guy and suggested that Mr. Sun discuss Huayang's company. Juan wanted to complain to the guest about Shu Ying. The guy's son walked past the girl. The guest said cheerfully that Guy Li is very interesting. He knows a lot of things. Yifei replied to the girls that those two have great knowledge. Guy's son came up. He grabbed the guest with his hand and menacingly asked Xinyu and Lanyu, how dare they reject his invitation. Sun looked unhappily at the protagonist and said that the girls were talking to a strange man. Juan looked at everything going on with interest. She wondered what the guy would be able to do. The guest angrily asked Sun, what does he do in public? She demanded that he leave Xinyue alone. Sun was still holding the girl's hand. He yelled at the guest to go have fun with him. The main character approached. He grabbed Suna's arm and demanded that he get out. Yifei gave the guest a stern and threatening look and told him to show respect. Sun looked at the protagonist unhappily and asked who was he. The guy fearfully pointed at the protagonist and said that he was a jerk bodyguard. Juan became curious because Yifei was in a fight with Sun. The protagonist surprisedly greeted Mr. Lee Sun standing next to him. The guy knocked back the protagonist's handshake and said that he had injured his friend. Sun told the protagonist that he was being used by Shu Ying as a hired dog. Yifei told the guest that he was not welcome here. Sun angrily called him a bastard. Two girls came over. They scrutinized the protagonist's hand. The guests took turns asking the guy about his hand and suggesting he call a doctor. One of the guests said that the beauties absolutely hated violence. Sun's boyfriend was violent and lost his advantage. Xinyue pointed her hand at the guy and said no violence. Yifei was between the girls. Sun looked with envy at the main character. He decided that he should be in his place. Then the angry guy's son swung around to hit the protagonist. The protagonist grabbed his opponent's fist on the fly with his hand. Sun asked angrily to Yifei, is he going to stick his nose in other people's business? The protagonist said sternly to his rival that he started it first. The guy angrily said his name is Sun Ziqiao, and he is a graduate of the Capital Academy. He added, he will tear the protagonist apart. Yifei asked in surprise at his rival, how did a loser like him get into the army? Sun shouted to the protagonist that he was dead. The guests chatted in surprise about Yifei insulting Mr. Sun. The guy confidently shouted that the protagonist was going to die. Juan called Yifei an idiot. Guy's son confidently shouted that the protagonist is about to die. Someone came up and yelled for everyone to stop. The banquet manager Kuai came over. He asked sternly who was making noise and why was he being disrespected. Kui cheerfully asked Sun if he had come to see him. Sun responded by greeting the manager. Sun told the manager that he had something to tell him. The guy then pointed at the main character and said that he was a disgrace to the banquet. Tsui turned around and looked at the protagonist with great suspicion. The manager asked Yifei to leave as he was inappropriately dressed. Tsui said sternly that this banquet is top class. He added that losers who can't buy expensive clothes can't come here. Sun's boyfriend was overjoyed. At that time, he heard a girl say something. Shinue pointed at Sunya to the manager and said that he was not appropriately dressed either. After a pause, he asked why Sun was dressed inappropriately. Koei explained that the guy's son is a friend of manager Zhao. He once again demanded the protagonist to leave. Ife absolutely calmly explained to those present that he was not a guest of this banquet. The Shinue girl was surprised to think how could the guy get here if he was not a guest. Manager Kui shouted threateningly to the protagonist to get lost. Sun told the protagonist that he was a petty thief and a loser. He asked how dare he flirt with the women he had his eye on. Jiwon watched and wondered what the protagonist would do. Ife explained that he was not a guest, but he was a friend of the owner who invited him herself. Manager Kui said sternly that the owner was Mr. Zhao. Ife was surprised when he realized that the girl, Su Mengshin, was not the owner. Sun said strictly to the protagonist that he might fly out after one word from him. The surrounding guests started to insult the protagonist in every way and told him to get out. Ife felt dislike from all sides and shouted for him to leave. One said joyfully that watching this embarrassment made her happy. The guy offered the girl a drink. Someone approached the girls and asked how on earth they could be in company with Ife. Guy's son told the protagonist that Shu Yingying's girl made his brother angry last time. Sun Guy then held his hand out to the side and pointed to the exit. Sun Guy said that the main character should go back and tell Mrs. Su at the main office that she should apologize to Mr. Sun. The people around him were very excited looking at the protagonist and expecting him to leave now. The protagonist looked long and hard in front of him. He realized that he had to leave. Sun once again told Ife to get out because he was no match for him. At that time, footsteps were heard. A man came up and asked who was here to leave. Zhao's manager and the guard came over. He looked sternly at what was going on. The guard looked around angrily and noticed the protagonist standing there. Manager Kui was startled and surprised by the appearance of Manager Zhao. The man walked towards the protagonist. Tsui asked the manager, "Why is he here?" The guard came over and greeted the protagonist. He shook his hand. He thanked Ife for protecting Miss at the Dragon Temple. Ife replied proudly, "That's what every military man should do." The guard said Miss Su sent him to thank the protagonist. Zhao's manager hit the manager with a swing. Kui asked the man resentfully, "Why did he get hit?" Zhao angrily told his manager that he was a blind idiot. Kui fearfully wanted to explain something. The man strictly told the manager that the main character was a guest of Miss Su. Zhao's manager was very surprised to hear such words from the security guard. Zhao then shouted to the manager that he was fired. Zui began to apologize to the manager. The guests present watched the situation unfold with great surprise. The security guard politely asked the protagonist to apologize for all the problems. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and that his enemies were just a couple of small potatoes. The guard said he was glad the protagonist wasn't angry. The man thought to himself that Ife was an old acquaintance of Miss. The guy didn't understand how the guard could be here. At this time, the manager wanted to apologize to Sun. Without looking at the boy, angrily called out his name, Sun Zikao. The boy responded fearfully. Sun stood fearfully and listened to everything the guard told him. The guard sternly said he knew Sun's identity because he had trained him. He yelled that the protagonist wanted to kidnap his women. The girls replied to Sunya that they are not his things. They have no business with him. Grozny's guard said that Sun Ziqiao was a scumbag in the squad and remained one after his resignation. He commanded the Xian and Sun guys to leave. Both guys were very shocked. Sun didn't want to leave the banquet. The guard told the main character that Miss Su was waiting for him. Ife thanked the girls for their help. Sun Guy was very angry. He threw the manager Tsui to one side and the chair to the other. Guy's son shouted menacingly to the guard that he was allowed even to sample the performance of the Soaring Eagle Squad. Sun told the protagonist to make his boss Xu to be wary. From this day forward, Ife was surprised and worried. He found it hard to believe that the guy was trying out to join the Soaring Eagle Squad. Sun turned around and angrily shouted to everyone present that he was leaving. Li Xinyue's girlfriend were excitedly and dreamily discussing the protagonist. The protagonist was walking down the corridor with the guard. Ife realized that someone wanted to do something to Ingen's company. The guard turned around and asked the protagonist, "Does Tot feel depressed because of Sun Zijiao's threats?" The guard said that Sun wanted to join the squad but was quickly kicked out. After that, Fei and his companion went to the right door. The man opened the door and told the guy to go in. Inside the room, the protagonist saw a beautiful half-naked beauty Su. Ife was amazed and shocked. He didn't know what to say. The girl Su also looked at the guy in silence. The guy who came in was very embarrassed. He didn't even know what to say to the girl. The guard peeked through the door and asked what happened. Ife very abruptly shoved the door open and closed it so that it hit the man in the face. Beauty Su asked romantically to the protagonist, "Does she look good?" Ife shouted scaredly to the girl that he didn't want to accidentally walk in. Miss Sue giggled and asked the guy, doesn't he know to knock before entering? Miss Sue went behind the transparent partition and closed it. Miss Sue asked Ife if he was too disappointed that she wasn't changing clothes in front of him. The protagonist was embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. Suddenly something caught his eye in the distance. Ife was surprised to see Sue's underwear lying on the floor next to him. The protagonist thought to himself excitedly, Mengxin's underwear is very exciting. Ife wondered, can his acquaintance hide her wild nature? Suddenly Sue opened the curtain and said she was ready. Ife abruptly hid the girl's underwear in his pocket. Sue told the protagonist that she found out that there are people who are after Xu Yingying's company. The guy replied to her that it could be rich kids. Sue told the guy that he had already saved her twice, and now she wanted to help him. She went to the door. Belle opened the door. There were many people inside. Sue told her companion that the most important people of the city would be at this banquet. Ife would have the opportunity to make new connections. All the guests welcomed the beautiful Sue. They were delighted to see her. A man apologized for his grandson's antics. Another guest called Miss Sue a dear investor in the city. One of the guests asked excitedly, "Who is walking next to Miss Sue?" The girl smiled and said that she would introduce her companion to those around her. Miss Sue said that the main character was her cousin. She added that he worked at Huayang Trading Company. The guests were surprised and amazed that the small security guard was actually a member of Sue's family. People around the protagonist began to approach him and get to know him. Someone offered Ife a job. A very excited protagonist wanted to ask Su Mengxin something. The beautiful woman told him that Huayang's company was safe, and that she had repaid him her debt. After the banquet at the Loon residence, the protagonist came and knocked on the door for VIP guests. The manager invited the protagonist to come in. There were guests sitting at the table. At the head of the table was Sue Girl. Ife looked around the guests excitedly. It was hard for him to realize that they were all waiting for him. The beautiful Sue told the protagonist that she wanted him to introduce the two ladies at the table. The girls said hello to Ife. Sue explained to the guy that these ladies were very famous presenters in their city. The main character asked the excited girls why they hid from him that they were celebrities. Li Xinyue told the guy that he had also hidden from them that he was from Sue's family. Sue told all the guests that each of them should help her cousin who works in this city. At this time, a man jumped up abruptly and banged his hand on the table. Beauty Sue asked Chairman Sun, "What does the man want to say?" Chairman Sun bowed and asked the protagonist to apologize for his grandson, Sun Dungeon. Ife waved a conciliatory hand at the man. Suddenly, the guy felt something and stopped talking. The protagonist noticed Su Mengxin's girlfriend under the table stroking his leg. Ife saw the girlfriend looking at him. Her hand was on his thigh. The protagonist thought excitedly to himself that the girlfriend's hand had gotten very close already. Ife remembered excitedly to himself how he found the girl's panties and thought about her touch. The protagonist felt his girlfriend's hand and thought of her getting even closer. Ife could hardly contain his emotions and thought that he couldn't stand it if this continued. The guy felt like a soldier in battle who reported that he couldn't hold out much longer. The protagonist felt tensely that he might lose this battle. Ife could hardly contain his emotions from the girl's continued touching. The guy sitting at the table suddenly cried out. The protagonist heard the guy's name Sun Quanon from somewhere. As if coming to his senses, Ife asked sharply to his interlocutor, "What did he say?" The man stood up and apologized fearfully. He thought that the protagonist was not so easily led. Ife thought that he never heard what the man had just said to him. Ife, looking at the girl's hand, thought he could have been a little harsher on her. The man stood up and said in a confident voice that he would give his interlocutor a luxury car as an apology. The beauty Sue took her hand away from the protagonist's leg. The guy exhaled quietly and wanted to say something. Suddenly, the protagonist was startled to feel Sue put her hand on his leg again. When he concentrated, he realized that someone was touching his left thigh. He looked closely and saw Xinyue's hand on his leg. The protagonist couldn't understand why the lead Xinyue was touching him. He was afraid that Su Mengxin might see them. The guy got worried because Yu Girl's hand moved even higher. Ife visualized himself as a soldier again. He was thinking about how he would protect the tower. Suddenly, there was an explosion from behind. The soldier saw a beautiful girl with a gun in front of him. She shouted for them to go boldly forward, for peace. The man excitedly noticed how the guy was holding back the shout. Sue looked excitedly at her friend. The protagonist looked at the man sitting across from him with a formidable gaze. Mr. Sun was frightened. He shouted, "He will give the guy a house as an apology." Sue thought that her acquaintance guy is a deal expert. Ife thought sadly to himself that he had a formidable look because of the girl's hand. The main character imagined realistically as a soldier being killed by a girl with a gun. Ife still had no way to relax as he was touched by Xinyue. Li Xinyue, looking at the guy, decided, did he really lie to see her reaction? A woman in military uniform shouted to the soldiers, "They have captured the tower!" The protagonist felt he couldn't fight back, and he felt cowardly. Ife realized that he had surrendered and could not resist. Shinyue thought fearfully to herself what she had just grabbed. The man couldn't understand why the protagonist couldn't calm down. Yifei turned to Chairman Sunyu in a broken voice. The protagonist asked the man sternly what the man had just said. The surrounding guests looked at the guy's angry reaction with great excitement. Chairman Sun realized that all his suggestions had failed. He decided to do something else. The man told the protagonist that he would give him the shopping street of Wangzhou, and apologized again. Su said with a smile to the man that they accepted his apology. She thought to herself that Berkut had put on a good show. Beauty reported that her cousin was no longer angry and they had reached an agreement. The protagonist wanted to tell his girlfriend that he wasn't angry at all. Ife saw Shinyue tugging her hand at his leg. The guy realized that his actions were being distorted at the expense of trying to keep himself in control. The main character, looking at the seductive girls at the table, decided that they were real Hellcats, while the makeup artist was walking around the locker room and couldn't find her thong. Beauty Sue stood up and told Chairman Sun that the matter of his grandson was settled. Then the girl told Strictly that she had heard a dangerous rumor. Sue got up from her seat and reported that someone wanted to take action against the Huayang Trading Company. The man and the guy looked at the girl with excitement. Sue paced around the room and talked about the investment in the Chamber of Commerce. Beautiful Mengson said she didn't want to hear anything negative in the press. The girl turned around and threateningly asked the guests present if everyone had heard her. The guests got worried. They assured the girl not to worry. After the meeting, Sue told the boy that she had repaid him for saving her. Ife happily thanked the girlfriend for what she had done for him. Belle Sue said that she had already sent someone to notify the Sun family. The girl asked for the Zhao manager to come over to her. The man presented a gold card on a platter. Sue told her friend that it was a local VIP card. The pretty girl handed the guy the card and told him he could come here whenever he wanted. The girl said that Zhao's manager will formalize all the property donated by Chairman Sunem. Zhao told the girl that he would do everything. The man decided to himself that he should try his best to have a chance for promotion. Ife was surprised by the luxurious interior of the room. There were bottles of drinks on the table. The guest decided that a lot had happened today. He needed a good rest. He walked over to the couch. The guy sitting on the sofa felt great. He poured wine into a glass. Ife held the glass in his hands and thought to himself that he hadn't had such a good chill in a long time. At this time, the guy heard two girls enter the room. He distracted himself and looked away. The main character decided to drink more wine, as he was sitting in a public room. The girls approached Ife and hugged him from both sides. The guy felt shy. Shinyue asked in a romantic voice, "Is the guy really their VIP guest from the capital?" The guy asked the two girlfriends, "Are they really drunk?" The girl replied that they drank a little more because they are excited. The excited protagonist decided he had to get out of here. The guy jumped up abruptly and told the girls to wait. Trying to keep his cool, Ife asked the girls to listen to his story. The guy started telling the girls a story about a raven who found a bottle of water but couldn't drink it. Ife then excitedly reported that the raven flew to the river to find rocks with sticks and fill her bottle. The guy reported that at the end of the story, the raven put the last stick in the bottle and the water came out. Shinyue asked with interest to the guy, "Does the guy really want water or want to put a stick in the bottle?" The protagonist shouted excitedly to the female interlocutors that they had misunderstood. Shinyue told the guy cryptically that they wanted to thank him for protecting them from Mr. Sun's molestation. The girl put the guy on the couch. The guests told Yifei cheerfully that they would give him a reward. The guy felt that he couldn't move. After that, both girls pounced on the protagonist. He couldn't resist anymore. The raven, with a branch in his teeth, asked for someone to help him find a stick. The raven showed that there were two identical bottles filled with water in front of him. 3 hours later, the raven lay on the earth near the vessels, feeling that he had not drunk so much water for a long time. The main character was lying exhausted on the couch. He was smoking silently and tiredly. Behind the guy lay two girls under a blanket. Ife reassured himself that he had to do it. The protagonist quickly got dressed and ran out of the room. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. Near the entrance, he was met by the girl Sue. The guy, very frightened, apologized to the girl for the inconvenience. The beautiful Sue told her acquaintance that she was done with her work and could take him home. Ife was leaving with his girlfriend. Sue asked the guy, was he bored in the break room? The protagonist replied that he was fine. Beautiful Sue was driving around town in a red race car with her friend. The girl arrived with her companion at his apartment. She suggested him to go together to his house. The guy, together with his girlfriend, went up in the elevator and went to the right floor. The protagonist and the beautiful Sue got off the elevator on the 7th floor where he lived. To himself, the guy thought fearfully that the girl had reached his floor, although usually people say goodbye at the bottom. The guy told the girl excitedly that his apartment was here and thanked her for giving him a ride. Sue replied with a smile that she would walk her friend to the door. The main character was scared and worried. He didn't know what to do. The guy suddenly thought to himself that maybe his girlfriend wanted to come to his house. Ife realistically imagined that his girlfriend would offer to test the durability of his bed. The guy was getting more and more worried about what might happen after the Sue came over to his house. The guy, along with his companion, walked down the hallway and felt increasingly anxious. The main character stood at his door. He was in no hurry to open it and thought to himself what he should do. Ife held the key in his hands and realized that the daughter of a powerful man was standing next to him. The protagonist thought to himself how he should behave with the family of Sue's girlfriend. Suddenly, the beautiful Sue told the protagonist that she was ready to go now. Ife felt relieved. He thought to himself the daughter of an influential person wouldn't do something like this. The guy waved to the girl and said goodnight. Sue went to the next door and told her companion that they would see each other tomorrow. Ife was very much taken aback when he realized that his companion lived next door to him. The guy excitedly asked his girlfriend if she should live in a mansion or a luxury suite. Sue replied that she wanted to live like a normal citizen. Belle said with a smile to her friend that he looked trustworthy, and she settled next to him. Ife said happily that he had already thought of something. Beauty Sue leaned over to the protagonist and asked, "What has he thought of himself?" The girlfriend smiled and asked, "Did Ife think she was going to visit him?" The startled protagonist waved his hands and said, "That's not what he meant." Sue turned around and told her companion that she could believe him. She said goodbye until tomorrow. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend and thought she was very cheeky. Ife went into his apartment and was greeted by Su Yui. Shan arrived at the airport. She was texting her sister Shu Ying. Shan was sitting on an airport chair near the luggage. She was waiting for her sister and her brother-in-law to arrive. The next morning, the weather was nice and bright. The main character woke up in his house. Ife got up, stretched, and prepared to go to his room to have breakfast. Suddenly, the guy heard from the kitchen a very familiar to him laugh of a girl. Ife thought to himself with fright that it was Mengxian's voice. He couldn't understand how Su had gotten into his house. When he opened the door, he heard the guest tell the maid, Shu Yui, not to cause trouble for the guest. The guy looked out and saw a very frightening dish with eyes on the table. The beautiful Su was cooking a huge omar. She told the maid that she should add some spices to the seafood. Yui replied that she would make a note of it. The guy told her friend apprehensively that there was no spice in the box at all. Girl Su greeted her friend and told him that he was awake. Ife asked his girlfriend how she knew his maid Yui. Su replied that she met Yui when she was returning from the grocery store. The guy looked apprehensively at the huge omar he was offered for breakfast. Ife didn't want to eat that kind of food. It disgusted him. He remembered to himself that Su had done him a big favor yesterday, and he couldn't disappoint her. He activated his special army techniques to shut down his taste buds and began to quickly devour the food. Suddenly, Omar grabbed the main character's sticks with his claws. The guy was really startled. He looked at his breakfast with a frightened look. Ife shouted fearfully that the crab wasn't ready yet. His dish was still alive. The protagonist told his girlfriends fearfully that he would be making his own food. 10 minutes later, Ife explained to his girlfriend that Yui owed him money and that she worked for him. Su replied to her friend that she knew everything. Beautiful Su asked the protagonist if he was free on Saturday so he could keep her company. Ife sipped from his glass and said he wouldn't be busy on Saturday. At this time, a chase was going on at the other end of the city. A group of people were chasing a guy. The fugitive was running through the alleys at breakneck speed, trying to escape his pursuers. The angry guys were yelling at the crook in the green sweater to stop. Man menacingly asked the guy how dare he provoke their swimming pool. The crook saw a wall in front of him. He realized he was completely stumped. The man sternly asked the guy how dare he sell life jackets next to their swimming center. After that, the man threatened the crook that he would torture him. At that time, there was a noise from outside. A policewoman ran up and kicked the man with all her might. The crook with the big nose looked at his savior in surprise. The guys were very surprised that a policewoman had appeared in front of them at such a moment. Lin sternly asked those present what they were doing here. After that, the guys turned around and started to run away. They were yelling that they didn't have a chance. Then the woman turned around and looked at the crook standing next to her. Lin twisted the intruder and asked why he was always there when she was catching someone. The crook yelled tearfully that he wasn't doing anything illegal this time. The policewoman thought to herself excitedly that she had been in a bad mood lately because of the mystery man. The girl recalled the figure of the mysterious man to herself for the umpteenth time. Lin looked to the side and saw the protagonist. She wanted to ask him about the disappearance of the mysterious master. The policewoman decided to drop everything at once and ran to the protagonist. The crook thought to himself joyfully that he was saved again. Lin shouted to the protagonist to stop. Lin walked towards the protagonist and demanded that he stand. Ife greeted the Lin officer in a calm voice. To himself, he was displeased with such an encounter. The policewoman said excitedly that the protagonist and the mysterious master disappeared at the same time and were dressed identically. Ife thought happily to himself that the policewoman finally got it right after thinking well. The joyful Lin told the dumbfounded protagonist that he was most likely a friend of the mysterious mastermind. That's why they wore the same clothes. Ife answered the policewoman something inaudible. To himself, he thought to himself that the girl had someone with brains. Lin asked the protagonist if he could help the mystery master show up on Saturday. The guy replied that the mystery master was busy. The policewoman turned around and told her interlocutor that she was leaving it up to him. Yifei remembered that he had to accompany Mengshin on Saturday. The protagonist arrived at the house of Hao Yang Trading Company. He stood outside a large automobile. The guy greeted his boss. Ingen told the subordinate that she had bad news. The girl said that her younger sister was coming to visit her. For this reason, Yifei had to move in with her for a while. The guy said grudgingly that he was getting really sick of all the trouble already. Ying Ying, sitting in the car, said back to the guy to go back to work. Shu Ying Ying told the surprised protagonist one last time that he would take a walk with her and her sister Shan tomorrow. Yifei couldn't understand why the girls had asked him to meet them tomorrow. He imagined himself surrounded by all his girlfriends who wanted him. Yifei thought about it and decided that some higher power had organized it. Fengqing suddenly appeared at the side. She said hello to the guy and asked if he was free. Yifei began to tell the woman with all his might that he was busy tomorrow. Fengqing shouted after her that she wanted Yifei to take her to a place with documents. The main character couldn't understand how it was possible for him to meet so many girls in one day. The guy thought about it and decided that he would refuse Ingen's request no matter how she asked him. The guy immediately imagined how he would unequivocally reply to his boss that he was busy. The protagonist decided that he would explain to his boss that even an ordinary employee like him has pride. Yifei, confident, went to his boss to tell her right away. The guy opened the door to the office and turned to Ingen. The girl at this time held a meeting and tapped her hand on the table. The protagonist noticed how the boss scolded her subordinates very severely for the decline in sales this season. Ingen told the employees that they were not managers, but trash. Yifei listened to the girl's words with fear. She yelled that if things continued, she would fire everyone. The girl turned around and asked the protagonist, why was he looking for her? The guy ran out the door and apologized for interrupting Ingen. The protagonist stood alone in the street. He wondered what he should do. Yifei thought to himself that he could refuse to meet Lin. He went to the police station. The girl was very much displeased. Lin asked the protagonist strictly if he knew what happens if someone turns her down. On the floor next to her sat the detained crook. The policewoman threateningly said that she would beat the intruder with a truncheon and then send him to jail. She shouted to the crook that he was always there when she went to arrest him. The girl asked the protagonist why he didn't look well. Yifei replied excitedly that he was fine and was going to try his luck. The protagonist went to see his girlfriend Sue. Mengshin asked the guy softly, why did he want to see her? Yifei looked at his roommate and was struck by her softness and smile. He realized he couldn't refuse her. The protagonist knelt down next to the surprised girl and realized he couldn't say anything to her. At the same time, an important meeting was taking place in a warehouse outside of town. The guy's son was walking through a large hall. There was a huge number of fighters standing around. Sun walked up to the head boss and told him that he had to collect the rent. The head boss in return asked surprised, how does the guy want to get his payment? Sun angrily asked the boss to help him kill the main character. He held out a picture of Yifei. The head boss smiled and told Sun that he promises to fulfill everything. The guy was surprised that the head boss knew the main character. The head boss angrily commanded his subordinates Blood Wolf and Blood Fox to get busy killing Burkut. Next to the boss were his subordinates, professional assassins. The boss told the assassins cheerfully that it was time for their show. The girl Shan arrived at her sister's mansion. She took a small dog with her luggage. Shan joyfully shouted to her sister that she was now in her care. Ingen replied to the guest that they had prepared food for her. The girl said with a smile and joy that she had arrived on time and would even have time to eat. The main character walked over and greeted the Shan girl warmly. The guy looked at the doggy in the arms of the girl and decided that it looked familiar to him. Suddenly the dog broke out of her arms and ran away. Shan called out to her pet. Yifei watched in amazement as the doggy pounced on a pillow on the floor. Ying Ying asked her sister how long she would stay with them this time. Shan replied that she would stay for about a week. The guy offered to help his guest carry her things to her room. The girl turned around and said she could do it all by herself. Yifei thought excitedly to himself that the girl was embarrassed about what had happened. The protagonist remembered to himself how he once slept next to Shan. After lunch, the girl told her sister that she was tired and would go and rest. Ying Ying said that her sister was no longer the same as before. The dog at that time snatched the fish from the table. Shu said instructively to the protagonist that Shan is still weird. At midnight, Ingen and Yifei stood by their sister's door and listened carefully. When they entered the room, the guy asked his girlfriend if they could relax now. Ingen couldn't understand why her sister was quiet at this time. Shu reminded her friend that her sister was very abrupt last time. Ingen recalled Shan's past behavior and how she made tea for them. In a stern voice, Shu told her subordinate that they would have a fake date this Saturday. Through this, the Shanshan theories would be completely destroyed. The protagonist was very much surprised and frightened because a date was planned. The boss reminded the subordinate that the date would be fake. She clarified, "Is there something he's unhappy about?" Ifei replied, "That's not what he meant." Ifei thought to himself that if the mass date had happened earlier, it would have been very bad. Guy realized now that his girlfriends might see him on a date with his boss Chu Yingying. The protagonist frightenedly realized that this would be the end for him and the destruction of his relationship with his girlfriends. The protagonist decided with certainty that he had to refuse his boss and stop everything. Ingen overheard the subordinate suggesting that they cancel the fake date because they might be exposed. Ingen replied to the boss that they should find other options. Ingen told the protagonist that after the assignment was over, she would transfer him to the administrative department where there were many beauties. Ifei heard about the reward. The guy happily told the boss that he loved dating. Ingen replied to the subordinate that they would do it. The protagonist couldn't understand why he had made an impossible promise. The protagonist sat in his room at Ingen's mansion until dawn. In the mansion, the girl Shanshan was sleeping peacefully and deeply in her room. All the main characters' girlfriends were resting in their homes and sleeping in deep sleep. Ifei looked at the clock and realized that the day was about to start. The guy, after a sleepless night, came up with a plan. After concentrating, the protagonist told himself that the date operation was about to begin. The next day, the protagonist went outside, preparing for the ordeal. Ifei looked sadly and unseeingly in front of him. He realized that this moment had come. The guy realized that he might fail. At that time, the girls called out to him. The passers-by were surprised by the appearance of the beautiful Injin and her sister Shanshan. Ifei said calmly that he was fine. Shanshan replied and apologized for disturbing the date. The protagonist looked at his girlfriends and realized that they needed to be taken somewhere. Ifei pointed to a cafe and told them to wait for him there. The protagonist got into the car and quickly drove to the meeting place with Sue. He had a plan. The guy jumped out of the car and thanked Shanshan for waiting. Ifei needed preparations to execute the plan. He suggested that the girlfriend stop by the candy store. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend Sue and realized he needed to take her somewhere. At the cafe, the guy told his girlfriend that he left his phone in the car. He added that he would go and get the phone and asked that Mengxin wait for him. The main character realized while running down the street that he needed to create a distraction. Ifei realized that he needed to separate him from all his girlfriends as soon as possible. The men on the street looked at the police line with amazement. They admired this beautiful lady. Lin was very displeased. She looked at her watch and realized that Yifei and the mysterious master were late. The main character ran up and called out to the Lin girl. She turned around in his direction. The policewoman asked, annoyed at the protagonist, "So why did the protagonist come alone?" Lin asked, insistent at her interlocutor, "Where is the mysterious master now?" Yifei pointed the girl's hand in the direction and said, "The mysterious master is there." The policewoman shouted to the guy to wait for her. Yifei on the run shouted that he would help call the mysterious master. To himself, the guy thought excitedly that the Lin girl was very close to the rest of his girlfriends. Ifei realized that now Lin girl and Injin girl are very close to each other. He needs to separate them soon. The policewoman thought unhappily to herself that the protagonist can't even do something simple. Lin turned to the side and noticed some couple on a bench on a date. The girl thought excitedly to herself that the only master misunderstood her. She only wanted to be his apprentice. Suddenly, something caught the policewoman's attention and she looked away. Lin saw the silhouette of the mystic master she knew. The policewoman ran after the stranger with all her might and yelled for him to stop. Lin ran after the guy and yelled for him to wait. Ifei thought happily that he had led the policewoman away. The protagonist turned into an alley and noticed that he was in a dead end. Yifei realized that his stalker had caught up with him. Ling shouted at the stranger not to run away. The protagonist asked the policewoman in a stern voice if she was looking for him. Ling was amazed because she had finally met the mysterious master. The girl said with suspicion that the voice of the interlocutor seemed familiar to her. Yifei questioned the policewoman in a hoarse voice. So why was she looking for him? Lin excitedly replied to the interlocutor that she wanted to become his apprentice. The guy replied that she didn't meet his requirements. Ling decided to pull down the veil that was hanging between her and the stranger. She said she could handle it. The protagonist was scared. He realized that the policewoman was about to pull down the veil. The girl shouted angrily for the mysterious master to accept her as an apprentice. The policewoman was very much surprised after she saw the coverlet being pulled off. The protagonist stood in front of the interviewer with a bag on his head. He asked the Lin, "Is she ready?" The policewoman was very surprised to see the real mystery master in front of her. Lin had very realistically imagined how she would meet the mystery master. This guy would be very happy if she found him. The girl imagined how the mystery master would hit on her and she would fight him off. In the policewoman's dreams, the mysterious master would be an attractive and passionate lover. Lin pointed her finger at the protagonist and asked sternly, "Why is he wearing a mask?" Ifei asked the girl, "Does she not believe him?" Ifei, as the mysterious master, asked the girl in a serious voice, "Why did she want to become his apprentice?" Lin shouted loudly to the master that she agreed. To herself, she looked at the guy's back carefully. The mysterious masked master said that he was an ally of Burkut and a friend of women. At this time, the guy's phone suddenly rang. Yifei thought excitedly that he had been away for a long time. It could have been Injin or Su Mengshin calling him. Ling obediently dropped to her knees and started begging the master to take her on as an apprentice. Yifei thought fearfully to himself that he would fail if Lin Qiang kept him longer. He asked the girl sternly, if she was sure she wanted to be his disciple. Guy sternly asked the girl why she wanted him to be her master. Lin emotionally replied that she needed a master to learn how to punish evil and help the weak. The guy smirked evilly and asked the girl, "Is that really the only reason she wants a master?" The girl was very surprised and amazed at such a question from the guy. Guy strictly asked the girl, does she simply want to fulfill her desires in the form of fame, money, and reputation? Lin looked at the interlocutor excitedly. Lin was frightened herself. She couldn't believe that this was what her desires were. Yifei pointed his finger at his interlocutor and asked her menacingly, what made her become a police officer? The guy looked menacingly at the girl and told her to stay here and answer herself. The girl didn't know what to say. She wondered to herself what she was doing all this for. Lin fell to her knees. The guy turned around and started to walk away. He ordered the girl to think about it and then tell him. Lin asked the guy excitedly, where can she find him? Yifei told the girl he'd show up. As he came around the corner, Yifei activated his special army technique of super acceleration. The guy's cell phone rang. Yifei noticed it was Ingen's girlfriend calling him. After that, the guy ran at full speed towards the restaurant. At the restaurant, Yifei was waiting for his familiar girls. They started to worry, not understanding where the main character had gone. Suddenly, a woman named Heifang Qing appeared in front of Yifei. She asked the guy with interest, what's he doing here? The protagonist asked the woman fearfully, where did she come from? Ying Ying noticed Heifang Qing standing outside. The woman explained to the guy that she was delivering documents and happened to see him. Shu Ying looked out the window and said that the man on the street was wearing a mask. So he is not a very good person. Ying Ying said unhappily that Yifei was very slow. She wanted to call him back again. If his phone rang, she would definitely hear it. The protagonist realized that he had to think of something urgently. The girl from the restaurant was looking at him intently. The protagonist hugged and cuddled the Fangking woman. He addressed her with tender words. Yifei told the woman that he had come to save her. Then he kissed her. Fangqing woman was amazed by the protagonist's actions. She didn't resist him. Fangqing couldn't stand anymore. The protagonist held her in his arms. Shu Ying, sitting at the table, impatiently decided to make another call to the protagonist. Suddenly, Ingen heard Yifei call her out of the blue. The guy, as naturally as possible, explained that he was late to the girls because of the traffic jam. Ingen said grudgingly to the guy that he was very slow. Yifei explained that he couldn't find a parking space. The protagonist remembered soothingly to himself how he managed to make it at the last second. The protagonist was able to quickly put the unconscious Fangking on the bench. Yifei ran very quickly from the bench to the restaurant to his girlfriends. The protagonist listened to Injin but could not concentrate on her words. Suddenly something caught his attention. Yifei was startled to see a girl named Su Menin on the street. Ying Ying sternly asked him if he was listening to her. Yifei watched Su girl looking around very carefully. She was searching for him. Ingen angrily asked the guy where he was looking. The protagonist grabbed Su Ying by the shoulders and put her in front of him. Yifei thought to himself that he should cover himself with Ying Ying so that he would not be seen by Su Mengshin from the street. Out loud, the guy said that he had a couple of surprises for Injin in honor of the anniversary. Su looked through the window into the restaurant. She saw that the girl inside looked like Shu Ying. Yifei carefully and excitedly looked out the window. Injin asked the guy with great interest. Asked the guy what kind of surprises is he talking about. Yifei told Ingen to wait. He added that he's about to bring surprises. The main character ran outside and called out to his familiar girlfriend, Su Mengshin. Yifei asked why Su was in this place. The beautiful girl replied that it was boring in the store. She decided to take a walk. At that time, Lin was standing in an alley. She was thinking excitedly to herself about why she had become a policewoman. The policewoman was looking at her hands and thinking about her desires. Suddenly, something very distracted the policewoman. She looked away. Lin peeked out of the alley and noticed people in long hoodies. She realized they looked familiar to her. The policewoman excitedly recognized the assassin among the people on the street. The woman wielded a chainsaw and was known as the Red Widow. The policewoman then ran after the people walking down the street. She shouted very threateningly at the assassins to stay where they were. The leader commanded the Red Widow to take care of the policewoman. Their plan could not be thwarted. The Red Widow took out a chainsaw and lunged menacingly at the policewoman. The Lin was very frightened. At the last moment, she was able to bounce aside. The Red Widow slammed the chainsaw into the ground. The Red Widow angrily yelled to the policewoman that they were finally meeting again. The policewoman scurried away from the puffs of dust and prepared to defend herself against the assassin. Lin got into a fighting stance and told the assassin that she wouldn't let her do anything this time. At that time, a flight with important guests arrived at the airport of a city. A young girl in a long blue skirt got off the plane. The girl looked around and said that she had finally arrived in the city and was on her way to Ingen's house. The bearded man said in a sly voice that they had arrived secretly this time. The man sitting in the suitcase the girl was carrying said it would be a surprise. The girl listened to him with surprise. The man dreamily and cheerfully said that the expression on their faces would be very shocking. The girl carried the suitcase through the airport. The man envisioned aloud how they would arrive at Ingen's home. The man dreamily imagined jumping out of the suitcase and scaring Ingen and Ifej. The man imagined how the main character along with his girlfriend would be very frightened by his appearance. The girl sternly told the man not to show any fantasy. The man asked, "Does she have any other ideas?" The girl dreamily suggested Batman and Catwoman. The man in the suitcase didn't like that suggestion at all. The girl told the man in the suitcase to wait for her while she got directions. She stepped aside. The girl didn't notice that someone else's suitcase moved off to the side, knocked over her suitcase, and stood in its place. As a result, the man Xu Zhengguo ended up in the suitcase that the acquaintance had taken with her. The girl didn't notice it. The girl turned around excitedly and looked for her suitcase with the man inside. The girl ran over to her suitcase. She said grudgingly to the man inside that he was not allowed to move. At this time, the man Xu Zhengguo was lost in the crowd. He was being carried away in his suitcase by a stranger. At this time, the police lane continued their deadly battle against the Red Widow. The policewoman was very tense. She could hardly dodge her rival's attacks. Once again, the Red Widow wanted to take down the policewoman with her chainsaw. The killer swung the chainsaw in all directions. The Lin was struggling to dodge. The policewoman looked anxiously at her rival. She noticed that the assassin had opened up. The policewoman jumped to a safe distance. She prepared to fend off another attack. Then the Red Widow swung her chainsaw once again. The policewoman bounced aside. Red Widow asked her rival, "Is she attacking the lower half?" The policewoman realized that the assassin was stronger and faster than her. She thought about retreating. The policewoman frantically decided what to do in such a situation. Lin remembered the words of the master who asked her what motivated her to go the way of the policewoman. Lin shouted excitedly to herself that she would not run away anymore. She dreamed of becoming a good police officer. Red Widow swung her chainsaw and lunged at the policewoman. Lin reassured herself. The policewoman noticed a huge fire extinguisher standing next to her. Lin frantically came up with a plan using the fire extinguisher and the log. The policewoman grabbed the fire extinguisher and decided to use it against the Red Widow. Lin released the foam from the fire extinguisher. The Red Widow continued to swing the chainsaw. The whole place was covered in foam. The assassin looked around and couldn't figure out where the tench had gone. The assassin waved her chainsaw in all directions. She shouted angrily for her rival not to hide. The Red Widow shouted angrily that the police officer was hiding like a turtle. At this time, the police officer shouted loudly from outside that she was on her way. Lin ran headlong against the Red Widow with the help of a large log. The policewoman shouted to the assassin that she would not hide anymore. The Red Widow was very frightened. The protagonist was walking around town with the beautiful Sue. The girl told Ifei that the guy was taking a very long time to park. Sue asked the guy with interest what happened to the policewoman. Ifei replied that Lin Qiang had never recognized him. The protagonist said thoughtfully that Lin is always reckless and impulsive. If Lin faces a real threat, she might get hurt. The protagonist realistically recalled and visualized the image of the policeling. The protagonist sternly told his girlfriend that Lin would end up just like him. After that, Ifei suggested to his girlfriend, Miss Sue, to go and watch a movie. The girlfriend wanted to take the guy's hand. The protagonist told scaredly to girlfriend Sue that someone might see them. The policeman flew at high speed with a log against the assassin. The Red Widow shouted angrily to her rival that she would saw them in half. The policewoman pointed the Polino against the chainsaw in the Red Widow's hands. The chainsaw embedded itself in a huge log. The assassin realized her weapon was stuck. Lin shouted in an angry voice that she didn't become a policeman because of her father. The policewoman with tears in her eyes angrily shouted, "Why did she become a policeman?" She shouted that it was her dream. She shoved the assassin away from her with a log. The Red Widow fell to the ground. She was crushed by the sawn log. The assassin lay on the ground. She couldn't get up or even move. The policewoman started to walk away. The Red Widow asked Lin, wasn't she afraid of being sawed? The policewoman turned to the Red Widow and said she wouldn't be afraid of such a thing. Ling shouted goodbye to the assassin that if she had been afraid, she would have made a bad policeman. The Red Widow, lying under a log, said in a barely audible voice that she had lost. The main character and his girlfriend came to the Soaring Eagle movie theater. Yifei and his girlfriend were sitting in a dark theater. The guy asked the girl, "Is there something wrong?" Sue replied that everything was fine. The main character suddenly remembered that he forgot to buy popcorn and Coke. Ifei got up and told his girlfriend he'd go out and get some. Sue agreed. The main character thought he still had time as the movie was going on for a long time. At this time, someone called him from outside. Ife saw his familiar girls walking towards him. He asked surprised, why did those come out? Ying Ying and Shan Shan were walking towards him. Shu told the protagonist that they had decided to go look for him. The protagonist thought to himself that things weren't going according to plan. The gift roses were in the car. Shan Shan asked the protagonist if he wanted to go to the movies with his sister as a gift. Shu went to the movie theater. She told the protagonist to buy popcorn. A frightened Ife shouted to his girlfriend Ingin to wait for him. Ife remembered that his girlfriend Mengxin was sitting inside the movie theater. At this time, Shanshan came up behind the protagonist. Shanshan put her hand on the guy's shoulder and said she hadn't forgotten what happened. Shanshan then pointed her finger at the guy and said that she would bring them both out as revenge for that day. The main character listened to Shanshan's words with excitement and fear. After that, the girl headed to the movie theater. Ife yelled for Shanshan to stop. Ife thought excitedly to himself that if all the girls were inside the movie theater, he would be finished. Ife thought to himself with hope that it's dark inside the movie theater and the girls won't be able to see each other. The protagonist remembered how inside the movie hall the audience sat on the chairs in the dark. Inside the movie hall, the girl Shanshan was watching a movie. It was hard for her to see that the main characters in the movie were not together. Ife thought happily to himself that Shanshan girl had finally forgotten her purpose. The guy noticed that his familiar girl Su Mengxin was sitting right in front of them. Ife glanced furtively to the side. He figured everything would be fine as long as Ingin didn't recognize Su. The protagonist noticed that Ingin was dozing off leisurely. He decided to open a bottle of Coke and drink. Shanshan gave the protagonist a stern look. She realized that he had asked her sister out on a fake date. Shanshan realized that the protagonist didn't know Ying Ying very well if he didn't know that she falls asleep watching movies. At this time, the protagonist was opening a bottle of Coke. Shanshan looked at him in surprise. Shanshan looked at the main character and Ingin sitting next to him with surprise. Shanshan in the dark thought it was the girl. Ingin reached out her hand and held on the protagonist. Ife continued to open the bottle. Shanshan looked at the guy and girl and couldn't figure out if those are really a fake couple. At the same time, Ife was pulling the cork off the bottle. The cola spilled out of the bottle because of the pressure. Shanshan looked at this with astonishment. A frightened Shanshan noticed how everything splashed on the Ying girl's face and body. The protagonist noticed the water splashed on his girlfriend Shu's face. The protagonist took out a handkerchief and started wiping Ying's face. Shanshan thought to herself, surprised that the guy and the girl were just kissing. Shanshan looked at the main character and his girlfriend and decided that they were a couple after all. Su's girlfriend heard a noise behind her. She turned her head. Then Su coughed loudly and symbolically. She thought that people these days are very shameless. Su couldn't figure out where the main character had gone. She picked up her phone and wanted to call him back. The protagonist was startled to notice that Su's girlfriend sitting next to him had decided to call him. Ife quickly thought that it was very good for him that his girlfriend Ingin had fallen asleep next to him. The protagonist grabbed the popcorn and rushed over to the SU girl with all his might. Ife sat down on the chair and told his girlfriend in a calm voice that he brought her popcorn and Coke. Su was surprised that the guy was already here. Su turned around and said to the main character, "There's a couple hugging in the back." Ife realized very excitedly that Su's girlfriend was just talking about him. At that time, the protagonist met his girlfriend Helen on the movie screen. The guy told the girlfriend that he still loved her. Helen replied to the guy that she wouldn't mind if he dated more than one woman at a time. Ife turned to the side and noticed that girl Su didn't like the man from the movie. Su said with a smile that she would kill a man like that from the movie. Ife in a frightened voice asked the girlfriend, would she really want to kill such a man? The girl told the protagonist that she was joking. The protagonist thought to himself that he mustn't exactly be discovered. At that time, a woman was walking down the street carrying a suitcase with a man inside. The woman's attention was occupied by a telephone. At that time, a police line ran past her. While running, the police line stepped on a small pebble. The pebble flew and hit the bag. The man inside the bag woke up unhappily to a noise. The man thought to himself where he was. He realized he wasn't home yet. Then the man decided that he was hot and decided to undress without anyone seeing him. After thinking for a while, the man decided that he was a respectable man and could not be seen without his clothes by Ingin and the others. The man lying inside the traveling suitcase thought that everything was very beautiful. Gradually, the man began to get bored with everything. He could not realize where he was. Then the man suddenly heard the woman carrying him in the suitcase say that she would be there soon. The passenger in the suitcase carefully peeked through the hole. He saw a strange woman carrying him. The man couldn't understand where he was, what was going on, and who was the woman driving him. Finally, the man decided to get dressed first. He sensed that this was not going to be easy for him. The man felt that it was very cramped inside the suitcase and he could not get dressed. At this time, the woman told someone on the phone that she was there. A woman was talking to someone on the phone and asked if the person she was talking to was at the Soaring Eagle movie theater. A woman was standing near the entrance to the movie theater and said she was at the location. The man inside the suitcase couldn't figure out where the Soaring Eagle movie theater could be. Then the man looked out of the hole in the suitcase and realized that the woman had taken the wrong luggage. The woman told someone on the phone that the right things were in the suitcase and she would bring them over. The man inside the travel bag became very frightened and agitated. The passenger realized that if the woman opened the suitcase, he would refuse to be completely naked. The man decided to save himself. He quietly apologized to the strange lady. For the sake of his reputation, the man yanked the suitcase open, and it rolled down the street. The man realized that he had to run. Passers-by looked in amazement at the rolling suitcase. The travel bag was traveling at such a speed that it picked up the wind, blowing the girls around the passers-by. The man mentally apologized to the girls, but he didn't care about them now. The man thought to himself that nothing would prevent him from returning to his wife. 2 schoolgirls were walking down the street. One of them pointed in surprise at the suitcase. The schoolgirl looked startled at the strange suitcase rushing towards her. The man realized that he had to change his trajectory. As a result, the suitcase tripped on the ground and flew far upwards, frightening the schoolgirl. The frightened girl looked in amazement at the flying suitcase. The schoolgirl pointed at the bag with its legs sticking out and said it was the suitcase monster. The man thought to himself that the little girl reminded him of the girl Ingen, who was also so small. A group of girls in black robes stood at the bottom. The leader noticed the flying suitcase and told her subordinates that she could handle it herself. The leader then smashed the suitcase down with all her might. As a result, the suitcase and the man flew onward with all her might. The women in robes decided to go ahead with the plan. The man fell unconscious on the sidewalk from the forceful impact of the flying suitcase. At this time, inside the movie theater, the show was still going on. Ife was sitting surrounded by girls. Ife told the protagonist that she was a little stuffy and would go outside for some fresh air. Ife told his girlfriend to take her time. As soon as Sue got up from her seat, Ife ran at full speed to his girlfriend Ingen. The protagonist looked closer and happily noticed that Su Yingying was still asleep. He thought to himself that he was safe because Shan hadn't noticed anything. Suddenly, the protagonist felt someone put a hand on his palm. Ife, frightened, thought that he was touched by Injin, who might have noticed him along with Mengxin. The Shan girl sternly asked the protagonist where he had just gone. Shan suspiciously reminded the protagonist that he was hiding from his sister for some reason. Shan then sternly asked Ife, "Is he cheating on his girlfriend Ying Ying?" Shan showed the protagonist his thong and said it had fallen out of his pocket. Ife remembered that he found those panties in Mengxin's room and forgot to retrieve them. Shan said that her sister doesn't wear such underwear. In as calm a voice as possible, the protagonist said that Shan was wrong. Suddenly, Shan abruptly reached up to the protagonist and grabbed the protagonist by his tie. Shan sternly asked Ife, why was the thong in his pocket? Shan asked the protagonist suspiciously, why didn't the protagonist know that Ingen always falls asleep in movies? The protagonist asked with interest, does Shan's sister always fall asleep at the movies? Shan said, how could the protagonist be Ying Ying's boyfriend if he didn't know such simple things? Suddenly, the protagonist and Shan noticed how they started to approach each other. Shu Yingying's girlfriend in her dream wrapped her arms around the protagonist and Shan. She brought them closer to each other. Ife whispered for Shan to be quiet or her sister would wake up. Shan threatened the protagonist that she would tell her sister about other women's underwear at Ifei's place. The protagonist angrily asked Shan why she was so stubborn. Shan didn't like being called stubborn. Shan grudgingly told the protagonist that she hadn't forgotten what had happened that day. The protagonist couldn't understand if Shan was so upset about that incident. The angry Shan pointed at the protagonist and said that she would bring him to justice. At that time, the sleeping Ying Ying mumbled something to herself and moved her hands, causing Shan and Ying Ying to kiss. Shan felt awkward and scared. She wanted to get free. After a short pause, Shan's girlfriend shoved the protagonist away from her. The protagonist frightenedly thought to himself that the Shan girl might scream now. The protagonist realized fearfully that Shan's scream might wake up Ying Ying. Ife realized fearfully that Ying Ying might catch him and the girl in the act. The protagonist realistically imagined what would happen if Shu Ying woke up. Ife realized he had no choice. He immediately apologized to Shan for what he was doing. Afterwards, the protagonist kissed Shan to stop her from making any noise. The protagonist thought to himself that he should finish the successful operation and date. After kissing the protagonist for a long time, Shan stopped resisting. Shan's girlfriend ended up fainting after the kiss. Ife noticed that Shan wasn't saying anything and wasn't looking at him anymore. The main character gently shoved Shan away from you. He thought for sure the girl would stop talking. In his mind, the guy apologized to Shan girl. At this time, Ingen came to her senses and opened her eyes. Ying Ying looked around carefully. She couldn't understand where Ife had gone. Ingen looked at her sister in surprise. Could she have fallen asleep watching a movie like that? Ife was walking through the theater. He looked at his phone and realized that Mengxin's girlfriend was waiting for him again for a long time. Yifei didn't notice that the door was opened by a disguised criminal with a big nose. The protagonist noticed his girlfriend Sue. He waited a little to calm down. Yifei looked at Sue sitting alone on a bench near the flowers. Sue asked the protagonist, "Is the movie already over?" Yifei said he left a little early. Sue asked her friend, "Why did he leave early?" Yifei said he was bored. The girl said romantically that she felt depressed watching such a romantic movie for the first time. The protagonist sat looking at his girlfriend on the bench. There was an awkward pause. The protagonist looked at the disgruntled girlfriend who sat silently next to him. Yifei thought to himself fearfully that he had chosen such a romantic movie by chance. The protagonist realized that he needed to say something to relieve the tension. Yifei didn't have time to say anything. He heard some girl on the side suggesting to sit here. Yifei heard Ingin's voice. At this time, Shu and her sister in an embrace wanted to sit on the bench. The slightly battered police Lin sat on the bench and wanted to meet the mysterious master. Yifei looked around and was surprised to see Lin Chong sitting next to him. The guy turned back and noticed a familiar female silhouette on the bench. When he looked closely, he realized that his friend He Fangqing was sitting on the bench. Yifei found himself surrounded on all four sides by girls he knew. It was a battle of wills for him. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. Yifei realized that he was surrounded by four women, and he couldn't handle it. The protagonist looked on all four sides. He saw the figures of the girls he knew. The protagonist couldn't understand why all the girls sat so close together. Ingen thought to himself where Yifei could have disappeared to. The guy looked carefully around. He realized that if at least one of the girls called him, they would reveal him. The protagonist immediately had to think of something to get out of this situation. Yifei realized that all the girls had to stay on their benches so that he wouldn't be discovered. The protagonist realist imagined that he might be exposed by the girls again. The worst thoughts occurred to Yifei. He realized that being exposed would be the end of the world for him. Ying asked her sister if Ta could see where the protagonist was now. Shan sat very agitated. Ying looked at her sister with great suspicion and asked what was wrong with her. Shan replied that she was fine. She wanted to call the protagonist and ask what was going on. Shan was very worried. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared on the bench. He greeted the girls in as calm a voice as possible. Shu Ying turned to the protagonist sitting next to her with great suspicion. Ying asked the guy very sternly, "Where did he come from so suddenly?" Ingen asked the guy, "Where was he all this time?" Yifei remembered sitting on the bench next to Sue and thinking about his problem. Suddenly, the protagonist's cell phone fell out of his pocket. The protagonist realized that he was being presented with a good opportunity. Then the protagonist looked under the bench and realized that he had hope. Yifei told his girlfriend Sue that his phone had fallen and he would go and look for it. His girlfriend agreed. The protagonist decided to crawl under the bushes to the side where Ingen and his sister were sitting on a bench. Yifei happily thought to himself that he could use this small garden to move in any direction. Yifei calmly said that he left just before the end of the movie. He asked Shan confirmed his words. Ying turned to her sister Shan with excitement and interest. Suddenly, the girl jumped up and ran away. The protagonist shouted after Shan. 10 minutes later, the man in the suitcase woke up. He couldn't understand where he was. The man had a headache. He remembered that he had just been sent on a flight. The man was wearing only the suitcase. He noticed people around him looking at him and discussing something. A crowd began to gather. The man realized he needed to escape immediately. As he ran away, the man noticed someone carrying a bound girl on his shoulder. When the man looked closely, he noticed that it was a relative of his acquaintance, Shan. The man shouted threateningly at the stranger to stop. The leader told the chop to subdue the man. The man was completely calm. He saw the warrior turn toward him. Then the warrior pulled out a huge sword and told the man that he could go no further. The man calmly told the kidnapper to leave his daughter alone. The kidnapper was unaffected by these words. He stood there holding the sword in front of him. The man looked menacingly at the warrior. He wanted to warn him what would happen if he didn't let his daughter go. The black-clad warrior struck the man with all his might, knocking him to the ground. The fallen man didn't give up. He got up and kicked the kidnapper with all his might. The man was able to hit the kidnapper in the head with his kick. Chop wanted to hit the man back. The man quickly bounced back to a safe distance. The man with the menacing look turned to the kidnapper, Chop in black. The man said that if anyone touched his daughter, he should be ready to feel his fury. The man stood and glared menacingly at the kidnapper. He clenched his hand into a fist with anger. The kidnapper with the sword didn't take the man's threat seriously at all. Then the father accelerated with all his might to attack the kidnapper. The sword warrior stood still and waited for the attack. The warrior swung his sword to strike the man with a thunderous strike. The man professionally and skillfully dodged the blow. He prepared to attack back. The man swung around and tried to strike the kidnapper with an army fist punch. The black-clad kidnapper became agitated. He held his sword in front of him. The man prepared to attack again. After that, the man accelerated and decided to use the fist punch and the tank jerk move. The kidnapper silently and carefully looked at the man. He prepared to defend himself. Yifei looked at the fleeing Shanshan and asked what happened to the girl. Ingen replied that the guy should leave her sister behind. Ingen thanked the protagonist for his good work today. She handed him a handkerchief to wipe his face. The protagonist looked at Ingen with excitement and disbelief in return. Yifei told Shu that she smiled. Ingen asked what did she do wrong. Yifei told the girl that she should smile more often. It's very nice for her. Ingen said that she finally got a good night's sleep. She said that she hasn't relaxed in a long time because of the problems in the company. Ingen started to talk about the problems in the company because of the hostile takeover. Yifei asked if the girl helped Su Mengxin. Ingen replied to the protagonist that because of him, she got Su Mengxin's support. Ying Ying smiled and looked at the protagonist. She asked him to be her real boyfriend. The protagonist was very puzzled by such a proposal at such a time. After that, Shu Ying sat closer to the protagonist. Zhu said to herself as if she was just kidding. The main character's cell phone rang and he said he had to take this call. The protagonist took the phone out of his pocket. He looked to see who might be calling him now. The protagonist saw that the caller was Su Mengxin's girlfriend, who was right next to him. The protagonist turned around and ducked under a bench. He told a surprised Ying Ying that he would look for something. Yifei quickly crawled through the flower bed. He decided to get to Su Mengxin that way. The protagonist thought to himself that it was good that this flower bed was hiding him. Yifei was very happy that he had a chance to solve his problem for now. The protagonist crawled to a bench and noticed that a woman Fanking was sitting there. The guy realized that he had taken a wrong turn when he had just crawled across the flower bed. Fang Qing woman was very much surprised by the appearance of the protagonist. Yifei stretched out on the bench. He realized that he was on the side of the flower bed where Fang Qing was sitting. The protagonist thought to himself excitedly that he had come to the wrong place. He remembered where his girlfriends were sitting on which bench. Yifei was worried about what to do now. He didn't even look at the Fang Qing. The woman asked the protagonist in a sly voice where he had gone so quickly. Fang Qing suddenly seemed to suspect something. She studied the protagonist with an attentive gaze. Yifei waited anxiously for a question from the woman. Fang Qing decided to ask the guy directly. The woman asked if Yifei had been on a date with another girl by any chance. Yifei thought fearfully did the woman guess. Out loud he said that he simply had business here. Fang Qing turned around and told the guy that she believed him. The protagonist thought the woman was very gullible. The woman told the protagonist that he was very brave to do that to her in public. Yifei wanted to say something back. Fang Qing then put a paper bag over the protagonist's head and told him not to say another word. The woman suddenly kissed the protagonist and said that he was her masked hero now. The protagonist didn't resist in any way. This kiss was a big surprise for him. After the kiss, the protagonist felt overwhelmed with romantic feelings. Fang Qing then told the protagonist calmly to go and do what he had to do. The protagonist was surprised. He wanted to say something in response but changed his mind. Yifei told the woman to forgive him. Then he ducked under a bench. The protagonist raced through the flower bed. He realized that he couldn't disappoint his girlfriend, and he had to succeed. The protagonist ended up running from one girlfriend to another, spending some time with them on the bench. When he was sitting next to Ingen, the protagonist noticed that there was a rally going on in the park. While the girl looked away, the protagonist ducked under a bench with lightning speed. Yifei thought to himself that thanks to the bushes, he could easily come and go. The protagonist had already completely learned the exact route to each of the girls. He was ready to complete his operation. After another move through the flower bed, the protagonist climbed out onto the bench where the police line was sitting. The protagonist thought annoyed that he had gotten the wrong direction again. Meanwhile, the man in the suitcase continued to fight against the kidnapper. After another blow, the father managed to knock the kidnapper down in flight. The man menacingly reminded the warrior of his daughter. He swung to strike. The father shouted angrily to the kidnapper to let go of his daughter. He tried to hit the warrior with punches. The man struck his opponent with his fists, but could not hit him. The kidnapper remained on his feet. His eyes were still glowing red. The man looked at his opponent with hatred. The chop warrior kept swinging his sword to hit his opponent. The man ducked. The already tired man looked at the kidnapper in black. The kidnapper cheerfully told the man that he was old, but he knew a couple of tricks. Then the warrior shouted menacingly that he would show the man his true strength. The angry father couldn't figure out how he could defeat his armored rival. The warrior kept swinging his sword in all directions, trying to hit the man. The kidnapper used different techniques with his sword to finish off his opponent. The surprised man stared at his opponent. He could not understand how the warrior was able to execute the crescent moon strike. The kidnapper once again swung his huge sword. The man managed to dodge. The warrior swung the ball over his head. The man decided to use a tank kick to defend himself. Then the man swung the warrior's left arm with a powerful punch. From the powerful blow, the warrior dropped his sword. After that, the kidnapper prepared to fight with his hands. The man stood still and fought off all his opponent's attacks with his hand. The warrior swung his leg to strike the man with all his might. Only now did the man realize that his right hand was still inside the suitcase. The Chop kidnapper kicked the man with all his might. He flew far away. The man in the suitcase flew far away over the square. After a long flight, the man in the suitcase landed right in the center of the flower bed where the protagonist was. The warrior said surprised that the man had disarmed him with only one hand. He would now wait for their next meeting. The protagonist climbed out of the shop near the police station. The Lin was surprised to see the protagonist. The protagonist realized that he was in the wrong place again. He needed to do something urgently. Lin asked the guy suspiciously, "Where is the mysterious master and why is he here?" The protagonist abruptly threw off his jacket and pulled out a paper bag. He pointed in the direction and told the girl that there was a UFO there. Lin turned around to the side. After she looked at the bench again, she saw the master there. The policewoman was very happy that the mysterious master had finally come to see her. Ife was very much surprised that the girl still didn't understand anything about the master. Lin said admiringly that the master had appeared very mysteriously. The protagonist thought to himself excitedly that he was close to being exposed. The policewoman thought it was difficult for the mysterious master to move around with a bag on his head. Lin imagined her walking up to the foreman and removing the bag from his head. The policewoman took off the bag on the master's head to see his real face. After removing one bag, another gray bag would be left on the foreman's head. The foreman sternly asked the policewoman, "What is she doing?" Lin was amazed to see another mask on the master's head underneath the mask. The girl refused to believe it. She went over and pulled off the gray mask. Underneath was a light blue mask. After that, the girl took off another mask and saw that the master was covering his face with a green mask. Lin noticed that the next mask on the master's head was bright pink. The policewoman thought that it was impossible that the master's appearance could not be seen. The master demanded the girl to stop immediately. Lin apologized. The master realized that he had to think of some reason and chased the girl away. The mastermind sternly told the policewoman that he needed her help. He informed her that there was a group of criminals in the neighborhood. Lin was very much astonished because the mystery master knows everything. Suddenly, the policewoman dropped to her knees and addressed the master. Ling bowed to the master on her knees and asked him to take her as his apprentice. The policewoman shouted unequivocally on her knees that she had already thought of everything. The master asked the girl in surprise, had she really thought it over? Lin told the master that his instructions had allowed her to look deep into her heart and choose the true path. The policewoman said excitedly that she was impressed as the master could detect criminals. In an important voice, the master said that he knew in advance that the criminals were here. Suddenly, the protagonist felt that there was a bunch of people gathering nearby. People gradually began to surround the flower bed where his girlfriends were sitting. The master knelt down and put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He told her in an important voice that he was taking her on as his apprentice. Lin became very emotional. At this time, Master said in an important voice that he was entrusting Lin with her first mission. Lin listened carefully to the master and said that she would do anything for him. They were standing near the flower bed at that time. Ife told the girl that she should help him evacuate the two ladies to the left and right of the flower bed. Lin waved to the main character and said that she was on her way to fulfill his instruction. Ife looked and saw some suspicious people nearby. He thought that those people might be hunting the girl Mengxin. The protagonist decided he had to protect his girlfriend Sue. She was sitting on a bench. He went over to her. The protagonist hugged his girlfriend excitedly. Sue looked at the guy very carefully. The protagonist told his girlfriend to listen to him. Sue was very excited. Ife told the girl that there were some suspicious people approaching now. He told her to go with him. Su Mengxin looked carefully sideways at the suspicious people. Ife looked at the bench and happily noticed that the police Lin had already made contact with his girlfriends Shan and Ingin. The police Lin was saying something very fervently to the girls sitting next to her. Ife looked around him and felt very uneasy. The protagonist saw strangers nearby and he was very much disturbed by them. At this time, a man in a suitcase lying in a flower bed woke up. He felt that he was in pain. The man lying among the flowers in the flower bed could not understand where he was. Suddenly, the man heard a guy next to him talking to a girl named Mengxin. The man saw the main character standing next to the beautiful Sue. The man was very much surprised and worried because Li Yifei might be dating another woman. The disgruntled man thought that he was mistaken about the main character, and that Yifei might actually be a womanizer. After thinking for a while, the man decided that he should stop the protagonist now. The protagonist looked around and noticed that the three girls he knew were leaving. Yifei decided to himself that he too would now leave with his girlfriend Sue from this place. As a result, the operation would end successfully. Suddenly, the man in the suitcase called out to the protagonist very menacingly. The man menacingly got up from the flower bed and called Li Yifei loudly by name. The man asked sternly to the guy. Yifei was amazed and frightened to see his uncle here. The man threateningly commanded the protagonist to stop it immediately. Sue was very surprised to see the man. Yifei asked the agitated uncle how did the man end up here. The uncle reminded the protagonist that the man was dating his daughter. He asked sternly, "Does Ingjin know what Yifei is doing here?" Very agitated, the protagonist asked for Uncle to listen to him. The uncle pointed his finger menacingly at the protagonist and said he could see what was going on here. Ife told the man to just look around. The uncle decided to obey the protagonist and turned back to see what was going on. There were a bunch of passers-by standing near the flower bed. They were looking at the man in the suitcase with interest and taking pictures of him. The uncle stood among the flowers and looked at the passers-by in surprise. The uncle was very frightened and embarrassed. He could not even move. The man covered his hands in fear. He could not understand how he had helped him to get into such a situation. People were standing around and were still taking pictures of him. The voice of the girl Injin came from the side. She sternly called out to her father and the protagonist. Ying Ying asked the boy and father with interest, "What are the two of them doing here?" Shu Ying looked at the man and asked, "Why is he completely naked?" She asked the girl Su what she was doing here. The protagonist was silent. Shu Ying sternly addressed him by name. Ying Ying pointed her finger at the guy and asked the protagonist angrily, "What is he doing here?" The protagonist realized he was dead. He couldn't think of an excuse. A man looked at the protagonist in surprise. Suddenly, someone called Li Yifei by name. Someone warned the protagonist that he had danger behind him. Suddenly, the assassin stabbed Yifei in the back. Everyone was very surprised. The main character's girlfriends were shocked by the attack on him. The main character started to lose strength and fell to the ground. The woman shouted menacingly that she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and the beginning had been made. The man, together with the girl, looked at the assassin in astonishment. The protagonist felt his strength fading. He couldn't even reach the knife in his back. The woman in the blue cloak was pleased because she was able to reach the protagonist. The man pointed at the assassin and said, "Is she really one of those who kidnapped the Shanshan girl?" The protagonist questioned the man in astonishment. "Was the Shanshan girl kidnapped?" The woman said menacingly. Her comrade also targeted the protagonist and his friends. The man threateningly demanded the woman to return his daughter. Yifei shouted to his uncle to stop. The protagonist sternly promised the man that he would bring the Shanshan girl back. He asked that the man take Injin and the other girls out of here. Uncle asked the guy what about his wound. After a long pause, the man excitedly realized that the main character wanted to help the girls. The man commanded the girls that it was time to leave. Ingen shouted for the protagonist to come back soon. The man harshly ordered the protagonist that he had to make sure he survived. The woman told the uncle cheerfully not to worry. She added that no one would leave here so easily. The protagonist sternly asked the woman, "Did he hurt her in any way?" The woman said that the guy would die anyway and she would tell him everything. She said that Stick sends his regards to Ifei. The main character remembers himself about Stick. He killed once in the forest in the Congo. The woman explained that their boss is Stick's younger brother named Joseph. It was he who ordered her to kill the protagonist. The assassin shouted to the guy, "Ifei, that enough talk." The woman swung her whip and threateningly shouted to the protagonist that he was going to die. The woman prepared to strike Ifei. Suddenly, a guy with a sword appeared at her side. The guy called the woman an idiot and slammed his sword into her whip, protecting the protagonist. The protagonist looked carefully at the stranger who landed in front of him. Ifei realized that he had seen the guy who had just protected him somewhere and once before. The woman in the blue cloak snapped out of her seat and ran sharply to the side. The woman frightenedly asked the guy called Blood Eagle, "Did he betray them?" Blood Eagle calmly told the woman that she was just stupid. The protagonist calmly told the assassin that she was stupid. At that time, a knife fell out of the protagonist's back. He told the woman that she had revealed all the secrets to the enemy before he might have died. The knife fell to earth with a clang. Ifei told the woman that she had succumbed to his provocation and revealed herself. The protagonist told the woman that she was just as dumb as her blade-wielding counterpart. The woman menacingly and excitedly asked the guy what he said.
At this point, the guy Blood Eagle raised his sword to the woman. He shouted for her to stop.
Blood Eagle commanded his subordinate to finish her mission and not to worry about the Ife. Blood Eagle pointed his sword at the protagonist and said that they would celebrate their own reunion. The woman looking at the protagonist thought that this must be the power of the Golden Eagle. The woman told the Blood Eagle that she was going back to her group. A crowd of people gathered around. They didn't understand why the guy with the sword was here. Ifei told Blood Eagle that they could settle their business elsewhere. Blood Eagle told the protagonist that he was still naive. He said that if he wanted to find the woman he wanted, that he should follow him. Bloody Eagle turned around and started to walk away. He yelled to the protagonist to catch up with him. At this time, the protagonist heard a sudden noise. A stranger appeared in front of him. The warrior in a straw hat gave the protagonist a sly look and asked him if his name was Golden Eagle. Disgruntled, the protagonist asked the stranger who the stranger was. The warrior said his name was Tsu, and he was a disciple of the Blood Wolf. Tsu's warrior was level S. He was armed with chain blades. Tsu swung his chain blade and shouted to Ifei that if he wanted to find the girl, he had to kill him first. Tsu swung the chain blade in all directions. He shouted to the protagonist to show him what he could do. The protagonist watched his opponent with the utmost attention. Ife accelerated to strike his opponent as quickly as possible. The protagonist was unhappy that Tsu was using a chain blade against him. Tsu proudly said that he uses a colored blade. He is the most famous owner of it. The protagonist told his rival that he had never heard of him. Tsu cheerfully replied that Ife would hear of him soon. Waving his blade in all directions, Tsu said he had to show the protagonist the level of his skill. Tsu then swung the blade at the protagonist with all his might. The protagonist was able to deflect the blade without moving. Ife asked the protagonist did he really want to kill him with such a pathetic move. Z asked the protagonist, is that what he thinks of him? Tsu used his battle skill called the Chain Blade of Hell against the protagonist. The protagonist was frightened and excited as the chain blade flew around him. The protagonist looked at his opponent Tsu with great attention and excitement. Tsu waved his blade and said excitedly that he would get the head of the Golden Eagle himself. The protagonist accelerated and jerked forward to avoid being struck by the blade. His opponent's deadly weapon did not intimidate the protagonist. Ife was able to jump aside to defend himself from another blade attack. The protagonist was very quick and professional in dodging and fending off the attack. Tsu Warrior was very much astonished and annoyed. He thought it was impossible to defend himself against his attack. The protagonist, with quick movements of his hands, fought off the blades and started to grab the chains. With a sudden movement of his hand, the protagonist grabbed the chain. Tsu was frightened and agitated. The protagonist twirled the grabbed chains in his hands and asked his opponent, is this really his weapon? Ife twirled the chains in his hands and said they looked pretty funny to him. The Z-Warrior was amazed and frightened. He didn't understand how this could happen. The main character ran up to his opponent and grabbed him with his hands. He yelled that he had caught him. Tsu's warrior was surprised and frightened. The protagonist yanked the chain to wrest it from his opponent's hands. Tsu menacingly said that if the situation came to this, he should use his super move. Ife rustled his opponent's mouth. The protagonist menacingly looked at the warrior with his hand on his face and told him not to talk anymore. At this time, on the other side of town, the warrior Blood Eagle caught up with one of his subordinates. The guy told the kidnapper named Chop to follow him. Chop wanted to ask the master something. Chop turned around and asked the commander, why did they take this woman with them? Chop asked Blood Eagle, does he think he'll lose? Blood Eagle said, no one can stop a high-ranked man like the protagonist. Ife at this time crushing Z to the ground. The protagonist pinned the beaten warrior to the ground and said it was over. Blood Eagle told his subordinate judiciously that what they needed now was stealth. The protagonist calmly walked off to the side. Tsu was lying on the ground. Blood Eagle said that if Yifei escaped, it would become a problem. The Chop warrior was very much astonished and displeased by his commander's words. Blood Eagle said that the Tizu fighter had already lost. Chop shouted that Tsu was once the leader of the Soaring Eagles team. Chop held the kidnapped girl on his shoulder. He asked how could this be possible. Bloody Eagle told his subordinate that he would find out. Suddenly, Bloody Eagle heard a suspicious noise near him. He decided he was right. At the same time, he heard footsteps. It was the protagonist approaching his enemies. The warrior Chop shouted in fright. He saw Burkett in front of him. The protagonist sternly asked the kidnappers, how dare they touch a man close to him? At that time, shooting started in the center of the city. People were running in all directions and demanding to be rescued. Another soldier was shooting upwards and shouting at people to get out of here. A cab driver in a suit didn't understand what was going on. He had just found a job, and this had happened to him on his first day. The driver got into the car and thought to himself that he was lucky to get the job. The cab driver drove off and thought to himself that he needed to raise the fare until the chaos was over. One of the passers-by, the driver offered to take him out safely at $500 per person. The guy yelled to the cabbie that he might as well rob him. Suddenly, a potential customer appeared in the cabbie's path. It was a man in a suitcase. The man stood looking at the cab car in disbelief. A group of girls stood next to him. The driver was very surprised to see many beautiful ladies around him. The driver looked at the girls and said to himself that they were all beautiful. The cab driver admired his female passengers and wondered whether he should take them home. The man said sternly to the cab driver that he should take the girls. The cab driver replied that he does everything without any problem. The driver then slyly told his customers that he would give them a discount and take them home for $2,000. After a short pause, the cabbie apologized in an apologetic voice and said he was wrong. The driver told the passengers in a cheerful voice to get in. The man told him to wait. The man asked the cab driver with interest, does he think his daughter and the other ladies are beautiful? The driver, after a short pause, shyly said that the girls were indeed beautiful. The man smilingly told the driver to jerk off in front of him right now. The cab driver was embarrassed by such a request. He didn't know what to say to the man's suggestion. The man threateningly wanted to repeat to the driver what he had just told him. The man once again asked the chauffeur to hurry up and jerk off. Ingen asked excitedly to her father what he was doing. The cab driver asked the man in astonishment what he wanted him to do. Fang Qing woman asked very unhappily, what is going on here? Beautiful Sue said with a smile to the other girls that she realized exactly what was going on. The man put the driver on the hood and suggested to go and fight in the forest. One of the girls said that the uncle would not ride along with them. The cab driver backed away with the man into the woods. He imagined himself as a pilot during a military battle. The pilot shouted that a fighter jet had appeared in front of him and he was now aiming at it. The pilot saw the enemy plane in the sight in front of him and prepared to shoot. The pilot shouted angrily that the enemy pilot had finally been caught. The pilot then pressed a button on the handle to open fire and engage the enemy. The pilot yelled to shoot down the enemy fighter immediately. At this time in Park Forest, the driver finished granting the man's wish. The cab driver said they were already finished. He asked, "Can he take someone already?" The man smiled and told the cabbie they should try again. The driver was scared and surprised. He didn't feel like trying again. The man turned around and walked with the driver to the park. He told the girls to wait a while. The Sioux girl told her friend Ingen that Uncle was doing all this for their common good. The pilot ended up in a dangerous sky battle again. The enemy locked him up. The pilot looked around the cockpit and shouted how dare the enemy underestimate him. Then the pilot made a quick maneuver and got into position to attack. The pilot hit the enemy plane and angrily shouted that he was now ace. As the cab driver came out of the woods, a man came up and told him to do it again. The pilot in the plane yelled that he needed help as he was surrounded by lots of enemy planes. The pilot was yelling that his plane could no longer operate and he was requesting a parachute. At that time, the plane was hit by an enemy plane and started to burn. The pilot screamed in an exhausted voice that his plane had exploded. The man patted the driver on the shoulder and said that he was now calm. The girl Shu Yingying asked in a stern voice to her father, "What is happening now?" Beautiful Sue said cheerfully to the other girls that she understood everything. Sue explained that they were all very beautiful. Uncle was afraid that the driver might have bad intentions for them. That's why he delivered him to do so. Ingen asked excitedly to her father, "Isn't the man going to ride with them?" The man turned around and looked at his daughter. He answered her that she had told him the right things. The man looked away and saw the armed men. He realized he couldn't stand to see the situation escalate. The uncle called the police Lin very proudly a responsible officer. The Lin told the man that she wasn't going either. She would disperse the crowd. At this time, a woman with a blue cape walked up. She laughed when she saw the man. The man pointed his hand toward the girls and said they should leave. Ingen wished her father to be careful. Lin said she was going to disperse the crowd. The woman asked the man, "Where did he come from?" She added that no one could escape the attack of their assassination team. The man asked the stranger, "Are those the assassination team?" And then the uncle said menacingly that he had crawled out of the pages of SWAT history. The woman stood with her whip and looked at the man in amazement. The woman then ordered her subordinates to grab the old man. The blue-cloaked assassin was then stunned. The man began beating her warriors. In just a few blows, the man neutralized the assassins. The woman looked around and saw that she was completely alone. The man took the pants off of one of the warriors and put them on. He said he was overcome by a familiar feeling. The man clenched his fist and said he felt like he was back during a special forces battle. The uncle then told the kidnappers that they would deal with his fists. The man, after disarming some of the warriors, started running away. The woman yelled for him to stand. The former SWAT officer beckoned the woman with his hand and told her to follow him if she had the courage. The commander commanded her subordinates to grab the man. The woman told the soldiers to capture the Chinese scout alive for her. The woman said slyly to herself that the forest was their territory, and the man would not have the advantage there. The woman decided that she would watch the man fight unsuccessfully for his life. At this time, on the other side of town, the main character was preparing to confront the Blood Eagle and the Chop. Ife asked the Blood Eagle why he had joined the terrorists. The protagonist demanded that Blood Eagle answer him. After a short pause, Blood Eagle calmly said that there can't be two leaders. Ife replied to his rival that he wouldn't believe him. He reminded him that they were once best friends. Blood Eagle asked the protagonist with interest, "Were they really friends?" Blood Eagle stood at a distance. He asked Ife, "Can friends be far apart?" Ife demanded of his rivals to let the girl go. He added that he didn't have time to talk. The protagonist told Blood Eagle that they would discuss his behavior later. Blood Eagle asked the protagonist grudgingly, "Why is the girl so important to him?" At that time, footsteps were heard. It was a Chop warrior approaching the protagonist. The protagonist saw in front of him a huge tall warrior with a big sword. Chop threateningly told the protagonist that he was denied access. The protagonist calmly looked at his rival and told him to get lost. The warrior swung his huge sword to strike the protagonist. The protagonist quickly dodged to defend himself from the warrior's attack. Ife decided to use a technique called the Dragon Palm attack against the warrior. With a powerful blow, the protagonist threw his opponent far away. After that, the protagonist told the Blood Eagle that it was his turn. The opponent looked at Ife without any emotion. Suddenly, the Chop warrior returned and prepared to attack the protagonist. The warrior hit the protagonist with all his might, knocking him to the side. The protagonist prepared for another attack. He realized he couldn't hit Chop that easily. Chop said he had specially made armor. This warrior had S-class. Chop threw his sword on his back and told the Golden Eagle that they were starting round 2. Chop reminded the protagonist that he was able to destroy the nanosuit with his bare hands. The warrior said that his armor could absorb the energy of Ifei's blows. Chop told the main character menacingly that he didn't stand a chance this time. The warrior then shouted menacingly to the head hero that he would take him down. He prepared to attack. Chop ran with his sword against Ifei. He yelled for the protagonist to go to hell. The protagonist jumped back. The warrior's sword flew right in front of his eyes. Then the main mountain jumped up from his seat high up to avoid the chop. The protagonist started bouncing back with big steps to protect himself from the chop. Blood Eagle watched the battle closely. Ifei at this time accelerated to pound the ground with his foot. With a powerful kick, the protagonist slammed his foot into the asphalt so hard that it cracked. After that, the protagonist kicked a rock and it flew towards his opponent. The chop warrior saw the stone coming at him and prepared to defend himself. The warrior then swung his sword at the stone, and it shattered into pieces. Ifei realized that it was too bad that the stone was in pieces. Chop was standing right in front of him. The protagonist prepared to use a punch with the skill 8 trigram palm. The protagonist hit his opponent's head with a big swing of his hand. Ifei thought to himself after the blow that he had a bad feeling. Chop calmly adjusted his helmet on his head and said that Burkett's memory wasn't getting any better. Chop said that his armor could absorb the main character's energy. He kicked Ifei's leg. The impact of the blow knocked the protagonist far away from the warrior. Chop threatened the protagonist with a huge sword and said that he would definitely lose. The Blood Fox Squad is the most feared assassination organization in Southeast Asia. The organization has been trained by war and fighting in the mountains. All members are experienced assassins. A strong alliance of assassins once defeated the powerful kingdom of Lijiang. The forest is a huge net that can capture a man who has escaped. The leader told her subordinates that she would lead a team to capture the old man. The subordinates need to deal with the policewoman. The dagger killer said she understood. The cutie sniper said the man ran off into the woods and put himself in a tough spot. The blue-cloaked assassin decided to catch the man in the woods. One of them reported that the target had not been found yet. The commander told them to remain persuasive. Suddenly, a man's hand came out of the woods in the direction of one of the warriors. He grabbed him at once. Then the man jumped out and prepared to slowly attack his opponent. Then the man knocked the soldier off his feet with a very strong blow. He couldn't even fight back. The other soldiers saw that their colleague was under attack. The man grabbed the gun from the soldier. The man pointed the gun at the other soldiers who were nearby. With accurate shots, the man struck his rivals dead with the pistol. The soldiers grabbed their assault rifles and began firing in the man's direction. The former Special Forces soldier grabbed the body of one of the soldiers and covered himself with it, protecting himself from the bullets. The man carefully took out a grenade and pulled the pin. He then threw the grenade in the direction of the enemies. One of the soldiers shouted that a grenade had been thrown at them. At the same time, there was a huge explosion. The woman heard a noise. She was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. The man anointed the ash strips on his face and said that he had not smelled that odor for a long time. The former Special Forces man said it all reminded him of the days when he fought. The man was now armed with a pistol and an automatic rifle. He was ready to keep fighting. At this time, in the woods near the pedestrian zone, the former commando was fleeing from assassins. The man ran through the forest. The soldiers chased after him and fired at him with automatic weapons. The commander shouted sharply to his subordinate to stop. The soldier, unaware of the danger, was walking forward and unexpectedly hit a stick lying on the ground. Then a huge stake rose from the ground at full speed towards the soldier. Very quickly, the soldier was impaled by the huge stake with sharp teeth. The commander wasn't scared at all. He saw his subordinate just died. Then the commander stepped on the trap and the sharp teeth pierced his leg. The commander cried out loudly while someone approached him from the side. The leader couldn't move or run away. He looked at the approaching man with fear. The man pointed a gun at the ringleader and said he was going to die. The ringleader pleaded and shouted loudly for the man not to shoot him. The man shot the bandit with a pistol. The sound of the gunshot echoed around the neighborhood. The leader came to the place where her men had been killed. She looked around carefully. The woman noticed that the soldiers had been struck by traps made of wooden spikes and stakes. As she looked around, the leader realized that everything looked as if they were running into the hands of an experienced fighter. At this time in the city in the pedestrian zone, the protagonist continued his battle with the warrior. Warrior Chop accelerated to attack Ifei at full speed at once. Chop warrior with a threatening look and with a big sword ran at the protagonist. Ifei looked at the Chop running at him with great excitement and fear. Chop slammed his huge sword into the ground with all his might. The protagonist managed to dodge. The protagonist swung his arm to attack his opponent back. The Chop warrior calmly told Ifei that it was useless to attack him because of his powerful armor. The warrior said that his armor was specially designed to protect him. At this time, the protagonist hit him with a swing. Warrior Chop wondered how it was possible that his armor didn't protect him. Blood Eagle was watching the battle between the protagonist and Chop. Chop grudgingly shouted that his armor should have self-disarmed all of Ifei's internal energy. The protagonist menacingly asked his opponent, Did he really think he could only handle internal energy? Ifei concentrated his fighting skills and prepared to use them against Chop. The protagonist prepared to use a skill called explosive hammer movement. The protagonist struck his opponent with a powerful uppercut. The Choppa warrior's helmet came off. Ifei was still standing on the road at the time. The Choppa warrior's huge metal helmet was lying in the middle of the road. The protagonist walked over to it. Ifei then crushed the warrior's helmet with a powerful blow. The protagonist looked menacingly at the Blood Eagle and said that it was just the two of them. Ifei looked at his opponent and said menacingly that no one would stop them now. Panic continued in the street. People were fleeing in all directions in fright. The police line shouted to the citizens not to be afraid and to calm down. At the same time, a policewoman from behind was telling the frightened people how to walk. Behind her came a sniper, Cutie, and another assassin, paired blades. The woman told the sniper to stay where she was and she would deal with the policewoman. Sniper Cutie watched with interest as her colleague headed for the Lin. The woman was walking slowly behind the policewoman. People were still running around. Suddenly the woman felt very bad. She felt shivering and weak. The woman remembered that she felt as bad as the time she fought with Yifei. After that, the assassin felt so bad that she started to fall off her feet. Lin saw a strange woman falling. She ran up to her and asked if she was all right. The policewoman took the stranger in her arms and said she would carry her out of here. The policewoman was carrying the stranger in her arms. She was getting worse. The woman cried out. She thought she had just moved a little and had another bad feeling. Lin asked worriedly to the woman, should she be examined? The stranger replied that she was fine. The policewoman didn't realize the woman had a gun in her hand. The assassin realized that she couldn't let the policewoman examine her because she had a knife. The woman then carefully and discreetly removed the knife from her pocket. The woman held the knife behind the policewoman. She waited until she was distracted. Suddenly, the policewoman lifted the woman she was holding in her arms with her knee. Lin told the stranger to get ready because she was going to rush forward. The policewoman then ran forward at full speed, holding the stranger in her arms. The woman felt like she had been kicked twice in the ass and now needed to go to the bathroom. The assassin felt a discomfort and an unpleasant sensation in her body. While in a city block, a female superhero found a bomb in a building. A woman in a Captain America costume stood and scrutinized the bomb. Captain America said the bomb would go off in 10 minutes and that everyone should get out of here. The women ran. Captain America yelled that they had to make sure people were safe when they evacuated. With that, the superheroines all made their way to the exit and the building together. The women started pulling in all directions on the doors. They couldn't open them. The captainess launched her shield and shouted menacingly to open the door. The shield with the white star flew at high speed towards the door. The woman in the policewoman's arms felt even worse. She was not feeling well at all. The woman raised her knife. She decided that she couldn't let the policewoman carry it any further. Lin looked at the stranger with excitement and attention. She said it didn't look good. The policewoman noticed that the stranger was traumatized. She asked the woman, did she not want to burden her? The policewoman thought to herself, annoyed, that she was a complete fool. Lin yelled that a police officer has a duty to help civilians. She ran even faster. The superheroine told Captain America that she deserved her title. Captain America said she was honored. Another superheroine said the captainess attacked with her shield to block the door from closing. The door then suddenly closed completely with a big noise. The superheroine couldn't understand why the door closed and what happened. The assassin in the arms of the policewoman was getting more and more uncomfortable. She couldn't take it anymore. The superheroines gave it their best effort. One of them yelled the door was about to open. The masked assassin thought to herself that this shouldn't happen. The woman excitedly realized that it couldn't happen. The assassin realized that she might lose her relevance. At that time, she was carried by a Lin. On the other side of the city, under the evening sky, the protagonist was preparing to fight against the Blood Eagle. After a long silence, the Blood Eagle addressed the protagonist by his nickname Burkut. Blood Eagle looked menacingly at his opponent and said that he was the same as before. At this time, the defeated warrior Chop was still lying on the road, looking at the protagonist from afar. Chop thought to himself that Ifei could be the master's partner. Burkut handled their attacking team. Warrior Chop thought to himself that everything the master told him could be true. At the same time, the main character accelerated to hit his opponent with all his might. Blood Eagle bounced aside very quickly. He said that Burkut could attack not only with his palm, but also with his fist and foot movement. Blood Eagle turned around on the spot. He thought, could there be someone on the ground so similar to the Golden Eagle? After that, Blood Eagle jumped up. He realized that his opponent was a versatile genius. Ifei took a side and thought he had already gotten rid of the Blood Eagle. The protagonist saw a girl lying there. He realized that he had to save Shanshan. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared in front of the protagonist. It was the Blood Eagle returning. Blood Eagle asked the guy if he wanted to save someone. At this time, he was standing on his sword. Blood Eagle calmly balanced, standing on his sword without falling. After that, the guy turned around and told the Golden Eagle that he was still as naive as he was. The protagonist looked menacingly at Blood Eagle and told him to get away from him. Blood Eagle gave Golden Eagle a stern look and told him to be serious. The protagonist prepared to defend himself. He looked at his opponent carefully. Ife started waving his arms to activate his fighting skills. The protagonist performed magical movements with his hands to increase his power. After that, Ife maximized his inner strength to defend himself. The protagonist got into a fighting stance and told the brave Blood Eagle to approach. The guy waved his battle sword around him in all directions. Blood Eagle then dropped the scabbard from his sword and prepared to attack. Blood Eagle concentrated. He prepared to defend himself against the protagonist. The protagonist stood in front of his opponent. He was ready to fight. The protagonist remembered his general training during his combat service. Burkett was very tired after a hard training session. He was drinking water while his colleague on the sidelines was still swinging his sword. Ife, sitting on Earth, asked the Blood Eagle why he was swinging his sword all day. The Blood Eagle didn't like such irritating remarks from the protagonist. The soldier said that he was practicing with his sword to get stronger. He asked Burkett, why is he swinging the sword? The protagonist replied proudly that he was training to defend his homeland. The Blood Eagle was very interested in what Burkett had to say. He was immersed in memories. In a forest in Southeast Asia, the soldiers were conducting a military mission. Burkett ran at full speed towards the place where the Blood Eagle was carrying out his mission. By the time the protagonist arrived, there were only the dead around. Burkett called out menacingly to the Blood Eagle. The protagonist was very much astonished when he saw the scene before him. The soldier stood surrounded by the corpses of civilians. The Blood Eagle had killed all the peasants and crew members. The protagonist saw a soldier's body lying next to the Blood Eagle covered in blood. Next to the body of a boy lay the body of his mother. The Blood Eagle stood next to it. Then the Blood Eagle turned around and told the protagonist that there was no one here who was worthy of his protection. Ife remembered that after the bloody incident, his colleague was brought before the tribunal. He kept remembering the look of the Bloody Eagle after the massacre. The protagonist realized that his opponent was now looking at him with the same gaze as then. Then Bloody Eagle began to spin rapidly in place, swinging his sword. Very abruptly, Blood Eagle pointed his sword in the direction of the protagonist's head. As Blood Eagle looked around, he noticed that the protagonist had bounced off to the side. Ife at this time flew overhead to warm up his opponent. Blood Eagle thought that the protagonist disappeared very quickly. Ife swung around and prepared to attack with his opponent's fist. The protagonist slammed his fist on the hilt of his opponent's sword with all his might. Then the Blood Eagle turned around on the spot to fight off the protagonist. Ife looked at his opponent with great attention. He prepared to attack him. Then the protagonist pounced and pounded the Blood Eagle with his fist with all his might. The protagonist was surprised and worried. He noticed that his opponent bounced off of him. The blade of his sword flashed brightly in the air. The Blood Eagle prepared to attack next. At this time in the city, in the pedestrian zone, a cute sniper was following her fellow assassin. The sniper was laughing quietly and watching her fellow paired blade assassin with interest. Cutie watched the lynch and thought that the cop had fallen into their trap. Cutie decided that the killer aka Paired Blades was famous for her poisonous techniques. Paired Blades is number 1. She has a rank just below S. That said, she's been able to kill a lot of S rankers. The sniper decided that Paired Blades could very easily handle the police line. The assassin felt very bad and was very impatient. The assassin felt she had to let it all out right now. A group of people along with the female superheroes came to the door. They didn't understand why it was closed. Captain America started banging on the door at full speed. She demanded they be let out. The woman named Paired Blades felt very bad. She couldn't hold back any longer. Little by little yellow droplets started flying away from the woman. Yellow droplets from the woman flew sideways into the wind towards her coworker. The yellow droplets hit the pretty sniper's face. She got a little worried. The sniper thought to herself that the girl Paired Blades had shown herself. The sniper felt joy inside her. She even tasted one drop. The cutie thought to herself that she could smell the sweat from the girl Paired Blades. The sniperess watched carefully as the police lynx carried her colleague in her arms. The sniper wondered very much why the woman still hadn't done anything. Cutie ran out from around the corner and yelled for the assassin to hurry up and kill the Lin. The policewoman turned around and asked with interest, "Who was that lady who just screamed?" The Paired Blades felt that she was losing consciousness. At this time, one of the female superheroes yelled to her coworkers to step aside. The female Iron Man commanded that she be allowed to open the door. The female superhero then used a magic beam to open the door. The people rushed forward excitedly. They shouted that the door was finally open. The crowd of people shouted that they wanted out. Every one of them managed to hit the door in time. The woman didn't know what to do. She had to pee, but she couldn't stand it. The assassin's eyes began to close. She felt she was losing consciousness. The woman took a close look at the sniper's mouth. It looked like a container. Then the assassin realized she had to run towards the sniper's round mouth. After that, the woman jumped off and ran. The lynx excitedly asked the stranger where she was going. The sniper watched with great excitement as her colleague ran at her at high speed. The cutie saw a huge amount of yellowish blobs in front of her. The assassin-paired blades gradually felt relief in her body. The shocked policewoman line looked at everything the woman unknown to her was doing.
Soldiers appeared. They shouted that they had arrived to support their boss-woman-paired blades.
The soldiers were very much surprised by what they saw. They couldn't believe that their boss could do such a thing to a cutie. After all that happened, the rating of Blood Fox's team dropped very badly. Cutie didn't drink tea drinks anymore from that time on. The woman received a message that Team 3 had been completely destroyed. At the same time, Team 4 had lost more than half of its members. The Bloody Fox walked towards her soldiers. She received reports of the destruction of the rest of her teams. The woman heard that gradually the members of the combat teams continued to die. The commander walked over and saw one of her soldiers tied to a cross. The woman saw a pile of bodies of soldiers lying near the cross. The bound soldier wanted to say something to her. At the same time, the woman heard someone silently approaching her from behind. The ex-Special Forces man swung around to strike the woman with his leg. The woman used her whip to block the blow from behind. The ex-Special Forces man then yanked with all his might the rope that was tied to the cross. Very slowly, the cross and the bound soldier began to fall. The woman jumped up on top of the pile of bodies. The man asked the woman with interest, "Did she really leave her comrades behind?" The woman said slyly in reply that she understood the man's desire to engage her reserve forces so that he would besiege them. The male Exu said happily to himself that he had finally met a worthy opponent. The woman looked up at the Exu man and said that she could not be the equal of the decrepit old man. The woman menacingly called her opponent a stupid Chinese soldier. The ex-Special Forces soldier was very offended by such words. His face turned stony. The man threateningly told the rival to take back her words. He threatened that she would be tortured under his fists. The woman swung her whip and asked if she would allow her rival to torture her. The woman gave the man another menacing look and said that he was really insolent. Then the woman swung her whip to strike her rival. The woman swung her whip and shouted menacingly that her rival was going to hell. The man looked fearfully at his opponent. He prepared to defend himself. The former Special Forces officer Shu covered himself with his arms to protect himself from the whip. The man received earlier severe wounds on his arm. He shouted that it was a whip technique. The woman asked her opponent in surprise, "Can't the man move?" The woman waved her whip sideways and shouted that she had blocked all possible areas for movement. The man barely defended himself. The rival said he would be defeated by her whip like so many men before him. The woman swung and shouted that she was delivering the final blow. Suddenly the man ducked and grabbed the whip with his hands. The Bloody Fox was very surprised. The ex-Special Forces man had a firm grip on the whip. The woman couldn't pull it out. The commander felt that her rival had become much stronger than her. She couldn't pull the whip out. The ex-Special Forces officer looked at the woman sternly and said that she was strong. The commander angrily shouted at her rival to stop talking. The woman decided to use a skill called the Silver Meteor Whip against the man. The ex-Special Forces officer Shu defended himself with his hands against the whip. The man resisted the blows. The woman could not hit him with the whip. The female leader asked her opponent if he was crying and wanted to surrender. The ex-Special Forces man threw the whip aside and shouted that he would never surrender. The man replied menacingly to the woman that he had been suffering from the whip ever since its owner began to misuse it. The woman was very much surprised and amazed to hear the words from the man. On the other side of the pedestrian zone, the protagonist continued to fight the Blood Eagle. The Blood Eagle used his sword to chop down everything in his path. At one point, Blood Eagle was able to pin Ifei against the wall with his sword. Blood Eagle swung his sword to finish off the helpless protagonist. The protagonist was very scared. He covered himself with his arm and prepared to fight back. Ifei made the most of his skills and threw his opponent aside. The protagonist watched with excitement as the Blood Eagle flew away from him. The blow was so powerful that the Blood Eagle flew to the side, tearing down everything in its path. Ifei thought fearfully to himself what could have happened if he hadn't used his internal energy. Suddenly the chief heard a calm voice behind him. Blood Eagle said that Burkett was very slow. Blood Eagle said that he didn't expect Ifei to stoop to this. The guy threw the sword out of his hand and said Ifei didn't deserve to die by his sword. Blood Eagle menacingly looking at his opponent said that he would defeat him with his fists. The protagonist was very surprised to hear the words from Blood Eagle. Ifei asked incredulously at his opponent, does he really want to defeat him with just his fists? Blood Eagle clenched his fist and said menacingly to his opponent that he was completely right. The eagle headed towards Ifei. He said that the latter hadn't misheard him. Blood Eagle stood closely with Ifei. He said that he would use the techniques that the latter was most proud of. After that, the opponent brought his face close to the protagonist. The eagle said very harshly and unequivocally that he would defeat Ifei. The protagonist dodged the blow. He wanted to knock the opponent, but Blood Eagle bounced aside. Blood Eagle activated his power and wanted to hit Ifei with a special move. Blood Eagle hit Ifei with a technique called 8 trigrams. Ifei was astonished. He couldn't understand how his opponent knew his moves. Chop was standing nearby. He was surprised to see his master using Burkett's moves. The protagonist received a strong arm swing to the body from his opponent. The protagonist was startled when the blow threw him aside. Ife was carried far back after a professional punch from Blood Eagle. Chop said with surprise that his master's inner energy helped defeat Burkut. Blood Eagle asked the exhausted Ife if he wanted to know where he got all his techniques from. Blood Eagle said that Burkut was a genius. He had practiced with his sword constantly and reached his maximum potential while doing so. Blood Eagle said that Ife was very foolish to follow his ideology. After that, Blood Eagle pointed at Shan and said that there was no point in letting her live. In the forest thicket, the female blood fox kept attacking the man with her whip. She couldn't understand why the man didn't go down. The woman pointed at Shuya and said that he should have fallen a long time ago. The man turned around and looked menacingly at his rival. For a brief moment, she stopped hitting him. The former Special Forces officer asked his rival menacingly if she wanted to know the reason why he was still standing. Suddenly, the man dodged and managed to catch the whip with his hands. The woman was amazed and frightened because the man was able to grab her whip. Then the man swung and shouted to the woman that she should have used the whip the same way he did. The man hit the Blood Fox woman on the back with all his might. The female Blood Fox was suddenly overcome by a soul-stirring feeling. The woman felt as if an invisible pair of hands was giving her a soul-warming massage. The man continued to strike the woman with a whip with all his might. The woman wished that Shu would stop whipping her. She thought it would be bad for her if he continued. Suddenly, the woman felt as if she was going straight to heaven. The woman fell to the ground. She couldn't understand why she was feeling this way because of the whip's movements. The woman lay on the ground and couldn't get up. She wanted to ask the XU man something. In a crying voice, the woman asked the former Special Forces man why his techniques were so impressive. The woman looked at the whip in the man's hands and said that she would not accept the fact that she had lost to an amateur. After a brief pause, the man cheerfully agreed that he was an amateur. The man shouted that he knew an expert with superior whip skills. He remembered his girlfriend. Then the former Special Forces man Shu shouted that he had been practicing with his girlfriend to improve his whip techniques. The woman was very surprised. She asked, was the man really practicing with an expert? The woman huffed and asked in a confident voice, how could the expert pass on his skill to someone like Suya? The man was surprised at such a question. The man answered the woman formidably that she had underestimated his relationship with his girlfriend. The female commander was very surprised and could not believe that the man had been practicing the techniques for decades. The man decided not to answer anything more to his rival. He took out a cigarette and lit it. After that, the man exhaled the smoke and decided to leave. He was still silent. The woman said in a crying voice that she had lost. Shu left and told the woman that she was not experienced enough to match his girlfriend. On the other side of the city, the protagonist continued to fight against the Blood Eagle. Yifei was lying on the earth. The Blood Eagle said that he who is weak cannot live on. Blood Eagle said menacingly that he was going to kill Shan right now. Then Blood Eagle turned around and started walking away. Yifei lay on the earth. The Chop warrior shouted very joyfully and enthusiastically that the master had won. The protagonist was silent. He had no more strength to resist any further. Warrior Chop bowed before his master and said that he had done it. Shan came to her senses. She watched with great excitement as the protagonist fought. Then she saw the Blood Eagle approaching her. Shan was very frightened and asked the Blood Eagle who he was. The Blood Eagle told Shan that he was very sorry. Shan was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. The guy kept walking towards her. The protagonist began to slowly regain his senses. He concentrated.
Blood Eagle heard the protagonist yell to him to stop.
Blood Eagle turned around and saw an Ife behind him with burning red eyes. Blood Eagle asked angrily, does the protagonist really want to stop him? The master wanted to say something else, but the protagonist ran up to him and hit him. A very strong blow hit the Blood Eagle. He couldn't fight anymore. Then Blood Eagle dropped his sword and started to fall to the ground. The guy fell to the ground powerless. Opposite him stood the protagonist with burning eyes. Blood Eagle lay on the ground. He started to come to his senses. At this time, Warrior Chop began to approach his master. He timidly addressed Bloody Eagle. Warrior Chop told his master that he was frightened by the eyes of the protagonist. Chop said Ife had the eyes of the Grim Reaper. The protagonist told his master that he would be finished if he touched the girl. Blood Eagle had already recovered. He grabbed the sword and said he was very curious. Blood Eagle swung the sword and said that he would agree to fight in that case. The master held the ball in his hands and told the Ife that they would fight right there. Blood Eagle looked menacingly at Ife and said that they would decide who would be the winner. Chop looked fearfully at the red eyes of the protagonist. He realized that he couldn't be wrong. Warrior Chop remembered that there is an opinion that no one can be saved after seeing red eyes. Berkut's eyes are bloodshot when he's enraged. In doing so, the guy begins to perceive everything in slow motion. Shan fearfully called the protagonist's son-in-law. She looked at him with surprise. The girl remembered that she was kidnapped and Yifei saved her. The protagonist looked at his rival. The girl wanted to say something to the protagonist. Ife replied to Shanshan to believe in him and not to be afraid of anything. The protagonist told the girl menacingly that he will get her out of here very soon. Shanshan looked at her savior amazed and delighted. The Shanshan girl was amazed and delighted that the guy was worried about her. The Blood Eagle eagerly asked the protagonist if he was finished. Then the protagonist kicked off the ground and bounced sharply to the side. Ife prepared to defend himself. At the same time, Blood Eagle prepared to attack with his sword. Suddenly, a loud extraneous scream came from somewhere high up. A female voice strongly demanded to the protagonist and his opponent to stop. Ife lifted his head up and saw a policewoman. Lin shouted menacingly for everyone to stay put. Suddenly, the policewoman slipped and started to fall. She couldn't keep her footing on the building. The policewoman started to fall down. She fell and covered herself with her hands. The protagonist saw the girl police lineman pitching at him from above. After falling, the police Linu pressed the protagonist to the earth. There was a loud noise because of the fall of the Lean. The master turned around and started to walk away. Blood Eagle was moving away from the scene of the battle. Behind him, there were puffs of dust on the earth behind him. The protagonist asked the policewoman if she was all right. Lin asked fearfully, "Who is here with her?" Yifei put a bag over his head and asked in a stern voice to the policewoman, "Why is she here?" She was surprised to see the master. Lin thought she saw Yifei just now. She told the master cheerfully that she wanted to help. Lin shouted menacingly to Blood Eagle to stand still as the police had surrounded the place. Bloody Eagle decided not to stop anymore. He turned around and started to walk away. In parting, Bloody Eagle shouted to the Golden Eagle that he was just lucky. Blood Eagle turned around and started to walk away with Chop. Lin and Yifei watched them. Ling thought about it and decided that Burkut was the master's name. When she turned around, she noticed that the master had disappeared. Lin yelled for Blood Eagle to stay put. The protagonist was sitting next to the Shanshan girl in the evening. The police and medics were all around. The protagonist silently and heavily recalled all the events of the past day. Yifei remembered how Blood Eagle had called him very naive in a rough voice. The protagonist was disappointed that he could not fight his enemy to the end. The Blood Eagle said that very soon Yifei would cause the death of people around him. Yifei closed his eyes and thought about it. He realized that he had implicated the Shanshan girl and he would need to talk to her. Suddenly, something distracted the protagonist's attention. He saw a girl walk up to him. The Shanshan girl sat down and turned shyly to the protagonist. Yifei was startled and wondered why the girl was blushing and acting shy. He decided that Shanshan had feelings for him. The Shanshan girl looked sternly at the protagonist and said that she saw everything. Shanshan said in an accusatory voice that Yifei was on a date with several women at the same time. The protagonist was surprised at such words. After a short pause, the frightened protagonist decided to somehow justify himself to Shanshan. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone calling him from the side. He turned around and noticed Ingen and the beautiful Su girl. Shu Yingying stood there looking at the protagonist very sternly. After a pause, Ingen asked Yifei with great suspicion, "What is going on here?" Ingen, looking at the protagonist, asked, "Why is Su girl and her father here?" Ingen came close to the protagonist and asked if he was on a date with someone else. The protagonist smiled and told his girlfriend that he would explain everything to her. At that time, Shu's father shouted threateningly at his daughter to shut up. Ingen was surprised to see her father here. The man said that he had seen everything. In the end, the protagonist found himself reflected from all sides. It was a three-way interrogation for him. Yifei realized that the man was watching what happened. Ingen told his father that it wasn't what he thought. The man turned to the protagonist. Yifei wanted to justify himself to the man. The man looked carefully at the frightened boy and said he trusted him. The protagonist felt glad that the trouble was receding. The man pointed to the girl Su and said that nothing could have happened between her and the protagonist. He added that Yifei was on a mission. The protagonist wanted to say something else. The man added that he believed in Yifei. Then the man pointed his finger at the beautiful Su and said that she had already confirmed his conclusions. Yifei thought reassuringly that it was very good that everything was kept secret. Shanshan's girlfriend came up from behind. She called out to the protagonist menacingly. Shanshan girl said she also had something she wanted to say. Shanshan girl told the audience that she could provide proof. Yifei remembered that he had forgotten that his sister-in-law could be very dangerous to him. The protagonist was horrified to imagine what might happen once the Shanshan girl revealed the truth. Yifei thought to himself with fear that Shanshan might have seen him with the beautiful Su Mengxin. The protagonist realized that he might end up losing his job, and people would think of him as an unfaithful scum. The worried protagonist couldn't understand how the sister-in-law could be an understanding person to his son-in-law. Yifei was frightened, and decided to himself that he would no longer help his sister-in-law Shanshan. Shanshan turned around and told the protagonist that he was a match for his sister Yingying. She thanked Yifei for saving her. The main character's mood improved. He told Shanshan that they are one family. Yifei told the girl confidently to come to him for help if she had any problems. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone asking him to sign. The police line brought the report. She was surprised to see that the protagonist was here again. The protagonist calmly asked police officer Lin what his friend she met looked like. Lin said that the friend looked like Leonardo. She said that he had even accepted her as a student. Ife replied to the girl that was wonderful. To himself, he couldn't figure out where he looked like Leonardo. The main character turned around and said that he was happy for Lin and that he was leaving. As the guy was walking away, Lynx noticed that a paper bag had fallen out of his pocket. The policewoman yelled to the guy that he had dropped something. She picked up the bag and noticed that it looked like a mask. Lin stared at the bag. She thought to herself in wonder, can Yifei be a master? Half an hour later, the protagonist drove the girl Su Mengxin around the city in his car. The protagonist sat behind the wheel and looked at the girl with excitement. He felt that there was an awkward atmosphere around. The protagonist, together with the beautiful Su, went up in the elevator to the right floor in the entrance. Yifei thought he had something to say to the girl. He shouted after her to listen to him. The main character excitedly said that he apologized for today and asked that Su listen to him. The girl Su stopped in the hallway. She told the main character that there was no need to explain anything. Su then turned to the main character and said that she understood everything. The protagonist smiled and thanked the girl for her understanding. The guy waved to his girlfriend and told her to have a good rest while he left. After that, the girl suddenly came up behind the protagonist and hugged him on the stomach. The protagonist was amazed and surprised. Su stood and held him from behind with her hands. After a pause, the protagonist turned to Miss Su with excitement and shyness. The beautiful Su was standing behind the guy. She said that she had envisioned something before coming here. The girl excitedly told the guy that she was completely perplexed. Beautiful Su was very excited. She wanted to say something to the main character. Su told the main character shyly that she had feelings for him. The protagonist tried not to show his emotions. He thought about the girl's words. Yifei was very much taken aback. He didn't expect such words from Su's girlfriend. Beauty Su, standing behind the protagonist, said that she had been watching him from the moment he pulled her out of the forest. The girl told the main character that he was calm, creative, and skillful. Beautiful Su recalled the time of the military mission. She said Yifei saved her life at the most important moment. Su told the protagonist that girls are attracted to coolness and creativity. The girl told the protagonist that he was also very simple and reserved. Su, standing behind the guy, told him that he was the perfect man a woman could only dream of. Yifei replied calmly to the girlfriend that he was not as impressive as she described him. The hero told his girlfriend calmly that he was doing his job when he saved her. Yifei lit a cigarette. He told the girlfriend that he has bad habits, and he is not as good as the girlfriend imagines him to be. Yifei explained to his girlfriend that Su had created the perfect image of the man who saved her, but her savior is not like the main character. Su's girlfriend listened to the main character's explanation with very great excitement. In the end, the beautiful Su, as calmly as possible, told the guy that she understood everything. Su excitedly asked the main character if she could consider his words as rejection. Yifei looked at the beauty girl and realized that he was an idiot after what he said. Beauty Su told the protagonist in a humble voice that he already has a girlfriend in Jin. The protagonist was very worried. He decided to explain everything to Su at once. Yifei explained his relationship with Xu Yingying in detail for 10 minutes. Su asked the protagonist if his relationship with Yingying was fake. Yifei explained that he often faced scrutiny from his sister-in-law Shanshan. Suddenly, the beautiful Su laughed something of her own. Yifei asked the girl, "What's wrong?" Su turned to the protagonist and told him with a smile that she still has a chance. Yifei told the girl not to fool around. Su replied that she was only joking. Then the protagonist jumped outside. Yifei thought excitedly to himself that he didn't realize Su had feelings for him. The protagonist noticed people with a threatening aura outside the house. He figured these agents were guarding Miss Su. The protagonist realized that he had an important decision to make because of the appearance of the Blood Eagle. Yifei decided confidently to himself that it was time to visit someone. The next day, the protagonist was at his home chatting with his maid, Shui Yui. Yifei had breakfast and told the maid to look after the house. Yui cleaned the house. Yifei told the maid that he would not be back for dinner, and that she should only cook for herself. The maid thought sadly to herself that she knitted a scarf, but she doesn't know if it will fit the main character. The Yui girl decided to go out and buy croquettes first. The salesman at the fish shop greeted Shu Yui girl with the goods. After shopping, the girl walked home along with her bag. She decided that it was enough. Suddenly, Shu Yui heard someone from outside on the street calling her. Shu Yui was surprised and frightened when she saw her friend Cao Yue. Cao and her friend approached Yue, and she asked where she had been all this time. Cao asked her friend rudely, "Did she wear a maid's costume to seduce men?" Cao looked in the grocery bag and noticed a yellow scarf. Cao and her friend took the scarf out of the bag and looked at it. The girl said it was very ugly. Cao said with a chuckle that the scarf was meant for a homeless person. His girlfriend shouted that not even a bum would want such a scarf. Cao asked the maid rudely, "Is her boyfriend really very ugly?" Xiu Yu replied in a frightened voice that her boyfriend was very ugly. Suddenly, a policeman appeared. She spoke sternly to the girls. Lin asked Sao and her girlfriend what they were doing here and told them to stop. The main character arrived at Sinyoi Tea House. He asked if Joe Boyu is here. The receptionist replied to the protagonist that Mr. Joe was in room 403. The protagonist went up the floor and found the right door where Mr. Joe was. He opened the door and heard someone calling his name. Mr. Joe was sitting in a chair with glasses. He told Golden Eagle that he had finally come to meet him. The protagonist looked carefully at his interlocutor. He called him by the name of Joe Boyu. Yifei thought that the Soaring Eagle Squad is known as the elite of the intelligence services. Even political figures think so. That said, the influential people of Huaxia know that there is a more specialized service more powerful than the Soaring Eagle Squad. The team is made up of former Soaring Eagle leaders called Phantoms. There are only 10 members in the team. There are very few people who could be qualified to join the team. Mr. Joe said grudgingly to the protagonist to take his time, if he only saw him now. Yifei sat down in the chair and said that he always wanted to solve problems on his own. The protagonist, along with Mr. Joe, were sitting at a table with food. The man told the protagonist that if he settled down, he would die of boredom. Mr. Joe fixed his glasses and demanded that the guy tell what happened. The boy took the cup of drink and said he'd seen the Blood Eagle. Such words frightened Mr. Joe very much. He got very worried. Out of fear, a very exciting aura began to appear around Mr. Joe. Yifei told his interlocutor not to emit a murderous aura, as it was very frightening. Mr. Joe calmed down and asked for the protagonist to continue. Yifei revealed that he had accidentally ruined Xianzhen's plans. After that, the Blood Eagle came to look for him. The protagonist asked the man if the man had arrived in the city on a tip-off. Mr. Joe said that news of the main character's whereabouts had leaked out. Yifei became very worried. The man said that it was all arranged by the Saint and the Blood Eagle. He added that the branch and the Holy Martial Organization knew about the news. The protagonist got curious and worried. He asked again which saint was Mr. Joe talking about. Mr. Joe told the protagonist that he was a threat to the two organizations. The man told the surprised protagonist that a woman from the organization could sympathize with him and make his life easier. Yifei told an excited and frightened man that he had seen the woman a couple of times. Mr. Joe asked suspiciously to the protagonist, "So why is the man so tense?" The protagonist thought to himself. He remembered the mysterious woman. Yifei answered the man in a calm voice that it was all because of his mission. Mr. Joe told the guy that he would be an idiot if he believed him. At this time, the protagonist's cell phone suddenly rang. The guy took his phone out of his pocket and noticed that his girlfriend Ingen was calling him. The protagonist turned on the connection and greeted his girlfriend in a calm voice. Shu Yingying asked Li Yifei in a fierce voice where he had disappeared to. Yifei explained to his girlfriend that he had met a coworker. Ingen angrily demanded that the protagonist give the phone to his coworker. Yifei handed the man the phone and asked him to help him out. Mr. Joe took the phone and greeted Ingen's interlocutor. The man gave his name in a soft voice and identified himself as Yifei's coworker. Shu greeted the man. Yingying explained to the man that she was worried about the guy after he was kidnapped the other day. Joe replied to the girl that he would let Yifei go very soon. After the conversation, the man Joe said goodbye to the girl Shu Yingying. Joe said that the family was involved and targeted by the Blood Eagle. He asked why didn't Yifei say before. The protagonist angrily shouted that this is not how a man should behave just to protect someone. After a short pause, Yifei sternly asked the man what was the result of the Blood Eagle investigation. The man waited for a while and decided to tell the protagonist everything. 10 minutes later, the protagonist was walking down the street. There were a lot of people around him. The guy thoughtfully recalled his recent important conversation with Zhao. Yifei remembered Joe's words that the Blood Eagle had evaded investigation. The man told the guy not to worry about safety anymore. He added that he would assign a team to protect him. The protagonist suddenly heard a policewoman tell someone not to move. Yifei saw his maid along with the policewoman. Lin told the girls to apologize to Shu Yui. After apologizing, the girls ran away. Lin comforted the crying and scared maid. The policewoman said that Shu Yui should be brave and courageous. Lin said that she had been harassed by bullies as a child and had practiced to fight back. The maid thanked the policewoman very warmly for her help. Shui Yui bowed to the policewoman and said she had to go take care of business. The policewoman thought to herself, did she say something wrong to the maid? The protagonist listened as the policewoman told herself that she should have asked about the maid's business from him. In the evening, in an abandoned warehouse, the big boss was interrogating a woman. A woman called Blood Fox was sitting tied up. The big boss condemned her for failing. The boss reminded the Blood Fox of the consequences of failure, according to the organization's rules. The woman threateningly shouted to the boss that it wasn't all her fault. Blood Wolf had also failed. At that time, the warrior Blood Eagle approached the woman and removed the blindfold from her eyes. The woman saw the formidable Blood Eagle and the main boss in the chair. The woman was surprised and worried when she saw the Blood Wolf right in front of her. The Bloody Eagle told the woman that she had failed along with her underlings. The eagle said menacingly, that the underlings had failed to kill even one member of the Burkut family. The bloody fox shouted in a frightened voice for the guy to wait. The blood eagle, with a formidable gaze, swung his sword to strike the woman. The deadly sword blade whistled over the blood fox's head. The woman was startled to realize she was alive. The boy spared her. Blood Wolf asked the boss to keep the woman alive so she could redeem herself. Then the guy put his sword in its scabbard. The woman was saved. The guy told the boss that people can be given a chance to redeem themselves and the woman can be given another chance. The blood fox asked, frightened and surprised, "Is she free?" Big Boss told Blood Wolf that he was free to go. The Blood Wolf silently turned around and headed for the exit. The woman was still sitting tied on her knees. The Blood Fox thanked the Big Boss for keeping her alive. The head boss wanted to tell the girl why he had assigned the Blood Wolf to this mission. The man explained that he wanted to test the guy's loyalty, and the mission was a good opportunity to test him. The main boss said confidently that everything looked like Blood Wolf had passed. In the evening, the protagonist arrived at the luxurious house of the girl Shu Ying. Ying met the guy in a romantic outfit and greeted him. The protagonist was very frightened and embarrassed when he saw his girlfriend. The guy stood in the entrance. He looked at Ingen's girlfriend and couldn't say anything. After that, Ifei wanted to leave. He said he had the wrong door. Ingen demanded that the boyfriend come back. Ifei asked the girlfriend, why did she suddenly dress up? Ingen explained that it was her mistake yesterday and she was wrong. Shu Ying smiled at the protagonist and said she was dressed like that because of the Shan parents. Shuman hurried the protagonist to sit down at the table. After dinner, the man handed the protagonist a box and said it was a present for him. Yifei opened the box and asked what it was. The Manchu told the protagonist that it was a new whip. The protagonist and his girlfriend and Manchu decided to have a drink after dinner. At dessert, the guy and his girlfriend watched TV. They were having fun. Ying was getting more and more drunk. Shan watched her sister with excitement. At the end of dinner, Shungin's girlfriend said in a weak voice that she was already very drunk. Ying was lying on the bed the main. Hiro asked the girl why did Uncle gave him a whip. Ifei turned around and started to leave. He told the girl that they would lie down early tonight. Shu Ying, lying on the bed, said excitedly to the protagonist if he wanted to sleep with her tonight. Ying looked at the protagonist with an excited look. Ifei was looking at Ingen's breasts intently and uninterruptedly. Ingen, lying on her side, said romantically to the guy to be bolder. The protagonist was surprised and amazed at the change in his girlfriend's character. The protagonist thought to himself that Shu Ying was not usually like this. Yifei couldn't understand where the usual icy and unapproachable Ying had gone. Yifei could smell alcohol in the girl's breath. Ingen told the protagonist that she thought he was handsome now. She asked if he wanted to sleep with her. Yifei was scared and excited, thinking to himself, is this the Ingen he knew? After that, Ying girl couldn't hold onto the bed and fell to the floor. Shuman said in a tired voice that Yifei could drink. Shan told her father that he had a bad tolerance for alcohol. He said that Ying is like we are a different person when he drinks. Shan recalled how Ying behaved when she got drunk in high school. The man heard some sounds coming from Ingen's room. She figured that the girl was already having fun with the main character. Gai Shu walked to the door. He figured he wouldn't even be surprised if he saw something. Yifei stood by the girl and asked why the girl was so frivolous. Shan and her father bounced sharply away from the door. The protagonist noticed that his whip was tangled. Shuman was very surprised and scared. He thought that the protagonist wanted to put the whip into Ying's mouth. After that, the XU man decided to look into the room to see how far Ingen would go with the main character. The man, along with the girl, saw Ingen sitting on top of the protagonist and demanding that he listen to her. He was very much astonished because of the fact that Ingen wanted to put the whip into Ifei from the other side. The guy thought it was outrageous and he ran away. The protagonist yelled at the man that he had it all wrong. On top of him sat Ingen. Late at night in the garden under the stars, the protagonist walked around looking for Manchu. Suddenly, Yifei felt excitedly that he had a sense of déjà vu. The guy heard some girl nearby scolding Shu Yui for seducing her boyfriend. Cao yelled at the maid to teach her a lesson. Shu Yui yelled for the attackers to stop. The protagonist noticed Cao's girlfriend and remembered that she had seduced him the other day. Cao pulled a scarf out of the maid's bag. She asked if Shu Yui knitted this scarf for her boyfriend. Cao asked the maid with a chuckle if she thought her scarf was ugly. Another girl asked Shu Yu menacingly, does she really like this scarf? Shu Yu's maid looked at the girl standing next to her with great excitement and fear. Her girlfriend was holding the scarf in her hands. The maid said that the scarf was really ugly. Cao and her girlfriend stretched the yellow balloon. Cao said angrily that the scarf was useless. Then Cao and her friend tore the yellow scarf to pieces. Shu Yu was frightened and hurt. The maid looked at the scarf she had tied with a tragic look. The guy pointed his finger at the maid and laughed. The girl yelled out that it was really funny. The guy pulled out his phone and offered to take some pictures as a souvenir. Cao confirmed that it was a great idea. He started taking pictures with his girlfriends next to the maid Shu Yui. The protagonist intervened. He hit the guy with a leg kick. The protagonist looked at the fallen guy with a fierce and glittering gaze. Ife stood on Earth. The frightened girl Cao and her girlfriend stood next to Shu Yui.
The protagonist looked menacingly at Cao and her girlfriend and sternly told them to stop.
15 minutes later, the protagonist successfully beat up his maid's abusers. Ife finished his work and walked up to his frightened maid Shu Yui. The guy saw the maid sitting on the earth. There was a torn scarf lying next to her. Ife picked up the scarf and asked the maid calmly, "Did she tie it up?" The protagonist told his maid Shu Yui that the scarf was very nice. The maid was still very scared. She couldn't say a word to the protagonist. Because of her emotions, the maid couldn't hold back and cried. The maid tearfully asked Ife not to cheer her up. She asked, "Did she really knit an ugly scarf?" The protagonist said excitedly to the girl Shu Yui not to cry. The protagonist calmed down a bit. He decided to say nice things to his maid Shu Yu. Ife picked up the scarf and told the girl that he looked a lot like her. Protagonist said in a dreamy voice that he was adrift and couldn't say no to others. Ife remembered how the beautiful Sue called him to keep her company on Saturday. There was an occasion when the protagonist apologized to the girl Injin since he was busy. Ife said that he likes to be the center of attention and adapts to others to avoid the attention. Ife recalled one of his many encounters with the cheerful policewoman Lin. The protagonist said he was making a point. He added that the scarf was definitely not a piece of trash. The guy smiled and wanted to say his opinion about the scarf from the maid. Ife told the surprised maid that she had knitted a very beautiful scarf. Shui Yui still had tears in her eyes. The protagonist offered to mend the scarf for the maid he knew. They sat on the ground by the light of a lantern. Shui Yui was surprised to see the pieces of the scarf rise up from the ground and begin to swirl around. The maid raised her hand up in surprise. She was surprised that there was a breeze. Ife was holding the end of the scarf at the time. Shu Yui tearfully told the guy that she would knit a new scarf for him. Ife looked at the maid carefully and told her not to do that. The guy slyly told Shu Yui's girlfriend not to give up so easily. After that, the main character grabbed the ends of the scarf and started waving them around. The girl looked at Ife with surprise. The main character waved the pieces of scarf in all directions, tying them together. Shu Yui sat on the earth. She noticed that the protagonist had completely recreated an entire scarf canvas. The maid watched with great surprise as the yellow cloth swirled around her in the air. Wei Yui noticed with great surprise as the protagonist took out 2 needles and prepared to knit. Ife used a special service skill called Guanyin to knit quickly with the needles. The maid noticed with amazement how the protagonist created a new scarf very quickly from the fabric. Ife held out the scarf to his maid and told her that he had finished knitting it. The protagonist held out in his hands a brand new and undamaged scarf for Shu Yui. Ife, holding the scarf in his hands, told the girl that he knew who she wanted to give it to. The guy said that if the recipient of the scarf would not accept it, he would teach him good manners. Ife thought happily to himself that it was very good that he had learned the skill of knitting in the army. He could not figure out to whom the maid had knitted it. After that, the maid took the scarf in her hands and hung it around the neck of the protagonist. The maid looked away in a shy voice and said that she wanted to give the scarf to Ife. The protagonist was amazed. He couldn't believe that Shu Yu wanted to give him such a gift. The protagonist was happy. He came to his senses and decided to thank the maid. Ife put his hand on the maid's head and thanked her for her effort. The maid looked at the protagonist with a very happy look. Ife stood opposite the girl. There was an awkward and long pause. Suddenly, the protagonist heard his cell phone ring. Ife picked up the phone excitedly. Mr. Joe was calling him. Mr. Joe told the protagonist seriously that he had a team sent to him. The professional fighters were on the plane. Joe told the protagonist that he would recognize them when they arrived. The next day, a plane was arriving at the airport. The protagonist and his girlfriends went to the airport to meet them. The protagonist was at the airport with Ying Ying and the girl Shan Shan. Ife thought grudgingly to himself that the girls had insisted on following him in the morning. The guy stood in the airport building. Shan Shan and Ingen stood beside him. In the morning, Shu Ying Ying told the protagonist that she would go with him to see if he had any real co-workers. Ife remembered how sober and cheerful Ying Ying had been sitting on him yesterday. The guy decided to himself that the girl had forgotten about yesterday and should not be reminded. Professional fighters came out of the airplane. They were heading towards the protagonist. After the fighters came out, they approached the protagonist. The head of the Soaring Eagles was named Zheng Menjue. He had the nickname Silver Eagle. The guest greeted Burkut. The protagonist asked with surprise, "Has the Silver Eagle arrived here?" Ife told the Silver Eagle that he didn't expect the 5th brother to send him here. Silver Eagle said that he did not expect a day like this to come, when the protagonist would need his help. Shanshan girl looked at the meeting with admiration. She sensed the unusual atmosphere. The protagonist questioned Silver Eagle strictly. What did he just say? Silver Eagle looked sternly at his interlocutor. He wanted to repeat what he had said. Ife and Silver Eagle embraced each other. They remembered their common military affairs. Shanshan, looking at the meeting, said that the protagonist scared the hell out of her. Ife gave a military salute to his subordinates. The soldiers saluted the leader. Silver Eagle pointed at the Shanshan girl and asked the protagonist if she was his bride. Silver Eagle told Shanshan that very young and beautiful girl. Ingen got very angry. After that, Ingen came up and beat Silver Eagle. The fighter fell to the ground. Silver Eagle said conciliatingly that he apologized. He realized that Ingen's fiancée, Ingen's girlfriend, told her sister that it was time for them to leave. The main character stayed by Silver Eagle's side. Silver Eagle said with a smile that he was the perfect successor to the post of leader in the old days. Ife smoked and told his friend that he had been a little tomboy, but now they were all grown up. The protagonist and his former co-worker looked at each other very angrily. Ife told Silver Eagle that he was getting into a fight. Silver Eagle suggested they try fighting in virtual reality. The former soldiers watched their former leader compete with the Silver Eagle. In virtual reality, the protagonist found himself in the middle of an explosion. Ife was walking through a destroyed city. Everything around him was burning and exploding. Silver Eagle walked inside the virtual reality with the protagonist. Silver Eagle cheerfully said, "They will start a match and see who can shoot the most enemies." The protagonist, along with his colleagues, started the battle inside the virtual reality. Ife told his friend that he was as annoying as ever. Silver Eagle told Golden Eagle that their score was even. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, the protagonist ran out of ammo. Ife had no way to insert the ammo magazine. Silver Eagle said he still had a tube. Ingen, looking at the guys, said that Blondie didn't look good to her. The girls looked with surprise at Silver Eagle, who was kneeling in front of the Ife. A surprised Ingen asked her girlfriend Shanshan, "What are the guys doing?" Ife said angrily that he couldn't reload the machine gun. Silver Eagle held his pipe in his mouth. Suddenly a bullet whizzed by and struck Silver Eagle in the shoulder. The protagonist told his wounded kneeling friend that he would help him hide in a shelter. Silver Eagle dropped to his knees and grabbed the protagonist with his hands behind his back. The girl Ingen was outraged. Shanshan and Ingen were very shocked. They looked at the protagonist and his friend with surprise. After that, Ying Ying came over and beat up Ife and Silver Eagle with screams. The soldiers were talking amongst themselves. One of them said that it could be that both leaders are gay. After the airport, the protagonist moved to the hotel with the guests. Ife looked beaten up. He told the arriving soldiers that they had serious business to talk about. The warriors looked at the protagonist and said he had a battered face. Ife shouted to his subordinates to be serious. The warrior Silver Eagle turned to the Golden Eagle from the side with a laugh. Silver Eagle was also beaten. He said that he was a more suitable candidate to be the leader of the Soaring Eagles. After a brief pause, Silver Eagle said they needed to have a serious talk. Sitting in the chair, Silver Eagle said that they need to get rid of the traitor Blood Eagle. Silver Eagle then said with an evil smile that Blood Eagle was already dead. The protagonist seriously asked the warriors, "Did they really want to kill the Blood Eagle?" The Silver Eagle said judiciously that it is not necessary to leave alive the one who betrayed his country. The protagonist thought for a moment. He said that he wanted to give advice to the Silver Eagle. In a stern voice, Ife told the Silver Eagle to think twice before doing anything. The warriors and the Silver Eagle were very surprised at such words from the protagonist. Ife said excitedly that everything that had happened seemed implausible. He thought that the fifth brother was hiding something from him. The protagonist recalled his fight with the Blood Eagle with great attention. Ife told his colleague that they needed to investigate everything comprehensively. Silver Eagle told the protagonist to control his hostile aura. The warriors looked at Silver Eagle and decided that he would be their former leader. Silver Eagle stood up from his seat. He had something he wanted to say to the protagonist. Guy put his hand on Ife's shoulder and told him reassuringly that he would handle the matter. The Silver Eagle waved to the protagonist and told him they were coming. The warriors greeted Ife. The protagonist was left all by himself in thought. He thought about his colleague's behavior. He decided to take a walk down the street. He walked towards the store. In his mind, Ife wondered what Bloody Eagle might be doing now. Ife stood outside the store and decided to buy some new clothes. The protagonist picked out a t-shirt. He was still thinking about Bloody Eagle. At that time, some guy with glasses called the protagonist by name. The guy shook hands with the protagonist and said his name was Su Peng. Su reminded the protagonist that he had met their class beauty. Su Peng told the protagonist that they have a meeting today since their classmate is Tao and will be getting married. The protagonist agreed to go. After that, the protagonist and his friend arrived at the house where Tao lived. The protagonist walked with his friend to the meeting place. He went up with his friend to the right floor to the door. The guests were sitting at the table. They were surprised and happy that Su Peng and Li Yifei had come to meet them. The protagonist greeted his friends at the table and asked if they remembered him. At the table were Chao Inbo and the guy Zhao Xiaobao. There was also a girl Chan Fei Fei and a middle-aged uncle. Yifei told the guests modestly that he was accompanying his principal. The uncle was surprised at this answer. He asked, "Did the protagonist really start his own company?" Yifei modestly and calmly told the guests that he was just a chauffeur. Chao Yingbo thought suspiciously to himself that it had turned out that Yifei was just a chauffeur. He, sitting at his desk, heard someone calling him now. Chao's boyfriend said seriously that everyone in the next door was preparing for a wedding reception, and they were sitting around chatting. The protagonist picked up the phone and Yi gave his name to the person he was talking to. The main character was greeted by a girl. She was in the sauna. The girl asked the protagonist if he had been thinking about her lately. Yifei realized that Li Xinyue was calling her, while the Special Warrior Squad approached a factory on the outskirts of the city. There were thickets all around. One soldier said it looked like a terrorist base. Silver Eagle looked through binoculars. The commander said the base was well guarded. He asked the soldiers what ideas they would have. One soldier thought for a while and told the commander that he was suggesting Plan A. Silver Eagle asked, "Why does the plan sound so dangerous?" The subordinate replied that the commander might not come back alive this time. The subordinate told the commander that he was a hero. Silver Eagle said fearfully that everything sounded like he wanted to sacrifice himself. The commander got up from his seat and shouted to his subordinates that it was time to go on the attack. The soldier quietly swung his knife to launch it at the sentinel. The knife very accurately hit the sentry near the door. Another warrior was getting close to another guard with a knife. The soldier very quietly used the knife to neutralize the second guard. The soldier silently looked around at the dead guards. At this time, the Blood Eagle was silently walking through the territory of the base. There was silence and darkness all around. Suddenly, Bloody Eagle heard some suspicious noise. He stopped. Blood Eagle stood quietly in the darkness. He didn't notice the Silver Eagle hanging from the ceiling above him. Blood Eagle stood quietly and listened. His opponent hung from the ceiling silently. Silver Eagle prepared to attack. He held his knife in his hand. Silver Eagle looked carefully at his enemy who stood directly below him. The soldier waited for the right moment and rushed at full speed from above the enemy. Silver Eagle flew downwards. He wanted to grab his opponent in flight. The soldier landed from the ceiling to the ground. Blood Eagle calmly turned around. Blood Eagle calmly looked at his rival and called him a rat. Silver Eagle held a knife in his hand. He asked with interest, why was he only called a rat? Blood Eagle looked away silently. He was thinking about something. Blood Eagle took his sword in his hand. He told his opponent that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he was making progress. Silver Eagle didn't notice that behind him came a formidable chop warrior with a big sword. Silver Eagle heard a noise and started to turn around frightened. The chop warrior swung his sword with all his might to strike his opponent at once. The soldier dodged the blow very quickly and in time. He bounced away. The Silver Eagle decided to attack the chop warrior from behind. The soldier in flight quickly pulled out his combat knives from his backpack. With professional movements, Silver Eagle slashed the chop with the knives. The warrior chop was quickly neutralized. He started to cough up bloody cough from the severe cuts. The soldier stood in front of the Blood Eagle and said that no one would interfere now. The warrior said that he needed to bring the Blood Eagle alive, but didn't know how to do it. The soldier said in a calm voice that he couldn't be naive. The opponent looked at him silently. The Silver Eagle took out a knife and said he will bring the head of the Blood Eagle. In the house of Tao, and Guy Tsao was telling a story when some vagrants came to them. Tsao said in an important voice he told the vagrants the name of his father, Tsao Gang. Tsao said that the vagrants turned pale and ran away. The people listened to Tsao's story in fascination. Tsao was very pleased with himself. One of the Gordo boys said that the elder Tsao was a tough guy. The Tsao guy thought proudly to himself that all the attention was on him and not on the protagonist. Tsao angrily remembered that the protagonist was popular during his schooling. Tsao's boyfriend looked at Yifei angrily and thought that now there would be a party on their street. The main character was talking to Li Xinyue's girlfriend on the phone. He told her that he didn't have time. Tsao's boyfriend listened to the protagonist's conversation with great surprise. Tsao and the other guests were surprised that the protagonist knew Li Xinyue's girlfriend. The protagonist thought to himself that he would just shout out a couple of names first. After that, Yifei would refuse the girl on the phone and say he didn't have time. The protagonist confidently told Girl Li that he didn't have time. He wouldn't come even if Ling Yao Sung begged him. The guests were surprised at this kind of talk from the protagonist. They thought he was a snob. Tsao Guy looked at the protagonist with admiration. He thought Yifei was giving off a diamond glow. Yifei thought irritably that if the guests came, they would finish him off. The guests looked at the protagonist with great admiration and interest. The guy rushed towards Yifei and asked excitedly, "Does the guy really know the leading Shinyu?" At this time, the man accidentally bumped the Chao Guy's face with his fist. Chao Guy was very unhappy. He didn't like Yifei being the center of attention. Tsao thought irritated to himself that the main edge was still cool. Tsao decided to himself that something didn't add up in the main character's story. He turned to Li Yifei. Chao asked strictly from the protagonist, how could the protagonist know the leading Li given his status? Tsao asked strictly the protagonist to introduce the leading Li Xinyue in front of them. The man cheerfully said that the protagonist has an ordinary girlfriend, Li Xinyue. Chao's boyfriend told the guests that his father could arrange a meeting with the real leading lady Li Xinyue in one day. Yifei noticed that the people around him didn't want to listen to him. The main character decided to smoke. He realized that he didn't have to worry about presenting an explanation. Cao looked proudly at the protagonist and decided that he had completely won. The protagonist threw his pack of cigarettes on the table. This attracted the attention of the other guests. Cao and the other guests were amazed to see a pack of special panda cigarettes on the table. The man asked the guy with interest, "Where did the guy get the special cigarettes that are supplied to the central leadership?" Yifei was surprised that he had the rare cigarettes. Yifei remembered that the block of cigarettes was given to him by Su Mengshen's girlfriend. He told those around him that they were mistaken. With the gift of expensive cigarettes, Su's girlfriend thanked him for his help. The man said he couldn't be wrong as he had been smoking for 20 years. Cao was very angry. At that time, the doors opened and a guy in white came running in. He yelled that he had bad news. The groom named Tao and told the excited guests that the host had an accident. Yifei asked, "Do they need to get involved with any other celebrity now?" The groom asked the guests, "Do any of them have a celebrity they know?" The KO guy thought to himself very happily that he had a good chance. Cao cunningly suggested to the protagonist that he invite his acquaintance, Lin Xinyue. At the same time, in the hangar at the base, the Silver Eagle Special Forces soldier continued to fight. Standing behind the soldier was a Chop warrior. Blood Eagle told his opponent to attack more boldly. Chop thought to himself that all the members of Soaring Eagle are very intimidating. He remembered about Burkett and Master. Silver Eagle, holding the knife in front of him, prepared to attack. The SWAT man accelerated and jumped up to attack his opponent from the air. Silver Eagle, with knives in his hands, flew overhead at Blood Eagle. The Blood Eagle bounced off the opponent's attack very quickly and deftly. The Silver Eagle looked angrily at his opponent. He prepared to attack again. Then the Silver Eagle swung his knives to strike his opponents. The SWAT team swung their knives in all directions. Blood Eagle dodged in time. After another attack, the SWAT team was able to strike his sword with his knife. The Chop warrior was very surprised and excited that the Silver Eagle was able to hit his master. The Silver Eagle liked that he was able to hit his opponent. The SWAT man crouched down and prepared for another attack. He looked at the Blood Eagle with a piercing gaze. The Silver Eagle accelerated and began to attack his opponent with quick movements, pushing him backwards. The commando swung his knives and shouted menacingly for Blood Eagle to go to hell. Blood Eagle jumped up on the spot to defend himself from another attack. Blood Eagle then ran away from his opponent to a safe distance. The warrior looked at his clothes and noticed that they had been damaged by the knife strike. Silver Eagle licked his knife and said that he definitely wouldn't miss next time. SWAT Silver Eagle looked at his opponent from a distance. Chop was surprised that his master had been hit. He didn't believe that such a thing was possible. SWAT told his opponent that he was very weak. He added that Burkett fought against Blood Eagle not at full strength. Blood Eagle was silent. He examined the damage on his clothes. After a short pause, Blood Eagle asked his opponent, "Is that one a fan of taunting?" Silver Eagle grinned and said he should be more serious. Silver Eagle added that he couldn't fight his boss Burkett, so he tested his skills on Blood Eagle. After that, the SWAT man grinningly told Blood Eagle that he was weak. Bloody Eagle told his rival in a calm voice that he hadn't changed at all. Then the Blood Eagle looked at his rival menacingly and said that he was a jerk. Suddenly, the Silver Eagle received some very bad news over the comms. A subordinate informed the commander that explosives had been found in the warehouse. The detonation would take 30 seconds. The Special Forces officer asked sternly to his opponent, how dare he play with him? Bloody Eagle said that he couldn't stall for time if he didn't pretend to be weak. After saying that, the Blood Eagle calmly turned around and headed towards the exit. Silver Eagle shouted to his subordinates that it was time to retreat. A powerful explosion rang out in the building. Silver Eagle was blown aside. The commander and his subordinates stood on a hill and looked at the destroyed building. The SWAT officer angrily shouted to his enemy Blood Eagle to take care of himself. At this time, in a fancy house, the guy Tao told the protagonist to show his capabilities. Cao told Tao's fiancée and not to despair. He added that the protagonist would solve the problem. Tao excitedly asked the protagonist to get the protagonist to help him. The groom reminded him that he had even treated him to soup once. The protagonist thought about it. Tao's boyfriend looked at him with great attention from the side. After a short pause, the protagonist told the groom Tao to just wait. Yifei called a girl he knew. The lead Lin asked the guy how she could help him. The protagonist asked the girl if she was free and said that they needed a wedding host. The guy Cao thought angrily to himself how long Yifei could pretend. Cao was very surprised after the two girls arrived at the party. The guests arrived in gorgeous outfits and greeted all the guests. People were amazed to see Lin Xinyue and Sun Lianyao in front of them. The girls said hello to the boys. The groom Tao was astonished to see the leading Ling along with her girlfriend. Annoyed, Tao convinced himself, looking at the girl, that it must be just a coincidence. Chao's boyfriend greeted the Lin Sung girl and introduced himself. He asked if she knew his father. The girl listened attentively and silently to the conversation from the Sao guy. The girl smiled and replied to Guy Cao that they don't know who his father is. Cao asked excitedly to the girls if they were passing by chance. At that time, the girls hugged the main character and said that they were not passing by accident. One of the girls told the protagonist that they had something to ask him too. The girl offered Ife to go inside with her, followed by Tao's fiancé, and Tao's boyfriend was crushed. At the same time, a festive ceremony was taking place in his hall, led by Ling Shui. The bridegroom Tao Yi stood next to his bride in her festive attire. Hostess Lin told the guests to welcome the bride and groom. The guests were very excited. Someone was very surprised because of Lin Xinyue and Sun Lianyao being the hosts. The guy next to the main character in the audience clapped and said that everything was really beautiful. Cao grasped his teeth with his handkerchief not to give away his emotions. At the wedding party, Cao's boyfriend was shocked by the arrival of beautiful Lin to the protagonist. The inadequate Tiao was led away by his friends. He was still screaming that there must be a mistake. The protagonist silently waved goodbye to the young Cao master.
At the same time, one of the girls approached the protagonist from behind.
The girl said that everything was fine. Ife asked the girls, why were they looking for him? The guest said in an agitated voice that young Master Sun had come to see her. He wants the girls to keep him company tomorrow. The girlfriend asked the protagonist for help. The protagonist was amazed and excited by the request of the girls he knows. The protagonist met the warriors at the hotel after the battle with the Blood Eagle. If questioned his subordinates. Did the Blood Eagle leave because those failed? Silver Eagle was bandaging a wounded soldier. He said that he hated Blood Eagle even more even than when they were in command. Ife said judiciously that he had envisioned such an exodus. The protagonist wanted to say something important. Silver Eagle was all ears. Ife said judiciously that they wouldn't be able to find the Blood Eagle so easily now. The guy simply said that the Blood Eagle had no trouble hiding. He added that it was a shame that they couldn't capture him. A soldier said sad that the leader almost sacrificed himself. Another soldier said that they are guilty since they didn't use Plan A. Silver Eagle shouted to his subordinates that it wasn't even Plan A. The protagonist thoughtfully addressed the Silver Eagle with a question. Ife demanded that Silver Eagle tell him more about Blood Eagle. The Silver Eagle listened attentively to the protagonist's demands. The party began at young Master Sun's house. He greeted the guests. The door opened and the invited beautiful girls entered the house. Master Sun, standing with his guards, welcomed the two girls. Master Sun shouted to the servants to bring the wine. Sun greeted the incoming ladies. Some of the guests said that young Master Sun has good connections. Both girls were excited. They were silent and did not respond to the greeting. Sun told the guests that the girls Lin Xinyue and Sun Lianyao had come to see him. One of the men said that young Master Sun was very influential. The guests began to ask the Lin girl to have a drink with one of them. Guy Sun asked for the girl and told Xinyue to come closer to him. After that, Sung grabbed Xinyue's girlfriend roughly and wanted to hug her. Ling shoved the guy away and said grudgingly to stop. Sun angrily shouted to the girls, "How dare the girls behave like that?" The guests asked the guy to listen to them. Sun shouted angrily to the girls, "How dare those dare to insult him because of some bodyguard?" The men angrily asked the girls how can they leave after insulting young Master Sun. Sun called the girls mean names. At this time, the main character came up behind him. Sun started to say that he is the ruler of a city. At this time, Ife poured a drink from a glass on the guy's head. The main character sternly told the guy's son that he should be more polite in front of the lady. Master Sun was very much astonished to see the protagonist. He jumped up from his seat. Sun shouted to the waiter that the protagonist had come uninvited and asked him to deal with him. The waiter said he would do it. The waiter asked Ife for his membership card. He added that it was a high-end club. The protagonist reached into his jacket pocket to get his membership card. The protagonist held out his gold VIP card to the waiter. The waiter was very much surprised to see an ordinary guest with a VIP card. Sun and the other guests were amazed at the gold VIP card in the main character's hands. Sun said that VIP cards are only given to important politicians and powerful billionaires. Ife thought surprised that the card he received was really that important. Sun then ran up to the protagonist and snatched the card from his hands. Sun held the card up and shouted that it must be a fake. At this time, the club administrator came from behind and called out to Sun. The administrator said that he was issuing all the cards personally. He also warned that Sun should watch his language. Sun waved his hands and said he didn't mean it. He thought he was having a hard time getting into the club and couldn't get out of here. The receptionist bowed to the main character and apologized. Ife replied that it was okay. The receptionist smiled and thanked the protagonist for understanding. Ife pointed at Suna and said that kind of rabble shouldn't come in here. The administrator said he would see to it. Young Master Sun was very angry and disappointed. He glared angrily at Ife. Young Sung banged his hand on the chair in anger because of the frenzy of emotion. Angry Sun asked the protagonist how dare he provoke him. He added that he was taking the entrance test for the Burkett team. Sun then pointed his finger at the protagonist and said he was challenging him one-on-one. Zhao's manager sternly demanded that the guy leave immediately. Ife calmed down the manager. Ife grudgingly said that young Master Sun was boasting about the Soaring Eagles team. The protagonist pointed to the approaching people in the back and said Sun should see them. The Silver Eagle who approached said unhappily that someone was misusing the name of the Soaring Eagles team to cheat. After that, the SWAT officer sternly asked Sun, was he the one who was such a bastard? Young Sun was very shocked. He didn't expect to meet the leader of the Silver Eagle team here. The SWAT officer told the guests that it was Sun's boyfriend who wasn't on the invitation list. He had inexplicably gotten a spot in the qualifying test. Silver Eagle reported that Sun was eliminated in the first round. Some of the guests started talking to each other. Some of them said angrily that Sun got his place only because of his connections. A SWAT officer walked up to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked sternly, "How dare Sun use their team's reputation?" Silver Eagle threw the guy to the ground with a professional movement. The SWAT officer looked at the guy angrily and said that they needed to have a good talk. The battered Sun turned to the leader and said fearfully that he could explain everything. Silver Eagle ordered his subordinates to carry the Suna away. The SWAT officer shook the main character's hand and thanked him for his help. Sun was carried out of the room. He shouted that he was wrong. One of the guests said in shock that it was the end for young Master Suna.
The manager said that even the people of the Soaring Eagles respected Ife.
The overjoyed girls approached the protagonist. They hugged him and thanked him. Both girls kissed the embarrassed protagonist. One of the girls said it was a reward for Ife. One of the beauties asked the protagonist to tell the story again. The next day, Ife arrived at the Su Ying Company building. He was greeted by the receptionist at the entrance. Afterward, the protagonist saw a woman, Shu Ying, approach him. The woman grabbed the protagonist without any words and pulled him with her. She told him to follow her. The guy shouted excitedly that they were in the office now. He suggested to talk at home. Ingen told strictly protagonist to shut up and come in. Already in the office, the guy asked grudgingly, "Why did the woman drag him in here like that?" Ingen replied that she had great news for the protagonist. The director told the surprise guy that people targeting her company had started disappearing. Ife couldn't understand in this situation why the woman was smiling back at him. Ying asked cheerfully to the guy, "Does he seriously dislike her smile?" Principal Shu smiled to herself and thought about the answer. Ying looked at the guy and said she should smile more often since her problems were solved. The main character smiled and told the woman to smile more in the future. At this time, suddenly the woman turned around and leaned over the table. Ife looked excitedly at the headmistress's figure. Ingen said that she wanted to reward the guy. The main character was excited and thrilled to see the woman in such a pose. Ife imagined Ingen lying on the bed in a romantic pose and calling him to her. The guy excitedly remembered the erotic video with the female principal. The protagonist decided that he was left to get naked in such a situation. The woman took the documents from the desk and said that she had prepared a transfer for Ife to the administrative department. The guy started to undress. He told the headmistress that she could not do so, for they were colleagues and were in the office. The woman was astonished at such a vulgar suggestion from the main character. Shu Ying pounced and beat up the subordinate. She yelled at him not to even think about transferring to the administrative department anymore. The beaten guy realized he'd lost his chance for a promotion and a pay raise. When he went outside, the angry Yifei reproached himself for saying the wrong thing. At that time, a red car pulled up and a girl called out to him. The beautiful Sue smiled. She looked out of the window and said she had something for Ife. Sue handed the guy tickets to a luxury cruise and told him to take a break for a couple days. Ife asked the girl why she gave him 3 tickets. Sue decided to explain everything to the guy. Beauty Sue, in as calm a voice as possible, said that she would be competing for the main character. The boy was silent. He wondered what the girl Sue had said. Sue told the main character that if he had no questions, she would go. Ife held the tickets in his hands and looked at his girlfriend in silence. The protagonist looked at the tickets in his hands thoughtfully and attentively for a long time. Director Sun arrived at the building of Sun Tian International and was greeted by his subordinates. Sun walked unhappily down the corridor. He rudely responded to all the greetings of his subordinates. As he approached the door, the director told the employee not to be disturbed. The subordinate said that everything would be fulfilled. In the principal's office, Suna saw the Blood Eagle standing silently. The head boss sitting in the chair asked Sunya how is he doing. The guy dared to ask the guests menacingly, why haven't they gotten rid of Li Yifei yet? The boss said in an important voice that Li Yifei was a Berkut. He added that because of this mistake, they were almost killed by the Soaring Eagle team. Sun was surprised that the protagonist was a Berkut. The headman then said in a cryptic voice that the mission had failed and they were preparing to retreat. Sun shouted that his guests claimed to be very strong. Now they can't just bail. The guy added that Li Yifei was going on a vacation cruise. He reported that they could get rid of the main character there. At this time, Blood Eagle silently drew his sword and pointed it at Suna. The warrior sternly interrogated, "Will Berkut definitely be on the cruise?" Sun confirmed that it is definitely so. The boss said angrily that he had a plan that required the help of young Master Sun. Meanwhile, in Sunny Suburb, a policewoman was catching up with a criminal. Ling ran after the intruder at full speed and shouted for him to stand still. The lynx ran and began to gradually catch up with the perp in the green sweater. The policewoman angrily accused the guy of breaking into the locker room at the police station. The perp yelled in defense that he was just promoting sales of hair removal cream. The lineman swung her baton at the perpetrator with all her might and asked what the hell was going on. The suspect ran toward the locker room to try to escape. The perp thought angrily to himself that he had no choice and would have to rush inside. The bandit turned around and told the policewoman that if she was brave, she should follow him into the men's locker room. Lin was startled to see one of the assassins appear behind the criminal. The assassin, nicknamed the Bloody Fox, struck Ling with her whip. From the forceful blow, the lynx began to sway and lose consciousness. Then the exhausted policewoman collapsed unconscious on the ground. The killer, nicknamed Paired Blades, said that because of the policewoman they lost their honor. The terrified criminal looked fearfully at the women standing next to him. The bandit begged not to be killed. Paired Blades asked, "What are they going to do with this crook?" Bloody Fox said, "They will take the crook with them." The Bloody Fox walked over and put her foot on the Lin girl's head. The woman said angrily that the policewoman had brought them a lot of trouble. The main character, along with his girlfriends, arrived at the big cruise ship. Along with Yifei was also his boss, Xu Yingying. She was also preparing to set sail. Shanshan happily pointed the protagonist to the big cruise ship. Yifei couldn't understand why Shanshan's girlfriend was so excited. He couldn't believe that she hadn't been to such places before. At that time, Miss Su appeared. She greeted the protagonist. People looked at the girl with admiration. Miss Su stood in a big hat and smiled as she looked around at all the guests. Xu Yingying greeted Miss Su. The beautiful girl said she had just arrived. Su told her companions that they needed to go up to the ship. The guard told the protagonist that it was now his responsibility to keep the beauty Su safe. The protagonist overheard some of the guests marveling at the sheer size of the ship. A boy named Yi Tianlin arrived on the cruise with his girlfriend Laura. Laura told her friend that this time they should definitely buy back a bottle of wine. Yi Shingai said with confidence in his voice that this time they will definitely take the upper hand. The girlfriend told his friend not to yell. Yifei, looking at the new passengers, thought those were very strange. Yi Tian said that he is a gold-class wine taster. The girlfriend yelled for the guy to shut his mouth. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend Yingying and told her to hold his hand. Xu Yingying looked at the protagonist silently and with great disbelief. After a short pause, Ingen took the guy's hand and said they had to go. The subordinate asked the headmistress, "What is his personality this time?" Xu replied cryptically to her companion that it depends on how he shows himself. Yifei told Ingen that it was time for them to board the ship. Shanshan watched the couple from the side. The main character on the ship met a couple of travelers, Yishin and Laura. Yifei took a picture of the guy and girl as they stood at the front of the ship. Laura had her arms out to the sides and the guy was standing behind her saying something. Yichin was cheerful and smiling and took a picture next to his girlfriend. The guy happily thanked the main character for helping him take the picture. Yifei said goodbye to his new acquaintances. Laura didn't like her friend's behavior. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some suspicious noises in the distance. Yifei looked around and saw a stranger quickly disappear around the corner. The protagonist smelled something suspicious. Ingen told the protagonist that she had found the room. The subordinate told his headmistress that he was coming. There was an assassin lurking around the corner. The servants opened the door to the boy and the girl and invited them inside. The room was full of guests. Yifei said admiringly that this ship was really nice. Yifei heard a special forces man talking from behind. Silver Eagle was telling how he saved his captain. There was a girl standing next to the commando. She said, "Is his captain really that weak?" The warriors greeted the protagonist. Silver Eagle told his girlfriend that the captain had given him his position. Special forces heard the question, "Is Yifei such a fool?" Silver Eagle shouted happily that the companion had not seen his captain at that moment. Yifei called out to his friend Zhengmin Jue in a formidable voice. Silver Eagle was frightened. The protagonist beat up his subordinate and said that he had lost all fear. The beaten SWAT officer wanted to introduce Yifei to the guests present. Zheng said that Captain Li Yifei was standing next to him. The girl bowed to the protagonist. The protagonist asked with interest, "How did the commando end up on this ship?" Silver Eagle said he completed his mission and just took a vacation. Yifei told Zhen that he laid eyes on the girl without using force. The SWAT officer replied to the commander that he would study in him. The conversation was interrupted by the host saying that the auction was starting. The host pumped into the microphone that on this beautiful night the auction would begin. The guy sitting next to his girlfriend Laura was very excited for the auction to begin. The main character was not happy to see a couple of young travelers again. There weren't many people in the auction room. The protagonist, together with Aichian and Laura, was on the balcony above. Yitian was very excited. He said that this place often holds such shows. Suddenly a girl called out to Yifei from outside. He turned around. The beautiful Su said that she had a box seat. She suggested that the protagonist go along with her. After a short pause, Yifei agreed to go with his girlfriend. The protagonist said goodbye to the boyfriend. Yichin waved back. Laura told her friend that only oligarchs or government members sit in the box. She added that the protagonist is not that simple at all. At this time, the bidding at the auction was going boiko. The presenter barely had time to bang his gavel. The auctioneer pointed to the big vase and told the customer that it belonged to him now. Beauty Sue told her friends to go into the VIP lounge. There they could relax and enjoy the view. The main character liked the view from the VIP box where he was. His girlfriends were next to him. At this time, the auctioneer loudly announced the next item: a bottle of vintage gold wine from the wreck of the Titanic. The vintage bottle was shown to all the bidders present. Yiqian shouted happily to his girlfriend that this was the bottle of wine. Beautiful Sue told the protagonist that this bottle of wine had a very interesting story. The woman Xu Yingying said judiciously that there was no point in buying this bottle for a lot of money. The protagonist listened to his girlfriend's opinion with great attention. Sue asked the protagonist if he was interested in the bottle of wine. Sue said that she could buy this wine for Ifei. The servant informed that the Mengshen girl has the right of first refusal. The guy excitedly waved his hand to Mengshen and said she shouldn't worry about him. The protagonist felt tension in the air. His two girlfriends were standing nearby. The guy told Sue girl that he didn't need her help. Excitedly, Ifei told the girls that he would go out for a moment to get some air. At this time at the auctioneer yelled that the item had been sold and banged the gavel. The auctioneer pointed to Yiqian and said he had bought a bottle of wine. The guy happily told his girlfriend that he had finally gotten the bottle. Laura reminded her friend that it was their director Tan who had instructed them to buy the wine. A huge liner was sailing in the evening twilight. At that time, uninvited guests showed up. A uniformed soldier kicked the captain with all his might in the wheelhouse. The captain asked the strangers who they were. The sailor asked the commander if he was all right. The soldier pointed his gun at the captain and told him to listen to his boss. Blood Eagle stood nearby. Blood Eagle calmly told the captain that the ship was captured by them. The commander of the ship was silent. He was sweating and shaking very badly from fright. The protagonist went to the empty outer deck to smoke. Yifei stood under the evening sky and wondered what his friend Mengshen was doing. A knife-wielding assassin silently approached the protagonist from behind. The woman called Parney Blades didn't hit the protagonist in time. He dodged. The assassin jumped aside to protect herself from the protagonist's attack. The protagonist looked fearfully at the assassin who had suddenly appeared. After calming down a bit, the guy asked the stranger who she was. Paired Blades. She stood in a fighting stance and said that she had come for Ifei's life. The assassin, nicknamed Paired Blades, pulled out her combat throwing knives. The woman jumped up sharply to make it easier to attack the guy. The twin blades flew over the protagonist, who was standing on the deck. After that, the woman launched a whole swarm of dangerous blades towards Ifei. The protagonist looked up and realized he was an assassin very quickly oriented. Ifei activated a skill called Dragon Power Summoning to enhance his abilities. Thanks to his skill, the protagonist was able to quickly repel all the blades flying at him. The assassin landed from above on the deck. Ifei was preparing to fend off another attack. The paired blades pulled out a large number of small throwing knives. The woman rushed out of her seat to attack the protagonist at a breakneck speed. The guy managed to fend off all the sharp and dangerous blades flying at him. Ifei thought to himself that the woman against him was getting faster and more dangerous. The assassin pulled out a dangerous knife and said she was about to use a shuriken. The woman wanted to stab her opponent with the knife. The protagonist ducked just in time. The assassin launched another set of dangerous blades against the guy. Paired blades with hatred, she shouted at the protagonist to die soon. Ifei, holding a knife in his hands, told his rival that it was her secret weapon. The protagonist shouted that the assassin's knives were useless against him. He launched the blade at her. The knife flew past the woman and almost hit her. Paired Blades was very surprised. She asked the protagonist, amazed, if he could throw daggers. The protagonist didn't say anything to his rival. He hit her hard. The assassin fell on her back on the deck. The woman was lying on the ground. She couldn't fight back. Ifei was on top of her. The doors opened and out came the Ishin guy. He shouted, very happy that he was able to buy wine. The guy thought to himself that his task was over. Suddenly he saw something interesting. Aichin saw a strange woman lying on the deck in front of him. On top of her was an Ifei. The guy was very much amazed and embarrassed to see the protagonist with the woman. Ifei defiantly turned away and said loudly that he wasn't looking and couldn't see. Suddenly Idian realized that the stranger on the deck was not any of the girls who were with Ifei. He clearly remembered the main character's girlfriends he had seen on the ship. Ifeon was outraged. He called the protagonist an animal and prepared for a fight. The protagonist and the assassin were very surprised. Ifei got ready to jump aside. The guy smashed his fist into the deck of the ship. The protagonist bounced back. Ifei, standing at a great distance, asked the opponent who he is. Yidian Lin said menacingly, he will not allow the protagonist to molest another man's woman if he already has 3 girls. Ifei asked the guy strictly if he is an accomplice with the assassin. Yidian calmly replied to the main character that he can't watch him using girls. After that, Idian told the stranger that he could blow off steam with her. Ifei yelled to his rival that there was a misunderstanding. The angry guy ran full speed at the protagonist. In one of the ship's cabins, a policewoman woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a dim light. She didn't know where she was. She felt a headache. The policewoman was tied up. She looked around frightened, not realizing where she was. She saw around her an empty room with a table and chairs. She couldn't understand what this place was. There was a crook in a green sweater hanging nearby. The policewoman said she could smell the sea. She thought they had been kidnapped. Lynn noticed someone was next to her. She said hello and asked where they were. The girl was angry when she saw a thief she already knew was nearby. The crook was also displeased when he saw the line nearby. The policewoman said she got caught because of the guy next to her. The crook shouted that there was a misunderstanding. At the same time, a voice was heard from outside the door. Someone was inquiring about the people in the room. Another soldier said that the prisoners were still in a coma. Lynn, listening to the conversations outside, she realized that she had to think of something. The policewoman asked the crook if he had any idea how to get out. The crook said he didn't know anything. Then the liar turned to the guy and said she had a plan, but he had to cooperate. The policewoman leaned to the side. She put her feet in the direction of the crook. The disgruntled guy with the big nose yelled loudly that he was hurt. The crook yelled menacingly that his back hurt. Lynn yelled to the captive to try to bite her rope. Lynn grabbed the guy by the hair and pulled him up to her. She told him to bite her rope. The rogue yelled that he was in a lot of pain.
The rogue yelled that he couldn't reach to bite the ropes.
The Lynn heard with consternation how someone outside the door realized that the room was noisy. The soldier commanded someone to go inside and check what was going on. 2 soldiers came in. One of them asked sternly, "Why is it so noisy in here?" The soldier asked sternly, "What's going on here?" He saw the prisoners hanging silently. The door slammed shut. The soldier said they would drink now and then deal with the girl. Lynn was thinking excitedly what she should do. At the same time, on the deck of the ship, the protagonist fought against Yitan. The protagonist calmly dodged the attack his opponent was launching at him. Ife blocked the blows that the guy wanted to kick him in time.
The protagonist activated his skill called Dragon Return.
Ife kicked his opponent in the head with all his might. Ishin was hit very hard, but he was able to withstand it. He prepared to attack back. He swung his fist. Ife held out his palm in his direction. The protagonist used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch against Yitian. The assassin was sitting next to him.
Pair Blades noticed that Yitian fell down after 3 hits. She realized that the guy was very weak.
The assassin realized that the protagonist had used his skills to block her attack. She decided that he wasn't called Burkut for nothing. Ichin told the woman excitedly that he would protect her and everything would be fine. Suddenly the guy saw that the woman's clothes were torn. The holes in her clothes showed her breasts. He was very shy and embarrassed. Yitian shouted that he didn't feel well. The hair on his head suddenly started to turn red. Ife asked the guy, "Why is he helping the assassin and are they in on it?" There was a loud noise and Yitian prepared for another attack. The guy quickly jumped up behind the protagonist. Ife didn't even notice the attack. At the very last moment, the protagonist noticed that his opponent had swung around to attack. The transformed Yitian swung his fist. The protagonist barely had time to dodge. The paired blades was very surprised at the speed with which the guy attacked. Ife realized excitedly to himself that his opponent had become much faster. The rival grabbed the protagonist with his hand and prepared to strike. The evil Ishin swung around to hit the protagonist with all his might. Ife looked at his rival and noticed that he had a more dangerous appearance. The protagonist noted to himself that his opponent's speed had increased. Ife was unable to defend himself and fell to the ground. The force of the main character's fall was very strong. Shards flew around. The assassin was amazed that the guy was able to take down Burkut with 1 punch. Yitian swung around to land a huge number of punches on his opponent. Ife looked at his opponent with great fear. He couldn't defend himself in time. Yitian continued to throw a huge number of punches at the protagonist. Yitian continued to beat his opponent systematically on the ship's deck. When the guy swung again, he noticed that the protagonist had disappeared somewhere. He saw only a huge hole in front of him, through which the starry sky could be seen. He looked around frightened and couldn't figure out where Yifi had gone. Suddenly, the protagonist came up from behind and elbowed his opponent. Ife then ran up at full speed to attack from the other side. The protagonist swung around to hit his opponent with his arm. Ife struck his opponent's arm with a huge swing. At the end, the protagonist swung to kick the guy. Ife suddenly noticed that his kick didn't finish his opponent. The protagonist noticed with excitement that his opponent's defense had also increased. Yitian grabbed the guy's leg with his hands as if nothing had happened and shouted that he had caught him. The protagonist couldn't get free of the hold. His opponent wanted to throw him over. Yitian spun Yifei around by his leg and threw him far away. The protagonist flew sideways at high speed and smashed the wall with him. Yitian shouted happily to his opponent that he had gotten what was coming to him. The guy swung his fist to finally finish off the protagonist. Yitan used a special skill called Youthful Shockwave. At this time, elsewhere in the ship, the soldiers were listening to what was happening in the room with the prisoners. A guard said excitedly that he heard something. His colleague replied that they should go on drinking. The policeman continued to hang tied up next to the crook in the green sweater. Lin angrily thought to herself that if she had a little more time, she would have succeeded. The policewoman twisted her arms but could not free herself from the rope. Lin yelled angrily to the crook that they were in this situation because of him. The guy said in a sad voice that they should rest for now. Lin asked the crook with interest, "Why does he do illegal things?" She reminded him that the first time he went to the police was because he stole women's underwear. The crook thought dreamily and for a long time and remembered his first time. The guy said it all happened when it was a beautiful morning. A beautiful red-headed girl was on the roof hanging out her laundry to dry. A crook watched the girl standing around the corner. She didn't see him. The guy stood and waited for the girl to leave. There was no one else around. Then the intruder ran over to the rack where the girl's underwear was hanging. Then the guy quickly and carefully took the underwear hanging on the rack. Then the intruder put the girl's underwear on his head. The policewoman angrily yelled at the guy that he was a pervert. Then the girl swung around and hit the crook on the head. The policewoman angrily called the guy a pervert. The crook asked the girl to hear the rest of his story. The crook wanted to tell the girl what he noticed in the girl's underwear. The guy came to the girl and told her he was her neighbor from the 3rd floor. The intruder sternly asked the neighbor if it was her underwear he was holding. The girl angrily replied to the guy that she remembered him. She asked if the guy was a real pervert. The guy explained that he had always had a very good sense of smell. Thereupon the neighbor, holding his lower oxen in his hands, accused the girl of stealing his laundry powder. The guy said with a chuckle that he was able to smell his powder because of his nose. The policewoman got sympathetic. She asked the guy if he was still a bachelor. The crook replied that he was actually still a bachelor. He asked the girl how did she know. In a subsequent conversation, the crook explained how he got into the women's locker room and assaulted a woman in the park. The policewoman asked the guy how come he needed money all the time. Lin told her that she had seen the crook's file and he was a law-abiding man. He had only recently started breaking laws. The crook decided to tell her the sad story of his life. The guy's name was Ekuan. He grew up on his own, surrounded by his siblings who were once sheltered. Ekuan had no one but the children around him. He wanted to raise them to be good people. Her sister's name was Jin. Her older brother was an idol who could do anything for her. The girl saw an advertisement on TV for a toy hair for 5,800 yuan. Ekuan saw his sister watching the TV commercial with great interest. The older brother told his sister Jin that he would soon buy her such a toy. The girl happily replied to the boy that she didn't need a toy except her favorite bunny. Ekuan found the toy bunny at a dump and gave it to her sister for her birthday. The crook asked the policewoman if she thought he worked so hard for a doll. While Ekuan was working very hard, the weather suddenly turned bad. His older brother came home and noticed that his sister Jin was very sick. The doctors diagnosed the girl with an autoimmune disease. She was in the hospital. The doctor told the boy that he would need a bone marrow transplant for a large sum of money. Ekuan looked at the medical bill. He realized it was a very large sum of money. The girl lying on the bed came to her senses. She called out to her brother in a weak voice. Ekuan told her sister that everything was fine and they would go home. The girl's voice motivated him. The boy had no way out. He kept borrowing money, but few people would help him. To survive, Ekuan had to work several jobs. He had to take his little sister out of the hospital because he couldn't pay the hospital bills. Ekuan carried the girl in a wheelchair. Jin called out to her brother and touched him with her hand. The girl told her brother that she was very happy that he had done so much for her. Police Lin listened to Ekuan's story with great attention and excitement. The boy reported that when his sister had a couple of days to live, he took a crooked road. Ekuan started committing crimes and knew he would be caught for his actions. It was very hard for the guy to tell his life story. Tears came to his eyes. Lin looked at the crook and visualized his life story realistically. Ekuan told the policewoman that he wanted to make more money before his sister died. The big brother wanted to give his sister Jin a beautiful bunny. Meanwhile, on the ship, the main character continued to push Yitian around. Yifei managed to catch his opponent's fist with his hand and stopped him from hitting him. Yitan thought excitedly to himself that his rival had caught his punch. Pearblades thought surprised to himself that such a powerful punch would not have been repelled even by an elder. After that, the protagonist with all his might struck Ishin and he flew far away to the side. The woman looking at the lying guy decided that things were getting interesting. Yifei shouted menacingly that it was time to start the 3rd round. The eyes of the god of death glowed at him. The protagonist stood opposite his opponent on the ship deck. Yifei told the guy menacingly that the guy was not so simple. He added that he would show his true strength. The guy smiled happily and told the protagonist that this was his boring death speech. After that, the fighters rushed out of their seats to fight once again. Yifei and his opponent swung to finish each other off. A harsh voice came from outside and demanded that the boys stop. The girls Injin and Laura came out on deck. One of them sternly asked Yifei and Tianlin what they were doing. The guys were very surprised to see their girls standing side by side together. The assassin got worried. She realized that it was very bad if the girls knew each other. The Pearblades decided it was time for her to retreat. She immediately fled. The girls explained to the guys how they came to be like this.
The frightened Tian interrogated Laura. Is Yifei a good person? Xu Yingying looked at her friend very sternly and suspiciously.
Laura demanded her friend to apologize as he was reckless. Tian Guy calmed down. He no longer looked threatening. He extended his hand to the protagonist. The former rivals shook hands. Yifei said he would remember that Tian was very good. After that, the whole group went to a night bar to celebrate. Tian said with a smile on his face that he was very refreshed by the beer. Yifei asked him, "Why is his hair red?" Tian explained that it happens when he is excited. He laughed out loud. The girls watched their boyfriends from the sidelines. Ingen looked at Laura and decided that this girl was no ordinary person. Laura sensed Ingen's strong temperament. She decided that Shui was a very strong woman. The bartender was pouring drinks for the protagonist. Yifei was asking about the wine auction. Yifei suddenly looked at the bartender with great attention and interest. The bartender on the ship was Hu's brother. Yifei asked the bartender if he'd seen him anywhere. The man told him he'd been mistaken. Hu's brother happily thought that the protagonist didn't recognize him. At the same time, Yifei continued to drink with him. Suddenly, the guys heard someone from outside calling out to the girl Ingen. Cao and Sun ran up to the girls. They offered them a drink. Sun told the girl Ingen that she was very beautiful and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guide Cao Bing offered to have fun with a smile to the girl Laura. The protagonist said that he didn't have enough fun during the fight. Tian said that he was angry. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a crook was telling a policewoman about his life. The guy with tears in his eyes said he wanted to fulfill his sister's last wish, but ended up here. Ling angrily shouted at the prisoner not to speak discouraging words. The policewoman sternly demanded that the boy be a man. Lin angrily asked the guy how the guy could put his hands down in such a situation. The crook replied fearfully that he was a thief, but there was no need to be very worried. The policewoman yelled to the guy that when they got out, she would help him. Lin angrily asked the guy to help her untie the rope. They shouldn't give up so easily. The crook remembered his sister telling him to live as long as possible. The guy felt empowered. He yelled out that he knew what he had to do. The rogue was able to quickly free himself from his rope. Lin asked if he could help her. Ikyuan was able to free himself completely and found himself on the floor. There was a policewoman standing nearby. The policewoman looked at the guy with great excitement. The rogue was sitting on the earth. Afterward, the rogue said in a tired voice that he had been through a lot. The guy thought and said confidently that he couldn't be modest anymore. The older brother said with hope in his voice that his sister Jin Jin was waiting for him. The policewoman turned around and tapped the crook's foot with all her might. She asked him menacingly, "Why is there pulling here?" The guy said in a frightened voice that he was just trying to show off. The yin hurried him up. After that, the crook released the girl from the ropes very quickly. Lin asked the guy, how on earth did he manage to break the rope? The crook replied that he always had a file with him. Lin told the guy that there are 2 guards standing outside. They need to think about how to deal with them. The policewoman told the crook that she would really need his help. The guards near the door heard some suspicious moaning inside the room. One of the soldiers wondered what it was and decided to open the door. The soldiers went inside to see what was going on. A naked crook with loose hair shouted to the men that he loved them. The soldiers were frightened. They did not realize what they were seeing in front of them. At this time, the policewoman prepared to stun the guards with a fire extinguisher. After the powerful blow, the guards lay unconscious. Lin told the crook that he had potential. The policewoman commanded her companion where to go. The crook shouted that they were on a ship. Suddenly, someone blocked the escape route of the freed prisoners. Assassin-paired Blade stood on the deck with her colleague. Sniper Cutie, looking at the fugitives, said that the main criminals wanted to escape. Meanwhile, in the ship's bar itself inside, the fun continued. The guy Cao was having a lot of fun turning to the girl Ingen and saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The guy reminded the girlfriend that his name is Cao Bin. He is the son of the director of Cao. The guest excitedly spun around and shouted to the Ingen girl that she was still as beautiful as ever. Laura asked with great surprise to Yingying if she knew Cao. Zhu Yingying, without emotion, looking at the Cao guy, replied that she knew him. In the end, the Cao guy decided to himself that the Yingying girl was enchanted by him. He decided to invite her for a drink. The guy thought happily to himself that he was the center of attention. Suddenly, he was called from the side by the main character. Yifei smiled at the guy and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Cao was amazed to see the protagonist. Cao Bin was very much astonished. He didn't expect to see the main character here. The Cao boy's tongue was slurred with excitement. He asked Yifei what he was doing here. The protagonist said he had come with Yingying. Cao remembered that the protagonist had always been the favorite of the girls. He remembered an incident from 10th grade. Luck was always on Yifei's side. Cao remembered 11th grade. When the protagonist appeared in class, all eyes were on him. Suddenly, a hunch struck Cao Bin. He decided to go to Yifei. The guy excitedly asked the protagonist what his relationship with Ingen was. Yifei hugged his girlfriend and said in a confident voice that Ingen is his girlfriend. Cao Bin was completely amazed by this answer from the protagonist. The protagonist quietly told his girlfriend that this time he had the role of his boyfriend. At that time, Sun's boyfriend came up. He turned angrily to Mr. Cao. Sun sternly threatened the protagonist that people will come and deal with him. Then Sun calmly approached the girl Lore. She looked at him silently. Sun called the girl beautiful milady and wanted to ask her out. Suddenly, an angry Tian appeared behind the guy and told him to get out. Tian, standing behind him, had his hand on the young guy Sun's shoulder. Sun said to the viciously approached rival, "Does he know who he is?" Tian said threateningly that Sun would be in trouble if he dared to touch Loru's girlfriend. The protagonist was watching everything that was happening. He noticed that he had some feeling again. Sun thought irritably to himself that he would not allow himself to be underestimated. Then he swung around to hit his assailant with a hand punch. Aishin reacted in time to dodge the attack and hit Sun back. In the moment of a strong blow, Sun felt that his opponent was attacking him fast and hard. With a powerful blow, Sun's boyfriend flew back to the bar and knocked the chairs apart. Sun turned to the bartender and demanded that he help him. He reminded him that he was a friend of the captain. Chaobin's boyfriend was shocked and frightened when he saw his battered friend. The bartender thought excitedly that he would like to help the guy Sun Shao, but he couldn't do it. The bartender saw two identical, intimidating strong men standing in front of him. Cao grabbed his beaten friend and said they had to get out of here. In parting, Sun threatened his abusers that they would not survive tonight. Ifei continued to calmly drink the drink and watch the guy pull. The friend approached Lore and asked her calmly with a smile if she was okay. Ifei looked at the departing guests and thought he needed to find out more about them. Cao Bin led his battered and weakened friend Sun Xiaoko to the front door. Suddenly, the people in the bar heard a suspicious sound like a gunshot. Ifei began to realize what had happened. The main character said excitedly that they heard the sound of a gunshot. There was a man with a gun in the audience near the stage. He loudly greeted all the guests. The man turned to those present and said that he was about to introduce himself. The invader said he was a member of the Shishenshi organization, and his name was Keir Hofude. The soldiers shot one of the guests. They shouted for everyone to keep their hands behind their heads. One of the gunmen commanded the guests to put out money. Shan and the Su girl watched the takeover from the balcony. The girls were very scared. They didn't know what to do. Yifei told Tian to take the girls to their quarters. Tan asked his friend what he would do. The protagonist pondered and concentrated menacingly before answering. Yifei took his clothes and said menacingly that he would go deal with the invaders of the ship. On the other side of the ship, a police Lin was fighting off two assassins. First, Lynx decided to attack the assassin named Couple Clinics. The policewoman's blow missed the target as the woman defended herself with her weapon. The assassin bounced back to defend herself against the cop's attacks. The assassin reminded the policewoman of the last time they saw each other. Paired Blades reported that Lin had made some progress since last time. The woman shouted angrily to her rival that she would pay for all the evil she had done. Lin yelled that she didn't know what the assassin was telling her. Pair of Blades shouted angrily that her rival was playing dumb. Suddenly, the police line heard some suspicious noises from the side. Sniper Cutie kicked the policewoman and said there was more of her. The sniper looked at the Lin with a smile and said they wouldn't let her die so quickly. There was a scared rogue standing behind her. The policewoman yelled for him to run away and she would cover him. The assassin was very surprised by the policewoman's words about a possible escape. The women sternly said that they would not let go of the Lin after Ta ruined their image. The policewoman fearfully asked her rivals what they were talking about. Cutie resentfully interjected, "Did the policewoman forget everything?" The sniper resentfully shouted that the policewoman made her drink her colleague's urine. After that, the image of the blood foxes fell very hard to the bottom. Lin frightenedly shouted to herself that she remembered her rivals. Sniper Cutie threateningly shouted to her rival to shut up. Sniper Cutie then took her rifle and said it was time to wash away the shame. The cutie shouted angrily, "What must be done is to make sure that there's not a trace left of the lion and her companion." The crook was very frightened when he saw the weapon. The policewoman shouted for him to hide. The sniper opened school rifle fire and shouted for her rivals to die soon. The crook, along with the policewoman, hid fearfully behind a crate. The rifle bullets tore apart the boards of the crate. Sweetie asked angrily to the policewoman and her boyfriend, "Did they think they could just hide like that?" Lin noticed that the assassin decided to attack her opponents by jumping over the crate. The paired Blades jumped over the crates and grabbed her sword to attack the policewoman. Lin managed to dodge the first attack of the paired Blades quickly and in time. The girl ducked at the last moment before the sword nearly caught her. The assassin then launched another attack to finish off the Lin. The policewoman looked over and noticed that the paired Blades had caught her in the arm with her sword. To waste no time, the Lynx kicked off the ground and rushed to attack. Lin swung around to kick her opponent's legs and yelled at her to get away. With a powerful kick, the policewoman was able to knock the assassin down with a pair of blades. Ling saw her rival fall down and prepared to lunge at her. The policewoman Lin pounced from above on the hired unit lying on the earth. The Lin demanded of the woman that her partner immediately stop shooting. At the same time, in another part of the ship, soldiers grabbed the girl Loru. The girl could not resist on her own and screamed for help. The soldiers were very angry and rude and demanded Laura to play with them. The girl, together with the kidnappers, was on the second floor at the entrance to the VIP lounge. Quiet and calm footsteps of the protagonist were suddenly heard. The soldiers were surprised. They couldn't understand who had just approached them. Ife cheerfully asked the kidnappers what they were doing here, and what happened. After that, the soldiers looked at each other very slyly. They were up to something. The kidnapper said that the protagonist was right. He asked him to come closer to them. Laura's girl shouted in a frightened voice to the protagonist to leave. Suddenly, Ife hit one of the soldiers with a very strong and powerful punch. The main character looked at the rest of the kidnappers menacingly and with hatred. The soldiers were very much frightened by the look of the protagonist. Laura was also surprised. The kidnappers started shooting at the guy haphazardly with their guns. The protagonist snatched the gun from one of the slain invaders. Ife disarmed one of the soldiers with a very quick and strong kick of his foot. He opened fire on them. The guy was hitting the soldiers one by one with his pistols in a professional manner. Laura looked at the protagonist with amazement. She sensed that Ife had awakened. The protagonist kept looking for his girlfriend. He opened the door of the room. The guy saw that there was no one inside the VIP lounge. He called out frightened to Mengshin. Ife saw the dark room in front of him. It was completely empty. The guy looked around in surprise. He couldn't understand where all the people in the room had gone. The protagonist heard a noise and saw a light from outside. He realized he had found the people. Ife went out to the balcony and noticed the invaders along with the hostages from below. The ringleader shouted to his subordinates that they need to get the girls to the boss as soon as possible. The guy angrily thought to himself that for him it's all happening again. Suddenly there were shouts from behind. Soldiers were looking for the protagonist. Someone shouted that he was inside. Armed soldiers ran through the ship to get to the protagonist. The invaders ran and shouted that they had to surround Ife as soon as possible. The protagonist started bravely shooting back, killing the soldiers dead. The boy used his pistol to hit the invaders with precision. Ife had enough of a pistol to professionally kill soldiers with assault rifles. Gradually, more and more dead bodies of invaders appeared around the protagonist. Soon the protagonist found himself almost alone in a cloud of gunpowder smoke. One of the soldiers decided to throw a grenade at the protagonist. He pulled the pin. Ife calmly saw the grenade flying in his direction. The guy calmly stopped the grenade from rolling towards him with his foot. After that, the protagonist calmly tossed the grenade and it flew back. The soldiers were frightened by the grenade. They didn't have time to defend themselves. There was a huge explosion. All the soldiers near the grenade were killed and scattered. The protagonist looked around. He saw the leader with his subordinates. The leader commanded his subordinates angrily to go and check what was going on. Ife absolutely calmly staggered across the carpet, approaching the stairs. The soldiers angrily climbed up the stairs to attack Ife. The protagonist looked around. He grabbed his gun and started shooting at the soldiers. Ife turned sideways very sharply and hit one of the invaders with the gunfire. The guy professionally fired in all directions with 2 pistols at the same time. Suddenly the protagonist noticed the danger from above. He turned around. Ife quickly turned around and hit the soldier from above with his pistol. The shot from the protagonist hit the invader very accurately in the head. The soldier crouched down and took cover from the fire. He was outraged, not realizing who the guy in front of them was. A huge, pumped-up big guy named Big B came up with a machine gun. He yelled for the main character to give way to him. Big B said he'd take care of it and started firing his machine gun. Ife, at this time firing 2 guns, hit another invader. The protagonist shot back and gradually retreated to the big box. The guy jumped up and lay on the crate on his side. He kept firing. Ife hid behind the big crate to protect himself from the machine gun fire. Big B kept firing and shouted angrily to the Golden Eagle that he was a piece of junk. The protagonist remained silent. He waited and prepared to attack once again. At the same time, on the other end of the ship, a police Lin was fighting against a hired assassin with paired blades. Lin demanded that the assassin order the sniper to stop shooting the cute little sniper. Pair Blades looked at the cop angrily and told her she was finished. Suddenly, Lin heard a very dangerous noise from outside. A hired killer called the Bloody Widow appeared. She sawed through the box with a chainsaw. The Bloody Widow laughed angrily and lunged at the policewoman with the saw. The woman shouted angrily that she had come to take revenge on the policewoman. The policewoman turned to the crook and shouted excitedly for him to hurry up and leave. The crook sat there and covered his ears out of fear so he wouldn't hear the noise. The policewoman turned to the guy again. Yuan was very frightened. He didn't know what to do now. The policewoman shouted at the boy to go away. She reminded him of his little sister. Yuan sat there with his ears covered in fear, so he couldn't hear anything. Suddenly the crook jumped up and ran away with all his might. He apologized to the policewoman. Lin was distracted from the battle for a moment. She looked after Akuanu. The chainsaw-wielding assassin angrily asked Lin where she was looking. Then the Blood Widow swung her chainsaw to hit Lin. At the same time, the assassin called Pair Blades appeared behind the policewoman. Lin turned around and kicked the knife-wielding assassin. Shots rang out behind her. It was the sniper. Lin took cover behind a crate. The policewoman didn't know what to do. There were already 3 terrorists around her. At the same time, the crook was running at full speed down the deck of the ship. Yuan thought to himself fearfully that his little sister was waiting for him at home. To himself, the boy apologized to the police Lin. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Suddenly, Akuan realized that this was the same situation now as it had been once before. The crook remembered how he was once beaten up by hooligans and fell to the ground. A group of hooligans demanded that the guy give them protection money. His terrified younger siblings stood around Akuan. Jin shouted at the hooligans to stop. The crook grabbed a rock. He was angry and ready to fight off the hooligans. The leader with the bat asked the hooligan with surprise, "Does he still want to resist?" Suddenly, the crook dropped the brick from his hand. He didn't want to fight back. Then Yuan gave the hooligan the money. He was surprised that the guy was so stubborn. The hooligan angrily apologized to the policewoman that he had given the bandits the money that was supposed to be used for a toy. Yuan thought unhappily to himself that he was always running away and everyone always did so in past times. He thought he was pathetic. The policewoman glanced to the side and noticed that the assassin was heading towards her. Lin prepared to turn around to fight off the woman with the knives. The policewoman hit the paired blades over her head with a powerful elbow strike. The woman was unhappy because she missed the blow to the head. Then Lin swung with all her might to finish off the assassin. The policewoman accelerated and grabbed her baton to continue her defense. Lin, baton in hand, decided to try to hit the Blood Widow. The chainsaw-wielding assassin was able to use it to stab the police Lin in the stomach. Lynx felt she was very badly wounded. She couldn't fight anymore. The Blood Widow laughed very wickedly. She was glad that she was able to hit her rival. At this time, a pair of blades attacked the policewoman from above to finish her off. Lin turned her head to the side and noticed that she was in the crosshairs of the cutie sniper. On the other side of the ship, the main character continued to fight against the terrorists. Ife took cover behind a large crate while bullets whistled above him. Big B continued to fire indiscriminately. The soldiers suggested surrounding the protagonist and swatting him. At this time, the protagonist remembered his past encounter with the Blood Eagle. The Blood Eagle told the protagonist that if he continued to behave like this, he would eventually suffer. The Blood Eagle told the protagonist that he would suffer just as he did. The words he had heard earlier had a profound effect on the protagonist. He decided to act immediately. Ife grabbed his gun and prepared to attack. He remembered the Blood Eagle. The protagonist rushed to the attack. Shots were heard all around him. He thought to himself that he was completely different from his rival Blood Eagle. Ife began firing mercilessly in all directions with his pistols. With his pistols, the guy hit the soldiers in the head. Bigby was frightened when he saw how quickly Ife was able to neutralize the soldiers. The main character was preparing for a further attack. He replaced the ammunition magazines in his pistols. Bigby yelled that the protagonist could go at him. He would show him his skills. The ringleader ordered a subordinate to get the women out of here. The soldier turned to the commander named Roger and said he would do everything. Suddenly, there was a very strong explosion from the side. Commander Roger turned around. The commander was very surprised. He saw a strange figure in a puff of smoke. However, there was a small explosion that created more chaos. Li Yifei appeared out of the explosion and stepped on one of the terrorists who had been knocked over by the explosion. The man asked if he had done anything yet. The girls were extremely happy about this timely arrival of the man. They felt that they had hope for the protagonist. However, the terrorists realized that Li Yifei was not an easy opponent. The boss immediately ordered them to retreat and abandon the Grim Reaper. However, not all of his colleagues agreed with this decision. The terrorist behind him took a sharp swing of his arm and cut off his boss's hand. The man said grimly that he couldn't go anywhere. Li Yifei, upon seeing the act of betrayal, only squinted his eyes and said nothing. The boss himself had not expected such a betrayal from his employee. The man didn't understand why he deserved it. The same terrorist took off the cloth that covered his face and laughed. The man sincerely asked how he, being one of the 4 holy ambassadors, could be so inferior compared to the Blood Wolf. The man revealed his face and said that if he wanted to be his boss, he had to be quite violent. No one expected this turn of events and only silently watched this situation. Suddenly the man's eyes lit up red, and he swung his arms with the blades attached. The man's gaze filled with a lust for killing, and he said he was starting a genocide. Noticing such an aura, everyone instantly became frightened and tried to escape. But it all happened too fast. A couple of sweeps of his arms and many lives were left behind. Some tried to fight back, but even firearms were powerless against him. Immediately afterward, the attacker's eyes filled with blood. There was a huge blade sticking out of his ribcage. The man was already behind him and said he was too slow. Li Yifei grabbed the terrorist boss or what was left of him and asked where his boss was. However, the man was completely unwilling to say anything. Li Yifei asked if he was being stubborn, and even if he didn't reveal his location, he would be able to find him. The boss realized that his death was near anyway, so he wasn't going to say anything to him. Zhang Ruiman threw the protagonist a phone and said that someone was calling him. Li Yifei successfully caught the phone and picked it up. Bringing the phone closer to him, the man said his name was Li Yifei and began to listen in. On the other side of the phone, a man introduced himself as Zhou Boyu, who said that he had caught the traitor who was tracking the location of the protagonist. The man rhetorically asked if Li Yifei knew who it was.
Right after that, Zhou Boyu said that it was one of Miss Su's escorts who escaped as soon as Li Yifei got off the ship.
Li Yifei said that considering the previous location leak incident and the assassination incident, it was most likely the Su family that something was wrong. However, Zhou Boyu interrupted the protagonist and said that he was retired. The man fixed his glasses and said to let him investigate the case. At the same time, his subordinates shot the witnesses. Upon hearing the sounds of gunfire, the protagonist's face darkened, and he only said that he understood everything. However, right after that, Shu Shanshan ran up to the main character and excitedly asked if he was all right. The man told her not to worry as he was with her. The girl literally sobbed on his chest. At the same time, Li Mengshen walked over to the company and blushed. Looking at the gloomy face of the main character, she realized that the same Li Yifei from the secret forest had returned. At the same time, the man thought about the terrorist who remained on the cruise and squinted. From one of the rooms on the cruise came a loud and boisterous laugh. A certain girl pointed the muzzle of her gun directly at Lin Qiang and happily said that she had caught her. The girl said excitedly that she could finally get her revenge and already foreshadowed the torture that would follow. However, an unknown figure appeared behind the terrorist's back. As it turned out, a certain man took a water bottle and with all his might hit the girl on the head. Noticing such an act of violence in front of a colleague, the other killers were greatly surprised and looked in the direction of the attacker. The angry girl rubbed the spot where she had been hit and shouted who dared to hit her from the back. With a grim expression on his face, the man said that she was acting so boisterous, yet saying so much nonsense. The man pointed his fingers at himself and asked how dare they yell at him since he came back to help since he is a real man. Lin Qiang instantly noticed that standing in front of her was A.K. Yuan, whom she had not expected to see at all. That day, the hooligans caught up with A.K. Yuan. The man gave them all the money he had and apologized profusely. However, to the hooligans, the few thousand yuan was just a small amount of money. A surly man with a bat slapped A.K. Yuan's head with his own money. The man said with a smile that he would let him go this time, but he should remember to hand over more next time. A trembling A.K. Yuan apologized for not being able to pay everything. However, the man forgot the most important thing. When he heard the unexpected voice that called out to him, the guy was very surprised. Next to him was his little sister. The little girl begged him to come back as soon as possible, for she no longer needed the gift. The girl said that her greatest wish is just to be with her little brother. Such sensual words from my sister made A.K. Yuan cry. The sister with crying eyes told A.K. Yuan that he was the most important person in her life. Seeing this, something in A.K. Yuan's mind snapped. A.K. Yuan ran towards Officer Lin Qiang with all his might, shouting that he was on his way. The man realized that he was once again trying to escape reality. However, the terrorist did not understand what was going on in A.K. Yuan's mind. With a smile on her face, she picked up the sniper gun and said that she would kill him with one shot because he was just a coward. However, the man was not confused and poured the contents in the bottle on the girl. As it turned out, the guy's strategy was extremely effective as this terrorist was hydrophobic and started running from there with a piercing scream. As soon as the guy managed to restrain one of the terrorists, he immediately ran up to the nun. The man pushed her with all his might and told her that she would not escape. Noticing such actions of the guy, the nun only clucked in indignation as she realized that he might have let Lin Qiang escape. Lin Qiang understood this too, and decided that if not now, there would be no other chance. The girl slapped her rival on the forehead with all her might. Immediately afterward, the officer dislocated the terrorist's arm and the terrorist screamed shrilly. However, the terrorist was extremely infuriated by this and started reaching for her weapon. The police officer noticed the approaching bump but did not have time to react. Her rival said since she broke her arm, she'd stab her for it. Looking into the eyes of her opponent, the officer saw nothing human there, only rage and lust for killing. The girl realized that there was nothing left in her that was inherent in humans and trembled either from injury or from resentment. However, the officer didn't hesitate long and delivered an uppercut to her opponent with all her might. It was the impact that toppled the bomber to the other end of the deck. However, things weren't that rosy, as Lin Qiang herself admitted that she had many wounds, and probably wouldn't be able to withstand another blow from her. However, at the same time, at the other end, A.K. Yuan flew off from the blow. The girl didn't expect it to be so fast and shouted his name out of concern. It wasn't long before A.K. Yuan was right at the edge of the deck and cried out loudly. However, this meant that he was still alive. The nun took the chainsaw in her hands and laughed, because she realized that there was no one left to stop her. While Lin Qiang was trying to get the blade out of herself, the nun took a wide swing of the chainsaw, about to finish her off. However, something unexpectedly thwarted those plans. The woman's back was grabbed by AKUN, who surprisingly was right behind her even though just now he was at the other end. The man was breathing very heavily, and he realized he was not in the best condition. However, he still did not stop defending Officer Lin Qiang and even spoke with a trembling voice to let her go. Nevertheless, the attacker showed no sympathy for him at all. With a sharp movement of her hand, she slammed him to the ground with all her might. Lin Qiang literally started crying because she didn't expect such cruelty towards a civilian. The nun raised her foot high. The pink heel was soon on the head of the unfortunate man, who gave no sign of resistance at all. The nun took the bleeding guy by the hair and mockingly asked him what he said because she couldn't hear him. Unable to hold back her tears, the officer asked why the guy had come back at all. Because these are terrorists who feel no guilt when they kill others, and his little sister is still at home waiting for him. However, even the battered AKUN didn't regret his decision. The guy realized that he'd mustered up the courage to stop running away, and she must be proud of him. However, right after that, he cried like a little child and asked why he still couldn't save anyone. Hearing the guy, Lin Qiang couldn't hold back her tears. However, the nun was not at all moved by the words of these two. She decided that now was the time for him to die. The nun had already taken a swing at chopping off the man's head with a chainsaw and told him to go to hell. However, Lin Qiang finally pulled out the stuck blade from her chest. With a sharp movement, the girl threw the knife in the direction of the nun and shouted. The woman had absolutely not expected such an act from the seemingly unarmed Lin Qiang. What happened next, however, no one could have predicted. The same knife was on the floor with a sharp clang. The officer literally closed her eyes and pleaded for help. A mysterious man came on deck and said everything was too slow. Li Yifei turned to the Silver Eagle and asked him to take care of their safety. The man gave a report to the protagonist and said not to worry about it. Someone gently called out to the protagonist from the back. The man turned to the source of the voice. As it turns out, behind the protagonist's back was Shu Shanshan, who said with burning eyes that she knew Li Yifei would save them. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and realized that he was very lucky that she didn't see him killing those people. Suddenly, the terrorist boss woke up. Apparently, he wasn't completely out of it yet. Half dead, the man abruptly approached the protagonist and called his nickname. Pushing the protagonist to the window, the man decided that since he was dying, they would die together. The girls were extremely frightened by such a thing and started running, trying to save him. However, it didn't help at all because Li Yifei had already fallen through the window. At the same time, the mysterious man walked up to the company and stood in a pompous pose. No one had expected his arrival, yet everyone instantly guessed who he was. With a grim face, the man said they were too slow. The mercenaries blushed sharply as they did not expect their boss, Bloodwolf, to be here in his glory. With seriousness in his voice, the man asked how with such skills they dare call themselves an elite assassination team. Realizing that the man was in a far from benevolent mood, the girls were already trying to justify themselves. However, Lin Qiang could not withstand this kind of pressure and was breathing heavily. Already unable to control herself from the loss of blood, the woman fell to the floor. AKU. And couldn't believe that this had happened, even though he himself wasn't in the best condition. Everything in front of Lin Qiang's eyes began to blur. She realized that she had lost too much blood. Making a desperate attempt, the girl tried to get up. However, it was no surprise to anyone that she began to lose consciousness. Seeing what was happening, AKUan prayed for help, being in a hopeless state. The man was literally crying and begging to be saved, but at the same moment the nun swung her chainsaw at the poor guy. However, just as the girl tried to swing, she heard a loud crack of glass. The nun stopped and looked up in the direction of the broken glass. AKUN opened his eyes wide as he did not expect anything like this. When he saw the mysterious figure, he thought he saw wings. Angel of AKUN's description rumbled to the ground. AKUN was breathing heavily and couldn't realize what was happening. After the dust clouds dispersed, Li Yifei was visible from all of this chaos. AKUN literally fell backwards as he couldn't believe what he saw. With a gloomy expression on his face, Li Yifei asked what had happened, and asked why Lin Qiang was in such a state. Covered in tears, AKUN asked if Li Yifei is really an angel. At the same time, Lin Qiang was barely remaining conscious and clearly didn't have the strength to reply to the protagonist. Energy was literally oozing from the main character. The girl obviously didn't expect to see her master here. Seeing a familiar silhouette, the girl smiled and realized she could relax. At the same time, the Bloodwolf turned to the main character and asked if he was still thinking about it. The man looked at the girls and said that Li Yifei had lived longer than he should be. Turning around and not putting the protagonist as an opponent, he told the assassination team to bring him the protagonist's head. The girls blushed as they had not expected to be laid upon given this unbelievable situation. Li Yifei looked at the departing man and remembered his past nickname. The nun looked at her co-workers and said that this chance would help them avenge the humiliation they had suffered. However, what the girl didn't expect was that her friends were shaking with fear so much that they couldn't say a word. The nun looked at her colleagues in bewilderment. She asked what they were all waiting for she did not understand why they were standing still. Assassin remembered how a botched kick to the groin made her shiver. At the same time, the other girl with the sniper remembered her experience and blushed profusely. She realized that she wanted to experience it again. Hearing no response from her friends, Nun did not pick up the chainsaw and shouted that she would do it all herself. The woman squinted her eyes and realized that they couldn't be relied upon at all. With a sharp jerk, the woman ran up to the protagonist, who stood still and didn't even move. The woman screamed at him to watch her kill him with her own hands. Still bruised, AKUN was barely able to stand up and asked the protagonist to be careful. However, what no one expected was for Li Yifei to stop the chainsaw with his bare hands. With a sharp movement, Li Yifei broke the ribbon, thus rendering it unusable. The woman didn't expect it at all, because what kind of crazy person would decide to stop a chainsaw with his bare hands? This suddenness caused the nun to stumble in her high heels and begin to fall. However, because she grabbed onto the protagonist along with the girl started to fall down. Li Yifei realized that things were bad, and it would lead to a critical situation very soon. The protagonist's hands tried to grab onto the first thing that came along. Immediately afterward, with a rumbling sound, the company was on the floor. Li Yifei literally closed his eyes because he was expecting a foreboding pain. However, Li Yifei realized that he was holding onto something very soft. Li Yifei compared this feeling to holding onto 2 water balloons. The nun shrieked sharply and blushed heavily, unable to do anything. AKUN was extremely surprised at what he saw and couldn't believe his eyes. The protagonist was finally able to land, and AKUN himself wondered if the man had used this move to subdue this devilish woman. At the same time, the colleagues realized that the protagonist was so scary that they couldn't even see his movements and they would never be able to outsmart him. With tears in his eyes, AKUN suddenly approached the protagonist, holding out his hands. The guy wrapped his arms around the protagonist's legs and begged to take him on as an apprentice, and asked the protagonist to help him become a real man. However, Li Yifei did not understand at all why he deserved such an attitude and looked at him bewilderedly. At the same time, Yin Tianling shouted in the cabin about how bored he was. He paced from side to side and said he should have gone with his brother if he had known it would turn out this way. Nora told him to be quiet because she was discussing some things with the principal. Xu Yingying and Nora spoke to each other and agreed to the deal, exchanging polite phrases. Yin Tianling thought that he could hear the 2 foxes talking. Nora said that if it annoyed him so much, there could bring here a bottle of wine, which was the main purpose of their trip. Yin Tianling asked what about their safety, however. The girls hurried him to leave. When he realized that there was nothing to keep him here, he shouted and trotted away. Xu Yingying asked if he had always been like this when Nora told her to get used to it. The girl was glad that it was quiet and suggested that we continue talking. Xu Yingying asked why his hair was changing color. Nora said that Yin Tianling is considered a rare type in their circle of tasters, because when he is excited, they turn red. The girl said that as soon as he enters the second stage along with the red hair, all his senses increase dramatically. Xu Yingying said that it looked like some kind of comic story to her, to which Nora agreed. The girl said that if he was even more excited, but he would enter the third and most powerful stage. However, before the girl could finish her sentence, the doorbell rang. Nora happily went to the door and asked Yin Tianling if it was Yin Tianling. The woman looked through the peephole of the door to be sure of her question. However, what she didn't expect then was that behind the door stood a smiling man with a cigarette in his mouth. Radiating an incredible aura, the man, as if knowing they were watching him, said hello to them. Neither Xu Yingying nor Nora had expected such an outcome and became frightened. 10 minutes later, Yin Tianling had already obtained a bottle of alcohol and was about to return, humming a cheerful song. With a swagger, the man opened the door to the cabin and said with a cheerful face that he had bought the wine. However, what no one expected was for the room to be entirely empty and a complete mess. The man abruptly realized the gravity of the situation and started calling out to them, hoping they were still around. Realizing that all was missed, his hands trembled. Yin Tianling became extremely angry. His hair was covered in a bright scarlet hue. With rage and trembling in his hands, he said he didn't care who it was, but they had successfully provoked him. At the same time, Li Yifei looked around and squinted his eyes. He wondered how they had managed to reduce them to such a pitiful state, since they no longer seemed so formidable. Yet the man thought he had witnessed such a scene before. The guy said he would help find a way to solve AKUN's problems, including his little sister, and now he was responsible for carrying Lin Qiang to safety. The man also said to forget about becoming his disciple. However, this did not upset the guy at all, because he was incredibly grateful to the protagonist. Li Yifei said with a grim expression that a truly brave man is not defined by whether he is brave enough on the outside. The man said that he dared to face his inner and restless self. He put his hand on AKUN's shoulder and said, acknowledging him, unable to hold back the shivers and tears, AKU, and only thanked the protagonist, while the man himself said that he thought his little sister would definitely be proud. Having solved all matters, Li Yifei again returned to the cabin. Upon arriving at the desired destination, the protagonist looked around. Li Yifei looked at the closed door and realized it was time to settle the score once and for all. When Li Yifei was nearby, The door was quietly opened by one of the warriors. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and began to look around. The subordinate only hummed indignantly, but he couldn't say anything to the protagonist, so he turned away. It wasn't long before Li Yifei looked away and looked at the main culprit of the incident. Bloodwolf sat in his chair and said with a gloomy expression that Li Yifei was finally here. At the same time, shrill screams sounded from another part of the deck. One of the masked bandits was clearly terrified of something and begged to stay away. However, Yin Tianling was adamant and punched him in the stomach with all his might to the extent that he broke through the wall behind him. The man was clearly angry and heavy with killing lust, and asked where Shu Yingying and Nora were. But the bandit obviously didn't know. But he was not the only one. There were at least a dozen other poor people like him lying around. Suddenly, Yin Tianling noticed an unknown presence behind his back, and was surprised that he hadn't sensed it earlier. A certain woman emerged from the puffs of smoke and said that this rascal wasn't bad since he managed to kill so many of her subordinates. The woman looked him in the eye and asked who he was. However, Yin Tianling had absolutely no intention of coming out to talk and rushed her and asked her where Nora and Shu Yingying were. And the woman smiled and said that her boss had invited them for a cup of tea. The woman slowly walked towards Yin Tianling and said that even though it was not just for this, however, she was stopped. Zheng Ruimin flew out of the door and swung his blades at the woman. However, she thought it was a childish ploy and only laughed. Another assassin came out from the unknown side and aimed for Silver Eagle's head. With a belated greeting, the two clashed, and Zheng Ruimin only had time to defend himself with his blades. The Silver Wolf abruptly bounced off such a strong blow and asked who it was. A girl in a cowboy hat came out of the darkness and smiled. Her mechanical gloves evaporated the excess air, and the woman asked if he was defeated in one blow. That same woman turned out to be the fourth holy ambassador for the stick organization, Bloodbear, Beyonce. The woman said she prefers guys who are stronger. However, the Silver Wolf was completely uninterested in the arriving guests and started talking to Yin Tianling. Silver Wolf asked him if Shu Yingying had been kidnapped. Yin Tianling said that it was indeed so, and asked who he was, adding that they had also kidnapped Nora. Zheng Ruimin said that he was a buddy of the protagonist, and he asked him to protect his sister-in-law. The man said that she was probably right since his skills are really good. However, Yin Tianling said that he didn't even hit them normally, and they all collapsed dead. Zheng Ruimin said that these women would not be easy to deal with, but since they have the same goal, they should work together. The red-headed man clenched his knuckles and said that whoever dared to stop him from saving Nora would be greatly regretted. Beyonce made a trot toward the redhead and said she'd be up against it. The guy was clearly embarrassed to see the woman so frankly and hesitantly told her to hold on. However, the girl was much stronger than Yin Tianling expected. Beyonce struck with her metal glove, and Yin Tianling couldn't even hold back a groan of pain. Yin Tianling blushed extremely and realized that this set of moves was incredibly dangerous. However, it was dangerous for a completely different reason than many might think, because it opened up all of her innermost places. The man himself wondered how he could think about it in the middle of a battle. Redhead tried to calm down and realized that he needed to analyze her movements since Nora was still waiting for him. It wasn't long before the red-headed man finished studying her movements. Getting another peck on the cheek, the guy realized she was incredibly fast. Yin Tianling Yi shouted that she was using her beauty to conjure him, and she was too cunning. The guy realized that she was distracting him, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. The girl squinted and said that, after all, beauty was also considered a weapon. Beyonce took another swing and said it's not over. Reinforcing her blow with a metal glove, the woman struck Yin Tianling. The blow was so strong that the wall behind the man split open. Realizing that he couldn't endure it, Yin Tianling vomited blood. At the same time, Zheng Ruimin and the Blood Fox were fighting in another part of the cabin. They were watching the fight, and the organization's agent said that his friend had been beaten very badly, and wasn't he going to show at least some concern? The girl realized who was in front of her and called him the leader of the Soaring Eagles team. The Silver Eagle, Zheng Ruimin. Zheng Ruimin said that she was recognized by Berkut, and he is only worried about them. The man realized that the two men were from the CIA and voiced his guess. The man asked if the Stick organization had come into the hands of Jiang country. The woman was extremely surprised by Zheng Ruimin's insight. The girl squinted and said she couldn't admit it. However, the man smiled and said he didn't need her to admit it because he had crossed paths with them a few times, and with just one look, he knew who they were immediately. Zheng Ruimin said that they were pretending to be terrorists, rioted in small countries, and even kidnapped the daughter of the boss of a technology company. The man realized that their countries were having a trade war right now, and asked what they were trying to accomplish by such actions. The man suggested if they were going to kidnap one of their people again. The girl was taken aback by this apt statement. The men spread their hands and said he had heard about their country's history. Zheng Ruimin folded his hands in a stand and said that whenever their country has a disagreement with another, Then the president asks about the location of their aircraft carrier. The man said that since their country is now in a trade war with the Jiang country, where is their aircraft carrier? Immediately afterward, there was a sharp jolt. Zheng Ruiman squinted his eyes, for he was incredibly fast even for him. The man fended off the blow with his blade on his arm and lowered himself into a stance. The woman couldn't tolerate so many lucky guesses and made a swipe with her whip. She grinned as if the whole situation amused her. The woman asked how dare the pathetic Huaxia try to provoke her pious Jiang country, and whether Zheng Ruimin was really tired of life. At the same time on the other side, the Blood Wolf drew his sword from its sheath and asked what the main character's answer was. Li Yifei was greatly surprised by his former comrade-in-arms' actions, but he didn't even manage to finish his sentence. The Blood Wolf offered to grab Su Mengxin and hand him over. The man said that in that case, he could recommend to his leader so that Li Yifei could join the organization. However, Li Yifei had no idea about any organization and only looked at his former comrade-in-arms with bewilderment. Blood Wolf told the protagonist to join them, and then he would once again have the opportunity to work as before. The man said that the Jiang and Huaxia countries are engaged in an ongoing trade war, and the CIA needs a hostage to increase the stakes in the negotiations. Li Yifei asked if they wanted to take Su Mengxin hostage to threaten the deputy leader, just like they did when they captured Madame Meng. The guy said that if a decade ago they used a compact rifle to help the Li country as well as defeat the Jiang country. The man realized that back then they were much stronger than Jiang country, and back then they had nothing to fear. However, the protagonist's face darkened, and he realized that they had merely submitted to them. The man accused him of letting down the warriors who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Li Yifei refused to accept the Blood Wolf as his comrade. However, Blood Wolf only smiled in response to the protagonist's statement. The man said that Li Yifei had disappointed him a lot. Suddenly, the man made a sharp jerk towards the protagonist and said to look at him as he is now. Blood Wolf said that the protagonist was forced to resign despite having done so much for the country, and in the end he could only become an ordinary bodyguard. The man took a swing at the main character and said, "Look at what the country has done to them." Suddenly there was a loud clanking of iron. Blood Eagle took a step backward, foreshadowing the main character's punch. However, the guy only told him to stop. Li Yifei called him a demon, something Blood Wolf himself didn't expect. Li Yifei stood up and said that he was going to grab him and bring him back personally. However, Blood Wolf was offended by this attitude and asked if he was really going to use the sword technique. The subordinate didn't see the same thing as his master and asked would Burkut dare to use a sword in front of a swordmaster. Blood Wolf asked, did Li Yifei really want to insult him, because as he said, street smarts don't work on him. The man said that sword skill can only be achieved after practicing daily for a long time. Li Yifei asked how the latter knew that the man couldn't master a sword if he didn't even give him anything to show him. However, the subordinate understood that the master had his nickname of Bloody Sword Saint for a reason, and how dare Li Yifei say such a thing. Blood Wolf took a swing at the protagonist and made a sharp jerk. He said not to blame him for anything. Li Yifei opened his eyes wide and tried to anticipate the man's attack. Li Yifei took an iron stick and drove it with his back where his opponent's sword had hit extremely well. The Blood Wolf wasn't surprised at all and made another dash towards the protagonist. Suddenly, Burkut squinted his eyes and with a grim expression said to prepare to attack. The Blood Wolf did not expect such an attack at all and quickly dodged. However, Li Yifei still managed to hit the man's cloak. Even the Blood Wolf's subordinate was surprised by this astonishing fact. He asked with astonishment in his eyes if the protagonist had managed to hit the master on the first try. However, the Blood Wolf did not despair. His eyes sharply glowed red and filled with blood. The man made a sharp lunge towards the protagonist and threw several accurate punches. However, Li Yifei was no slouch and did literally the same thing a second after. The subordinate wondered if Li Yifei was so skillful that it only took him a second to repeat the master's movements. Blood Wolf squinted and swung around, planning his next attack. The two men grappled in an intense battle and neither man yielded to the other. However, this was exactly what struck the subordinate Blood Wolf because his master was recognized by many holy swordsmen around the world, and it was inconceivable that some passerby had the same skill as him. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and said that he saw through his moves. However, this bluff did not scare the Blood Wolf at all, and he made another lunge, which Li Yifei began to block. However, what no one expected was that the iron stick would be chopped in two. The Blood Wolf's subordinate thought that this was the chance of victory since his weapon was not at its best. However, he couldn't have erred any worse. Li Yifei swung sharply and struck the Blood Wolf. The man tried to block the blow but did not have time to react. The Blood Wolf's subordinate, who had been enthusiastic seconds ago, stood in a stupor. Li Yifei extended his fist and stood in a pathos pose. Li Yifei asked who told him that he couldn't defeat him without a weapon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cruise, Beyoncé made a sharp lunge toward her opponent. The man deftly dodged this blow, however, literally at the last second. Beyoncé squinted and asked what the man was trying to get away with. Yin Tianling blushed even more from such a provocation. The girl understood her weapon and said it looked like he was looking at a completely different part of her body. The girl stood up and asked if he was looking at her breasts. However, as Yin Tianling started to deny everything and said that she was talking nonsense, the man's eyes bled. He made a sharp jerk toward the woman and told himself to stop shaking and pull himself together. The girl was truly surprised at such a fierce move on the man's part. She made to the side at the last second, trying to avoid the blow. The man's blow was so strong that it literally nailed him to the nearest wall, which took the entire impact. Jung Ruimin looked at what was happening beside him and realized that expecting his friend's help was no longer worth it. Beyoncé's partner only chuckled and said it looks like his friend was defeated. At the same time, Beyoncé herself tried to laugh at the fear striking her. She realized that it was too fast, and if he hit, she would be dead by now. However, the woman had bluffed that he was just a goon, and now they were 2 against 1. The girls came up and surrounded the Silver Eagle and laughed lightly. The girl said he was the only one left and asked what he was going to do. The Silver Wolf smiled and said that he was going to show them the best defense techniques. Immediately afterward, a man with a grim face made a dash toward the agents. Beyoncé got into a defensive stance and told him to attack. The girl struck with all her strength with a metal glove, but to her surprise, the guy avoided the blow. The man managed to duck just before the hit and sought to make a counterattack. Beyoncé still didn't understand how that could happen. The Silver Wolf took a sweep of the wallpaper blades, something Beyoncé herself barely escaped in midair thanks to her partner. Jung Rumin smiled because he didn't expect them to combine their moves. As it turned out, the girl was only able to take to the air thanks to her partner's whip. However, this position gave them the opportunity to attack the Silver Eagle, which they took advantage of. The girl grabbed the man with her legs, and he didn't even have time to dodge. Due to gravity and her weight, the girl tried to kill the man from falling. The man realized the danger of this attack and tensed up considerably. Jung Ruimin managed to put his hand on the floor and used his feet to get rid of the extra weight, that is, the girl herself. However, when the man was getting rid of one rival, he completely forgot about the other. Her partner aimed her whip toward her opponent with deft movements. The man squinted as he had not expected this attack. The girl attacked from a distance, making it difficult to avoid this attack. The man recoiled, trying to get away from the range of the girl's whip. The man thought deeply about how well they synergized together. The guy realized that they reminded him of Burkut and Blood Eagle in the old days. The man suddenly sank into his memories and wondered if Li Yifei was now confronting his former partner. At the same time, the main character on the other side only laughed mischievously. He beat up his former partner without even thinking about it too deeply. The guy grinned and said he'd been waiting a long time for this moment to take him down, and he only had himself to blame for being so poncy. Li Yifei continued to beat up the Blood Wolf and talk about how much he already wanted to teach him a lesson. And when they were in the same team before, he had failed to do so, however. Things had changed now. Unable to watch his master being beaten, the Blood Wolf's subordinate either begged Li Yifei not to beat him. Suddenly, Li Yifei turned his attention to this poor fellow and asked if he wanted to spank his master because he promised that it would be fun. The man was extremely surprised by the unexpected proposal of the protagonist because he could not believe it. Li Yifei asked why he made such a stern face while the subordinate kneeled abruptly as he confessed that he had thought about it for a second. Realizing that the guy wouldn't agree to do it, Li Yifei decided to tell the story of the past. He moved closer to his disciple's ear and said that his master changed his clothes when he was on missions and always sat on the target's lap and stationed his sword in them. Li Yifei said that Blood Wolf was such a charming beauty that even Li Yifei couldn't contain himself at times. The poor student blushed sharply, but denied the possibility of what was happening because he couldn't think about it. Li Yifei said that he did not believe then he should just look at it with his own eyes. Indeed, the Blood Wolf's face resembled the charming girl to a suspiciously accurate degree. The student blushed sharply and tried to justify himself, albeit unsuccessfully. The Blood Wolf bared his teeth and said that it was just part of his mission and they should stop talking about it. Li Yifei smiled as she sensed a serious attitude from her opponent. The man took the sword in his hands and said with a gloomy expression that very soon Li Yifei would die. Li Yifei noticed this pose and asked if he was really going to do this. Blood Wolf uttered the name of the technique, and he and his opponent found themselves in the white unknown space. The guy looked around and wondered if this was a parallel universe that only existed in his mind. He began to look around and said that there were only 5 sword saints in the world who could reach this level. After all, this was the highest realm of the Grey Plains. Li Yifei looked into the distance and said that with this technique, one could drag another person into one's head with the time outside practically freezing. Li Yifei was very surprised that he was able to witness this. He looked up and said that such was his realm. Suddenly, the completely white man began to turn red as if covered in blood. With bloody tears, the former partner said goodbye to his friend. There was an unknown sound that sounded like a squeal. The image of the man himself blurred sharply. Further events did not take long to unfold. Literally at the same moment, there was a huge explosion, which scattered many stones around. The guy jumped back and cursed because he had just bought this shirt a while ago. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and looked up to where the blood wolf was. The man looked at the protagonist and said that since he didn't die at first strike, he deserved the title of team leader. At the same moment, the man extended his blood blade in the direction of the protagonist. The guy said he was covered in some weird red stuff. Bloodwolf said that the extreme mirror is God's realm, and the longer someone is inside, the closer they are to God. As the man's eyes became more and more red, the man said that when he was completely dyed scarlet, he would become God. However, Li Yifei had no intention of listening to his partner's speech any further. With a sharp sweep of his hand, Li Yifei toppled the fictional god in one of the columns. However, what was surprising was the fact that he broke through more than one column. Li Yifei looked at his fist and said that even though he looked really annoying when he was trying to act cool, but he really beautiful when he was being beaten. However, the Bloodwolf's attack didn't end there. Several bright red rays swept towards the protagonist. Li Yifei last moment jumped away from the point of impact, avoiding injury. The Bloodwolf looked at the protagonist and said that he was very good because he dared to lay hands on him. The man stepped forward to the protagonist and said that he would show his true power and enter God's realm as well. Bloodwolf activated the Grey Plains 100%. The man said that as if the Stick Organization or the Phantom Leader, they would all die at his hands. The man squinted his eyes and told the protagonist to watch the blood cells complete today's god. On the other side, CIA agents were still fighting the Silver Eagle. They realized that Jung Ruimin was too formidable, and even if they combined their forces, they wouldn't be able to attack him, and most likely they needed to switch to the second version. The girls nodded to each other and decided to do the same thing they had successfully pulled off with the red-headed guy. The girls began to shrink and actively pay attention to their bulging body shapes. One of them asked where the man's eyes were directed. The man squinted his eyes and said they were looking for their weakness. He said he discovered their weakness when they combined their strengths. However, the girls did not expect this outcome at all. They abruptly began faking a bad condition or a bra that was too tight. However, it was as if Silverwolf was robotically telling them to drink more warm water and ask his ally to adjust and loosen it. The girls were extremely surprised by this approach because they did not expect that he could turn out to be a legendary, insensitive straight man. Literally in the middle of the fight, the girl raised her hand and apologized for her question. The man gave permission to voice it. She bluntly asked if Jung Ruimin was still a virgin and a bachelor. The man blushed and said that she was absolutely right and he was working on it, because every time he talks to women they suddenly want to bathe. This response really pissed off the agents. Beyoncé squatted down and said she would have to use her latest tactic since she wanted to keep it and use it on the Golden Eagle. The girl asked her friend to help her. Jung Ruimin squinted his eyes and realized that since this attack was meant for Berkut, then he needed to be careful. Beyoncé made a sharp jerk towards Silver Eagle and told him to go to hell. The opponents bumped into each other and flew past. The man squinted and was about to say that her killing motion was too weak. However, the man did not even guess what the true purpose of this spectacle was. As it turned out, the man was holding a woman's panties. The man was literally lost from such a surprise. The protagonist, along with the Bloodwolf in disguise, were preparing to start the operation. Jung Ruimin couldn't believe that such a thing was in his hands and completely failed to notice the approaching blow. The girl made a sharp uppercut and hit the man. From the surprise, Silver Eagle didn't have time to dodge and only hurriedly recoiled from the blow. The man wiped his sweat and said that they had used an extremely sneaky technique. Jung Ruimin stood up and said that he would never fall for the same trick twice. Bloodfox shamefully asked, "Does the man not know why his favorite girl leaves immediately after the conversation?" Because the answer is extremely obvious. He is too cold. The guy was greatly surprised at the fact that that was exactly the problem. While the man was put into prostration, the girl successfully threw another punch. Beyoncé abruptly walked up to the Silver Eagle and punched him by the scruff of the neck. The man's eyes poured sharply with a bright light, and he said to stop fooling him. However, the woman was absolutely not going to stop doing that, and told him that he should suck it up until the very end, because he had nothing to lose anyway. Having thrown the man off balance once more, Beyoncé struck another successful blow. Immediately after that, Jung Ruimin was right at the feet of the Bloodfox. The girl knelt down and asked what had happened to their leader, Silver Eagle. The man looked up and said that the girl had said he was really weak because he couldn't handle just a few tricks. The man squinted and realized such a strong combination of powers. Kidnapping and strategy were areas they were extremely good at. Beyoncé sat on the man and told him to just give up and learn their organization to become their dog. The girl said their daddy would probably be crazy about him. Silver Eagle understood the meaning of this move because his hand ended up stuck. Li Yifei, along with the Bloodwolf, were still in that space. The man asked if it was their blood, unable to believe his eyes.
Bloody was answered by consent, for it was indeed the blood of their partners. Li Yifei's eyes went wide and asked if it really happened just then. The blood wolf began to explain the situation from his mouth. The man sank into his deep memories. He remembered his last operation in which he had participated with the protagonist. Then their team successfully completed the mission and escaped the ongoing firearms battle. Blood Wolf turned to his partners and told them to bring the civilians and leave first because he would cover them. The man recalled the faces of those who had agreed to meet at the retreat point. They wished each other to take care of themselves as usual and parted ways. In particular, there was a noticeable extraordinary faith in each other. The man was still looking into the distance as the most important person to him was there. The man smiled because everything in this situation was good. However, no one had any idea yet that this would be the beginning of his nightmare. Piercing screams were heard from the depths of the forest. Then Bloodwolf returned to the base after he finished covering them. The man looked around and discovered something truly horrible. The man saw the corpses of his comrades lying in pools of their own blood. The Bloodwolf nevertheless still did not approach as it heard the shrill laughter. He noticed Xiangling, who had been killed by the traitors. At that time, they were laughing at her corpse, which was still clutching a small child. Something snapped in the Bloodwolf's head. The traitors talked about how he had to torture her for hours. Video. This woman had very strong bones. Kay said she was rumored to be Blood Eagle's girlfriend and offered to take a chance. Bloodwolf couldn't take this insult anymore and drew his sword with the words that they would die. The man realizes that even though he managed to get rid of the traitors, it was too late because they killed everyone before he returned and even put the blame on him. After interrogation, he found out that someone had organized for them to join the Battle Bear team. Because this organization was covered up by an influential family from Shangjing, he was unable to explain himself. It was because of this that he went abroad, and a few years later, Su Mengshin's location was leaked. The man explained that he was being chased by the Stick organization, and even though he managed to turn the tide and kill those who were chasing him, he had to resign because of the incident. However, the man said that none of that mattered anymore because their deaths caused his extreme mirth. The man was getting farther and farther up in the air. The Bloodwolf said that now that Li Yifei was in his head, he was a god, and he would die because all that was left outside was his soulless body. However, Li Yifei only picked his nose and wondered if someone became so talkative when they transformed into a god. Bloodwolf said that Su Mengshin would be captured without any problems once Li Yifei died since he had failed his mission. The man spread his hands and said he would kill her and everyone else personally, including Silver Eagle and his sister-in-law. The Bloodwolf said that after that he would return to the captain's quarters beating his girlfriend, Xu Yingying. Li Yifei could no longer tolerate such insults. Hearing such a huge amount of threats from the man, Li Yifei only shouted out unbelievably he would really do this. However, before Li Yifei knew it, the giant beam had hit the main character's body. However, the man was completely unable to dodge or even stop his own body. The man fell further and further into the abyss. Quite soon, Li Yifei landed at the very bottom. From the force of the impact, the floor literally split open. However, it didn't end there, as the Bloodwolf still continued to send out a sea of red rays. They all enveloped the protagonist and continued to do damage. The man was literally covered in a dome of red blood. Li Yifei kept trying to defend himself and wondered what was going on. Unable to withstand another blow, Li Yifei found himself in the air again and was falling downwards. However, what troubled the protagonist was the fact that he had arranged for Xu Yingying to stay in the guest room and wait for him to return. Still falling down, Li Yifei realized that Bloodwolf had mentioned the captain's quarters for a reason. The man formed a giant sword of scarlet blood and said goodbye to his former partner. Li Yifei still couldn't recover and only just realized what all this meant. At the same time, in reality, the subordinates of the Bloodwolf were watching the battle of wits. The two men stood in front of each other without moving a muscle. However, the subordinate noticed how the master's hair had changed. The disciple understood that this was the most powerful realm of the Grey Extreme Realm, and victory was already counted in their pocket. At the same time of the parallel reality, Li Yifei so fearfully punched the man and asked if he had kidnapped Xu Yingying while he was gone. Being hit so hard, even being in his own consciousness made the Bloodwolf vomit blood. It was with this attack that Bloodwolf came to his senses and returned to his normal colors. However, it didn't end there because Li Yifei was able to break through the wolf's consciousness or with a single strike of uncontrollable force. The disciple couldn't believe that Li Yifei had snapped out of consciousness with a single strike and denied the possibility. The apprentice abruptly ran up to his master and began to worry about his condition. However, the man was completely uninterested in his student's worries. He was focused on the protagonist. Barely able to keep his eyes open, the man asked where he got such strength from. The man wondered why Li Yifei hadn't used his strength from the beginning, if she had so much, and if he was looking down on him. Li Yifei abruptly approached the man and asked if he would talk to his brother like this after a long separation. At the same time, Beyoncé was still sitting on Silver Eagle and offered him to be their dog. The woman said that it was up to him to know that they were goddesses in Jian country, and if he was willing to surrender and sell them information about the Eagle team, then she might consider dating him. Blood Fox said it would be fine even if he wanted to take them both. At the same time, Zheng Ruimin immersed himself in his memories. The man remembered asking the protagonist how he could become as strong as him. Li Yifei clearly didn't expect such a question. The man said that it's not like him at all because Zheng Ruimin is not afraid of anyone or anything. Zheng Ruimin said that will be so bloody or Mad Eagle he has confidence that he will surpass them at some point, but not the protagonist. Silver Eagle said he thinks he only has one power, which is to be a little fast, and that's where the list ends. However, Li Yifei interrupted his partner's speculation and placed a hand on his shoulder. Li Yifei said that in addition to being fast, he also has a talent for toughness. The man said that he meant not only character, but also something he would realize soon. Zheng Ruimin realized that he had almost forgotten about his leader's words. The man shouted, "Shut up," to the girls. Beyonce was surprised and said that it seems like all men from Huaxia have small balls. The girls swung around and asked what was the point of their existence and why not destroy them. Suddenly, however, the girl felt something strange. She couldn't believe the feeling herself and wondered what it was. Zheng Ruimin said with a grim smile that the leader was right, and he really did have another strength. A mysterious girl came through the woods, singing a cheerful song about mushrooms. The girl waved some herb and said to pay her respects and shake her hand because he was her mushroom. Red Riding Hood, in character as Beyonce, introduced herself and said she likes to pick mushrooms. The girl walked over to the multitude of mushrooms and was pleased that there were so many of them. The girl approached the mushrooms and began to count them. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly turned red because of one mushroom. The girl squirmed with pleasure because he was so hard. Beyonce took a sharp leap backwards in an attempt to save herself. There was another reason Beyonce wasn't happy because her gloves suddenly broke. However, the girl had not yet realized the magnitude of the tragedy. She knelt before the Dark Angel. Beyonce surrendered to the question, did God forsake his people, and why is she now in Satan Lucifer's hell? Blood Fox was startled by the unexpected commotion and worried about her friend. Blood Fox's whip encircled Silverwolf's arm. The man said that if he wanted to stop their combined blows, he had to make a decision. The man realized that he had to get rid of her first. Immediately after that, the man pulled the whip with all his might, which the girl did not let go of, causing her to fall sharply beside him. Suddenly, a strange cow enters the scene, striking a metal gong. The cow warned of hot weather and said to be careful of fires. The creature turned to the reader and said that the weather was very hot and asked him to take care of his personal health and safety. The blood vixen let out an obscene groan and let go of her weapon, with which she was soon bound. Zheng Ruimin realized that it was very strange because she fainted before he even touched her with his fingers. The man wondered what was that blush on her face. At the same time, on the other side, Bloodwolf was being supported by his disciple. The man asked, is Li Yifei just fooling around with him? The man was literally crying and asking what Li Yifei was even saying since he had the power of a god. The Bloodwolf squinted his eyes and said that Ye and Xianglin sacrificed themselves to give him the beginnings of divine power, however. How did the protagonist manage to defeat him so easily? The man was still vomiting his own blood, but he couldn't understand why Li Yifei was putting on this whole show of pretending to be a righteous man. Li Yifei was still looking at the man who was wallowing in hopelessness. The Bloodwolf said that he would never follow him again. The man asked for permission to ask the protagonist where he was when Ye and Xianglin needed him. Blood Eagle still couldn't calm down and repeated this question as if from the past. Li Yifei opened his eyes wide and called out to his former partner. These memories awakened all these feelings in the protagonist that he had buried himself. Li Yifei said that he shouldn't have put so much on his shoulders. The guy suggested going together to look for Zhou Boyu and explain the whole situation to him. However, the Bloodwolf only remained silent in response to such a suggestion from the protagonist. The man asked did Li Yifei really use this sudden burst of power to defeat Stick. Li Yifei did not expect such a counter-question and said that it was indeed so. Immediately afterward, the man jumped out of the cliff. No one expected this turn of events. Li Yifei tried to reach out his hand to catch his partner. However, it was too late. Blood Eagle said goodbye to be careful with Joseph. Li Yifei was still shouting his partner's name that he couldn't reach. The man said that one day, Li Yifei would become like him, and Blood Eagle was looking forward to that day. The protagonist's face darkened and he turned to his apprentice, saying that he must save his master. The apprentice said he could quickly get to the captain's quarters by going through the door indicated, for he felt it was worth saying goodbye. Li Yifei picked up his jacket and said that it was really time for him to do something else. Suddenly, Li Yifei stopped in the middle of the road. The man walked over to the wall and told her to stop hiding and show herself already. A woman in a dark suit came out of a dark alley and asked if he was the man who defeated Stick. Li Yifei instantly recognized this girl and said that he didn't have time to play hide and seek with her. Azasan said that the 3 strongest people on Earth. While the leader of the organization, Stick, the leader of the European Teen Organization, Satan, as well as the leader of the North American Paratroopers, Maij,
managed to gain a foothold. However, no one expected Stick to die at the hands of the protagonist. The girl had already tried to continue, but Li Yifei ordered her to stop. It was obvious that Li Yifei didn't expect her to stop first. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and said to get to the main point since he's in a hurry. The girl realized it was time to get down to the important stuff, and her clothes suddenly ripped. 2 blades appeared from the 2 holes on her arms. Azasin said to take the killing blow of her blades, and then Li Yifei could leave. The elder handed Azasin a pair of daggers that were relics of the dead King Haran. The man said that he had chopped the name of 5 royal heads. The elder said that she's the most outstanding in the young generation of assassins, and so he presents the pair to the blade on behalf of the king. The man said she must remember that once she pulled out the daggers she would need to make a kill, and it didn't matter who she killed, enemy or ally. The man then sent her out into the open world and told her to explore it. Li Yifei was extremely surprised by such daggers. The girl said she would let him go as soon as he took a hit from them, and she would also tell Joseph everything about him. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and said, so she wouldn't disappoint him to one of those old men. The girl was extremely surprised that Li Yifei had already met with her masters. Azasin ducked sharply and got into a stance. Immediately afterward, the girl made a strong kick with her foot on the ground. Immediately after, the girl was in the air, already planning her attack. Kill threw his dagger at the protagonist. Unexpectedly, they connected right in flight and headed for the protagonist. Observing another threat, Li Yifei took off his cloak. He wrapped a certain bat around it and took a crisp swing. Immediately afterward, one of the daggers flew back towards Azasin. She clearly wasn't expecting it since right in flight that dagger landed her clothes. Which main character stopped the other blade as if not feeling the recoil? As soon as the girl landed, Li Yifei made a sharp dash towards her. The guy deftly tripped her and made her fall. Having restrained the assassin's actions, Li Yifei disarmed her. Li Yifei clenched the dagger in his hands that was pointed at his side. Immediately afterward, the unknown girl's veil lowered down. Li Yifei stood close to the girl and told her to tell her something useful. Azasin said Joseph placed several dynamite sticks on the ship. Li Yifei clearly did not expect such information and briefly stood in a stupor. Still restrained from moving, the girl said that this was the dynamite that could blow up the entire ship. He beat, literally shaking, barely keeping himself on his feet from fear. Li Yifei came close to the girl's face and asked if his woman had been caught locked up Captain S quarters. Why did the girl agree? She realized that the protagonist, she felt great danger. Azasin blushed and realized that he had most likely only dated from the oldest mountain clan. However, the woman in due time caught up with us because she realized that she could not feel the veil on her face. The girl started fidgeting in an attempt to find her veil. Li Yifei told her not to move. However, the girl was only thinking that her and appearance would be exposed. Suddenly, Li Yifei stumbled and fell right on top of the girl. What no one expected was that the main character's lips would come into contact with the killer's lips, and Li Yifei would grab her breasts. The girl blushed very much as she did not expect such an act from the protagonist. Li Yifei instantly stood up girls and apologized, saying that it was only an accident. Immediately after the girl found herself unconstrained in her actions, she lifted her veil. Turning around from the protagonist, she told him to come to the left deck, but only he would finish his mission since she knew a method to escape from here. Li Yifei didn't even immediately understand the woman's words. Azasin warned the protagonist to be careful since Joseph got his powers from his brother. However, the protagonist was alarmed by the girl's desire to help him. He directly asked her why she was doing it and if she didn't work for him. Azasin said she was just a mercenary and asked to fight once he had done his job. Immediately afterward, the girl, Future still in half-torn clothes, galloped away from the protagonist. At the same time, unprecedented things were happening on the other side. Beyoncé was lying on the floor, unable to move, and Jung Ruimin was walking towards her with a confident gait. The girl looked at his smile and wondered if he was the captain of the Soaring Eagles. The girl could not get up in any way, however she realized that it was not possible at all. She couldn't believe someone like her had lost to him. The girl barely raised her hand and said with a flushed face that she was willing to surrender, but only on one condition. Jung Ruimin smiled and asked what the condition was. The girl asked Silver Eagle to be her boyfriend. The girl knelt down and asked the powerful captain to stand in as her boyfriend. The man obviously did not expect such a request. When Jung Ruimin heard this sentence, he didn't even believe his chance that she was telling him this. The man literally cried in his soul because he is a lonely man and finally strikes back. But now he is in a little shock here as Captain Burkett and whether this wonderful day has come. However, Jung Ruimin changed and refused the offer. The blushing girl was outraged that she was turned down, because of her status she could give him a position in the CIA. Jung Ruimin said that there was another reason besides her status. In fact, she said that they have a saying in China that if his chest is not flat, he cannot lead the country to tranquility. The girl was literally petrified at such an admission and asked if he meant it. Jung Ruimin confirmed the girl's suspicion and said that she was absolutely right. Jung Ruimin turned around and said pathetically that he was a lolicon man.
The girl literally fell to the floor at such an admission and said that she was giving up. At the same time, something unusual was happening in the lobby of the captain's quarters. A certain man was tearing off clothes on a woman who was begging not to do it. He roughly pushed the beauty back onto the couch and told her to lie down. The guy laughed happily and said he'd finally caught her. With a caustic laugh, the man moved closer to the girl's face. Li Xinyue asked what he put in their drinks. He showed a small bottle and said it was their family's secret rohypnol. The man pointed back and said that even with a single drop, he and Lian Yao together would become his puppets for the night. The guy laughed even more heartily and said to blame only himself for this, and said they might not have any hope for the protagonist. The mysterious man asked if these were the main character's women. The man looked at his boss and said that this was indeed the case. Joseph, smoking a cigarette, was clearly happy about the situation. He blushed and imagined how Li Yifei would react when he took away his women's first night. However, Lian Yao said that Li Yifei had already gotten her and Li Xinyue's first night. The girl started describing about how gentle and strong he was and how they had never experienced something like this before. Hearing such compliments from the protagonist, the man fell into a stupor and could not recognize reality. At the same time, Joseph decided to smile and said not to worry about it when his friend was already killing himself with grief. Joseph pointed at Shu Yingying and said that he would teach him a lesson since he had caught his mistress. Shu Yingying, with her eyes closed, was suspended in the shape of a crucifix. Nevertheless, this did not make her beauty any less significant. Some man was blushing very hard. Not trembling hands were approaching the girl. Finally, it was his turn. The man grabbed the legs of the object of his imitation and blushed, because they were beautiful legs without leggings. Master Sun told his buddy not to act so cowardly. At the same time, Master Cao sniffed Shu Yingying's feet. The man literally smiled because it was Shu Yingying's scent. Both colleagues had different motives, but the goal was the same. Suddenly, the door to the room was broken open. The remnant of the wooden door ended up right on the face of Master Cao, who clearly didn't expect this misfortune. Mr. Sun was also extremely surprised at the visitors. Li Xinyue asked, is he really here to save them? Joseph was clearly surprised by the unexpected guest and even stopped smiling. The mystery man broke out too with a single kick. The man was Li Yifei. With a grim expression on his face, he asked which one of them dared to touch his woman. The man squinted his eyes and asked if it was him. Mr. Sun was spent with fear as he hadn't expected such a strong pressure. At the same time, palm claps were heard from above. Joseph, the captain of the terrorist organizations, returned a polite smile and couldn't stop clapping his hands. The man was clearly happy that Li Yifei had finally come here. Li Yifei was clearly unhappy with this situation and looked away from where Joseph was sitting with a gloomy face. However, Li Yifei naively asked who he was because by the feel of it, Li Yifei had met him before. Joseph laughed and said the man was extremely forgetful. Mr. Sun swung sharply at the protagonist and shouted with rage that he had wanted to hit him for a long time. However, before the man could even raise his hand, Li Yifei had knocked him out of the battle with just one strike. From such a strong attack, Mr. Sun couldn't even stop immediately and was still flying to the other side of the room for a long time. As soon as the man was able to regain control of his movements, he asked the protagonist how dare he hit him. Immediately afterward, the protagonist's gaze went to the sofa where Li Xinyue and Lian Yao were lying drugged. Mr. Sun noticed where Li Yifei's gaze went and reprimanded. However, Li Yifei was in a terrible mood, and with a grim face told to give him the medicine, or else he would kill him. The man's eyes went wide at such a threat from the protagonist. Mr. Sun couldn't even move a finger. The man clearly didn't understand what was happening. Still lying on the floor, the man asked if Li Yifei thought he would give up the medicine if the man threatened to kill him. Hearing the man's reply, the protagonist's face darkened even more. Li Yifei picked up the unknown weapon and told him not to blame him for being violent, because it would be quite unpleasant. However, the man was clearly not going to give up, and began to threaten the protagonist that if he dared to harm him, the 4 largest warships of the Sun family would kill his family. Of course, the man changed his face and laughed sharply. Li Yifei most likely applied the tickle, and the man begged not to be touched, and happily handed over the medicine. It turns out that in the hand of the protagonist was not an unknown weapon, but an ordinary fork. The man said that nothing would have happened if he had handed over the medicine earlier. Li Yifei walked over to the 2 girls lying down and told them to get up. However, the picture Li Yifei saw made him blush very deeply. The girls pressed against each other and opened their mouths wide as if expecting something. In his hand, the protagonist still had the medicine, but the man hesitated because this feeling was very strange. It wasn't long before Li Yifei put some medicine in the girls' mouths. They dutifully swallowed it. The girls felt even worse, however. Li Yifei, watching their actions, said that the medicine should soon help. At the same time, both girls clung to the protagonist, and the guy only thanked fate that Shu Yingying was sleeping now, because otherwise he would not be able to explain what was happening. However, what Li Yifei didn't expect was a sudden and so a blow from the back. The man hit so hard that the couch and the floor split apart.
Li Yifei, along with the girls, managed to dodge the blow at the last moment. The man with half a dead man's face asked if Li Yifei would recognize him right now. The protagonist's face darkened as he began to dig into his memories. However, Li Yifei still didn't understand who it was. The man was clearly angered by this. Joseph said that his brother Stick was the strongest man in the world. And even though he doesn't know how Li Yifei killed him, it doesn't matter. The man said that with the help of science, he took his DNA into his body, and now he has all the power. Li Yifei asked if this was the reason he was working for Jiang Country. Joseph counter-questioned why not work for them for power. Li Yifei gently wrapped his arms around the girls and tried to put them in a comfortable place. Li Yifei told them to rest because he would be back soon. The girls, being still not in the best condition, started kissing the protagonist and wishing him good luck. At this turn of events, Li Yifei only opened his eyes wide. The man clearly didn't expect that they would perform such an abomination in this state. Li Yifei soon stood up and turned to Joseph. However, before Li Yifei could finish his sentence, a flurry of punches fell upon him. It didn't stop there as Joseph went behind the protagonist's back. A powerful blow struck the protagonist with such force that it created a slight flash of light at the point of impact. Joseph stood in a pompous pose with an incredibly large hand, apparently augmented thanks to his brother's DNA. The man asked if Li Yifei had seen it because that was Stick's power, and he should remember it for life. Huge puffs of smoke remained after the impact. An indistinct silhouette was visible amidst the mess. When the clubs were finally down, Li Yifei saw his opponent. With a grim face, Li Yifei finally remembered that this was exactly what Stick's strength was. However, once more swung at the protagonist, saying that it was too late for him to realize it. However, for the protagonist, this strike was as slow as possible. A flurry of blows pounced on the protagonist. The man clearly had no pity for him. Joseph's manic face screamed to feel his extreme power. At some point, the protagonist got fed up and only took blows, so he threw his own. The blow was so hard it dislocated Joseph's jaw. However, Li Yifei didn't stop there. The man punched Joseph in the ribcage, and this blow was far from the weakest. Joseph spat out a clot of blood and opened his eyes wide in pain. However, the man was quick to catch on as he could expect nothing less from Burkut. The man said to fully release his brother's strength in order for Li Yifei to feel it. At the same time, his hand grew to an incredible scale that exceeded his own body. The man squinted his eyes and said that even if he didn't survive after this, he didn't care anymore. Without even thinking of any strategy, Joseph took another swing at the protagonist. Li Yifei abruptly took the cloak that was still wrapped around the iron stick. The protagonist swung and took clear aim. After making such a move, Li Yifei threw the iron bar right at the base of Joseph's hand. The man clearly hadn't expected such a strong attack. She pushed him to the other end of the cabin. Suddenly, however, the man opened his eyes wide.
As it seemed, that was not all. Li Yifei had only just begun his battle.
It wasn't long before Shu Yingying opened her eyes after a long sleep. The girl was still in a suspended state, yet she couldn't help but marvel at what was happening around her. Li Yifei struck Joseph's ribcage again, deftly dodging the giant's attacks. After another blow, Joseph vomited blood. The man could not believe what was happening. At the same time, Li Yifei only gloomily looked at his caller who couldn't do anything to him.
And Shu Yingying was extremely surprised to see the main character here and blushed.
It wasn't long before the rope restraining the girl loosened. Li Yifei took her in his arms and carried her like a princess. Li Yifei turned to Shu Yingying with a soft smile and said that she was here. The woman was extremely insulated and with blushing asked if the guy was here to rescue her. The man said naturally, after all, protecting the boss is his direct responsibility. However, the girl was extremely dissatisfied with this. We asked if Li Yifei wanted to let her go first. However, this was not easy for the protagonist, whose body did not obey at all, or rather he could not control his desires. Noticing this, Shu Yingying hit the protagonist on the head, and the latter, rubbing the place of the blow, apologized to the girl. Suddenly, Yin Qianling, who was calling for his sister-in-law, came running into the cabin. The guy said that Yin Qianling had arrived. Yin Qianling Edge was not surprised since the girl he expected to see was in a different place, and Li Yifei pointed at him. However, when the guy tried to approach her, he tripped over a rock conveniently placed there. The girl, who was barely coming to her senses, sensed something amiss. As it turned out, the redhead's head ended up right in Nora's chest after the fall. Redheads blushed heavily and asked to hear his explanation, not noticing how he was making the situation worse himself. Immediately afterward, Nora hit him too, told him to behave more modestly. The guy approached the protagonist as for the company of battered women. However, an unexpected shout sounded. Li Yifei looked in the direction of the source of the voice. Joseph, being unable to move and with blood in his mouth, asked the protagonist what this power was. The man was still chained to the wall with the iron bar, but that didn't stop him from questioning the protagonist. Li Yifei asked him if he wanted to know if he could teach him. Joseph was extremely surprised at such enthusiasm from the protagonist, and excitedly asked if Li Yifei would tell him the secret of his success. Li Yifei said with a smile on her face that he would indeed tell.
Such a shocking decision of the main character was surprised absolutely all looked at us, man. Li Yifei realized that that fight against Stick was indeed the most dangerous moment of his life, and he was his nemesis. Li Yifei remembered how they had come to a stalemate, and he was ambushed. The guy was desperate at the time, but remembered that he had been watching Chinese news every day for a long time. The man remembered how he constantly read Chinese newspapers 10 kilograms a day. The protagonist remembered how day after day, year after year, he practiced. The man was completely immersed in his memories as his power came and went. It wasn't long before Li Yifei broke through and Stick's death was written in history. The man remembered how, from that moment on, no one else came to him. When Joseph heard that is the story, he couldn't believe his ears, or only stared at the main character in a stupor. Li Yifei said with a purposeful look that his source of strength was the energy of China's teachings. But Joseph could not believe the man, for it sounded too absurd. He spread his hands and said that Li Yifei is just ridiculous for deceiving him in this way, and does Li Yifei really think he is so naive? Li Yifei scratched the back of his head and asked if he really didn't believe him, and if he didn't believe him, he wouldn't explain anything. Joseph said that was nothing since he had to give him a better excuse. Li Yifei could say that he was the son of an alien, bitten by a spider, possessed by cosmic rays or something like that. However, Joseph said that it didn't matter anymore anyway because the ship was filled with bombs, and Derek went to put them in the lifeboats. Hearing such a revelation, Li Yifei was greatly surprised and scared at the same time. Said he wanted everyone else to die with him. Suddenly, however, an unknown man came out of the wall. Joseph was extremely surprised at this appearance. The man asked what the man was doing by the lifeboat since he looked too suspicious. It turns out that it was Zheng Ruimin who broke through the wall and asked the so far personal Joseph, "Does he really seek death?" Joseph wasn't startled by the familiar face and spent back. The man did not believe what was happening because it was impossible that he could defeat the spirit of the CIA agents. Said he was not Li Yifei, and he didn't have his weakness. But he still didn't believe it because it was the two holy messengers and the CIA. The man did not believe that mighty America could lose. Silver's face grew grim, and he said they had a very old saying in their family. The man said it states that imperialism is a paper tiger and Joseph lost. It wasn't long before all the injured people gathered in one hall. Shu Shanshan was extremely happy to see the protagonist, and supported Lin Qiang. Zheng Ruimin said that he had transferred in the hostages from the ship to the lifeboats. The protagonist realized that they should retreat then. However, Joseph wasn't done yet, and said that Li Yifei didn't win because the Holy War knows his whereabouts. The protagonist's face became even gloomier, and he sank into his thoughts. Joseph shouted that one day he and his family would die in her arms, and the saint would definitely avenge the man. Li Yifei said with a grim face that then he would just end it with her. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and said that he wouldn't let her go this time. Shu Shanshan helped all the people escape thanks to the lifeboats. It wasn't long before the boats were headed for their assigned destination. While people were trying to take care of themselves from a friend, the cruise suddenly exploded. Silverwolf fired the gun signal that alerted the helicopters. Zheng Ruimin reported to the protagonist that the helicopter would arrive in 30 minutes, for which Li Yifei thanked him. However, Li Yifei realized that he still had one more problem left. Along with the protagonist, there were also two women sitting in the boat, Lin Qiang and Azasin. Lin Qiang abruptly stood up from her seat and pointed at the main character. The girl said that Azasin was one of the terrorists and asked why she was here. The woman was clearly unhappy with the fact that she was leisurely sitting in the lifeboat. Suddenly the woman thought that Li Yifei might have been together with them. He bargained and suspected it. Li Yifei asked him to listen. Li Yifei raised his hand and swore that he could be killed by the waves if he truly betrayed them. However, suddenly Lin Qiang pointed at something behind the protagonist with fear in her eyes. As it turned out, there was a huge tsunami that was burrowing to extinguish all the lifeboats. People got worried for their lives and started shouting that Li Yifei was to blame because he had jinxed them. One day later, the main character's company found itself on an isolated island. Its shore was completely covered with chips from boats that had crashed after the tsunami. Lin Qiang groaned and woke up abruptly. The girl barely opened her eyes, trying to unravel the whole situation. As it turned out, the girl's dive was traveling green crab. The girl was very much surprised and blushed from such news. Suddenly, a dagger flew into the green crab. Lin Qiang was very surprised by this turn of events. Next to her stood Azasin, who was swinging her daggers and looking into the distance. However, Lin Qiang was extremely displeased. She shouted about what Azasin was doing if not almost killed her. To be killed, however, she didn't understand if she couldn't be grateful. Lin Qiang lifted up the sand and asked what kind of gratitude was in question. The woman asked her how she could be grateful when she was trying to kill her. Suddenly, Ofichera's consciousness blurred and the girl sank to her knees from dizziness. Azasin was still playing with the daggers in front of her and asked if it was afraid that the woman would kill them. Lin Qiang had already submitted to object, however. Someone stopped their conversation. As it turned out, Shu Shanshan along with Shu Yingying woke up. The girls didn't understand what had happened and where they were now. Azasin explained that they were on an isolated island and it had taken her and the protagonist a long time to get them all out of the sea. Shu Yingying was extremely surprised at the fact that Azasin had voluntarily saved them. Shu Shanshan, on the other hand, began to look for the protagonist and looked around. Suddenly, a loud scream sounded in the middle of the forest thicket. The girls were startled by the approaching silhouette. In front of the girls was a huge giant, who with his shadow was already able to make everyone shudder. Lin Qiang remembered how, according to legends, there might be savages in uncivilized lands, and did cannibals come to them. However, just then, Li Yifei came out of the bushes covered in branches and asked what was wrong. Shu Shanshan abruptly ran up to the protagonist who was holding a torch. The man was extremely surprised by this action and said that his sister-in-law had frightened him. She immediately then Li Yifei was slapped by Lin Qiang, who indignantly asked what Li Yifei had done. Shu Shanshan once again hid behind her sister's back, while the other girls lagged watching the conflict. It wasn't long before the company calmed down and Li Yifei began to give details. Li Yifei said that they were trapped on an island that was quite far from where the ship had sunk, and it was estimated that the rescue team would be on their way in a few days. Li Yifei said they should prepare in advance. Li Yifei said that he was not cruel enough to leave them here. However, it will be very difficult for them to survive the night if they have no shelter. The girls immediately began to praise the main character because they believed that he would not leave them. Suddenly, the protagonist was approached by a murderess and attracted her attention. The girl was still twirling her dagger in her fingers, but this time she did so more violently. After that, the girl finally grabbed him and reminded him of the upcoming battle. Li Yifei raised his hand and said that she refused to fight. The girl asked a counter-question, is Li Yifei really afraid? Man and said the situation was not suitable for an overnight stay to begin with. After Li Yifei continued that they actually had torn clothes and asked if it was really okay that they would do that. The girls instantly realized the situation and covered their valuables, blushing. Azasin ran in the other direction and said that they would fight next time, to which Li Yifei only remained silent. The man turned to the policewoman to adjust his clothes. However, Lin Qiang clearly did not approve of such a move and instead gagged the protagonist. It wasn't long before Li Yifei embarked on the future. Li Yifei easily would. The man realized that they would be sleeping outside if he didn't start moving faster. Li Yifei was already able to craft a small house, however. It was still very slow there. Li Yifei wondered who he could call for help. Suddenly, Shu Shanshan in revealing clothes approached the protagonist and asked if he was busy. Li Yifei pulled away from the construction and asked what was wrong. The girls all as one said they were willing to help. All of them were in the newest swimsuits, which they had probably made from their past costumes. As everyone knows, being a member of the Soaring Eagles, they have been through many trials. The man remembered practicing aiming. The man realized that they all had an extremely strong ability and mentality. At the same time, he, Berkut, possessed the strongest mentality that no one else could overwhelm. However, Li Yifei blushed as he felt that his iron will had been challenged. The man turned away as he realized that no one could resist such a thing. That way, when Li Yifei turned around, it turned out to be far from the best choice. The man saw Shu Yingying and began to admire her form. Berkut wondered how could Liu Xianhui remain so calm in this situation. Suddenly, Li Yifei opened his eyes and remembered that a man could marry multiple concubines. The man realized that this situation suspiciously reminded him of a harem where he, surrounded by beauties, could enjoy this happiness. However, Li Yifei reached out and realized that these were only his dreams anyway, and it was already a problem for him to have one fake girl that he couldn't even hold his hand, and he didn't even need to think about the others. However, unexpectedly, Li Yifei collided with Shu Shanshan due to a sloppy movement. The girl, still in her dream, pushed the protagonist away from herself with her hand because she thought it was too crowded. Li Yifei immediately afterwards found himself on Shu Yingying's chest. The girl woke up from such a sudden movement and asked what was wrong. The girl looked down and saw the main character there. Shu Yingying got angry and asked the protagonist with fury what his problem was. Li Yifei abruptly pulled back. A trickle of blood flowed from his nose and he said that it might seem unbelievable, but it was all Shu Shanshan's fault. Unexpectedly, Shu Shanshan woke up and wryly asked, "Is Li Yifei trying to say that he is completely innocent?" Li Yifei said that it was really true and she should believe him. Soon enough, the company fell asleep again, but Shu Shanshan did not stop. The girl pushed the protagonist again, complaining that it was too noisy. Once again, you are wonderful. During the circumstances, Li Yifei found himself engulfed by Shu Yingying's breasts. Shu Yingying was already running out of patience and angrily asked who Li Yifei would try to accuse this time. Li Yifei was worried and said that it might be Shu Shanshan again. And so Shu Yingying no longer believed those words and slapped the protagonist. Li Yifei tried to justify himself, but Shu Yingying didn't even want to listen to him. The assassin had been outside the house all this time and was watching. The girl didn't understand what Li Yifei was doing at this kind of time. Soon the morning came. Bright light filled the sky. Everyone was in high spirits. The only one who stood out among them was Li Yifei, who stood up as if not standing on his feet. Lin Qiang noticed the dents from the slap and the trickle of blood from the protagonist's nose and asked what was wrong with his face. Xu Yingying abruptly appeared behind the protagonist's back, and the guy shuddered in fear. The man scratched the back of his head and said he'd smashed it when he'd just gone to the bathroom. Pretty soon, everyone came to their senses, and Li Yifei asked everyone to gather as he had something to report. The girl agreed to this and asked the protagonist what they would do next. But Li Yifei took firewood in his hands and said that they must survive until the rescuers found them. The man said they needed to find water as soon as possible, and to save time they should divide into groups by lot. Li Yifei said that it is through these sticks that they recognize their groups. Pretty soon everyone had a certain wand in their hands and they shared. Lin Qiang ended up in the same group with Azasin, why the former was extremely unhappy and started to resent it. Azasin in turn asked why she should obey her instructions since she didn't want to be in a group with an idiot. Lin Qiang was offended by the expression in her direction, and said that since she allowed such expressions, they should fight to find out how good she was. Reacted to such a suggestion and let the dagger slip towards the girl. With such a sharp move, the girl disarmed her opponent, which Lin Qiang clearly did not expect. The girl immediately called Azasin crazy and asked if she couldn't fight fair and square and use concealed weapons. Azasin fell for this provocation and said that she was not afraid at all. Lin Qiang said that she had asked for this challenge herself, and she would not let her leave this island. Azasin only grinned and said that facts speak louder than words. Both girls made an abrupt exit towards each other, shrugging each other off for a quick trip to hell. Suddenly, Li Yifei stuck his head into the conversation and stopped both girls was not with his hands. The main character was clearly pissed off by this altercation and angrily asked if they were done or if they were fighting. Li Yifei said that they are in a critical situation and this is not the time to fool around. The man turned to the officer and asked if she didn't want to meet with the foreman and if so, she should stop making trouble. After that, the guy looked at Azasin and promised to fight her after they were rescued. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and said that they should set aside their prejudices now. It wasn't long before the group continued to explore Unknown Island. Even though the girls had paid lip service to reconciliation, Lin Qiang was clearly displeased with the fact that Li Yifei dared to leave her in a group with this thief. Lin Qiang resented that if it wasn't for her master, she would have shown her strength long ago. However, the third only giggled as she realized that the officer's real master was Li Yifei. Lin Qiang grabbed her head and was perplexed as to how she could ask them to look for food and water since the girls couldn't even stay in this place. Suddenly, the girl noticed there was someone making a noise behind the bushes. The officer instantly recalled meeting the protagonist on the island, and instantly mistook him for the silhouette of the unknown. The girl was furious and threw a rock at the stranger, shouting that she would not allow herself to be tricked again. However, who actually had the girl throwing the stone was a ferocious bear, who became even more furious after throwing the stone. The girls clearly didn't expect this and went into a stupor. Lin Qiang instantly grabbed the girl onto her shoulders and started to make her feet. At the same time, she noticed that Azasin was in no hurry at all to get out of there and told her to do it after all. Azasin calmly approached the bear and asked, "Is Li Yifei so free to prank them, but not free enough to search for food water?" At the same time, the girl sharply punched the bear in an important place. Lin Qiang asked, "Is Azasin blind since this is a real bear?" Azasin clearly didn't expect this and was greatly surprised. Azasin realized that she had made a very serious mistake and covered herself in sweat. The bear swung at the girl and made his strike. The girl jumped back sharply from the bear's blow, aiming for a counterattack. She knew that whatever it was, she had to stay. With a sharp movement of her hand, she threw her dagger at the bear. Feeling his life threatened, he defended himself with his paw. However, what no one expected was the fact that this blow would do absolutely nothing. When she saw that they had brought absolutely no result, Azasin became gloomy and started running. Lin Qiang sharply began to tease her partner because she had a very good pose. At the same time, the protagonist's company was exploring another part of the forest. Xu Yingying was somewhat distant towards the protagonist, and Xu Shanshan asked if he had offended her in any way. Li Yifei hesitated and said that it is impossible because Xu Yingying and he are in a very close relationship. Xu Shanshan switched and said that she had never seen a girl slap a guy because of the hug. The girl pulled out a scientist costume out of nowhere and said that she knew it, so she knew they weren't a real couple, which Li Yifei was really freaked out about. He shut up and said that Shi Island had too many mosquitoes and Xu Yingying was just helping him kill them. A guy walks up to a girl and says something she says is totally untrue. And they're very close. Xu Shanshan said not to look down on her sixth sense, and there was most likely a problem between them. The woman squinted and asked what kind of problems we were talking about. Xu Yingying said that they are still trapped on this island and searching for food, and they just don't have time to chat about it. Xu Shanshan grabbed the main character's hands and said that she was too fierce and no one would love her for being like that. However, Xu Yingying said not to worry about her sister since she and the main character are doing well, and she doesn't care about what others think. Li Yifei stroked Xu Shanshan's head and said that they were still in danger. They needed to find a water source as soon as possible.
Suddenly, the man heard a shout from Xu Yingying's side.
He hastened sharply toward the woman and noticed that she was far from in the best of health. The man stepped on the snake and it hissed loudly before it died. He took Xu Yingying in his arms and only thought of a way to save her. Xu Shanshan also ran up to the company and asked what had happened to her. Li Yifei grabbed the girl's ankle and said that he had no choice. The guy moved his lips closer to the bite site and began sucking blood from the wound. He realized that this was the only way he could keep Xu Yingying alive. At the same time, the woman only groaned at what was happening. The protagonist was soon done with this process and asked if she had been bitten anywhere else. However, the girl turned away, trying not to answer that question. Li Yifei said to stop fooling around because it's her life we're talking about. The girl opened up and showed the spot just below her chest where the bite marks were visible. He was taken aback by this location and became very nervous. Xu Shanshan blushed and closed her eyes out of embarrassment. He didn't know what to do, or if he would have to suck the poison out of there. Li Yifei recalled the quote, that life is about choices, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that this story is made up of countless choices. Someone says that if he had a choice, he would not have built an Alibaba and been an ordinary teacher. At the same time, another said that if he had the choice, he would not have created Huawei and lived his normal life with his family. Li Yifei blushed and realized that if he had a choice, he would never agree to stop with her fake boyfriend. He realized that if it weren't for that, an embarrassing incident like this wouldn't have happened. He realized that he must not hesitate, for it was a viper and deadly. Suddenly, a certain idea struck the man. Li Yifei wondered how he hadn't thought of it right away. The guy closed his eyes and hoped that Xu Yingying wouldn't call him a pervert if he did. However, the girl blushed and pushed the protagonist away. Xu Shanshan said with a wry smile that they had been in a relationship for quite some time. But Li Yifei didn't dare to stay by her side, and if they weren't what they pretended to be. Li Yifei was covered in sweat because he thought that the girl had seen right through him. Immediately after, Xu Yingying grabbed the main character by the scruff of his neck and put it to the wound. Then the girl turned to her sister and asked her what she was waiting for because they needed to find water and she would come later. Xu Shanshan blushed and ran away from the company, saying that she would stop being the third wheel. Li Yifei thanked Xu Yingying for her cooperation and said that since Xu Shanshan had left, she could remove her hands. But nevertheless, the girl was in no hurry to do so, and Li Yifei once again addressed her. The girl's face darkened, and she asked the guy what would happen if he became hers with a man. Li Yifei wondered if they still weren't. Xu Yingying blushed and said that she meant a real relationship. Li Yifei shouted loudly as he did not expect this turn of events. At the same time, another company hid behind tree poles from an enraged bear. The officer turned to Azasin and said that since she always had so much to go on, let her think of something since they wouldn't be able to escape from here if they didn't do anything. Azasin realized that the bear's skins were too thick and flying knives were useless. The girl said that the only thing they could do was just wait. The officer began to resent that at the only moment when it really mattered she had absolutely no ideas. But suddenly she heard a noise in the bushes. The girls were very frightened because one more opponent they will not be able to hold. Azasin and the officer turned sharply to each other's backs as they realized that without cooperation, they couldn't do anything. The officer accelerated sharply and said that whoever strikes first will get the advantage. Suddenly, Xu Shanshan, who clearly did not understand what was happening, came out of the bushes. At the same time, Xu Yingying recalled all the incidents that had happened to her in this short time. The girl realized that Li Yifei had always helped her from the back. The woman blushed and admitted this fact, while Li Yifei tried to unsuccessfully justify himself. A blushing Xu Yingying asked why the guy was still treating her like a boss. She impatiently asked if he would be her boyfriend or not. Li Yifei also blushed and was about to give his answer. But something stopped him. Azasin barely deflected the sharp blow ending up on the floor. Azaxin asked why Xu Shanshan was here, and where Li Yifei was. At the same time, Xu Shanshan still couldn't understand the gravity of the situation. The officer told the girl to hurry up and tell him to run. The whole company started running sharply towards the main character. They shouted that they were in big trouble, and the bear was tailing them. Li Yifei abruptly took Xu Yingying in his arms, however. He was too slow. The girls were extremely frightened for the man and told him to run. Xu Yingying was also very much surprised and frightened because there was a real bear behind them. However, Li Yifei didn't blink her eyes and said not to worry as long as he was here. Li Yifei tried to prove what he had failed a moment ago. However, Bear was clearly not going to be tactful with him. At which point there was a sharp jolt. Li Yifei, with a confident expression on his face, else punched the bear with all his might and shouted that he was going to be her boyfriend. The man smiled and was already anticipating the future ahead. Li Yifei confidently said that she becomes his girlfriend from now on. The girls clearly didn't expect such an outcome and were very frightened. Shu Shanshan covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, because this turn of events had not been imagined by anyone. In exactly the same state of shock stood the officer, unable to utter a word. However, the one who absolutely can't say a word is Bear, who died after one hit. The protagonist epically landed on the ground and hugged Shu Yingying. The officer looked at the unfortunate Bear and began to notice something strange. Ono pointed at the main character and said that it was the skill of a secret master. Lin Qiong immersed herself in her thoughts and began to ponder on why does Li Yifei possess this technique. And Li Yifei was covered in sweat because he thought that this woman had finally realized it and he would no longer be able to lie to her. However, the girl's eyes lit up with light and she realized that Li Yifei was a disciple of a secret master, so it was no wonder he had such abilities. The protagonist rubbed his head and realized that he had expected too much from her. The assassin approached the protagonist and told him he was worthy of the title of Burkut. The girl got into a stance and told him to show her all his power. Li Yifei was completely uninspired by this confrontation, yet he still agreed to it. The officer cheered up the protagonist because she has long been uncomfortable with her, and he, as an apprentice to a secret master, cannot be embarrassed by her. Azasin made a sharp dash towards the main character. The girl threw her pre-prepared daggers towards the guy. Li Yifei dodged most of them, while he caught the last one with just one finger. The girl once again displayed her blades, which were the base of the heirloom. Azasin abruptly jumped into the air about to perform a falling attack. However, something unexpected happened, and the girl changed her strategy. She made a sharp jerk right in the air and threw something at the protagonist. That something turned out to be the very same blades that had previously been attached to her wrists. Li Yifei took that small blade that the girl had thrown at him beforehand. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guy knocked both blades away, leaving the girl unarmed. The girl was extremely surprised by this fact, because no one had managed to survive the attack yet. Suddenly a slit appeared on the girl's cheek. She didn't even have time to react. Azasin realized that this feeling was exactly the same as when they first met, and Li Yifei was too fast for her to see him. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and said that it was his turn now. However, Li Yifei had not at all anticipated the fact that he would trip over the nearest rock near the road. With this move, Li Yifei also felled the assassin who was standing very close by. The protagonist found himself in an extremely uncomfortable position, as did the girl herself. Li Yifei blushed sharply and said that he would hurriedly move away now. However, what a task it was for me when Li Yifei slipped once again. The man said that he was sorry and would get up right away, while Azasin couldn't even understand what had happened. Li Yifei quickly moved away from the girl and apologized with a flushed face. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees. No one understood her actions. Azasin bowed her head to the protagonist and asked to stand as his disciple. With a grim face, the girl said that she wanted to learn the art of flying knives from him and asked him to teach her. Li Yifei scratched his cheek and gave her a promise to teach it, but asked her to stand up. Li Yifei looked up as he heard a strange sound and spotted the rescue team helicopter, which meant the end of their travels. The next day, there was a strange atmosphere at the airport in East City. The crowd continued to whisper about the latest news. Spurned villains talked about how someone in town had defeated Joseph of the ferocious tiger, the bloody fox, and the bloody wolf. And it is this man who is returning to the city today. Many believed that he would be the first S-rank royal soldier in the city. The Strangler told the rule breaker that they would be happy to meet him today. The hurried footsteps of an unknown man were heard. The Strangler squinted his eyes and said that the man was approaching. AKU Anna exhaled and walked out of the airport. Right now, he was no longer just AKUN, but was a number 15 and a royal S-rank soldier, a hellnose. The man squinted his eyes in a commanding voice and asked who they were. Everyone near the airport trembled from the immeasurably strong aura. Someone had heard that he was the royal soldier who had obtained his rank the fastest. Suddenly, a crowd of people began to gather around AKUN. The man sniffed with his nose and thought deeply. Someone in the crowd shouted out that when his nose goes down he becomes more serious, and rumor has it that it was in that state that he defeated them. However, in his heart the man did not understand what they wanted from him, because Li Yifei together with Shu Yingying gave his sister free treatment, so he needs to take her to the hospital as soon as possible. At the same time, others only marveled at such a terrifying impulse and aura. Not long after, Li Yifei came out from behind the airport. With a calm gait, Li Yifei walked towards his destination. He had purposely given him a free treatment opportunity, but it was because of this that he must do something for the protagonist. Suddenly, someone called Shu Yingying's phone. As it turned out, it was the manager. He said that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other, and asked when she would be free since he needed to report on the company's business. It was decided to go there right away. It wasn't long before Li Yifei, along with Shu Yingying, arrived at the resort hotel. Shu Yingying asked the protagonist to wait by the car, to which he agreed. Quite soon, Shu Yingying was sitting in the office together with his sister. The manager handed Xu Yingying a report on the current situation of the company. Xu Shanshan warned her sister that she would retire to the ladies' room. Pretty soon the girl found herself near a mirror and washing her face. Right before leaving, Xu Shanshan heard a strange conversation. Some man was talking about Xu Yingying being trapped and asked when they would start acting. The other side of the bell said to wait until 12 because the man was going to drug her. Xu Shanshan hid behind the door and thought about it. She realized that she needed to report this immediately. Xu Shanshan instantly called the protagonist and asked him to go upstairs since Xu Yingying was in danger. Xu Shanshan ran over to Xu Yingying as soon as possible. She quickly snatched up a glass of champagne and told the manager not to drug her. However, it was already too late since Xu Yingying had already fallen under the influence of the medicine. She slammed the table loudly and asked what it all meant. At exactly the same moment, the drugs began to take effect, and Xu Shanshan tried to support her sister. Suddenly, Mr. Sun walked into the office. The man laughed and looked around. The man said it had been quite some time since they had last seen each other. The man had no doubt that they were definitely not expecting him. Xu Yingying said that her Xu Shanshan is a dear friend, and he must stop immediately, or he will have to be held accountable. However, Mr. Song was adamant. He asked if she was trying to frighten him because Su Mengxin was really strong, but she had only met her a few times, and what could she do to them? The man ordered his bodyguard to tie up the two ladies. The boss was already anticipating the moment when Li Yifei would find out that he was having fun with his women. Suddenly, the loud sound of breaking glass was heard. Xu Shanshan, still holding her sister on her shoulders, broke the bottle. She said to stay as far away from them as possible because she would fight anyone who dared come near. However, the man only chuckled echodotically. Xu Shanshan told Xu Yingying to get out as soon as possible. The girl was clearly not in a state of mind, yet she agreed to it. Suddenly, Xu Yingying fell on top of her sister, unable to move. The girl turned very red and moaned in pain. Xu Shanshan realized that her sister's drug had started to take effect. At the same time, the men surrounded the girls, and the boss asked when it wasn't going to go. The girl said not to be so arrogant as her take is coming here very soon and he will be doomed. However, the man said he was just trash and he arranged to have him, obstructed, be downstairs. However, Xu Shanshan said that her take is the most powerful person in the world, and a trash like him doesn't deserve to shine his shoes. The man didn't listen to the girl's threats at all, and said that he wanted to test the main character's reaction when he loses with his woman. Suddenly, however, there was a loud crunching sound. Belatedly, Wax cried out in pain as Xu Shanshan hit his most prized spot. The man began rolling around on the floor in pain. Shuddering in pain, he said he would rape her first. The man swung at Xu Shanshan, shrieked in pain. Because of the force of the blow, the girl found herself near the wall. The man hit her so hard that she began to bleed, and a stream of blood began to flow even on the surface of the wall. The boss pressed his sore spot, and even though he was clearly in pain, he laughed. Suddenly, however, the window to the room where the whole company was located was broken. Mr. Sun did not expect such an outcome and turned his head, trying to see his attacker. However, before he could do so, Li Yifei made a sharp blow to his head, which threw him to the other end of the room. Such a strong blow made the boss vomit blood before he even regained consciousness. Xu Shanshan, who was still leaning against the wall trying not to faint, was glad that her son-in-law had finally come. Li Yifei said that the girl did a very good job, and then he would handle the rest by himself. While on the floor, the man, I believe someone hit him and started screaming who did it. However, when he saw he glorified hero, he could only open his eyes wide. The man didn't expect Li Yifei to sneak in here because he had asked the guards to block his way. The buddy put his hand on the boss's shoulder and asked if this was the guy. The man said she looked so-so. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and asked how such worthless people could block his path. Seeing the man, Li Yifei asked who he was. He introduced himself as Fang Yu, a friend of young Master Sun. The man asked why Li Yifei was getting annoyed with him, and said that the guy needed to apologize, or else the master would crush his entire family with just his saliva. Immediately afterward, the company of the protagonist was approached by Master Sun himself. The man said that he didn't want to ruin his reputation since he was still running a business in the city. However, because Li Yifei blocked him from being promoted, he would no longer worry about his reputation. The man then told his subordinates to beat up the protagonist. Xu Shanshan, who could still somehow stay on her feet, told the protagonist to be careful. Suddenly, Li Yifei snapped out of his seat. The man was so fast that none of the bodyguards even noticed the hint of movement. Li Yifei grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and began to beat Master Sun with the words, "Does he really want to die?" At the same time, the subordinates were very much surprised by the speed of the protagonist. Once again gave another slap to the man if the expressive face reflected on what was happening. In the middle of the beating, Li Yifei turned to Xu Shanshan and said that this was just the beginning of his revenge. Xu Shanshan was peripherally pleased with the protagonist's actions, or blushed, showering the protagonist with compliments. Li Yifei read the back of her head, and still holding the man said that she was too kind to him. He was hurt because of it. However, the girl only sweetly reached her tongue out and told me to worry because he must avenge him, and only then would she not be angry. The boss's subordinates decided to take the order after all, and realized there was nothing they could do but kill. However, Li Yifei was serious. The man started swinging his fists so quickly and precisely that no one could even follow his movements. Li Yifei maneuvered very carefully on the battlefield, and each of his dodges had some definite purpose. Li Yifei squinted his eyes and swung once more. One of the guards tried to hit the protagonist, but the guy hit him faster, because of which he couldn't even finish his curse. Realizing that in this way they would be outnumbered, the guard told the foreman that he would detain him and asked him to run away. Hastily, Master Sun along with his companions started running towards the exit. Li Yifei also noticed this and disposed of all the bodyguards as quickly as possible. Master Sun no longer looked at what was happening on the battlefield and ran at his own pace. Suddenly, Li Yifei grabbed the poor man's hair. The man told the protagonist to let him go because he would kill him if he dared to touch him. Li Yifei was completely unwilling to listen to his threats and slammed him against the wall. Li Yifei squinted and said that he would teach him a little lesson, broke a little, and he hopes that after this day he will not dare to touch his women again. The man kept his word and broke the bone in two. As the man rolled on the floor in incredible pain, Li Yifei decided to move on. The protagonist's face darkened, and he told the master's buddy to send him home and deliver a message to his family that if such a thing happened again, Master Sun would die. It wasn't long before Li Yifei and the others were at the Song family's residence. A man asked what happened to Ziqiao. She wondered if he had been beaten up for molesting other people's women. The man turned to his son and asked how he was raising his children. In front of the old man stood wealthy people. Among them was young Master Sun's father. Mr. Sun's mother said that it was true that she had spoiled her son, but however would take responsibility for it, because after all, beating up a stranger is a real shame for the family. Chow Yingbo said, Ziqiao, you are his dear friend, man, just did not see him bleeding. Generally did not say that there is such a possibility that she will be disabled for the rest of her life. The elder said to get up as soon as possible, because the Song family would not be easily intimidated by another. However, the man said that he had called them today to remind them of the rules of parenting, and said that the fate of the younger generation still depended on them. The man squinted his eyes and said that since Li Yifei was so strong, then he should invite a third respected one. The unknown man, after a long gait, stopped abruptly. Literally on flat ground, the man started laughing. Equinox quickly came to his senses and asked about the whereabouts of the main character he was planning to meet with. The next day, there was a great atmosphere. Lots of people were going about their business. The street was generally full of life. The protagonist was among them. He realized that Song Ziqiao had always been looking for trouble, and now he was hurting Xu Yingying. The man squinted his eyes as he realized that he couldn't forgive the Sun family's insolence. Suddenly, someone called out to the main character. Li Yifei looked towards the source of the sound. At the wheel sat a charming beauty, an acquaintance of the protagonist. She asked if the protagonist wanted to see her. Li Yifei got into the car and asked if she had heard of the Sun family. The girl thought deeply after hearing that name. The girl remembered that Song Ziqiao and his family belonged to this family. The woman remembered that they were just a small family, and asked the man if something had happened. With a grim face, Li Yifei replied that he dared to offend Xu Yingying, and he wanted to check his family's past. The girl said that they were really just a small family from the province, and asked if the guy needed her help. At the same time, she wondered if Li Yifei would react like this if she got into trouble. The girl was already trying to say something important. However, Li Yifei stopped her. The guy said someone was following him. Suddenly, he put his hand on the car window. Some psychopath with a nasty smile laughed and introduced himself as the third respected of the Sun family, and asked he was the protagonist. Li Yifei didn't mention how this is possible since the car is moving on the road. The man said that it was indeed true, and his name was exactly Li Yifei. Immediately afterward, however, the man stabbed at the gas pedal to smash the man away from himself. After the car accelerated its pace, Look was no longer able to catch up with it. From such a sudden movement, the elderly man's fingernails literally fell out. However, what's even more surprising is that the elder wasn't screaming in pain. A was just incredibly annoyed with the protagonist. The man sped up even more and told Li Yifei not to even think about him escaping. The elder promised himself that he would chop the protagonist into pieces as soon as he caught him. It wasn't long before Li Yifei and company found themselves in the countryside. The elder took his last step and decided to catch his breath. Li Yifei got out of the car while the man, still having severe shortness of breath, asked why he wasn't running further. Li Yifei squinted her eyes as she didn't understand what the man was talking about. The guy said that he didn't want to run at all. The elder asked why then, otherwise Li Yifei pressed the gas pedals. Li Yifei said that he just wanted to change the venue because otherwise he would hurt the innocent bystanders. The elder said that he would avenge young Master Sun by cutting the main character to pieces.
Right after that, the man took a swing at the protagonist. The blow was so fast that even the guy wasn't surprised by the speed. However, the barrage of attacks did not end there. Li Yifei dodges another uppercut on the bottom. This one, however, was exactly what the elder had expected the lad to start with. Immediately after that, he began to deliver numerous blows with his feet, constantly forcing the protagonist to move from one side to the other. It didn't end there, however. Li Yifei valiantly dodged all the punches. Suddenly, the man swung at the protagonist from an unusual angle. The guy can barely duck at the last moment. Li Yifei clapped his hands and recognized the old man's strength. The man said that the one really moved faster than his machine using only his legs, and his attacks could break mountains and rocks, and that was why Li Yifei couldn't defeat him. Such sincere praise, the elder was completely unhappy because his opponent was still alive. He shouted out, "Why doesn't Li Yifei stay if he knows he can't win?" It was the same woman who was watching the play. She realized that the protagonist was still on the attack, so he continued to taunt. The elder's unexpected face turned purple, and he said it was too late to apologize. The man struck an odd pose and was about to throw another punch. Immediately afterward, a barrage of similar attacks descended upon the protagonist, but he proudly accepted them all. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the city was completely calm. A certain girl was patrolling the area. She seemed to be the already familiar Lin Qiang. No one understood what she would do this time. With an easy gait, the girl approached the exit. Lin Qiang wrapped around an alleyway trying to go to a certain destination. As the officer considered her surroundings, she noticed an unusual man. Next to her was AKUN, who was pompously throwing stones. However, the woman was not going to tolerate AKUN's cocky attitude and beat him up, telling him to stop acting like a professional and quickly tell her what happened. Bakyu said he's not wanted by too many people lately, so he has to always be on a roll. The man said a summer day couple recently wanted to sell drugs, so they came out to him. As soon as the officers heard this information, she asked for as little more detail as possible. "Nosa, you said the new royal soldier is a high-ranking soldier, so he's been contacted by several influential people recently." The man told of how yesterday 2 men in black had come in who hoped that the nosy men could provide them with protection to bring drugs to Japan. And they said that if the task was completed, the reward would be very large. The officer said since he does this kind of thing, he should make a deal and she would do the undercover investigation. However, the girl heard no response to her assertion and asked what had happened to him. AKU. And put his arm around the girl's leg in fear and said that he was very scared because he was not a real royal soldier. However, the girl did not tolerate such treatment and said to get off as soon as possible because they would be prepared for everything. At the same time, a rumbling sounded at the other end of town. Another strike was made. The elder, along with the protagonist, were still continuing to fight, but the latter had already even stopped dodging. The elder said it was too late for him to regret and think of another victory. The man got into a strange pose and swung at the protagonist with the words that there was more to it. Immediately afterward, the man's foot was right on the guy's face. However, the elder didn't stop there and delivered another strike. The barrage of blows never ended, and more than a dozen more were made. The elder said that even high-ranked royal soldiers wouldn't be able to withstand his 4 consecutive series of attacks. However, the man was unable to finish his sentence since Li Yifei would be very mannerly. A man found himself buried under the ground in the blink of an eye when no one expected anything. The man himself couldn't even believe that he had been disarmed in such a strange way. Li Yifei said that he was only joking, and it was very boring because he only defeated him with 1 punch. Li Yifei said he was disappointed in him. Hearing such an answer, the elder vomited blood, and he couldn't believe that Li Yifei was deceiving him. At the same time, strange things were happening at the Song family's residence. Young Master Sun's father said he had bad news. Third, dear, he came back strange. The man turned in the distance and picked up his cell phone. The man picked up the phone and replied that he was listening to the request. Su Mengshin seemed to be on the phone. She said that her family didn't treat her friend, the main character, very well lately. The elder was very much surprised to hear this voice that he hadn't heard in so long. The man started making excuses. Something must have been just some misunderstanding, and asked for permission to explain everything. However, the woman said that she had known about everything a long time ago, and he would not be able to prevent them. Su Mengshin also warned that if they wanted to attack the protagonist, but the family members would not be affected, she would not be left out. The man tried to justify himself, but the girl promptly dropped the phone. Upon hearing such a response from such an influential person, the man immediately smashed his new phone. However, it was nothing compared to the shiver the man felt under the weight of responsibility. Li Yifei thanked Mengshin for her help. The man smiled and asked how he could return his grace to her. The girl smiled mischievously and asked to go shopping with him. It wasn't long before the girl started choosing different squads. They even settled on an item such as a swimsuit, the purchase of which the protagonist approved. The girl turned to the main character and said that she would go to the ladies' room for a while, and Li Yifei didn't mind. Li Yifei once again found himself near the wall, immersed in his memories.
Suddenly, Li Yifei's eyes opened wide at how many noticed a familiar face. That girl turned out to be the star of this world, Ningxin. Ningxin walked between the stalls to the stores with a calm gait. The girl looked very modern, yet classic at the same time. Her soft gaze was fixed straight into the soul of the beholder. Li Yifei was very surprised when he saw her. However, he had yet to realize the magnitude of the tragedy. Once Li Yifei made sure that it was really her, he realized what he was in for. Ningxin turned her head and said to wait. With a sarcastic voice, she said as she assumed they had met before. However, the girl had not at all expected what she saw. As it turned out, a paper bag appeared on the main character's head at one time. The guy greeted her with all the honors, while not revealing his identity. Although the image itself was very awkward, Ningxin stopped and asked the main character his name. The man naturally lied, and said his name was Shuang Mingsheng. However, the girl did not believe him at all and said that she thought they had seen each other before. However, Li Yifei denied any possibility of what was happening. Meanwhile, the rest of the humans have finally noticed the presence of a global star. As soon as someone called her name, the crowd did not retreat. It completely surrounded the girl. Li Yifei realized that this was his chance to escape as soon as possible, and even though there were protests from the star himself, he left. It wasn't long before Ningxin found herself near the entrance to the women's restroom. The girl clearly did not expect such an onslaught from the crowd, but with a confident stride she came to achieve her goal. The girl grabbed onto the nearest wall and started breathing heavily. It was clearly not easy for her to get rid of all those people. Unexpectedly, Ningxin opened her eyes wide with bewilderment. The girl was very much surprised because she followed the main character, and he definitely went to the women's restroom. Ningxin was dumbfounded and asked, "Is Li Yifei a pervert?" Immediately afterward, the girl went into the nearest stall to do her business. As it turned out, Li Yifei was indeed there and was standing in the booth with Mengxin. The man made excuses that he was avoiding someone. The boy blushed very hard as he finally looked forward. The girl was also quite embarrassed and talked about how it was a bit crowded. The girl had beautiful forms. Even Li Yifei couldn't help but notice their influence. However, Li Yifei still continued to hold on despite all the temptations. However, even the type of resistance attempts did not last long, exactly until the girl herself began to embrace the protagonist. Suddenly, Ningxin noticed a suspicious knocking in the stall. Without even thinking that it might be insensitive, the girl opened the door to the stall and asked who was inside. As soon as the girl walked in, her face darkened as she saw something she didn't expect at all. At the same time, there was a great atmosphere in the police station. However, despite how good the weather was, it was difficult to call the officer's mood as such. The girl folded her arms and with a grim expression wondered where she should start in this drug case. The girl immediately thought about asking the senior officer for help, but quickly discarded the idea as he would just laugh at her. The girl pondered near the main character's candidacy. However, Lin Qiang decided to take a break due to fatigue first. The woman quickly shook her head and realized that she couldn't lie down on anyone, and her feelings of drowsiness made absolutely no sense in this system. The girl continued to surf the internet trying to find something useful. The girl concentrated very hard as she realized that her father might recognize her at last. Lin Qiang realized that she had to give her best in order to solve this case. 5 minutes later, however, the girl was completely unable to overcome the realm of Morpheus and drowned in his embrace. It wasn't long before the girl was approached by her older co-worker, who with an angry face began to wake her up. He accused her of sleeping on the job again, while the barely awake girl apologized to him. Ningxin opened her eyes wide as she completely did not expect to see the person who was in the stall. As it turned out, Su Mengxin was in the stall. The blushing girl did not expect to see Ningxin here, but she instantly remembered her. However, it was still extremely surprising to the girl that such a famous person was here. They began to exchange greetings. Su Mengxin asked her friend to talk to her later because she hadn't finished her business yet. The girl squeezed her friend's hands and said that in that case she would wait outside. Suddenly, some drop of water fell on Ningxin's face. As it turned out, Li Yifei did not disappear from the room. He was only on the ceiling and did not make a sound. Su Mengxin was very frightened as she realized that this could give away the protagonist. The girl hurriedly sent her friend out of the stall. However, even Ningxin herself did not understand the meaning of such an action. The girl hurriedly closed the door of her stall, while Ningxin wondered why there was such a rush. Suddenly it hit the girl. She just thought about how she hadn't thought of it before. Li Yifei descended from the ceiling and displayed the sign of silence. The girl naturally nodded her head. However, their time with Su Mengxin was limited as Ningxin knocked on the door once again. Abruptly opened the door, even without the consent of the landlady, hurried to say that there was someone from upstairs. However, what she saw was something no one could guess. Li Yifei, still in the bag, was kissing Su Mengxin. Their kiss was so romantic that there were even hearts around it. At the same time, Li Yifei said that it was an emergency situation and asked her to play along. However, The girl herself only wished that she was actually in this situation. Ningxin instantly colored when she saw what was happening and began to apologize. Li Yifei pressed the blame even more and said that it wasn't nice of her to watch the lovers kiss. Ningxin apologized once more. Apologizing for the third time, the girl quietly closed the cabin and without thinking too much. However, it was not for long. The girl instantly realized what was going on and decided not to let go of the chance. Right after that, she instantly opened the stall door with a question of where Li Yifei had gone. At the same time, the protagonist along with Su Mengxin were already outside the bathroom. Su Mengxin asked if Li Yifei knew Ningxin while the guy said it was a very long story. The man said he met her when he was on assignment and accidentally insulted her. From that point on, they began a series of revenge attacks on each other, over petty things. Okay, and I realized that in the end they were both unhappy. However, Su Mengxin asked if the woman still did not recognize him, and if that was the case, why were they running away? As soon as the girl said that, Ningxin herself blocked their way. Li Yifei realized that it was all because she had invincible intuition. Ningxin said that she had a premonition that he would go that way. The girl is clearly not accustomed to such chases, but still caught up with the protagonist. Ningxin shouted out why the guy was avoiding her. The man tried to justify himself and started waving his arms for more visualization. Ningxin pointed at the protagonist and said that she would listen to his explanation. Suddenly, Li Yifei stopped his speech and said that someone was approaching. Ningxin looked in the same direction as the man and asked who it was. The quiet and even footsteps of several men could be heard in the distance. One of them was holding a cigarette and approaching the company in a pathetic manner. Immediately afterward, the man smiled and said hello. Nevertheless, these men were unusual as they carried swords in their hands. Li Yifei asked who they were, however. They refused to talk and said to get the hell out of here. The man pulled his katana forward and told the protagonist to die. However, the guy was unmissable, instantly striking the still-standing opponent. At the same time, his partner was behind the protagonist's back and reprimanded here's his strength. However, this technique was also useless as Li Yifei quickly took them out of the battle. The man grabbed his attacker by the throat and attempted to strangle them. Li Yifei said that since they have the courage to do such things, they should be ready to pay the price. Immediately afterward, the men's bodies went down. Ningxin asked with excitement on her face if Li Yifei had killed him. The man with the grim face said they were clearly here to kill her, and asked if she had forgotten what had happened earlier. Ningxin said that her intuition said that he was not lying. However, the girl was still not going to thank him for saving her. At the same time, Su Mengxin realized that Ningxin actually tsundere. Su Mengxin told her friend to leave, for it wasn't safe here now, while they would take care of everything else. The girl put on her glasses and said that in this case she would go first, because however big the star cannot be in scandals. Su Mengxin smiled and said that the protagonist is afraid of her. Li Yifei said that she is actually a woman who is very troublesome and proud, and most likely the guys will have to run into her for a couple of days. Said she's probably just gone now, and will eventually realize the guy is avoiding her the whole after all. She has very accurate intuition. Li Yifei turned back and said that regarding all the guys he had beaten, the man was glad that he had put at least one alive. Li Yifei walked over to the body of the second and still alive man with a calm smile. The attackers were very much frightened by the main character's aura to the point that he couldn't even raise his head. Li Yifei rolled up his sleeves and said that judging by the sword he looked like a Japanese and began his question. At the same time, a gathering was taking place in Japan. Many young masters arrived together. Immediately after they crossed the threshold of the room, they began to say hello. The man announced that the Green Mafia from Europe had arrived. It wasn't long before representatives of the Sun family showed up. A representative from the Yamaguchi group also added to the mess. The meeting started immediately afterwards. It was announced that it was the hostess who opened it. The girl was holding a long smoker in her hands. Her feature was incredible elegance. What was unusual was the fact that the girl sat with the blade in her hand as if not noticing the importance of the event. This girl turned out to be Blade Master Aoki, the head of the dojo. The girl squinted her eyes and asked why they were in the Blade Master's dojo. The representative of the Sun family spoke first and said that he was the second respected one. The man said that recently a Burkett had appeared in the neighborhood, and he wanted to ask everyone to destroy it. The head of the dojo smiled and asked if that was the case. At the same time, other representatives were extremely surprised by the news. A lot of famous personalities were interested in this situation, but were waiting for a detailed analysis. The girl exhaled and asked why she should trust their information. Suddenly, an unidentified man addressed the crowd and said that this information was provided by him. The sage, who had already been forgotten, said that Li Yifei was in the city and had already thwarted many of his plans. Sage suggested that most likely everyone here was interested in his head. The girl exhaled and asked if he was out of the country. The sage said that he would be coming to Japan soon. The head of the dojo was very much surprised by this information. Sage said he had a plan to get him to come here. However, the man was wrong because the head of the dojo was not interested in his head at all. One of the bandits said that it turns out the head of the dojo is as indecisive as a mouse. The representative of Yamaguchi's group said it was an insult to the Nihon Blade Master. The man then approached a representative of the Sun family. It didn't take long to address the Green Mob. After that, the man addressed the group to the Crystal Hiker. The man said that the three of them couldn't handle the protagonist with so much power, and it was time for them to do harakiri. Sanglan asked if the Yamaguchi group had any brilliant ideas. The man slammed the table sharply and said it would be simply. The man said with a confident smile that they would go and kill Burkut. The girl asked why he didn't discuss all the important points with Principal Miyamoto first. The man was extremely confident in his victory, and said that the Golden Eagle would definitely die this time, or else he would really do suicide. It wasn't long before Li Yifei actually arrived at the Japanese airport. The man walked calmly out of the airplane. They weren't the only ones there. Li Yifei came with Xu Yingying. Li Yifei looked into the distance and said that he really didn't want to come here. At the same time, Xu Yingying said not to be cranky. The girl said that the competitors in Nihon are very strong, and their head office put here to control everything. Xu Yingying said that this trip to Japan is a very important strategy for the development of their company. The woman said that this time he would have to work harder to protect her the whole now he's her real boyfriend. Li Yifei smiled and said that there was no problem with that. However, immediately after that, Xu Yingying heard that voice that she didn't want to hear at all. A certain man began to dance in front of Xu Yingying. The man said that it had been too long since he had seen her, but she was still beautiful. Xu Yingying said hello to President Cao with embarrassment on her face. The man realized he was lucky when he was crushed by the door, and the woman didn't realize he was also on the ship. The man corrected his glasses and said that everything was fine as long as the protagonist wasn't here. However, at the same moment, the man heard a voice he hated. Li Yifei found himself with the man's back and asked if he was also planning to go to Japan. The president was very much startled by the appearance of the protagonist and asked why he was here. The woman pointed at the main character and said he was her bodyguard. Xu Yingying said the president traveled to Japan for business meetings. The man had already tried to stop Xu Yingying, but she turned away and said that they should go to the hotel first, and after that, they should continue talking. The girl completely disregarded the man's cries and got into the car. At the same time, the very same terrorists were in a neighboring car. The man asked his colleague if Li Yifei was the one who had just passed. The man said that he was indeed. The man said Mr. Sun was a friend of their Truth Mumu cult, and he shouldn't worry since he would be killed. The man thanked the cult leader and said the rest. Quite soon, the company was at the hotel. Xu Yingying said that she badly wanted to take a break. Li Yifei said that since this was the case, he would go for a walk. Xu Yingying said that he could do so before it was too late. However, the man must remember to get up early for work tomorrow. When Li Yifei went for a walk, he met Ningxin. The surprised girl asked if Xu Yingying had kicked him out. Li Yifei was clearly not prepared for this meeting. Ningxin turned her head and said that this is how he should do it. The man questioned why the girl in Japan. Ningxin turned her head the other way and said that it was definitely not because of him. Li Yifei realized that it was definitely a tsundere. At the same time, the woman mentioned a certain concert, said she had commercial activities in Japan, and asked how the protagonist had been doing for the past few years. The man said it's not so bad now because even though he resigned, everything is fine now. Ningxin blushed and said don't he understand about her wrong after all. She is just asking, not worrying about him. It wasn't long before the elevator arrived at the desired floor and the distinctive sound of opening was heard. Li Yifei stepped out of the elevator and looked around. The man noticed something amiss and decided to get closer and recognize the situation. Li Yifei decided to hurry up and approach the suspicious place. Even though Ningxin was indignant, she followed the protagonist. It wasn't long before our company found itself near a group of assassins. Komodo Kararyu's blade and the one-eyed Yokohama Jiro were there. The one-eyed man said to use that very method, and his subordinate agreed with him. It wasn't long before the company was at the door to the protagonist's room. Li Yifei pinned the girl against the wall and told her not to move. Ningxin blushed very red and asked what the guy was doing. The girl imperceptibly blushed even more, fantasizing about what would happen next. The girl took her gaze away from the main character's body and looked him in the eyes. At the same time, the guy showed her a gesture of silence. Li Yifei told her to shut up because Xu Yingying was sleeping. At the same time, Xu Yingying slept next to him and had dreams about another girl being next to him. Suddenly, a katana came straight through the door. Li Mengxin and Li Yifei were very surprised by the sudden attack. The man easily kicked the door open, and the protagonist's gaze was revealed before him. The protagonist's body tensed and his gaze was fixed on his opponent. The one-eyed man was very surprised that Li Yifei possessed a strong qigong technique. However, the man only provoked the protagonist to show him more techniques. At the same time, another assassin came out of the window and uttered his technique. The man pointed his sword at the protagonist and told him to die. That same blade immediately headed towards the protagonist, his wish for his quickest death. However, suddenly, as if out of nowhere, 2 daggers appeared and stopped the katana. They dug right into the iron beam and shattered it. The man clearly did not expect such a turn of events, but did not stop attacking. After that, Azasin came down to the room. The girl was still covered in her vulva and gazed at the protagonist. The man was extremely indignant at the intruder and asked who she was. She's the kind of girl who didn't plan on answering him and only made a quick dash in the direction of the protagonist. Right after that, the girl missed the main character, who was fighting with his bare hands against a sword. The man defended himself with his hands and told Ningxin to leave and hide. The girl ran towards the exit and wished the protagonist to be more careful. After no more of the contestants were held back by one issue or another, the men decided to finally start the fight. The man pulled out his katana and said that no matter what, Li Yifei was good at dodging, so he was worthy of being called a golden eagle. The man introduced himself as Yokohama Jiro and said that he would remember all of this. A barrage of attacks rushed at the protagonist, and he barely had time to dodge. The man's eyes reddened, and he complimented his opponent's skills. Suddenly, however, an unknown man appeared on the man's right. As it turned out, this unknown person was Li Yifei, who was moving at an insane speed. The man realized that the pressure Li Yifei was emitting was exactly the same when facing the Blade Master. Li Yifei stretched out his hand, preparing to make another strike. His other hand was already at the ready and wanted to strike the man. With his lunge, Li Yifei smashed the katana into 2 and made the one-eyed man himself cough up blood. Li Yifei stuck the man's head into the floor, and the latter realized that the protagonist was impossible to resist. The man, still and reaching for blood, said he accepts his defeat. At the same time, Li Yifei thanked for the compliment and only noticed something wrong. On the floor lay another mercenary. The woman said she really wasn't here to be his bodyguard. She began pestering the protagonist again with a request to teach her the art of the feeding dagger. Li Yifei told her to stop playing the fool. However, Azasin herself asked, does Li Yifei know how to teleport, and asked what kind of woman she was. The woman said that this type of blade with a red hilt belongs to the Yamaguchi group. Ningxin asked, wondering if they had chased her from China to Japan. Li Yifei turned around and said that this time he had a feeling that they were after him. At the same time, 2 people arrived in Japan's harbor. Mr. Sun greeted AKUN Yi by calling him by his nickname. The man was surprised at the pressure from such a high rank and realized it was very impressive. However, the man asked who the person behind AKUN was. He stammered at first, but quickly recovered. The man said that she was his assistant. Naturally, under the guise of this assistant, Lin Qiang was hiding with Lin Qiang. The man said there is absolutely no problem with that if it is for his convenience. At the same time, several other men also approached the company. Sage and Bloodwolf were among them. Lin Qiang and AKU and instantly realized that they were in trouble. The gentleman said that they were the very helpers he had invited for the delivery. The man mentioned that the nosy one is a royal soldier of S rank. The man was very surprised at this assessment of his abilities. Sage pointed at the man and told Blood Eagle to check their skills, for he could not allow any ballast on the ship. Lin Qiang realized that Blood Eagle had already seen them on the ship. She thought deeply about what they should do in this case. The man pulled a blade from its sheath and headed towards the man. With a light gait, the Bloodwolf approached him. Immediately afterward, the man reached forward with his edged weapon, and Sights feared for his life. The man was very surprised that this blade stopped right in front of his nose, but there was nothing he could do. The Bloodwolf squinted its eyes and looked at AKUN with a grim face. The guy got worried. You see, he didn't know what to do in this situation because it had gone too far. The man realized that the opponent standing before him seemed to be the Grim Reaper. The boy realized that a little more, and he felt like he was going to wet himself. Lin Qiang understood that AKUN couldn't bear such a thing, and she must think of something. The unexpected girl started rapping and saying that he shouldn't mess with her boss because everyone who did was in danger. However, after such a scoring rap, only an awkward silence was heard. The girl blushed, and she realized that she had not only embarrassed the police, but also in such a place. Lin Qiang thought that she was already a dead woman. Suddenly, the man put his sword back into its scabbard. The man stumbled and stepped away from AKUN's company. At the same time, the couple from AKUN and Lin Qiang, only covered in sweat from bewilderment and fear. The sage asked Kakova, and they did. Bloodwolf said it was fine since they had stayed on their feet despite their pressure. The sage said to follow General Manager Cao. Lin Qiang exhaled in relief and agreed. At the same time, AKUN was thankful to God that no one had noticed his wet pants. On the other side of the city, Xu Yingying woke up in a hotel. A woman with a grim face said that the protagonist had better tell what was going on here and why she woke up. Saw 2 other women around her. Xu Yingying said that she can still accept Sophia since she knows that she is his student. Li Yifei tried to justify himself, but the girl was not at all interested in the main character's excuses. Xu Yingying said that if she was not mistaken, the big star next to him was Ningxin. She pointed her finger at the main character's chest and said that he was not a manhua but a celebrity bodyguard,
and since he was her boyfriend, he couldn't flirt anymore. Shu Ying hummed and suddenly looked in the other direction. What no one expected was Ning Xin grabbing the protagonist by the scruff of the neck. Lowering down, Ning Xin asked Shu Ying's name. The girl said that she had known the protagonist much longer than her. Shu Ying was even more angry when she learned this information. Immediately afterward, the whole company was thrown out of the room, with Azasin being there through no one else's fault at all. Li Yifei shook off the dust from his jacket and asked Ning Xin not to follow him. Li Yifei beckoned his female disciple and told her to follow. However, Ning Xin clearly wasn't going to stop there. With a grim expression on her face, she said her victims never escape her. It wasn't long before the company was near the hotel. After looking around, the guys realized they were in a branch of the Yamaguchi group. When the company finally arrived at their destination, Azasin asked why Li Yifei had called her along. Li Yifei said that Yamaguchi's group had been kind to him lately, and he had to pay them a branch visit after going through all the trouble. At the same time, Azasin was dragging a miserable and beaten gang member behind her. He begged to be let go because he would tell everything. Li Yifei said that since she wanted to learn it on the side of the flying dagger, she should go with him. The girl was very surprised that Li Yifei had so memorized his promise and no longer doubted the order. There was a loud scream inside the branch. Who was there accusing people of being a group of good-for-nothing performers? Immediately afterward, an ashtray flew into the forehead of one of the subordinates. The man pointed at his subordinates and angrily asked how the Burkut drumbeat had not yielded any results despite the investment. The man was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that Ning Xin's plan to capture Ning Xin had also failed, and they were worthless bastards who should commit suicide. Sure enough, the door to the meeting room opened. The man was clearly furious. He shouted at the people who entered. Didn't they know there was a meeting going on? However, after taking a closer look at them, the man was extremely surprised at the uninvited guests. These guests turned out to be Azasin and Li Yifei. The guy changed for worry and asked if he was called. The man pointed at the protagonist and ordered his subordinates to kill him. A multitude of people along with long katanas swooped down on the protagonist, who stood there with a confident pose as if he was in no danger.